morning and welcome back to Times Square Casino. It is the SunBet Poker Tour main event and there is all the excitement in the air. There are about 30 players left in the field today. Some of our chip leaders are Harold Brook, Wesley Wiegand, and of course Gavin Sardini, who's held on to that chip lead from the start of day 2. So lots of play in the cards today, still 30 players left, but today we will be crowning 2 millionaires. So stay tuned to the live stream for all the action.
Good morning and welcome to your SunBet Poker Tour. This is Times Square Casino. This is our second season of this tour. We are on the 10th day and we are the final day of the main event. Christopher Dean joining me.
Can you believe it, mate? We've actually made it all the way through. And someone's going to be taking home that 2-bar. 2 million rand, just like that. Easy game.
Absolutely, and I mean $1 million for second, nothing to be sneezed at, and 5 million total prize pool for this main event. So what a culmination, and of course we have an exciting event that I think you would love later on. There's a 50k buy in PLO5.
PLO5. Okay, I love the great game of PLO. You add a 5th card to it, you are going to be in for some surprises because the variance is... I mean, should I say the equity is so close as is in PLO4. Adding the 5th card, the variance and the equities become so even more closer.
Absolutely, each street.
I know, it's crazy. But look at this table we got here. This table coming up, wow, rough.
Yep. Seat 1, Lee Wu, 440,000. Seat 2, Alvin Pillay, 590,000. Seat 3, Lagan Zaki, 175,000. Seat 4 is vacant. Seat 5 is Kanesh Paitha, 185,000. Seat 6 is Ahmed Karam, 170,000. Seat 7, Anton Boa, 505,000. And in Seat 8, Jed Kasu, 355,000.
Yes, that's a banger. That's an absolute banger of a table.
Yeah, and 3 short stacks. And 2 of them very well known and experienced players. And of course, Lagan has a great pedigree as well.
Yeah, no, of course, mate. This is going to be an action-packed feature table, should I say. I was going to say final table. We're not there yet. I want to jump the gun, but we'll get there.
Yeah, still 30 players overnight from the 383 players. So all in the money, of course. And now vying for that top prize, that bracelet. And I won the SunBet Poker Tour main event cushion that is unique.
I would love that right now, I'm not going to lie. It sounds fantastic. But my question to you is, sir, what's Jed's play? He's got position here. What is he doing? Give me the rundown. I want to know because he looks pretty short.
Who you talking about?
With old Jed.
Jed's not that short. He's got 355,000.
Okay. What level are we going to?
The level we're on now, we only did 6 levels yesterday, so the blinds have not been. I'm not sure where the blinds are right now.
I think we had 6, 12, 12.
If it's 6, 12, 12, he's still okay. I'm more worried about Lagan Zaki, Kanesh Paitha, and Ahmed Karam with 170,000 chips.
See, that's the thing. As soon as you worry about Ahmed,
it's a bit easy.
you don't need to worry about Ahmed. Ahmed's a seasoned vet. He's going to find spots. He's going to get all the money in as best as he possibly can. And he's going to run good. I mean, come on, it is Ahmed at the end of the day. But again, such a tough feature table. I'm pretty sure this one's going to be full of action, completely.
Look, and you've got Alvin Pillay there with 590,000 chips. So look for him to be a little bit of a table captain and to bully and to 3-bet a lot. He's got short stacks to his left. He's got both Lagan and Kanesh and Ahmed. All 3 of the short stacks are to his left.
I know, this is going to be fun. But I mean,
so he could open, and they know he's opening wide, and they could jam on him quite a bit.
No, 100%, buddy, 100%. So speaking of cashing, what was the cash last night? Where did we end up? We ended up 30th?
30th, around 19,000 odd.
And now we start getting to the bigger jumps.
Well, it doesn't really jump much until you get into the under sub-20s, I think.
Well, we're not far away from that either.
Not at all. So Anton with the 8-6 has let go of that.
Jed, up we go.
Raise the button.
25,000 to go.
They are the blinds. 10, 15, 15.
10, 15, 15. All right, perfect.
So at 15, most of them have got, those 3 that I spoke about have got 11 bigs.
Yeah. Jed, you know, just the cobwebs, getting the first down out the way.
Does he have any chips behind it? Stack? I see a shadow there. No.
Always good to get that first hand under the belt.
That's it.
Bought yourself a rotation already.
Let's look at the outer tables. So many tough players left.
I mean, look at that table. Max Davison, Abdul Essa, Muaz Ghani, Nicholas Zackham, Wesley Weand, Darren Kramer, and Ray Adam.
And Gareth
Khalil. Oh, my word.
Stuff.
How's that
That's
for a
rough.
stiff
That
table?
is rough. That is rough. My question to you as well, Mark. Do you think, is this Banks' time? Because Banks is still in there, he's got heaps.
Banks has got 900 and something thousand chips. Could this be his breakthrough moment? He's run well in 2 series of satellites. Just hasn't had the breakthrough in the tournaments.
He's so well. He plays so well.
He's got 1 min cash in Sun City. Is this his time?
We will find out shortly, sir.
And of course, Harold Brooks, overnight chip leader with 1.3 million chips.
Harold crushing, eh? All right, so Dark Panthers pushed it in with Ace-Jack off here. Alvin's probably going to call it up buck 5s.
It's a big chunk for pocket 5s, eh? 185k off his 550. Yeah.
White guy.
What happened if that ultra?
Oh my God. In front of
And
everyone.
yeah, DJ died on the stage.
Gets out the way.
Yeah, it's just too much. You've got sufficient fold equity still.
I mean, 11 big jam.
Pocket 5. What? Ice king. Ice jack.
No, did he jam at 225?
He's got 225 now.
Oh, okay.
He jammed 185.
185, all right, cool.
So he picks up the plus 40k. I mean, there's 40k lying there in the middle.
I know. It's getting ridiculous.
I mean, that's a 20% increase on his stack just by getting the blinds and antes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot of moves being made and people trying to chip up. Talking of chipping up, look at Max's stack.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't get over how tough that table is. All have titles. Every single one of them. And not small titles.
We got an order there. Looks like Mario Fata, the with the turtle.
He's got the all-in triangle in front of him.
Right.
It's all in. It's all the way around. No,
45.
is there a caller there in the middle? Looks like he was called.
By Gavin Sardini.
45.
Harold gets out the way. Danny out the way.
So Gavin has called him.
Looks like he's got ace-9. Gavin's got queen or king-queen or something on the lines of that. Maybe we can zoom in. We can find out exactly what's going on. Pocket queens versus ace-king on a 10-8-7-9. Oh, lots of chops here. But that's not one of them. GG, Mario, GG. Well played, sir. Another cash out his belt.
Absolutely. And Gavin Sardini's stack continues to grow. So we're on the feature table. Anton has raised. Jed has 3-bet here with 10-3 off. 10-3 suited. And gets it through. No, he didn't 3-bet. I was like, come on. I was a little thinking that was really feisty.
I mean, look, I know Jed can mix it up.
Obviously, we missed the action there, but Anton took that down. Opened with a King-Jack of hearts. Or King-Jack off. There we go. Catching up. We were following the action with Mario Fata on the outside table. Gavin Sardini eliminating him. And I mean, Gavin was over the first day one. He had over 700,000. He built on it yesterday. He ended up over 1 million chips. And he's got an elimination first thing up this morning.
Wait, when you're running, yeah?
Before you get to the room.
All right. That's on UTG. Gets the way. Jed does the same.
Misdeal.
We call it a misdeal.
The table in the background, they're also tough. I mean, there's JP Oaks, Joe Stegers, Gordon Padiachi, and I was still going around. There were some tough players on that table too. And no easy spot when you've navigated through this way.
Not at all. Not at all. Field still full of absolute crushes.
Pocket sevens for Anton.
Right, Gary, I'm just been informed that we have lost our high roller champion in the main event. Boaz Ghani has been eliminated.
Oh dear. So he was short overnight. He had 180 off 5 as well.
GG Boaz,
There he is.
taking a walk. Always a pleasure, sir. All right, so Anton's popped up 70 gets through.
They were suited.
They were suited, he says. Yeah, it's Giovanni on that other table there with JP and Joe Stegers and Gordon Padiachi, Chris Gawa.
Harold
And
throwing
Craig
hands.
Bartland.
Harold looks like he's throwing hands there with Ian early in the morning.
Yeah, there's Jesse Rosen
Just got some chips.
with Harold, with Danny Diani, Gavin Sardini, and Banks is on that table as well. There he is. And young Jared Jardine.
Jardine, JJ, Gary's mate. Right, over to Jed under the gun, kick Jack off. See what he opts to do.
It's in the raise.
35 to go.
Lagan's out the way.
Yeah. Kanesh, Queen 8.
Nothing for Ahmed yet. He's been the small blind. Still nothing.
Jed scoops.
So he adds to his stack there. Yes. So we'll move on to the next hand. A bit of action on the outer tables already. A few eliminations quickly.
That's calling me.
Alvin out the way. Lagan deciding, is this my moment?
Yeah, 135k, 15 go at 10, 5, 10, 15, 15 rips a lot. 135k is 35k goes to the middle. 8.5 bigs. What's he gonna do? Jams it over Ahmed, gets rid of it. Just got it through. Get through Anton, yep. And then Jed.
And then the big blind is vacant because Lee Wu is not seated.
Easy money there. Jed's not calling.
So Lagan gets that one through.
Insta.
There's Gio.
What do you get the pixies? What you got?
Hold it every hand.
So nice view of the table there with JP Oaks and that. And as I said, this table, what an unbelievable table this one is.
Jeez.
All champions on that table. Extremely, extremely tough table, this one.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah.
So Lagan folds, round to Kanesh, round to Ahmed.
15.
So Ahmed looking to make a decision.
Into the muck they go. 740 Anton on the button.
45. Standard row.
I like the raise. I don't like the speech play.
Yeah, I was just listening to that standard raise. And he takes that down.
First card.
Sorry?
First card is really good. Yours. My first card was also really good. Second card,
Normal circumstances. Everyone defaults.
So there's a view of the outer tables.
Yeah, great jump.
We will be having the 4K freeze later.
A lot.
And we will also, there's
maybe you're
an exit, is it?
better.
It looks like Ray Adam.
Five. No.
So you'll be go to the tournament director, you get your finishing pay slip, and you can then go to the cashiers and get your money. So a flurry of exits here this morning. And because of that, a table's been broken.
All in.
So we will have some incoming to the feature table as well. Ganesh finds his moment. It's between Lagan, Ganesh and Ahmed. We're going to be looking for spots all the time. Around to Jed. It's a little too much with King 9. Of course, Lee Woo's not there, so only Alvin in the big blind. And he has 10-5. That's not a calling hand. So although Ganesh is all in,
Call once at least. Call one time at least. Well, I said you must call one time at least. You double me up. I'll call you when I'm
so we have some incoming players. Max Davison and Abdul Essa joining us.
You can afford to double me up at least. Yeah. True story. I love it.
Yeah, the last time.
So that table that you're saying was so tough has been broken up.
And we're getting some of them across to us.
Abdul Essa and Max Davison are joining us.
The dynamic has changed, folks.
Nicholas Zackham is slotted in there next to JP Oaks.
So who did we lose on that table then for them to break?
There were a couple of losses. Ray Adam has gone out. Ivaz Ghani has gone out that we've seen.
Max is coming.
And of course we had the exit of Fata, Mario Fata. But that's 3 exits which would have taken us from 30 to 27.
Jeez, it's dropping quickly, huh?
Let's not compare.
And there's still lots of short stacks in the mix.
Yeah, there was 3 quick exits to take us down, to balance us.
All right, so looks like Abdul's coming in seat 9 with 145,000, and Max coming in seat 4 with 880.
So Max is coming in heavy and Abdul short. And there it goes, straight away across the line. First hand on, and he puts it all in.
Spin it up, spin it up.
Good.
Gets it through by the looks of things.
Max, you in the big blind.
Me? No, it wasn't. It was just a big hand. There was no 4-bet or anything like that. Just a very big hand. I folded
Well,
it
you-
over.
So Abdul having a chat with Ahmed. And there's Max Davison's
I
chips.
like it.
The dealer is posting his blind and
Never
ante
know.
for him.
But yeah,
He is there,
folded a bit.
and he's with the arm's length of his chair. So his hand is live, he's touching his chair. He was just getting marked in.
All right, I'm 130k, Jack 9 off. +1,
Too early a position.
off we go. Jed gets out the way. Abdul folds. Lee, where's Lee? Who knows?
Yeah, and was he getting blinded out? Man?
Yeah.
I mean, he came with a reasonable stack, 440. But you know, you passed the blinds and antes a few rotations. He had 40k a rotation. 10 rotations, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's okay.
Hope he's just overslept and that they have rung his room and got him on the way.
I'll put it this way. If he's not here by the time I finish up, I'll go find him.
So we're down to 3 tables now. 3 tables of 9. That's Harold Brooks by the looks of things. You can recognize the shirt. And there are the chip counts on the feature table. So you see Ahmed and Lagan, 8 and 9 bigs respectively. Abdul 12, needing to make moves. That's Giovanni. So Jed, under the gun +2, ace-3 suited, too early, he folds.
Abdul, king 7 off, +3, super short, into the market goes. Owen,
Chinese guy.
that's out the way. Lagan, out the way.
It's running late here. 200, right? Just under 200.
Blind on blind, Max with a king 5. Doc pays a short stack to his left.
Max is taking that into consideration. He could be jamming it with any king X. Well, max pressure. There we go. Applying,
Yeah,
applying it.
bangs in enough to put Doc all in.
And I don't think he falls.
Tough spot for Doc, and he lets it go.
He's running late. He phoned and said he's running late.
So, Marky, I don't know about you, mate, but I'm going to see if I can spin up the semi-freeze today starting at 12 o'clock. 4K entry.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, that traditionally does well. It's sort of like the last chance saloon for the series.
Yeah.
If you haven't done anything well in the series, you can make up a little there. If you've still got flights booked for tomorrow and that, and you're hanging around, it's something to do. So it's always a good thing. I think you'll have the structure on the tournament schedule there by you.
Yes, sir.
As far as I know, it's a 40k starting stack at 50k for your one life.
That is that.
I did have a glance at it. Let's test my memory now because
Let's have a
it
look.
literally was a glance.
All right, so 4K, 25K.
Okay, short stack.
All right,
And then for your one life?
50,000.
Okay, that was right. That part.
You were close to that. So level 1 to 6 going to be 30 minutes. Level 7 to the end, 20 minutes.
Okay, so it's almost like an add-on. If you can survive and take it as an add-on, you get 50k.
Correct.
Or if you need to do it during there, you get a 50k on for it.
And late registration ends at 3:15. So guys, if you want to come spin it up, one last chance, you're at the beautiful Times Square Casino. Come give it a semi-freeze a go. You'll love it.
4k buy, it's reasonably priced. And the price pool gets up there.
Yeah. I mean, we still also have that 50k PLO 5, as well as the main event running.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Doc, small blind, jams the Queen 5 suited into Ahmed and gets that through. Ahmed now on 100k. Really looking for a spot. Now, he hasn't had any chances.
If he finds double-double,
Then he's back in there.
I think the table has problems.
Imran Bajani, Wesley Wean, Gavin Sardini, Harold Brooks, Jesse Rosen, Banks is on there, Danny Dayani, and of course Jared Jardine. And Darren Kramer's joined them too now.
No easy tables, huh?
No, there are no easy tables anymore.
So it looks like there's 39 minutes left on this level.
Big pay jumps, huh?
I need that page.
So a couple of rags early on. Lee's out the way, up to Alvin, he's folding. Lagan also out the way.
Over to max pressure.
Nice.
Running late.
Ace Queen and short stacks to his left.
That's what I'm going to start calling him. It's max pressure.
Yeah, when he's got a stack, he does apply it well. Dock out the way. Up to Ahmed.
Yeah, and I think Ahmed will be tossing this in, unless he's going to try and spin it up. You never know.
Anton with the king queen defends the big blind. Is dominated, yeah.
No.
8, 6, 6, 2 diamonds.
Anton has the king of diamonds. It's in the continuation.
Goes for a small sizing of 15k, doesn't need to really go big. Anton open folds at king queen. The max picking up a nice little 100k.
Somebody scooping a nice pot there.
Yeah.
I think that's Giovanni, if I recognize the top. There it is. And opposite him, Gareth Khalil to his left. So Jared Jardine.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the fact that Banks has added a new addition to his facial features. He's added, looks like he's just added some facial hair, you know, glued it on, because he said that, to be honest with you, it looked like it grew overnight. I didn't see him with that before, but gave him a nice little laugh. We had a nice laugh about that too last time. Moving on though. Abdul under the gun, 185k. Gets away from it. Over to Max. Right, we're going to expect a jam here from Armin if he finds anything decent. 9.5, 90k. Any two will do on the button here, under, sub 10.
He's got two bigger stacks to his left.
That he knows he's making all his money at BBB. Button versus big line, but he does get out the way. Anton, Jack Deuce. Out to Jed, who has the option.
He's going to raise when it's lumped to him. And Anton will fold.
Jed knows the score.
Yeah, you lumped
Jed
to me.
knows the score.
Raising. It's interesting. I mean, even a great player like Ahmed, if he's got given nothing to work with,
Yeah,
and the spots don't appear, it's tough.
no, 100%, man, 100%. I would like to see Anton start mixing in some traps there as well. You know, he's flatting all his terrible hands, but flatting your bigger hands as well, knowing that Jed is possibly going to be opening up on your butt. Yeah.
That's Chris Gower from East London.
So Lee Wu came to the table
With 440.
440. He's got 390 now.
Yeah, he's had one rotation passing by,
All right.
but the second one is approaching fast.
Yeah, and the level's going up as well. Over to Kanesh Panther. Pather, sorry.
Yeah, all in.
Puts the lots in, over to Ahmed. 10-5, it's the mark.
Anton, nothing he can do there. Round to Jed. He's not calling with Queen 10. And Abdul. 6-4. So now Lee will be in the big blind again with a big blind ante, so he'll lose another 40k this rotation. That's the door of Poker Masters, that's Joe Steggers. I mean, at that door of Poker Masters, he won both the high roller and the main event recently. Did the double, which is never easy.
Yeah, Joe's an absolute crusher, and you know, he's just he's such a chill guy.
Yeah, very chilled back. So Lagan, under the gun +1, King 10 suited.
I think a lot's going in here.
Yeah, because again, the big blind is vacant.
Yeah.
So he factors that in as well.
7-5 for Max, that's going into the mark.
Ganesh folds, round to Ahmed. He's not going to take a race with ducks.
Anton Queen 7. Jed gets out the way, over to Abdul.
A lot of hearts folded there. And once he gets through Abdul, then he's through Lee.
Nice pickup.
Thank you.
And he gets that through. There is that lovely bracelet and the cushion that goes with it. And of course, a small matter of a 2 million rand check.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I just want that pillow, so 2 million rand check is a nice little added bonus.
They go back to the days of Pig's Peak. Everybody that made the final table got a little piggy.
Yeah.
And then there was a special one for the winner. It had a different jacket and that on. And people still have those. So these will likely, in years to come, become those collector's pieces as well.
Yeah, Max with queens here, under the gun +1. See what size he opts for. 10 to 15, 15 currently. Munda clicks it. Kanesh, pocket 9s. The lot's going in here, I'm afraid, Mark.
Yeah, I think it could.
Yep. 8-4-0 for Ahmed, gets out the way. Anton, ace queen.
But it's been raised and all in.
Interesting spot here for him on the hijack.
I think me personally, ace queen off in the muck goes based on the action.
100%, mate. 100%. Like Max is just saying, please ISO, please ISO. Just rip the lot.
250.
You've still got the original razor behind you as well.
Yep. See if you can get away from it.
He doesn't want to, but he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah. He's fighting his inner demons there. Wow.
Oh, he calls. That is an interesting call. And when it goes back round to Max, Max is going to go back over the top.
Yep.
And then Anton's going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Max asking for the count. Because Anton's not left much behind.
No, not at all. I mean,
He's left 105 behind.
Max is just going to rip the lot in here. We were getting an 800
Here we go.
plus pot. I think that's a misstep by Antonio.
Definitely a misstep. He's going to need to get lucky.
Yeah, he's got 3 outs. Sees he's a 3-1 dog. Max, there's $1 million in the pot.
Ace on the flop.
2 players at risk.
He says, give me an ace on the flop.
It's King, King 7.
Backdoor spades for him.
Yeah, turn. Brings it 8. Got a fade. 5 on the river.
No
Max.
Barry Greenstein.
Max double KO.
Double KO. There was a little misstep by Anton.
GG, folks. GG.
Cheers, man.
And Doc and Anton. And wow, look at Max's stack now.
Cruising.
They're in trouble.
You know when you have a feeling sometimes.
When he gets that kind of stack, he knows how to wield it.
Problems.
You always say max pressure.
I did, yeah.
I always say he relishes the role of the bully.
That's why I followed.
Tell you now, with that stack, he's really going to be applying it, huh?
Absolutely.
It's like putting people in a vice grip. Yeah, squeezing.
I have a feeling.
Sometimes lucky.
Hello? Max, I have a feeling you're going to double me up.
I'll try.
I go with my feeling.
Alvin. He says, Max, I have a feeling you're going to double me up, and I go with my feeling. Max says, I'll try.
There's always a good laugh between them, huh?
So we probably need to get a player to come in and balance.
Yeah, but looking at the table as is, Ahmed's very short. Abdul's very short. Lee's nowhere to be found.
Lagan is short.
Ahmed is packing like 2 of his soldiers got shot and he survived.
I wonder what the prize pool's looking like. Maybe we can get a quick shot at the timing screen.
Yeah, I still don't think any major jumps. It's
I think we're close to
it
20,
was
yeah?
very level. Yeah, but even then it was slight movements. There's Ahmed's first hand that he's actually found. Queen Jack of clubs.
Yep. Good luck to you,
He's
sir.
in for 90k. Abdul's out the way. We know Lee's not there.
Much.
So now he just has to get through the 2 blinds.
There's a call.
5s. I think this is a call this time. I think this
Always
is
double you up.
always W up, he says, but I think it's a call.
Always double you up. Call.
Yeah, he calls. Lagan's out the way.
Good luck.
I say always.
The pair versus the 2 overs.
Classic.
210 in the middle.
Exactly 50%, eh? Coin flip it is.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, Ahmed.
Good luck, Ahmed.
Right, first 3 to come.
So there we go. Oh, there's a 5 in the window.
Oh,
Wow.
He has got a queen and some running cards.
Go on.
Oh, he's got
Sweat
up and
Ahmed.
down now. And he misses it. And we bid farewell to Ahmed.
GG, Ahmed. Always a pleasure, sir.
Well done, Ahmed. Sweat on the turn.
Always a sweat. I've noticed the turn has brought so many sweats.
Traditionally in this game, eh? This game we love and love to hate at times.
Yeah.
So we lose our 3rd player off the feature table this morning.
Yeah, they're flying, huh? Ahmed taking the walk.
Just as we were getting another player in.
Speaking of getting another player, JP Oaks is joining us. 345,000.
And there are the 25 players left. And if you have a look now, from 12th is 50, and then it's small jumps. But if you look in the 20s, there's very little movement.
Yeah.
other.
See, look there, 23, 23, 23,
I'll win.
23.
So we're looking at the ladder.
21.
We're looking at the ladder at 15th.
Yeah, that's when it really starts to ladder.
right, so JP has joined us. Gets out the way. Over to Jed. Jack Deuce. Abdul. 10-8 on the hijack. Abdul also super short. He could be getting this in.
Thinking about it.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Abdul makes the jab. Over to Alvin again. Could he make one of those interesting decisions? No, gets in the way. Over to Max Pressure.
See that dynamic of Lee being missing. Oh, he's going to
Snaps it off.
But he's not as in terrible a shape with the 10-8 as he would have been if he had an ace.
Yeah, 60-40 basically.
He's in better shape than if he had had an ace.
King 7-5.
Now he's in terrible shape.
Well, you know that sweat, the turn always comes, brings a sweat.
Oh, there's it. He found. Oh, and
No
he's
spades.
eliminated.
GG Abdul Issa, absolute pleasure, sir, as always.
And Max just keeps going up and up.
Yep.
Fourth player off the feature table this morning. And Mike is telling us from the outer tables that they've lost Nicholas Zackham as well. So a flurry of eliminations this morning.
Very much so, yeah. See Abdul, well played.
So a lot of these players may end up going to that 4K, starting at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
The 4K one life.
What's the seat number?
We're on hand number 20, 4 eliminations from the feature table, and a flurry from the outer tables.
Yeah, no, it's madness. It's absolute madness. They're dropping out.
And we keep coming in,
Up the
keep
sky.
coming in. It's like a revolving door going through the feature table at the moment.
So who do you think's next?
It's,
on the feature
Jared
table?
Jardine, I can see it because I saw, no, not going for elimination, coming in.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. You got the inside scoop there.
I was watching as Brad was typing it in. 745,000.
Good old Joe Jardine.
Well known to you.
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, I know the name. I'm just not too familiar with the face. If that makes sense. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, 745 for JJ.
You're getting a pile of slips in front of you there of the new players coming in.
It's like I took a trip to the tote.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, just got lots in front of me.
Take a punt.
All right, back to the action. Over to Jed. Ace 4 suited.
Got a lovely little story from Warren Zaki yesterday, which I'll tell in a quiet moment. That's Lagan's dad.
Over to Max.
So Jared straight into the big blind. 5-4 off. It's been raised by Jed. And he'll get that through. So Lagan's son Cooper is now 4 years old. And Warren was saying that he was teaching his grandson. He asked him, what's 1 + 1? And Cooper, of course, came, that's 2, Grandpa. And Warren said to him, no, my boy, I must teach you, that's even money. Warren loving his horse racing, of course.
3 stacks there. 4. 3. Like it matters.
Yeah.
Of course it matters.
I chipped like 10 to 1. 8 to 1, 6 to 1, 6 to 1, yeah.
So Banks still a lot of chips there. Gavin Sordini, Harold Brooks. Emmy's got chips in the middle there. Darren, Jesse, there's no short stacks at that table.
Not at all. Jed,
No, I get to
9-4.
choose. I pointed it out to you.
Great.
Looks like we got a misdeal.
3 of the cards sticking together, and JP getting 3 cards there.
Your pineapple would be amazing to have a game in. I'd watch pineapple.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the viewers who don't know what pineapple is, so it's an interesting variant of Hold'em. You get 3 cards, you see the flop, and then on that flop you throw 1 card away, right? And then you see turn and river. So, as I said, you get 3. The betting action continues according to your hand and the position you're in. You see 3 cards, you throw 1 away, and you play turn and river.
Yeah, no, I played some crazy variations when I was in Cape Town. They were even up to 5 discard, run after flop, discard, run after turn, discard, run after river. On 2 boards.
Yeah, we're not
On
we're not
two
we're not
boards.
the most sane bunch back that side, huh?
Can you imagine that for TV, eh? 5 cards, 2 boards, discard, run after flop, 1 after turn, 1 after river.
Yeah, I know, that'd be spaz. Be absolute spaz. But it'd be great. It'd be great. The action would change constantly. All right, Alvin, back to it.
The mystery sponsor.
Over to Max.
King 10 of clubs to Alvin's raise. It's on the button. If he plays it, he 3-bets it, I think.
Yep.
And he's got stack. And he flats it after all that.
Yeah, mixing it up, mixing it up. Ace 10 for Jared.
Yeah, he flattered there. Jared with the ace 10. He's got a little squeeze spot here. Raise and a flat.
110 in the middle currently.
He just makes the call. Round to JP.
Okay, I can get lucky. I can get lucky.
I can get lucky, he says.
35.
Let's make the call. Well, he's dominated. That's why his percentage is so low.
Yeah.
Because if he hits the king, he's in trouble to Max. If he hits the
Looking for
9, he's in trouble to
Very
Alvin.
cool.
He
he
finds,
hits
he finds both, yeah.
Well, now he's not in so much trouble anymore.
And JP gets lucky.
He did say I can get lucky. The totally dominated hand comes out on top. How weird is that?
Yeah, no, this is crazy. We're going to see some action here because Alvin does have that heart, ace of hearts as well.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
JP takes an interesting line. He just jams all in there. He doesn't check to the razor and then jam. He has open jammed it.
The thing is, Max might call this off as well. Top pair.
$300.
No, 295.
Alvin folds. The speech before, maybe I can get lucky.
Yeah, gets
Could
lucky.
smack of a 9-5 or something like that in the big blind. And they both get out the way.
Big draw.
Big draw, he says.
No.
JP, I don't know.
All right, nice hand. So hoping nobody had a better one.
Maybe
It looks like Gareth Khalil.
Yeah.
Probably had a,
Huh?
he had a 9.
I had a lot better than a 9.
It is not. It's Kevin Sordini.
Have you ever flipping or way behind?
Pretty sure they're sitting next to each other. So you weren't too far off the mark.
It's Darren Kramer. Banksy, of course.
No, I'll find out in a bit.
Yes, you will.
Darren sighing and looking skyward. Not happy with his holdings.
Fucking good hand.
There's Gareth over the shoulder of Harold at the table there.
Oh, sorry, yeah, he was on the other
next to
table.
Chris Gower.
Looks like Harold's banging it up there.
Harold, like I said, the overnight chip leader, but Max has surpassed that now by somewhat. That looks like a 3-bet that's gone in there. Oh no, it's a call. A lot of smaller denominations.
Oh, yeah, apologies.
Did look like a 3-bet, didn't it?
Yeah. Ace queen deuce.
Deuce, deuce, queen.
Oh, sorry, deuce is queen.
Harold looking for the continuation. Puts it in.
Are we connected?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like the action is building up.
I made an insane fold, or a stupid fold against you.
So
You know me well enough,
Bet
Max,
and
and
call
I'm
on
never
that
putting it
flop.
in light.
Yeah, I could
Four on the
only
turn.
beat like 7, 8, 6, 8 in hearts. If he had a king, I was fucked. I don't think he was shoved king 8, so...
and you're going to
But I
put
fold.
up that screen for us there as well.
Yeah, that's the only thing I beat, and it's a flip actually. Oh, there's the right fold.
There we go.
Yeah, it was 150 snap.
Roberto Busolati, good morning to the crew. Keep up the good work, guys. He has been on the stream as it has opened every day.
Every day. Absolute legend for the support, mate. Good on you. I hope you're enjoying the viewing thus far. All right, that's queen deuce deuce 4-7. Looks like we've got some green guys in that pot.
A lot of chips have gone into that pot already.
I'm set like 130, 135.
Harold calls.
Why you give me?
Harold
Ace queen.
scoops. Looks like we have an all in on this side.
I haven't looked at any of them.
Just for those of you that don't know, 4,000 gets you 25,000 chips, and you get one life. One life in case you bust out. You can also buy that one life immediately. That life is worth 50,000 chips. So if you want to sit down right
What happened?
you can sit down with 75,000
Added action.
and it's played as a free time.
That must be back, that action.
If you have a ticket you would like to start,
How to get 3 cards?
Added action. You cannot do that. That is mine.
His card must be folded.
Yes.
So JP's playing pineapple again.
No, no, no.
I think he might lose his cards.
Come on.
Can't be anything else,
It's
really.
fairest. I haven't looked at them yet, for in case there's an argument to be made.
Yeah. But there's already all in over here.
Yeah, okay, then I'm going to look at them now. It's going to show the camera.
Don't put yourself through the pain, surely.
What did JP have there? We are going to find out shortly.
That's happened a couple of times now. He
Well,
already
his
missed
first
out
two
on
were
it,
the Queen
because
10
the same
registered,
thing.
third
There's
one
sticky
registered.
card. Or maybe a few sticky cards.
Yeah, it must be a few,
They happen
because
a minute
that wasn't
ago.
one of the cards I got.
So maybe it just changes easier.
So
But
action
also in
to
his
Li
defense,
Wu has
I
finally
only
taken his
picked
seat.
it up when I opened the...
Yeah,
He has
so yeah,
lost
that's two like this.
120k in his absence,
Yeah, of course.
which is a lot of chips there.
Yeah.
So he's obviously okay.
We can get cake here.
Maybe
That
just
what they
got
mean
delayed
when
for
they say
whatever
action is
reason.
Yeah.
Did I miss much?
Yeah.
Did you miss much? Yes, 120k.
No, he's doing a great job.
That's what you missed, sir.
Best way to stay in.
Face up, huh? Why are you checking face down, man? Don't be so stupid. Do them face up. Okay, so how do you know if there's a card missing?
Would you like any more advice?
No, thanks.
Okay.
Please put in the comments when you
JP, old friend of Gary's, like I said, he's got one of those card stream jackets which are as rare as hen's teeth.
I always told you about this.
Bozo had one, Any Appel has one,
No, I'm now making
JP has one, and of course Gary and Carl have.
Max reminds you of the guys carrying bricks.
We've got action here with
One
Chris
guy
Gower
carrying 2 bricks at a time, one in each
Gordon
hand, the other guy's
Padiachi,
carrying 20.
and somebody,
the foreman
and
brings the
Gio.
guy over and says, why are you
Gordon
carrying 2
calls,
bricks? The other guy's
Chris
carrying
out the
20
way,
at a
so
time.
it's Gio and Gordon.
The guy with 2 bricks is, they're obviously too lazy to walk
Gordon
10
checks. Gio checks, Gordon stack out.
Good there.
So, yeah, Max, I can see you're a lazy typer. Just want to do something once. You're
You can call it lazy.
Lot
or
of
you can call
diamonds
it
there.
efficient.
2 brick kind of guy.
Yeah. Lazy or efficient. It's up to you what you want to call it.
Gordon's never scared to put chips across the line.
But generally lazy.
That was a quick
Well,
call.
it was the lazy guy who invented the wheel.
5.
Only 2 types of people, lazy people and smart people.
No, generally, those 2 go hand in hand.
Gordon rips the lolly, into the snap. Joe turns over ace queen.
And
Joe turns over king queen.
yeah,
Wow, it's a big
ace
flop.
queen is the winner.
It's a big flop for Gio with the queen, with the ace of diamonds as
Yeah,
well.
it's 3 diamonds on the flop. Top pair with a nut redraw.
Dangerous man to get chips.
Very much so.
JP Oaks, Jack 10. Will he be playing his first official hand at the table?
From the cutoff.
Assumes the position.
Raise to 35.
Jed out the way.
Up to Lee. Then Alvin. And those will go back to the dealer, no doubt. First, a little stare down. My blind, how dare you?
JP gets that one through successfully.
I picked up a tell on you, Elvin. When you put your glasses on, you're going to play. Am I right?
Oh, there's a quick look at the chip count. Max right at the top there, 1.8 million. Equivalent to 119 big blinds.
Triple what the next person at the table has.
Correct. Jada Jardine coming in with 45 big blinds.
Got an investment idea for you, Max, when you win this, will come second.
Yeah.
So we saw the exit of Gordon Padiachi there, King Queen
You have.
versus Gio's Ace
Yeah, we
Queen.
should. Me and you. That's all we
Yeah,
want.
it'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
Right, so that board is quite wet.
Yeah, very flowery.
Open my laundry.
Very much so.
I'm really fucked. I think I have like 1 t-shirt left.
And Imran is still in the hand. And the player to his
Not so
right.
good though, they're
I'm not sure who that is to his immediate
harsh
right.
on the clothes. The machines that they're using. That's got no option.
It's Wesley Weand, is it?
Yes, it is.
Had to go buy clothes and mainly just bought black t-shirts. I don't like that.
They will be very familiar with one another playing high stakes cash.
You brought no clothes,
Very
and then you make it to the end, and you're like, oh, I can.
Different
buy some
dynamic
clothes
that game,
now.
though.
I look fresh for the final
Absolutely.
table.
Now it's gone check on the turn by Wesley.
Yeah, that's good. The other one is when you like don't book a hotel, and then it gets then I need a hotel, please.
And he checks back.
That was you.
Every night.
The third player in the hand,
I've done well again. Give me another hotel. please.
Gavin Sordini, and he checks as well. We go to the river.
Yeah, cool.
It is another club.
Wow, that is check.
We're just going to shoot back to the feature table quickly. We have an all-in and a call.
Not bad start. Not a bad start. Oh.
Yes.
Lucky man.
Ace Green
That game was
Scoops.
always.
JP Oaks.
Yeah, JP eliminates Laganzaki.
And we're down.
This is a nice turn card for you. Very nice turn.
You know what?
Gets rid of that 10. Gets rid of that 10, and not just the no heart.
Thanks so much.
One more chip there.
Michael,
another L.
executive producer, become coffee man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He's mad. He's 10 bags.
Yeah, which one? All of them.
Oh, I don't know how many yet. This is
So
my
we see yet another elimination from the future table.
Yeah. Just they dropped it like flies.
Absolutely. I was worried that with the amount of players we're still in,
no.
and never having started a day 3 with so many players, but my goodness, there have been a flurry of eliminations.
Have a look at that rail, huh? Filling up nicely.
Yeah, there's 3 top players on their own there. Greg Tucker, Ahmed Karam and Danny and
That guy.
Hagar Diane and Lauren Pierre, not to be forgotten either.
Yeah, there she is right there in the middle. Right, back to the action. I don't think we have much left on this level. Maybe I can get a quick little glimpse.
Yes, the 10, 15, yes. That's more than it.
Right, JP Oaks under the gun +1 gets out of the way. Over to Jed, who's been awfully quiet this morning thus far. Gets out the way, that's 6 deuce. Over to Lee.
Just my money in there, yeah? You don't need to take anyone else.
Hold it. As you know, JP's picked up that telling him every time he puts his glasses on, he's going to play a hand. Let's see if he opts to put the glasses on.
To be fair, he only does it once he's looked, which is at his turn.
Yeah. Wait for it.
And on they go.
Boom. And I think JP's going to be folding instantly, regardless of what he has.
Something.
Right, there's a quick look. We have 1 minute left of this level, sir. So that means
And then we will be swapping out.
Yeah, I will be calling one more hand with you. Here's the big boss, Gary pulling in. Please don't spill that coffee on my bald head.
21 players remaining. Average stack 731,428 chips.
And we're coming to the ladder, aren't we, as well? 20th gets a jump.
I think it was around 15th when it really started to make significant moves. Up until then, not so much. And Josh also taking up his seat.
Alrighty.
7. Heaps. Fucking heaps.
So no action yet in the sand.
All right, Jiggins on the way over to Lee, who came back. Started the day with 440 down to 310.
Gonna need to start making some moves because he got blinded out.
Well, Alvin Pillay.
He lost 3 rotations while he was absent. Alvin re-raises. But he limped in with the 5s. And Alvin raises. So let's see if he elects to see a flop in position after Jared has made a decision.
Well, does he limp jammy? If he limp jams, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Alvin's going to try and figure out how many traps he has. But he offs the call.
Makes the call. We'll go 2 to the flop.
Jack 6 deuce, 2 hearts, 5 still ahead.
Jack will be the only card that worries him as the overcard there.
Check, check. Can Alvin draw the turn? Nope, jack on the turn.
He must feel pretty good with those 5s now and bet it.
Yeah.
How much?
200 left.
How much is that?
55.
Puts in a small bet. Alvin asked how much have you got left behind after that. The answer is 200.
Call.
Alvin calls.
Alvin calls.
To the
see
river
what-
we go.
Yeah, he wants to see what the river brings.
If that 6 peels on the river, it's going to be... But let's see. 9 of spades.
If he checks, Alvin will put him under pressure.
No doubt about it.
I'm all in.
Wow.
That's the right move,
wow.
sir. 100% the correct move.
You can ask me, I'll answer.
Hit the board.
I did. Did you?
Well, technically they both hit the board.
No, I didn't.
9 seconds.
Right, so after this, the blinds will be up. And with that being said, Gary and Josh will be jumping in to take you through that next level. But we're still sweating with Alvin here. Kenny euroed off ace-queen, but it's fine with bad news. He's far behind.
So Alvin trying to decide whether his ace-queen is good.
Buy calls.
He calls,
In the
and
board.
he finds the 5s are beating him.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. All right, with
Andy
that being
says.
said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be jumping out. We'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah, Josh will take Chris's place, and I'll make way for Gary.
I think I'm short one here, so you can get it. Oh no, it's from here. Sorry.
Welcome, Josh.
200 on
How's it? How's it? Good to be back in the booth with the boys. And Pile making a speculative call against a suspicious Wu with the ace-queen high. It's interesting that Wu is limping with a small pocket pair. I like to see only opens at this stage in the tournament, but it works for Wu. And Wu knows what to do. And Gary is getting his things together, setting up right next to me.
If I put the 55, 200.
We have a complete redraw at 18. Next.
He's got his coffee ready to go.
They just do the same again. They break another table, feed it in, and then final they'll do a draw.
And so the blinds are up to 10,000, 20,000 with the
Random, so
20,000 big blind ante.
Could be any table.
So the
breaking.
pressure is increasing.
But I think it's unlikely this one. But
Jed naturally folds 9-5 suited,
doesn't
Wu
really make
out
sense
with
to
the
have this one in
8-4.
draw, really. Because then you change the whole table.
Alvin does not want any business with the 5-2 offsuit. And Max with the ace-queen suited. He's got a huge stack, about 1.7 million. So that's 80 plus big blinds. At this stage, it's huge. And of course, he opens to 2x.
What did I tell you, Josh? Remember yesterday we had this conversation? You said, who do you think's going to win? And I said, Max is going to have a big stack.
Yeah.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, yeah.
He's just playing so well. He's the informed player. Now this man is one of the most underrated players in my mind. Plays very nice poker, very considered, and one of life's gentlemen, Mr. JPX. And yeah, blinds are up. Thank you guys down there. 10, 20, 20 on the big blind ante. And we're sailing on nicely. Let's see a flop here. Well, no clubs and no picture cards for Max.
And it's a paired board, which always has its own strategy. And JP does pick up a gut shot. Also with the big blind range leaning towards more possible 9s and 5s than Max's opening range. Max does have the overcards with the backdoor flush draw.
The optimistic backdoor flush draw, I always like to say.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see if the club comes on the turn. There you go. The optimism is good.
Yeah.
The kung fu is strong with this one, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. The club came, and also JP picks up what he perceives to be 4 more outs, even though the clubs are no good. So both players improve. Goes check, check.
Boom. This is what they call the backdoor flush, mate.
Yeah, it happens.
It does. Back straight into it.
Yeah, hope is never dead in the poker table.
Well, unless you know what they got in their hand, of course.
Yeah.
Crushing dreams.
Absolutely.
And
but again, here in the big blind, JP does have a range that hits the board more than Max.
But you know as well as I do that this is going to get check raised.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Or raised, should I say.
It'll be interesting to see how Max, in terms of his posture and how he, because he is going to raise, but how does he do it? Does he,
and how much? Does he just min click it back, or does he put a big bet in to rep it, or what?
Yeah, I would like a smaller raise than a bigger one.
Max always stares at the scoreboard and the timing clock before he acts. There you go. He wants it all. Back to JP.
Yeah. And it's clear what JP is going to do, but it's Max with the max aggression.
Yeah, so JP says very clearly, I can't call that, obviously. Well done, and we'll move on.
And the rich get richer.
Yeah.
Max thinking, oh, I love stacking these chips, just keep it cool. I want to smile from ear to ear, but keep it cool.
So Max Davison, originally from the United Kingdom, now living here in Witbank, formerly in Zanzibar, beautiful spot. Now with his good lady in Witbank, and working on his legality here in South Africa, i.e. getting an ID book and all that stuff. I know how you feel, I've been through it. The home affairs aren't the easiest to deal with, but you know, do the right things right, I say, and you'll come right. So Lee Wu, who was playing golf this morning, that's why he was late.
You gotta love that.
Well, priorities, eh? 2 million up top, or try and shoot under 80. Let's hope he fares well in both. Hope it folds.
I believe there were a few eliminations while he was playing golf, so it thinned the field.
I think so, maybe 9 or 10. Let's see.
And Max, again with the huge chip lead, looks down at the 5-4 suited. He's on the cutoff here, and I'm very happy to see an open. I think that's a fair enough play.
Yeah, I think you'll not know Max, but Max Davison will now proceed to run this table over with a big stack. Trust me.
Well, that said, Jared here, who could very well be aware of Max's strategy, wakes up with the ace-jack offsuit on the button in position, and he's thinking about a 3-bet here, I believe.
Oh, you would have thought so. I don't know how well Jared knows Max. I don't think he knows him that well, based on my experience, but...
he does call, which is interesting, and I'm looking forward to see how this pans out. I think with Max being as aggressive as he is, he could be giving Max some rope to try and out-aggressive him when he has such a powerful hand, disguising his hand.
So both the blinds give up their cards, and there will be a two-way flop. 5-4 suited versus ace-jack off. Obviously Jared is well ahead here at the moment, and continues to dominate the hand.
He's got 2 overcards with a gut shot.
Yeah.
Again, he has the position, but he didn't lead aggression pre-flop. So the aggression lead is still with Max.
Yeah, Max checks it, decides that discretion is a better part of valor. Check, check. Turn card comes, the 10. So board pairs up, no real changes. 86% equity for Jared.
Yeah, and if I'm Jared here, I just want to see the river and put as little chips as possible at this moment. See if I can get to showdown and see if my ace high is good. And I'm sure Max is going to be aware of that. Let's see what he does. Check, check again.
Yeah, queen. So the decision is whether or not Max can bet this and get him off the pot. 130k in the middle. Max with the betting lead here and the option.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to bet for Max here because he hasn't shown any aggression on the flop and the turn. He's been checking.
He can only rep the queen.
Yeah, and if he does have the queen, to bet for value is dangerous on that board.
I think that's small enough for him to score this off or raise. To be honest, I think.
He goes for the raise because maybe my ace is good, but maybe it isn't. Let me rather get him off this hand.
Yeah, and that's a nice play by Jared. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, so it leads me to believe that Jared thinks, as opposed to his ace being good here, Max is just showing weakness. So therefore, I'm not going to call with my ace. I'm going to raise and turn it into a bluff.
It's not often you'll hear those words out of a commentator's mouth. Max showing weakness.
Did I say that? I don't know. I don't remember.
There we go. Max folds and
well played.
Well played, Jared. Bluffing with the best hand, but we'll take it, he says. Nicely played. We'll look at the outer tables there. So we're down to 2 outer tables. The numbers are thinning fast. As we get closer to the big money and the ladders are bigger, then this game will slow down considerably.
Absolutely.
And of course, let's just not forget that we do have the 4K semi-freeze. So that's 4K to buy in and then 4K for one rebuy over there in the other pit.
Good to see a fellow tribe member raking in the chips. Kola kavod.
And I have no idea what you just said, by the way.
It's Jewish talk.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is this a Jewish channel?
I don't know. I don't know.
Just checking.
There's some conspiracies out there, but no. Kola kavod basically means well done. All direct translation. All of the honor to you.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
Anything but king or queen.
Alvin here, of course, folding Jack 4 off under the gun. Max, after losing a small pot, looks down on the hijack with king 4 suited. It's a nice hand actually with his chip lead to put some aggression on. I wouldn't blame him, and
Trust
he does
me,
so.
he will start running the table over.
Yeah?
I'm telling you right now. Jared, get out of the way. He doesn't need to get involved in the cutoff.
And as Max should, by the way, run the table with his stack in this position. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen it many times on the stream. Okay, run the Jared. Sorry, run the Jed. My apologies. Jed with a semi-premium hand here.
Yeah.
30k to call. I don't like a call.
Well, yeah, he's got 15 big blinds, and again, with a lot of the prize at the top, I want to see a shove here.
Yeah, the other set. Good man.
Yeah.
That's what we want to do. As I say, I don't want to see a call. Round to Lee Wu, and 8-5 is not going to cut it out the big, so that'll be the end of that. And Max will ask for a count.
Yeah, it might be a little too expensive. I think if Jed had about 200,000, I think Max is going to call it off.
I think Jed realizes maximum fold equity here in there. Max will get out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he has got 1.8 million, but there's also another factor here that a lot of players a lot of people won't consider. Max might not want to show the king 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a good reason to fold as well. And we'll just move on. rather protect your range than try and get smart.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
Perception is everything.
Indeed. What do they think I think, and what do I think they think I think of them?
Oh, you've just leveled me.
Yeah. That wasn't Jewish, by the way. That was English.
Ah.
Just so you know. Touché.
Oh. Enjoy your coffee there, Gary. I'm sure you need it as much as I need a new therapist. So
I am proud to say that Mr. Michael Collett has eventually found the kettle after about 7 months.
There we go.
I did ask him to stir it clockwise, but the faint taste of anti-clockwise was there.
Oh. Better write that down in the complaints book.
Yeah, indeed.
Right, under the gun.
Max Deverson will be our UTG player with 10-6. I think he might have a little rest here, Josh. What do you think?
Yeah, take a breather.
Yeah.
You know, let the kids play.
So Jared now with the action. Mr. JP, Jean-Pierre Hux.
the 7 deuce suited. Now at my home game there's a bounty on 7-2, but this is not my home game.
Another 7-2 from Jared. Okay, nice hand here for Lee. In the small, completes by the look of it. Round to Alvin. Alvin a shove here with his pair.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely clear shove.
And Lee with and
he lets it go.
Pocket vibes. They've been good to you.
Very nice.
And Alvin just showing the 5s there, saying, listen, I'm not messing around, you guys. I actually had the spot and I took it. And a deck wash from the dealer. Keeping those cards nice and clean. And looks like we just have purples, greens, and some yellows. The purples are 5,000, I believe. The yellows are 10,000, and the greens, correct me if I'm wrong, are 50,000. Yeah. So we like those greens.
the pink ones were chipped up earlier, which were the individuals. Jack's here for Jared.
He looks down. Sees the fish hooks. Says, well, I gotta play them now. Under the gun. He has 37 big blinds. 2.2 open, 2.5, even 3x.
What was his sizing?
There was 2.5 blinds under the gun.
Yep. JP in the hijack, no good.
No good. Still with his pawn.
Yep.
Piece.
You'll only see him promote it as he goes through the thing. Probably the final table now.
All right. Well, stay
Inshallah.
tuned for that, huh?
Lee, nothing much to think about here. Oh, we're going to give it up. So Max is the only barrier left. He'll get rid of it.
He says no, thank you, and under the gun raise over 2 big blinds. That's strong. No,
sufficient.
Yeah.
What's up, Dave?
Okay, we're going to go to one of the outer tables now. Have a look, see what's occurring. There we go. There's young Philip. So Jesse rose in there. Harold Brooks, Kramer, and Banks.
Kramer with his signature lean back stretch, smile, and change the cap.
Yeah, I saw him at Tasha's at breakfast this morning, and he's in fine form as always, Darren.
Yeah, he has got lots of reasons to smile.
So Dana Diani, the other one player there, and of course Imran Boljani, unmistakable. A regular who's who of poker.
Oh yeah.
Back to the feature table. Action will be under the gun with Jean-Pierre.
Jean-Pierre. And he of course will fold the Jack-3 off suit.
Just like to say that JP is sporting one of our very exclusive range of jackets with the "From the Flop to the River We Deliver" logo.
Oh.
There's one on the back of my chair here.
Oh, very nice. I'm looking at one right now, and I can confirm that it's a gorgeous jacket. Oh. How do you get one of those?
Well, ask JP.
Okay.
There's an exclusive range we made for the company a couple of years ago, and some of the players were beneficiaries of those for various reasons.
Very nice. So if we catch up with the action here, Alvin on the button opens up to almost 3 big blinds with the suited offsuit Queen 7, excuse me. And that's, you know, every once in a while on the button, steal the blinds. That's fine. I'm no genius of ranges, but interesting to see with the computer hand. And it gets through.
Well, you say they wins 50% of the time, loses 50% of the time. So no, it's 51-49.
Yeah, yeah.
One win.
Yeah, add it to the list.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to count it a million times. So did we see good morning to the crew? Keep up the good work, guys. That's Roberto Bisolati. That sounds very Italian.
Ah, Bisolati. Ciao, ciao, Roberto. Thank you very much, and hope you're enjoying, my friend.
So our resident guitarist, Jed. Francois Coke Band.
Yeah, I got to say, that's one of the enviable things about being a guitarist as a drummer, is guitarists can wear rings. You know, drummers holding the sticks can't, and as you can see, he's sporting a few rings there, looking fly. And we see Wu here on the hijack. He limps in with the ace-5 suited. It's another limp that we see from him.
Max will not be letting that limp get past him, I can assure you.
Absolutely not. And even though we know the cards, I prefer to see Wu open here and take the lead on the aggression. But
raises up to 50. 7-4 for Jared. They'll go back to the dealer in the small. Run the big blind. JP with...
3 kids, what's
we don't know what JP's got. Kings. There we go. So this could see a bit of action.
Oh. JP Oaks with the...
the Cowboys.
With the Oaks, yeah.
So it's been a limp. Raised to 50k, which is 2.5 bigs. So JP is obviously going to 3-bet this, but sizing is interesting. Looks like he's pulling out 100 plus.
Yeah, he's technically out of position here, and so I think I'd like to see a 3-bet, even close to 200.
Yeah, and let's just see what he's doing here.
Yeah.
So Blessings will count those chips for us.
It looks like...
at 120, I think.
Yeah, 150.
150.
Actually, you know, I think
So
that's
back to
okay
Max.
as well.
Max will know that JP's range here has got to be pretty tight.
Yeah, strong range.
Because he knows what JP thinks of him, of course, as well. And the ace-queen here. It's a 3-bet to 150, so Max got a bit of 100k in the see a flop. Of course, Max can come over the top, and you know it wouldn't be the first time, but he can also fold here. Max is quite astute. He'll know the respect is due to JP.
Yeah, that's a disciplined fold from Max.
Very disciplined.
Especially with his stack, it's as a fellow player who's certainly not on this level, it's like scary to see that Max is just capable of those folds as well. You know, I don't know if I'd be that disciplined. I might say I've got so many chips. Why not? But,
and Josh, that's why you're sat here, and he sat there.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of where it gets to, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
We mere mortals can't be mixing it up with those people.
What do you have on the board with the 5s?
Oh, no.
Nut flush or nothing?
You had the nut flush or nothing?
Small blind.
Bit of talk of some previous hands.
He's referring to the last one. Both of them lying, of course, which is good. I like to hear that.
Well, we call it bluffing.
There's an all in there, and looks like Alan Young will pick up that hand.
Alan Young
Ace
winning
King versus Jack Queen.
And as he wins, he says it never gets old.
So I don't know who he took the chips from, but he's certainly stacking some up.
Yeah, what does that matter? Chips are chips.
It matters a lot if they're green versus purple.
No, fair enough.
Okay, so we're back to the action, and the small blind is too active. JP is the small blind. No other action to date, so he'll be looking to get through the big blind and pick up some of the spare cashes out there. Jed looking intently into his eyes to see what sort of sizing this is going to be.
Yeah.
Time to wake up.
I believe
he smooth call.
I like that call.
I took chips out.
You like that?
I took chips out and I put a chip in. Call the floor. I took chips
it?
out and I put a chip in.
Okay, we will listen to this.
Yes.
No, but under the circumstances.
So what happened there was?
Can I explain?
I'll let him explain. We'll listen to JP.
I chips in. I took the chips out and I put a 50 in to raise. And they say one chip is a call. I didn't say anything. It's quite clear from taking the chips out and putting a 50 in, it's a raise.
I agree with the range. I agree with the range. I would suggest in future announce your bets.
Yeah.
Because you can't be misinterpreted as just a call.
I thought it was a call.
Yeah.
Okay, good decision.
But I mean, if you look at all the chips, I mean, it would have been a call.
Yeah, Jed's not causing any trouble. He just wants a bit of clarification, and JP rightly so. Amicably, it is a raise to 50. And it's amicably resolved, and a little bit of guidance from David. And the first rule in the TDA book is, if you can resolve it with common sense, do so. And I think that's a classic example.
Well, the Joe Schmo in the commentary box, being myself, I have to
I deserve to lose, but I hope I don't.
say that I think actually a call with the Queen 10 is what I would have preferred. But that's just me, and I'm here. So
Okay, well, Jed hits the 3 here, so let's move on. Checks it back. JP will have to continue the... nope, checks it.
Oh.
Hits the 10, so goes into the lead in the hand. Checks again. Back to Jed.
with a flush draw.
3 hearts on board, king of hearts in his hand. If a heart comes on the river, that'll be the end of the hand. JP's going nowhere with top pair queen kicker here.
Cool.
So
He announces the call.
He articulates a call. And we'll see a river card. No spade, no heart, only a spade. So JP will win that with the 10, and that hand will be over. And the 230, of which 125 of profit, will go to Mr. JPO's.
There we go.
I think what makes it different, but it's interesting that they say it wasn't. What makes it different is if it's this action before, not putting one chip. Max, did you saw what happened there? I had 10 in.
Okay, we've got an all-in on the outer table. Aces
doesn't announce raise.
versus pocket 9s.
So when there's a call, or?
So no, the floor said it's a raise, but they said but it was clear what I was trying to do.
Oh.
And that is going to probably be all she wrote. It's a long way back from there. And now they've drawn dead.
That's it.
Yes.
Pull back and we'll pull back and see who leaves the table, if indeed somebody does. Yep, Danny Downey will be the player that's going out. And Wesley will be the recipient of those chips. So Wesley is chipping up nicely.
That makes sense, yeah, I suppose if you're taking out one and putting in when you have the change, this obviously goes as a raise.
Well played.
So back to the feature table. Alvin Pile to under the gun. 20,000 is the price to enter the fray.
The commentator's input on that one.
He's feeling a bit of pressure with 15 bigs, but he rightly folds the king 7 off suit.
Yeah, often we belabor rules instead of just looking at common sense. What's the intention? Yeah, it's,
So in response to JP, he said, I'm sure the commentators will have something to say. He's referring to us, obviously. And I will reiterate what I said at the time of the hand. He did take chips out and put a larger chip in, so for me that indicated a raise. Jed is quite within his rights to say that's a single chip. I don't think it's a raise. And David came over and, I say, applied the first rule of the TDA book, which is common sense must prevail. He allowed the raise because that was the intent by JP, and just said to him, in future, just articulate the fact so there's no misunderstanding, and it's resolved.
where it's clear. Yeah.
And
Absolutely, and that's why we have everything in place, and every player has a right to question anything with the tournament directors, and you know.
And JP is a guy who likes the rules to be right. He likes them to be applied. He's not a rule guy per se, but he likes things to be right and proper. And of course, a lawyer to trade. So there you go.
Yeah.
So
knows how to set up his argument.
yeah, no fight required. Both players had a point. Common sense prevailed. So well done.
And back to the action here, we saw an
Both
open.
of them with an ace, sir. But both of them with a club, interestingly.
Yeah. And we did see an open from Max, and Lee completed.
So opportunities afoot. Let's see if a big card. Oh, there we go. 3 pairs doesn't count.
Yeah.
And this will be a chop.
As much as I'd love 3 pairs to count, it does not.
So everybody loves a chop pot.
No, it's Renee phoning me now. Just tell him, just leave me alone.
No, I got flush. Oh no, it's full.
No, just tell him they can all contact me. I don't want to be bothered. It's a bit irritating. It's phoning and WhatsApps and.
Max with the smile of a chip leader.
Okay.
Unlucky.
You both had the small club as well.
Club comes and it gets funny.
Mexican?
And he's of course going for the sideways stacking technique. Not often seen, but very intimidating. Looks like we're 6-handed at the moment.
Yeah, 15 bigs for Alvin, so he's in the danger zone.
Yeah.
Jed also in the danger zone.
Yeah.
Lee Wu heading in the wrong direction. JP picked up a few there, as is Jared. And Max now with 87 big, so in great shape. And as you'd expect, the VPIP is Max Everson is the most aggressive player. Lee is always going to be the bottom of the queue, not having been here all day. And the others mid-table. So those results there, and there's your cumulative winnings, which would prove the point, as they say.
Yeah, very nice graphs there.
Nice work by the GFX team down there, giving us some stats in between hands. So,
Absolutely.
Always happy to see what's occurring and confirm our pulse. King Jack for Max, under the gun, sizing, 50.
And 6-handed here, suited King
more.
Jack. It's a very strong
60.
hand in that position.
Raised to 40, so I mean clicks this. Jared with the 5s, what do you reckon here? Do you like a call and see if you can go set mining, or do you want to raise here from under the gun +1?
Actually, you know, I'm concerned about the stack sizes ahead of me. A couple of players are, as we were saying, on the 15 big blind range. So to
we're
call
set
here,
mining.
well, no, to call here can entice them to shove over the top. So unless I'm willing to call a 15 big blind potential shove ahead of me, I might lay them down.
Okay, cool. Well, he's smooth called, so let's see what happens.
Yeah.
4-3 for Jed. Jed will get out of the way. Round to Li Wu. Not interested.
Yeah.
Alvin with a 7-4 is going to defend his big blind.
And you know,
so it'll be Max, Jared, and Alvin to the flop.
Yeah, Alvin's getting a good price here, and if he hits, he can.
Well, so I think the best of it goes to Max here, of course, with the King Jack.
Absolutely. And hard for Alvin to represent any hand that hits his flop, because if he had an ace, queen, ace, jack, of course he would have probably gone all in pre-flop.
So it's checked all the way around, and being that Jared's now left with the 5s, I don't think he can rep either. I don't think he's going to get rid of Max too easily. Let's see. He can rep the ace, of course.
He can
rep
that
ace. Raggedy ace, the limp in behind the
the ace-5 suited, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So
but it's close. It's close.
But he's taking his time, so that's good. He checks it back now. Jack's obviously now Max knows he's got a lock on this.
Yeah.
Obviously, he won't like to see the 3 hearts, but ironically, no hearts in the field, huh?
No hearts in the field, but only we know that.
So option with Max, he needs to bloat this pot a bit and protect his hand. I
think. I
think.
wonder if that's what he's thinking.
150 in the pot. What do you reckon? Half a pot, 75, something like that.
Yeah, you know, something like that. Because also for Pile, it should be a size that Pile would understand. Even if let's say Pile does have a heart, he would know he would have to invest all his chips to.
Well, there you go, 60. So your mid-range bet, half potish.
It should be just a fold here.
Yeah, I don't see that Jared can get sticky with 5s here. Not with that texture of that board and all those hearts on board. So, and there'll be a snap fold by Alvin as well. Yep, and the best hand will win. But he backed into that nicely, huh?
Oh yeah. And again, 6-handed, you know, King Jack suited is a very strong opener because when you have 9 players at the table. You know, the first 3 seats are what you would call early position, then the next 3 would be late position. With 6 players, seat 6 under the gun is middle position. It is not late position. There is no late position in terms of how many hands are
under the gun and then hijack.
Exactly.
That's where it gets to.
Exactly. So under the gun is also low jack, as that's
very American. Very American.
What's that?
Low jack.
Low jack.
Very American.
Well, you know.
Well, let me just put it this way. The origins of the word hijack was that you can hijack the hand from late position.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So how do you get low jack? It's an Americanism.
Well, what's the...
Would you low down hijack somebody? Or
well, you know, the low jack is...
it's a thing in America.
High low, you know?
It's but...
Well, you know what else is American?
American people.
Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
Boom.
Actually, it's not. It's French.
Oh, damn. You know what?
There you go. It's French.
You know what? I was very confident there.
They just hijacked the game and called it Texas Hold'em.
You know, you should have laid a bet on with me, and then I would have placed a bet with you, and then you can tell me.
My father said to me once, "Never take money off children." So I mean, so that's where it gets to. And, you know, in my eyes, Josh, you're a child.
Oh, thank you. Thank
How old are you, Josh?
Old enough to know better.
If you don't know how old you are, there's a problem. You know that.
Yeah, you know.
I'm 61 years old, going on 62. I'm old enough to be a dad? Absolutely.
I mean, I'll just say yes, you are, mathematically speaking.
There you go.
You're also old enough to be my granddad.
There you go. So you are a child.
Yeah, you know.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
New blood, you know?
Yeah.
What are they going to do here?
Well, we got
a raise from Lee.
Yeah, he decides not to limp with the ace queen, as he's been limping with other hands. He opens on the button, two and almost 3 big blinds.
I get the feeling that Olvin is here to try and punt it today. You know, he called quite loosely earlier with a high card.
Yeah,
and
he goes all in.
And I was just about to say, I suspect he might even put this in. You know, he's hutful. He wants to get it spun up and whatever. I mean, but be very clear. Alvin Pillay is no slouch when it comes to poker.
He's a solid player.
His results are very, very good.
But also with Wu's showing some looser hands in his play, I wouldn't be surprised if Pillay does not put him on the top of his range. I mean, with the ace queen here, Wu is on the top of his range. I think there's a lot of other hands that Wu could have here that he would fold. Yeah, of course, so he has to call. And Pillay is dominated here, but it's not over until
well, he's looking for a jack, basically, or some sort of running cards.
Yeah.
So let's see what the flop brings. Spades are covered by the ace queen as well.
Yep.
Twice?
Yeah.
Ace 7-2.
And that's
that's a pretty commanding lead for Lee.
I believe he needs a runner draw,
so
and
that'll
that's
be
it.
And Olvin will tap the table.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of it. He says nice hand, and ever gracious Olvin.
Yeah.
And we'll lose Olvin Pila from the feature table.
And Max over there pushed the chips over to Wu. I wonder if he transferred any of his chip stack luck in doing so. The risky luck move from Max over there, touching another close chips.
I think just as a point of order here, we're not going to criticise Max per se, but a player at the table must never touch another player's chips.
Oh no, well,
in terms of,
sure.
I mean, Max just to expedite the game, want to get on, of course. But
no, to be clear, I was not referring to that. I was just being silly.
I know. But you know, for the
I was being childish.
The people, yeah, indeed. For the people out there that don't normally play poker who are watching, you know, that is like a bit of a no-no in the rules.
Sure.
And the reason for that is just to keep the game clean. Not that we're suggesting Max is palming chips or something.
Oh no, not at all. You know, for me as a very superstitious player, I always have my chip protector. I always wear the same socks when I play. Things like that. I might have just said that by mistake, but I was talking more about that. You know, I'm superstitious in terms of if I'm running good, if I've got a chip lead, I don't want to change anything. I don't want, and so I was kind of joking around from that perspective. To be clear, I would never suggest.
No, we're not advocating that. Okay, so we're getting the seating cards have just been taken by David, tournament director. So I suspect we will be getting more players in the outer. And Max was just alluding to what's happening. The random reassignment of seats, etc., will happen, but we will not redraw until we get to final table. So when we get down to the final 9, then there'll be a redraw. Now we'll just break tables in the standard fashion that we normally adopt.
Right.
Okay, Jed looks like he's entering into the fray here.
And
raises up in a hijack to 45 with 5-3 suited. Max will be having none of that with a suited ace.
Yeah, well, he is a musician, and 5-3 is a funky time signature, so I wonder if that's coming into play.
Okay, well, I know nothing about that. You'll have to explain.
It would take too long for now. I'll tell you at the break.
Oh, you're not going to share it with our friends out there in internet land.
Okay, well, you know, there's your pop rhythm is 4-4.
Yeah.
4 beats. The sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5-3 would be like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So your more progressive bands like King Crimson, etc.
Okay. There you go.
Nerdy music stuff.
There you go. You've heard it here. An education every day on the stream.
Can't help it. I'm a child and I'm a nerd. Here we go.
So what have we got here? Ace high flopped for Jared. So a pair of aces.
Yeah, he defended the big. And disguised his hand with the ace jack against the hijack open with the 5-3. Now it's a wheel draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, but well disguised Jared here, because he just called.
Yes, exactly. He disguised the ace jack there, and I do like that because it is kind of standard to raise with the ace there. But every once in a while, you know, sometimes I find that every time I hit my ace and I c-bet the flop, people just fold. So I have to get tricky with it.
I agree. Okay, we're just checking there. Jared did take that pot there. When he spelled his name to me, I was spelling it J-A-R-R-E-D, and then Jardine, I spelled I-N-E. And of course, it's completely nothing like
said
that,
no.
which is an interesting spelling, of course.
Position, you put in a small bet.
I didn't know you could read, Gary.
No, it's a new thing. It's new to me. I've got that, you know, where on the computer where you just put it in, it dictates it to you.
Ah.
Yeah. I mean, far be it from me to suggest. Oh, so Kramer has joined us.
And the plot thickens.
Kramer in seat 3. That looks like Bank Solomon's in seat 2. And Wesley Wiegand is joining us in seat 6.
Very nice.
A lot of chips just arrived on the table.
Oh yeah, and a lot of skill.
That's all it is. I keep saying, people don't believe me. Just find queen, someone has a...
And Wu folds the queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff. We got the chip leader.
And Imran Bojani comes in seat 9. So we're down to 2 tables, folks.
Ah, there we go. You heard it here first. 6-2 folds. Now it's blind versus blind. King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Very, very strong hand. Does he limp? Does he, does he call, or does he pop it up in the small blind?
There's actually a certain level of confusion here at the table. Who's got chips, who's got cards, or whatever. So we're just looking around. All the new players were excluded from this hand, so it's still the previous players.
Yeah.
So the action is now with JP. There are chips in front of him, so I believe he's called. I'm not sure.
Well, it looks like Jared just completed the small blind here. And
yeah, so
JP looks down at
with
a
the
suited ace, and he might think about raising here.
Yeah, that's his big blind, as Brad pointed out there. Thank you. And JP's going to come in for a raise.
Yeah, no controversy there. That is a solid raise. It's like 3.5 bigs.
Jared's staring across at JP.
Excuse me. Just over 2 bigs, excuse me. And Jared, knowing he disguised the King Jack, he knows he's under, and he folds. That is quite a tight fold.
Interestingly, JP showed his cards there.
Yeah.
That's not, it's very un-JP-esque like. So Wesley Wiegand coming in pretty heavy by the look of it. I saw Banks' chips, so I don't know if he's got lots of greens, but it didn't look like a big stack that he had earlier. We'll confirm that momentarily.
Yes. And check the turn, check the turn, check
back to the other table, so that is the amalgamated second table now.
Brother, he was so
and Harold Brooks is sporting a significant amount of chips, as is Gio Zanetti. Gareth looks like he's still pretty healthy in terms of chips, and Joe doesn't look healthy at all. Jesse Rosen still cruising nicely, lots of greens there for Jesse, which is nice to see. And it looks like Harold Brooks has definitely been steamrolling the table, which is not a surprise.
The only thing I think was I can only get one chip to value.
Joe's got all his stack in one hand, that means he's got a problem.
And like if he has a hand like Ace King.
Gavin over there with a lot of green chips.
So Banks has got 400k, as I said, he's lost a lot of chips. Darren Kramer's got 930,000.
In theory, I would have just gone blast.
Imran Bojani 575,000, and Wesley Wiegand 890,000. Westwood is $1 million when he started this morning, so he's heading south. Banks is headed south very quickly overnight, or the last half an hour. And it looks like Kramer has been one of the recipients. He's on 930.
Yeah, some formidable players with formidable stacks. And Imran looks like he's under the gun before the cards have been dealt. I bumped into Imran before play started, and he's much taller in real life.
I don't know if I'll
almost
play
didn't
like him, but
recognize
I'll
him.
run like him.
He's a good guy. Looks down at the 8-7 suited with the 27-ish big blinds. And now that we're filled up in the table, I believe he's going to fold. Yeah.
Imran's just settling in nicely.
Yeah, and Wu, of course, will not be wooed by that hand.
Banks with the ace-9 here. And I believe Banksy was up there with 700,000 or 800,000 overnight, so third place in chips. So he's shed a few, and as I say, Kramer looks like he's been the beneficiary of some chips from somewhere.
Yeah.
But anyway, rounds of Max Davison, who is, I would suggest, still the chip leader.
Yeah, that's one thing that has not changed for the moment.
Ace-4 suited in the cutoff, and remember now we're playing 9-handed. The cutoff and the hijack are more relevant than they were previously.
Exactly.
And as we all know, when we're playing short-handed, it's normally the aggressor who wins rather than the best hand. Now we're back to a more orthodox, well, as orthodox as it can be with this lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Style of poker.
So a 2x from the cutoff from Max. And that is standard.
Do it.
And I believe it got through.
Not against you. What do you have?
Yeah, got through.
And it'll be interesting, Josh, to watch the table dynamics just settle down, just come down, see who's who in the zoo, see who the big dogs are, see who the alphas are, you know.
Of course.
And so on and so forth.
Of course.
I mean, we already know who the chatter people are, and we already know who's going to be up and down like a jack in the box as Kramer obliges on cue.
Yeah.
And Harold Brooks are looking quite wealthy in terms of chips.
Yeah. He's chilling. Yeah. And yeah, even though a lot of these players know each other well, it's always interesting in a different situation, in a different setup. No matter how well you know a player, you do want to take a bit of time just to see the, as we would say, the vibes of the table. Liwu out with the dead man's hand.
Yeah, Banks will get rid of these.
Mm-hmm. Kramer not interested. Yeah, King 3 offsuit, just not good enough there. JP understands 8-4 as well. Now we get blind versus blind. It's interesting there that it's a shove, but I don't know if this will get through. Imran is a solid pro, and he knows ace-10 has to be good, and he calls rightly so.
He's going to call. He's not going to.
Now Jet is live,
Good luck.
and any 2 live cards against another unpaired hand is about 40%.
Jet got it to 10 bigs. And that'll be that.
And there is the ace. We need runner
Yeah, he
for
needs
Jet.
to see the 5 here or a 9 or something.
Yeah. And it does not come.
And we'll lose Jet to this morning.
Yeah,
Jet,
he can win. That was about it.
always enjoy seeing Jet. Hopefully we'll see you again very, very soon. Good luck with the music. I mean, not that he needs it. He's hugely successful in his own right. And hopefully you're going to go jump in that 4K One Life semi-freeze. And we will see you later. All the best. Safe travels, brother. And we'll hopefully see you on the next trip.
Yeah, man, rock on, man, rock on. And a lot of...
you should Google him, man. Look at it. Look at some of his guitar play. This guy has a talent, eh?
I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, check it out. Check it out.
As soon as I have my phone. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a proper guitarist. And there you go. We're down to 18 players. Average stack is now 853,000 and change. So with 18 players, we'll just watch the prize pool go through there. Everybody now will be guaranteed the grand sum of, stand by, 23,000 rand.
So the next bump at 16. But the big money sort of starts from 11 or so, 12, 11.
Top 10, basically.
The average stack has been updated to 900. Just
so
to
look,
be
we're
aware.
looking at almost a million of average stack now, you know.
Yeah. And we... also, one thing I realized is that the average stack versus blind has always been between sort of 40, 45 blinds.
Holy shit.
They're deleting the thing on the scrolling. He said he's happy as well, yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Otherwise you have to wait for...
Brother,
Solomon is going to graciously fold the 4-2 offsuit under the gun.
1,000 numbers to go through. They don't delete that,
so,
right?
Maybe he hasn't looked at his hand and seen the bad news yet. And there, it's delivered, and he folds, yeah.
Sit there for 10 minutes waiting for it to
like 18 left, you're literally an hour.
Longest Ferris wheel ever.
And then the worst
Kramer says 5-3, not me.
There's something you're going to decide. Well, that's
Davison folds one of my favorite hands.
Yeah, it's like a Ferris wheel.
And now we get to Jared
Just goes around.
with the ace-7 on the hijack. It's unsuited. It's close. I wonder what the right move was there. Now blind versus blind. Imran should know that King 3 suited in the small blind. In most cases, it's probably worth opening. He has a decent enough stack size with 36-ish big blinds.
No, they can't. We've got problems.
A little more than 36.
Bring me up to speed here, Josh. I was just checking on something. Small blind folds, big blind. No, small blind.
Yeah, no, I think there might have been a little hiccup there in the graphics because now JP
I swear, 20 grand. I was like, feeling my pocket
raised to
walk,
45. Ah, okay. And yeah, there was a bit of confusion there, but there was a raise from JP. We don't know his hand yet. He raised on the cutoff. And it's basically down to Wu here, and let's see if he wants to gamble it up with the 9-5 suited. They are suited cards, and he is a gambler. But not today. Had a bad feeling about it. I know that's how I often play my poker. It's like, how do I feel? You know? How do I feel in this
Seat of the
moment?
pants poker.
Yeah.
That's you, Josh, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Love it.
They say, hey, Josh, how many outs do you have? I say, I don't know. It's 50-50.
My life already.
I've never played one. Is that true?
It's so true. Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Taylor 2 cities.
It takes away all the you're not deep enough. Well, you're not deep enough, right? So you like the yes, exactly. Like the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So Banksy will be on the big blinds here. Lee is the small blind, and Kramer will be our under the gun player. Kramer deeply engaged with Mac Devison here.
The 7, 8, 9, 10, which is in cash, has no real. You're 10 high, brother.
So Queen 10 for Darren, early position. Big stack to his left. He won't be happy about that. Trust me. Gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Round to Devison.
He might not be happy about it, but he knows what adjustments to make, that's for sure.
Oh, crikey, one of the most accomplished players in the country.
Yeah.
And Darren quoted in quite a few poker books as well, if you may or may not know.
I do not know that.
Yeah. So I was reading a book once, and there it was, Darren Kramer quoted.
Max with 2 grey cards that we don't know yet. He opens to 2x. Again, he's the chip leader. He can be a little bit wider. You know, people don't want to get involved at this stage with a stack that has them covered. So he really has the upper hand.
Event, they just wake up for at 1 o'clock.
Now he's +1, so he could do lots of suited aces, lots of pocket pairs, even a, 10 jack suited, 9-10 suited, lots of suited connectors as well. I'm happy to see Max open with there. So we don't know what he has, but I think it is a wider range than the sort of medium stack would open with in under the gun +1. Now Banks is sitting there in the big blind. He's got less than 20 bigs, but 10-9 is not the worst to maybe defend with. Again, I'm not the pro. He's the pro. He folds. And Max, whether he had a hand or not, which he might have just showed.
Pocket 9s.
Pocket 9s. Yeah. Takes it down.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm just saying.
King, Queen of Spades.
I was close with pocket 9s.
Since the show Game of Thrones, that hand is known as the
That's
throne.
Gareth's good lady, and Gavin Sardini's good lady, and that chap there looking. No, we're not going to talk about him. And Keegan, our blogger there, getting a little bit of airtime, stood behind Mr. Brooks. So there is Gareth, this good lady watching on, and of course Gavin on the same table. I wonder, the dynamic between the 2 wives stood there with the 2 husbands on the table. That's quite interesting. I mean, not there's ever any friction, don't get me wrong, but
7 stars.
No, they're 7 balls.
I got to again commend Max in his strategy of stacking his chip stack. I mean, that's the sideways wall. It's like he's building a fence between.
I only need 1.
Sorry, they were talking about his Dragon Ball thing or whatever they call it. I mean, I know that Brad knows what it is.
Yeah, no, I
Seven balls there would be very awkward, brother.
So you're saying that you think Max is building a wall there, eh?
Well, I just always like to
I think he's
observe.
built a wall.
Yeah, exactly. I like to always observe the strategies and the latest trends in chip stacking. Lee Wu on the button looks down at the ace. He sees an ace, he says, you know what, an ace is enough. I'm going to go a little over 2 big blinds. And it might get through here, but Kramer, the skilled player, could even consider playing a 4-deuce offsuit, knowing that post-flop he has such an edge. Okay, he has such an edge. He has Wu covered, and he's just so aware of the dynamics and what Wu's been up to, I'm sure. And so just like that, he does elect to make a move. Is he 3-betting here, which is also very interesting.
145,000.
145,000. He 3x's it. You know what? I like that a lot. I really do. He's putting the pressure on. And, you know, especially against a player like Wu who likes to gamble it up sometimes, he likes to be a little speculative.
In summary, Darren knows exactly where he is in this hand.
Yeah. And also look at Darren's body language. Let's see if the players talk a bit. And it's interesting to see how Darren portrays himself here.
I mean, you know, if Wu was to come back and go all in here, it would be fantastic, but I don't know if he's got it in him.
Beautiful play there by Darren Cromer. That is absolute fantastic poker. That is how you win tournaments, because you got to pick up those pots in those spots. He turned 4 deuce unsuited into a winning hand without even having to see the flop.
Well played, Darren.
Yeah.
Okay, check. 6, 7, 2 spades.
Huh?
This is the outer table, obviously. You'll see by the different colour cloth, of course. But looks like there's been a bet to 55 there by Gavin. The action's around to Jesse Rosen. Jesse folds, and Gavin will pick up the chip. Gareth will pick up the chips.
Oh no, that is Gavin picking up the chips.
Can't work that out.
Okay, so we're on to hand 46 of the day. Jared Jardine,
50-50 big blind shove against Joe. I mean, my God. Haven't let that one down.
Normally find it as well.
Wesley is folded. Around to JP with ace queen here.
Yeah, that's the kind of hand JP likes to see.
Did well for cash after that, actually.
Solid hand for a solid player.
2 hours, you would finish. You're actually lucky you got the break.
Yeah, I said that was huge for me.
Yeah, you would have for sure.
Oh, for sure, like.
You would have done something stupid.
What's the second of
It's like 50,000.
Forced back.
45. What do I know?
I had a lot. I mean, not a lot.
So this kind of been the standard open since we went 9-handed here. We've folded all the way around to Lee. Round to Banksy, 6-3. Those will be surrendered from the dealer button. Quick fold for Kramer. Max with 8-2 in the big.
Yeah,
it's really good.
he doesn't play like me. He's going to let it go.
Open folds.
And shows it to say, hey, if I had just a little more, I would have played back. You're lucky I had 8-2 offsuit there.
So did he fold?
I was asking for a card, he wouldn't give me.
JP being his, having his little facetious moment there, saying to the dealer, so was that a fold? Cards up and across the line. Nicely done, JP.
4, 5, 2, 4, 6, ace.
I love his humour. It's very dry.
Yeah, and I think sometimes in those conflict moments about rulings and all this stuff, you just got to have a laugh. You got to be chilled about it, especially at the table. Things are on the subtext and on the deeper level. Things are so tense. It's good to be chilled.
Find it.
So we've got some action on the outer table. I don't know if it's an all-in. We're going to see a flop at least.
Yep.
And looks like it's 2 3-ways maybe.
I do see cards in front of Gavin, I believe.
Yeah, seat 2 and seat 9.
Yeah. No.
So flop comes down 4, 5, 6 rainbow.
For the last night I was
Yeah, bro, it was like.
We'll zoom out, see if there's any betting. Looks like a check from there. Check from there. There's 3 players in the hand. Alan Young is also in the hand.
And the button check is obviously checking around it just to make the board a little bit more.
And I think that's the players going on break. I'm not sure. I did hear the beeper go. 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 cards straight on board.
And a flush draw arrives.
All in is the shout. Oh, Max is all in on the feature table, sorry, not on here. I am watching it on the preview screen.
350 exactly.
So we're having some action on both tables, it seems.
So it looks like it's Banks to act and Max is all in.
On the outer table,
Banks is all in.
On the outer table, the board has double paired.
Yeah, I think it's more important we see the feature table there.
Yeah.
And we flipped the other one back.
So I'm gonna assume it might have been Banksy, an open shove from Solomon.
Yeah, Banks has shoved and there's been a fold from Max, and the players have gone on break. We'll just go back to the outer table. We'll zoom out, see who's picking up the chips. So picking up the chips will be
Mr.
Gavin Sardini.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go on break for 15 minutes. We're not changing out the table. We've got plenty of new personalities already on there, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, see you soon.
Times Square and Casino. This is your main event. We are on day 10 of the series, our second season of this marvelous tour, Africa's richest poker tour. And the main event, 5 million rand guaranteed, 2 million on top, 1 million for second. We're down to 2 tables. So we didn't change out the feature table at the break because there were so many players balanced in and out that it's been a revolving door this morning a little. Lost a lot of players off this feature table. So blinds are up. They're now 15,000, 25,000 with a big blind ante of 25,000. And joining me for the next hour will be Josh.
How's it? Happy to be back in the seat. Loving the action on these tables here. Lots of great moves. Kramer before the break made a great squeeze from the small with the 4-2. Looking forward to the action to come.
So JP under the gun, and we already see a player out there in seat 8, so we less than 18 players then.
Yeah, there are 17 players left, so there is a small bump once another player gets eliminated.
Yeah, I saw that at 15 there was the first speed bump, can we put it that way? It's not a huge jump yet.
Yeah.
So round to Imran, he's folded, the Queen 10. Bank Solomon, he's down to 400k, he was close to a million overnight. So I don't know if the action happened on this table or one of the outer tables where he lost the stack.
I believe it was an outer table, yeah.
So did he arrive with a shorter stack?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. He got to the table a little over 400.
All right, so that was during yours and Gary's previous stint?
Yeah, correct. We got some blind on blind action here, something that's a skill to learn in the tournament game, how to play blind versus blind. We see Jared. Looks like he went for a flat here with the 7-5. No?
Yeah, he just limped in. Wesley with a hand dominating him, checks back.
No.
Three, Queen 3, so this is whoever blinks first.
Yeah, it's a paired board here. I mean, obviously the players don't know what each other has, so aggression usually wins in this situation.
Check 2 Wes, and Wesley will be the more aggressive out of the two of them.
Correct, especially because he's in position. So knowing, even if he checks back here, knowing that he might get 2 checks from Jared on the turn.
He does check back.
He can put a little stab in here.
I think he must have a stab now. It's checked to him twice.
So you had to make a showing here. Of course.
Even something like 35, 40,000, you know.
He checks back again. 3 on the river, no change. They're actually chopping the pot if somebody doesn't bet. I'm sure Wesley will have a go now. 75k there. If he has a little stab with like even 40, it'll almost be impossible for Jared to call down with the jack.
Yeah. Looks like a 50.
Yeah, and there we go.
And
that's exactly what he does.
And that would have worked on any street. Oh, the purple and green combo.
View of the outer table.
And the pyramid stack technique over here. Let's see whose stack it is.
Oh, I love you, Bank.
Jesse Rosen.
Jesse Rosen.
Had a really good first season on the SunBet Poker Tour. Was a very well-known journeyman poker player already. He has played around the world, but he really came to light in the South African series last year. Had a number of great results, took a few trophies. He's up on that Vegas leaderboard. So he's done extremely well as Jesse.
Yeah, there really are a lot of opportunities for strong players in this country. I mean, it's a hot spot.
So Imran folds, round to Wu. He's out the way. Banks, ace-4, under the gun +2. He's got quite a tough corner to get round. He's got Darren Kramer, then Max Davison to his immediate left.
And the blind increase here is significant for the players because he has now, I believe, 16 big blinds. And Darren Kramer says, not this time. I do sense that Kramer would rather raise with the 8-7 to steal, then to open it before any action.
Yeah, raised by Max.
So Max, again, chip leader. I'm very happy with this open here. Standard 2x, no need to go crazy. And he's got the chip lead. That in itself is intimidating already. And he takes it down. Just another little scoop. And I see his chips have been colored up to greens. I wonder how he feels about that. He was having a nice stack going earlier.
At the break they chipped it up because he had a mountain of chips going that was starting to encroach on the box and go across.
Yeah.
So they just introduced some more of those green chips, the 50,000 chips.
Well, I tell you what, if I was chip leader in a tournament like this, I would ask if I could just have, one unit chips and just have a mountain. I love mountains of chips. I hardly ever get to have those mountains, so,
It looks very intimidating to the other players at the table, I must be honest.
Yeah. Let's see on the outer table here. Again, we only have 2 tables right now. We're getting close to crunch time. Under the gun, Li Wu says, oh, beautiful ace. Oh, no, just a 6 offsuit. I better fold.
Nothing for Banks.
Banks doesn't need to tank. He just lays down the king 7. Yeah.
Darren out the way, round to Max.
Max with the stacks lays it down. Jared, rightly so, lays down the 3-2 offsuit. And Wesley on the button, 10-9 suited, looking good, healthy stack. What do we do?
Raises it up to 50.
Yeah, he's got 36 bigs. And here we go. JP, very solid player with a very solid hand. Pocket 9-0 in the small blind. I do want to see a raise, but let's see what he elects to do. I'd like to see a raise to maybe 175 at least.
I think that's around about the size.
That is a raise. It looks more like 125.
He's got slightly smaller.
Yeah. Well, with the stack sizes, I wonder, I don't know, I just wonder if maybe that's a smarter decision to raise a bit less with these big blinds and the structure, maybe lower the bet sizes a little bit.
JP is very accomplished player. I'm not going to second guess him.
Yeah.
I just like if I'm out of position to 3-bet a little higher. If I'm in position, I would have gone for the lower 3-bet size.
Yeah, and Imran coming in here with the king 10, making a move.
Squeeze, yeah.
Now it could be that he knows Wesley's opening wide, but I wonder what his read is on JP. Still, he does have 2 overcards if JP does decide to call, but it's a very strong squeeze here. In terms of his perceived image, I mean, that's a very strong squeeze. JP might be thinking he's often dominated against a higher pair, possibly. Also, of course, the ace-king, the ace-queen. I don't think JP would think that Imran would have a lesser pair, but I really don't know, to be honest.
It's virtually the same whether you're doing it with ace-king or king-10. It's 2 overs versus the pair.
Yeah. But if I'm Imran here, I would maybe prefer to just see JP. Fine, he can tank, but please lay this down.
100%.
Yeah.
You squeeze with king-10 offsuit, you don't want to get called. Trust me.
Yeah, he is making a move here.
You're not looking for a caller.
Yeah. Now maybe there's an argument that he's making a move with a hand that has some kind of, so to speak, insurance. Like if he does get called, it's not. But I don't know. I do like the gutsy play though from Imran. I do like it.
This is nice.
Great play. There we go. Great play from Imran. It pays off. Gutsy. But you know what? I wonder if that might be the first time in this tournament he's made such a move. And maybe that's why he got through with it.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen him do anything like that.
Sure. Of course, we don't know what happened on the outer tables, but
correct.
A move like that, in theory, I would think you don't want to do too many times in one
No,
tournament.
no, if
with
you
the same
start doing
players.
that too often, then players pick up on that.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's some action on the outer table on an ace 8-8, the dead man's hand flop.
Yeah, and also 2 diamonds out there, which can maybe count for something. The dealer is making motions that lead me to believe the hand's over. And it is.
Chips are being scooped
towards
Alan Young. So Banks under the gun here. He's looking for a spot because with 400k in the next hand, he's going to be putting 50k in with his big blind and his big blind ante.
Yeah.
He's being patient.
Now, I think it's standard these days to have a big blind ante in tournaments. It's,
It has become the norm.
Yeah.
Online, they still do individual antes because the computer just does it.
Yeah,
But
easier,
for
quicker.
tournaments, it was so much simpler.
Yeah.
Always the fight to get the antes in.
Sure.
Always who hasn't paid their ante.
Speeds up
Used
the
to
action.
waste so much time. And then eventually, you know, they experimented around. There was a small blind doing the ante. Then they tried doing it with a button doing the ante. Then they tried the half a big blind ante. And so the problem with the big blind ante, well, not the problem, the big blind ante works out well. By giving it to the button, it sort of made the button so much more aggressive because he had money in the pot.
And position. And speaking
Absolutely.
of aggressive and position, we have a Wesley here who's been playing so solid. He 2x's it, which is standard right now, with the king-queen offsuit. And JP, again, is waking up with a solid hand here. And he's in position against Wesley, and he has a decision.
Yeah, he 3-bet him the last time. And then he got squeezed by Imran.
Yeah, and I believe last time he 3-bet to 125.
It was 125.
Yeah.
This time he has position, of course.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because of what happened last time, does he actually jam it?
Yeah, I wonder about that.
Oh, did they go post swap?
I know that.
No.
Oh, it's a pre-flop.
No, man.
Let's see. It looks like that is
Before you had acted, you had them 45 in his hand.
a call. Yeah. And there we go. Li Wu has aces in the big blind.
Oh, wow.
Li Wu, what do? You got aces in the big blind. We have JP who's elected to flat and maybe disguise his hand. And Li Wu, I mean, I'm not sure about the players, but I've seen him. He's got that gambling spirit, much like myself, and so he has maybe a bit of a looser image, and that could pay off here. Let's see.
He makes it 200.
Leaving him with 500 behind, meaning one caller, and he's got a pot-sized bet. Oh, an all-in and an obvious call from Li
all-in
Wu.
call. Unfortunate for JP, yeah. Runs into the bullets.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a cooler.
Slow played the ace-queen this time.
Yeah, and obviously a queen is out and a king is out for any possible straights. And there is one
He finds a
queen.
queen. He's got one queen left as an out.
One queen or a backdoor. He needs that queen. A one-outer. Unfortunately
find
not
it.
this time. That is a bit of a cooler.
Oh, it's a bit of a count out here.
Did you have? No, you got the cover. 750. Yeah.
Making sure that Wu had the oaks covered. Because you never know, you need to make sure of these things, a chip in a chair.
Absolutely, and JP is eliminated.
Over 700.
According to our count. The dealer's just double checking.
Yeah.
We're getting a player. Where might it happen to? Your first
The players are talking about the hands.
Oh, they also knocked the player. Okay. So we stay. Oh, you guys 8. Gio, you 8.
Some serious counting skills from the dealer.
JP out.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well played, JP. Well played, my friend. Sorry we didn't get to see that queen piece.
He moaned because he played golf this morning, came 45 minutes late. And ever since then, he's won every single hand.
We got a bit of a bird's eye view here.
About 350 when he arrived.
So 7
He won
players
every
on the
hand since then,
table.
right?
Now, I should get confirmation, but I believe that means we have 16 players left.
I slapped the guy 5 and
We did lose one on the outer table as well, so we're down to 15 players. There has been a slight pay jump, and we'll update more on that. But we're feeling good.
Should have come earlier, and I was like, yeah, maybe you turned up at the exact right moment.
It's nice to get aces, but it's even better to get aces when there's a raise and a call and you're on the big blind and you can put in a suspicious squeeze. And you have a bit of a gambly image.
Yeah, it got squeezed back.
Yeah.
And didn't waste any time, no slow roll, snap call.
Yeah. And you know, they say even the loose aggressive players, which are in some ways the most intimidating, even they get good hands. You know, all players get good cards at some points.
Raise, no, raise, call, 3-bet, no, 2 and all in there. Fold,
There we go. We have a pot being scooped on the feature, on the side outer table, excuse me.
That's Chris Gower busy taking the chips in, and fortuitously got somebody there. Johan Skonfeld says, go Chris, keep East London's name up.
Oh, wow. Double that money.
And somebody wishing JP good luck, but sadly for you, and that is family of his, Sonnet Oaks, JP has been eliminated. They will find out in half an hour's
I'm
time.
lucky. I didn't double my man. I started with 800 bucks.
Ashley James confirming from the last stream session that a low jack is what the Yanks call a vehicle tracking system. Thank you very much. I'm gonna log that in my book of things to remember. If I can find any space, honestly, I'm very forgetful. All right. So let's see here. Looks like the cutoff open 2x Wesley with the Queen 6. And Wu says, you know, I'm in the small blind, I got the king queen suited, and I just won with the aces, I'll call. And look at this. Wu with 2 overs in the back door on a paired board, but Wesley has the flush draw on the paired board. Now Wu checks. There are some players out there in this spot where Wu is that might be checking for the check raise. I've never met any, I don't know.
Let's have a look what Wesley does. Yeah, he's got the flush draw.
Sure.
2 times before.
Puts it in.
Oh, wow.
One that Rudolph won, a bubble.
Looks something like a, yeah, it was just a smaller bet, just over 1 big, which we're probably going to see bets that size from now because the blinds are very significant. Wu says, you put in 6 purples, I'll put in 3 yellows. Let's go.
It's like 15k basically. Yeah, so for someone like me, it's fine.
No, to me it's great. Someone who's only playing the main event, not great.
Yeah, Wu checks again.
I'm saying like if you won on live, or that live, first one, you could never get cash. But you could use it for other tournaments. And you also could not save it for another series. So in theory, Fred may be there.
They're having a long discussion about blinds and how it works and different ways to do it.
Yeah, for many events, you're waiting.
And it makes people play as well. Like, say for example, people couldn't play this one, but they won 3 tickets.
Exactly.
They got 45k and
You play 2 months before you knowing that I'll play you somewhere, right?
And you know, I know that Max and Kramer know each other well, but there's an idea that if you have the chip leader to your left and you don't know them, and they're ahead of you, you better schmooze up to them and make them like you, so that they'll maybe feel a little bit bad and they won't 3-bet you so much.
In like a month.
And Kramer, even though he knows Max, he's doing a great job at that.
You would think Joburg.
Intentional or not.
Got jokes on the rail.
There's Gavin with a smile on his face.
This is a fucking piss.
And a stack between his hands.
mind putting your chips on the side so we can see how many chips you have?
I do.
No, on the,
This is my seat. Do you mind?
Okay, can you move the clock after this? Like, no one can see his chips.
Yeah, move the clock.
No, I can see it.
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah.
Thank you, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
I can see
I'm
them
doing it,
perfect.
sir. I'm doing it, Mr. Chip Leader.
Subtly.
You want everything, right? You want everything.
Some interesting stacking techniques seen on this table.
And he's not even from this country.
Plus also if someone says,
Married into the country.
Max under the gun, suited king, chip lead. Check, check, check. Checks all the boxes, opens. Easy.
Why am I not entitled to a slip?
yeah, I mean, say for example you're asking how many chips, it says 700 and you actually that's fucking 775.
We've got a few standard folds ahead.
But you can't actually ask one per count, it doesn't actually show you.
And Wu wakes up on the button with 66 pocket sixes. And he calls, set mining and banks. Small blind, 2 pretty cards. He's been folding a lot.
Yes.
Let's see what he likes to do here. Maybe he's thinking about a shove. Maybe he just wants to see a flop. He goes all in. We see Darren fold a 6. Now, he has, let's see,
350.
about 14 big blinds. So for 300, it might be hard for Max to call, especially because Wu, also with a huge stack, is behind him.
Yeah, it's a little too much to call.
Yeah. But Wu, though, he may call. We would have to see. Yeah, he has 6s here, and he also has been winning flips and getting big hands. You know, he might just be in a calling mood. Let's see. He's trying to get a read. Let's listen.
I don't know what you have.
A small pocket pair.
Well,
we're flipping. I like you.
Thanks.
I hope we're not flipping. I mean, I hope we're flipping.
He's got a call.
You only ever fucking play premiums anyway. The premiums pay up.
I think he's going to call.
And he's giving. It seems like he's giving Banks a lot of credit for a strong hand.
But he wants to call.
Yes, he wants to call. He's trying to talk himself into it. I mean,
Can't make a soul read on someone who has no soul. How's that joke, babe? Wow.
was that a call?
No.
Yes, that is a call. There we go. So it is a flip, just like we was hoping for. And remember that Kramer laid down a 6.
Cards and a whole bunch of clubs.
So let's see how this one runs out.
Let's see if the sun run continues.
And the
He
case
finds the case 6. Banks in a lot of trouble now.
That's it. It's over.
That's over.
Yeah.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
That's all she wrote.
Good flop, huh? Sure.
Wu is untouchable at the moment. The cards are going his way, and I don't blame him for wanting to call. Because he's been on a heater.
Okay, I bring play a call. No flop.
And he knows how to play a heater.
No, no.
Frustrating. I think I've asked 9 times.
Why would there be a flaw?
I wonder if that means we have a new chip leader.
Yeah, Banks had 400, so I don't know if that takes Wu past.
Well, Wu had, I believe, 1.3 or 1.4. We're going to check on that, guys.
Actually, doesn't matter about.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, it is going to be close.
You just have two.
What's final table?
He is.
He is the new chip leader.
At the table. I don't know about
At the table, correct. We see a lot of players. Well, the bottom stack is Jardine with the 700, which is 28 big blinds. Oh, it's right there, excuse me. And then we're at the top with 74 big blinds, right underneath his max with just 1 blind less.
Now nobody really short here at all.
Yeah.
Banks was the shortest of all the stacks on the table.
Yeah.
So if we go to the outs tables, there's Gareth Khalil and Chris Gower.
Don't laugh at me,
Yeah,
Joe.
Khalil keeping it real.
Go around to Alan Young, there's Gavin Sardini, Harold Brooks.
Yeah, and Khalil doing
the forefront Giovanni. Giovanni got a little shorter now. He had a lot more chips than that a little while ago.
What's the rank at the moment?
Huh?
What's the rank at the moment? 19.
So Doyle would be good on that board. 10 deuce, 10 there.
The Brunson.
Like if you go to the toilet, sure. But get someone fucking standing in.
Jared.
Since there's 23 left, I've been asked 6 times. I promise you. I'm like, where do you think that?
Yeah, Kramer between a rock and a hard place. Between the two chip leaders. I'm sure he knows what to do. And he says, I'm not even getting involved in the small blind.
Oh, yeah, I should.
Max, you take it, buddy.
I thought you had a lot.
No.
You need to buy some.
I use like 3 time banks.
15K.
You should just give me
Like a time bank, then you chill, and then you flip the nuts.
Now we got the rail.
5%.
No, I'm joking. I never really do that. I should have tanked for longer.
you a good deal.
You see that? He's cheating. Stealing my cards.
You gave them, yeah.
Yeah, Max, you don't really use those things, do you?
I'm waiting.
He will when someone puts the ball in.
Yeah.
Then you use about 4 minutes of it.
And the cards are being dealt. Wesley will be
I had
under
a
the
couple
gun.
that I potentially could have, but I just chose not to. I generally play very fast. It looks like I play slow, but I play fast.
And that's an under the gun fold.
Ran 10-5 off.
No, I mean,
Yeah, but has he got chips? Whoever's coming.
no.
Oh, well then it's not.
Well,
Bit
I
of
don't know.
a
No,
finger stretch before folding. Got to do it sometimes. And Woo's been on a heater. It's on the cutoff here. The 9-7 offsuit. No thanks. Kramer is a nice
really
ace in
slowly
that
to look
position.
like
Ace 9.
On the button, it's going to raise.
See that? It's like a magnet.
Yeah, it is, but yeah.
Raises with a smile, no less.
So let's see what Max does here with King Queen.
Yeah, well, the first thing he does is look down at Kramer's stack. He's out of position. Maybe he's going for a bit of pot control here. And Jardine is hoping to see a good hand. He sees Jack 4 and says that's poker and lays it down.
We've been sitting together at the same table for like more than half the tournament.
You don't take these 2 chips in?
Onto the flop, yeah.
The side pot.
I believe Jardine laid it down. So Max to speak first. He's got 2 overcards.
Partner's filling.
Yeah.
Out of position with 2 overs, then he goes for the very subtle check with the right index finger.
Some rough stuff.
And Darren elects to check with the left hand. Now we have a king on the turn and a river. It went check, check on the turn. Sorry about that, guys. 6 on the river.
And interesting that Max checks his king. He often does that. If he hits a big pair, he will check to try and get value on the river. He wants the other player to bluff into him or to call a river bet.
Yeah, it's interesting because you often see a king-queen offsuit in the small blind to be against a button raise to be a 3-bet range, but he just smooth called. Maybe he was not sure if Kramer could then go over the top.
Kramer gives it up. He
Yeah,
doesn't even
of
call
course.
the ace high.
Of course. Now he hit on the turn and disguised his hand, but the range of the small blind call. It's a lot of queens, jacks, some kings in there. Look at those stacks.
It's Gareth Khalil.
Oh yeah. Gareth Khalil keeping it real. Fighting, as he told me during the break. He said, I'm fighting. And he's a fighter, that's for sure.
Alan Young has been moved to the feature table.
Yeah, welcome Alan to the table. And he sits down straight into the hot seat because he's got under the gun with the ace-jack offsuit. He's sitting with
75?
about 23 big blinds. He makes it 3x, which is, he's new to the table. It's not the standard open, but he's under the gun. He hasn't seen the action, so he goes 3x.
Because you're never going to go crazy.
Kramer out, Max out, Jared out.
These guys won't believe me. This is the longest I've ever been on this table. Every time I've come to this table, I'm out on the first hand.
Well, there we go.
Every single time.
Alan,
So this is like
Bermani,
breaking
he's
the
luck
ice
on the
now.
feature table.
Yeah,
So
well,
I'm in it to win it. Eh?
changing things
I'm
and
in it
breaking
to
new
win it.
ground. There we go. When
told
it comes
Gio
to bad
this,
luck
right,
in
he don't
poker,
get
it's
out
only
there,
a
he
matter
comes
of
to this
time
table,
before
I
it
wanna
turns
take
around.
him out.
We all run bad.
He's mine. Eh?
That's to change eventually.
Yeah. I just think that we remember when we run bad more than when we run good.
That's human nature.
Yeah, yeah.
Harold Brooks still got a lot of chips there. So really getting down, and some really top-class players left in this field.
Yeah, really entertaining stuff. It's really fun to, never mind watch, to commentate. I mean, come on. Under the gun,
Only
Imran.
seat I'd rather be other than playing is here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So Imran, that buzzer going in the background is not for this tournament, it's for the 4K One Life that's going on out there. And then of course there's that big 50K PLO 5 game going on this afternoon.
Yeah. And Kramer elected to just lay down the 10-jack offsuit from the, I believe it was the low jack. Oh no, it was the hijack, excuse me. And Max again is saying, listen, I have chips, but just not enough. Let me raise here, let me get a little more. Tough to call the small blind against the chip leader with an ace-4 offsuit. And Alan saying, I wasn't knocked out on the first, I don't want to get knocked out on the second.
It's always the one guy.
And so I'm getting out of this hand.
I don't know if Im is doing his stretches, ready to do his pony around the table.
And look at those greens.
That's Gavin Sardini.
Oh yeah, he is a good guy. I had the opportunity to chat with him a bit, and he's just super calm, cool and collected, taking it one hand at a time, assessing every situation as it comes up. And
gentlemen,
yeah.
Mr. Harold Brooks, sorry to cut in.
No, that's fine.
While we're on his stack, that's his stack there.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's a lot of chips there.
Yeah, that is a lot of chips, and he's very neatly put them together.
So funny, I made my number that, 12. Hard under that, bro. 12 uniques, I don't think they get that. You go and PLO. No, I don't think they ever get that.
We were under the gun with the Jack 9, table chip lead on a heater. You can also maybe start getting a little aggressive. Yeah, it's interesting when you now get another big stack, and so there's not one person sort of stealing all the blinds all the time.
And he's also loose aggressive.
Yeah, yeah. The 4-3 not good enough for Jared in the spot, of course. A couple of jacks and a 9 folded. The case jack in the small blind for Alan. I don't see him coming along here, but you never know.
30-man bill.
No, it's only Imran, the rare ace.
Yeah, and he's taking a look, and I wonder if he elects to...
open up.
Nope, the 3, the offsuit 3 is just not good enough.
66.
And just too weak to defend.
Yeah.
Again, because it was an under the gun raise. If it was a later position raise, maybe he defends.
Yeah, defends, makes a move, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 200 to what? 200 to get it. Fuck, you get me a 200. Wow. I'll burn the 300 and I'll follow it. Yeah, 200. I mean. And I'm not going to
the banter from Cromer.
Yeah, always nice chat happening when Cromer's on the table. Speaking of Cromer, he's under the gun with a hand that I'm sure in a cash game he'd happily open with, or I don't even know that, to be honest, but I would. Anyway, let's see what he does. It's nice to even out your opening range under the gun with some suited gappers and connectors. Of course, here we go, he runs into a hand. Max with the ace-queen offsuit now. If there is some fireworks here, I believe Cromer will know when to get out of the way, or it depends on what Max does, if he decides to 3-bet or call. Let's see. Looks like a 3-bet, and it is a 3-bet. It's going to be 100 and probably 50, 125. So it's a smaller 3-bet because he's in position and he has such a massive chip lead. You know, it's a smaller 3-bet, and I'm wondering if Max is thinking if Kramer were to then 4-bet or on top, Max knows whether he's going to go with it or lay down the ace-queen. I think, you know, he's definitely good enough to be thinking of that ahead of time. Let's see how this goes. And of course, all the banter between Kramer and Max has been put on a strong pause. Kramer lays it down and just says, nice, boy, nice.
Yeah, just not strong enough to compete with his stack.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Kings.
But it's a nice range play also. I mean, if he's lucky enough to get kings under the gun next rotation, does the same thing, gets played back this time and goes all in.
Absolutely.
Means when I have it, people just pull it down every time.
Harold raising there.
Yeah, the pretty good one.
Half the table.
If it shoved, I probably would have folded.
Only the big blind to get through. Or that's small blind. Small blind is Giovanni.
And Gio is really squeezing it out there. I love squeezing my cards. Poker's boring if you just pick him up and look. You gotta squeeze
He
it.
comes along. So Max under the gun this time. Drags. Jared nothing. Weasley folds. Alan Young.
Sorry.
Imran.
Yeah.
Raise the button.
Yeah, with the king high, which is fair play. And I don't see Wu giving up too easily with the suited ace-10 here.
Should be 3-betting.
Yeah. Especially against someone who's as crafty as Imran, who's capable of doing this with a king-7 offsuit, or there's a wide range on the button.
I thought we were going to end at like 1 in the morning today.
Looks unlucky now.
I think Wu called there. And Kramer with the side lays it down.
So Wu interesting, choosing to flat.
Yeah. Well, he's disguising his hand a little bit. You know, if he flops big, he can let Imran maybe try and bluff at it. It is a paired board here. Neither player hits, of course, Wu with the ace high and the backdoor flush draw. With these paired boards, a little bet often goes a long way. 50k, 60. I think against Wu, I'm fine with the 65 in general, because Wu's a bit more of a speculative player, meaning he likes to look things up. But in general, I would even go as little as 45, you know, on a paired board. You know, with the aggression.
We're going to find out where you stand. Plus, Imran would do that with a jack as well.
Joker's a bonus.
Yeah.
Would balance his range and lead small with a jack.
Yeah.
Or without it.
Yeah. But again, it's hand-to-hand based, and Imran knows Wu's style, and he knows perhaps with Wu you just got to make it a little bit more healthy.
No, Paigal is good.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, fucking love Paigal.
Players confirming that they passionately love poker. So do we all.
Which is a variation.
That's where you want like some jackpot in Vegas thing. You want like $1.10 million.
There we go. I've never even heard that before. So,
Ask Wade to explain it to you.
I will ask him to show me the way.
Alan Young with the ace-9, folding.
It's interesting here that Imran folds the king-5, but last hand he opened with the king-7 off, and it's a couple of reasons. One, his position's a little bit lower, and also he just got a bit crafty, so you don't want to do it too much.
No, you do it too often, the players notice and they'll play back at you.
Yeah, so some good pre-flop play there by Imran.
Kramer wakes up with an ace blind on blind.
Yeah. And I like the open here. Yeah, 3 bigs essentially. I don't mind that at all. And Max once again likes to show that he's only folding because he doesn't have the cards to play back. But believe me, you best beware. If I have even half the amount of cards I need to play back, I will play back.
So things have slowed down a little now. No big hands now.
Yeah. I believe we're we're seven-handed because Wu is probably gone to play a bit more golf.
Yeah.
He'll be back a bit later.
He got blinded down quite a lot and then he spun it up since then.
Yeah. Hey, whatever works. If it works, it works. That's all I'm saying, you know. But anyway, so Wu's not at the table for now. Not sure where he went off to. Should be back soon. So for the moment, we're six-handed.
Cushion in this, in the mine. A cushion in the mine. The cushion, huh? Oh, always wanted a cushion. Always wanted a cushion.
Yeah, players discussing that the cushion is probably more enticing than the bracelet. Wesley under the gun with the King Jack offsuit. The rookie hand, as I learned recently. Alan flatting there with the King 10 against an under the gun razor. It's a little bit speculative, but let's see where it goes.
He raised 50, I said call.
Okay, cool. Let's make sure I don't want to be one round penalty or something.
Lee misses his ace.
Yeah. Now we've gone all the way up to the big blind, Jardine with the Jack 9 off.
Priced in.
Yeah, priced in. And Jack 9, there is a fair complete, like a fair call.
Also,
9 on the window.
He's going to be enjoying that flop.
Yeah, he's got the open-ended and the pair. We have also an open-ended that's a better top end for Wesley. And of course, top pair for Alan. So every player's hit a bit here.
Jared just doesn't realize he doesn't want to find the queen, because if he does, Wesley will have a much bigger straight.
Yeah.
Jared donk leads into the pot.
Which, being that he completed from the big blind, his range hits this board very much. He could have two pair. He could have obviously something like he has. So he is leading out. Whether that is the right thing to do, it's hard to say. At least for me. And we do have a call from Wes with the open-ended to the nut straight on the high end and two overcards. And there's Alan with top pair. Thinking, I'm the guy with the top pair here. What's going on?
They didn't come here. You think they're going to play there?
Yeah, the right fold.
Not in your hometown if you don't even go then.
Ahead at the moment, but...
Yeah. And here's a jack, which gives two pair to Jardine and gives top pair now, but there's 4 to a straight out there.
The board becomes very difficult to play.
Yeah, and maneuver around, yeah.
1 million at least.
I remember Jared led out, which,
Did you get that 12 to the 14?
you know, my limited knowledge sort of says to me, besides what he had, it's kind of a protection thing, you know. I've led out on wet boards when I have two pair or something just to try and get everyone out. So let's see. It looks like it went check, check. And it bricks out.
So as long as...
well, just to be clear, the graphics say queen, but it was a 3.
Yeah, what happens is the burn card sometimes goes too close and it's picked that up.
Ah.
It's in actual fact a 3 of clubs.
Okay.
So Jared Jardine will win this hand.
Jared takes it down. Feels good. And there we see Jardine with the stacking his chips, and here we go to the outer tables. Here's Gio.
As Chris Gower was shuffling the chips in his hands. A lot of chips there by Harold.
Oh, man. 2 hour levels are rough for my
I
nicotine.
mean, if those are 20 stacks, but I think there might even be 30 stacks. Harold's chips there.
I don't think Nick, I only get through half
But anyway,
the level.
just the big stack of greens is over.
Buddy smokes fuck fast.
I think over
It's
a million.
It's like one hand.
Yeah.
Runs outside.
Yeah.
Does it in about a minute.
Yeah.
So he might just be the tournament chip leader at the moment.
He's not crazy.
Very close to.
Season pro at that.
Yeah, Alan will get rid of this hand.
Yeah, I think he was
We
out
need
of the
to bring
room
back
for like 3 minutes.
smoking rooms, man.
And Imran runs into
Cash
fours.
games, we can light a cigarette.
2 sailboats.
Yeah. And looks like he's going for a 55.
What Gary used to call the Star Wars hand. May the fours be with you.
Oh. Speaking of a 4, Wu has one. And Kramer folded as well, the Jack 9. Looks like Max also folded what he had, which is a Queen 8. Jardine in the small blind with Ace 10 elects to fold. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, an early position open. Maybe he's trying to conserve chips. And of course, Wesley's now got $1 million in chips. Is out with the Jack 5.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the other table. I can't see the other table there.
Not on our table. Over there, somewhere over there.
I believe we're down to 13 players now, so we're just a few players out from the final table. I believe 4. So 4 more eliminations, and that's it. We get to the final table.
No more.
Yeah, you got about 2 bars. Just had over 2 bars.
At which point there will be a redraw for seats. They will take photographs, etc., etc. There will be presentations to the players.
But it's not a, the other one is a yellow one.
Very nice. And everyone looks down at the Queen 9 offsuit. Again, we're 7-handed here. So that's a fold. Who sees a suited king, table chip lead. I believe he folded. We're up to Cromer here. We haven't seen what he has, but he's doing something.
What a regular ace, ace 8.
Wow. Yeah, my fault. I'm looking at you so much with the blinds, I didn't say anything.
Instead of cards, did you throw a chip?
Oh, I wonder if it was again the 1 chip rule. I don't know if he, if that, it looks like
I
it's
jumped on my chair when I saw Max's face.
a
So you
raise.
get
but
lucky to see a flop.
let's see.
I'll tell you that. Okay.
What just happened?
He didn't realize what happened.
He didn't realize.
It is what it is, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it went through. So I think it was just considered a.
He made a mistake. Well, I made a mistake.
He wanted to raise.
I want to raise, but I just threw the chip in.
But it's fine. I mean, if whatever. He obviously
Oh,
has
he
to
could have
get. He
seen
would
the
have
flop.
folded a raise, right?
What did you
I
have?
would have folded it.
Huh?
What did you have, Red?
S8.
Go to the outer table there.
Jack 5.
Set there. Let's see where the chips are scooped to Giovanni.
It worked out perfectly.
And that's why I thought, because everybody folded, I thought you went up to...
Yeah, of course.
Gio
He looked at me
stacks up
like,
the
what the hell
chips.
are you doing? And I didn't
And on the feature table, it's funny, we have
I
another
didn't realize
moment
you
with
didn't
the
I know,
sort of
it's
chip rule there.
Absolutely.
All in good fun.
See how easy it is for him?
That was
See
maybe
that?
for the better.
Did you see that?
Everything happens for
I know
a
that.
See how
reason.
easy it is for him? It's different when it's not a
Are you
button.
going to give me
Yeah.
better cards? I mean,
It's a DK factor, you know?
What a stack.
That's a lot of chips.
Yeah.
And a big blind folded. I guarantee you try to do that.
No.
Couldn't make it up, huh?
Yeah.
Kramer lays down the small suited ace.
You try that.
Max Says Wu and Kramer are out. Let's see what I can do here. He's got the queen 9. Does he put on a bit of pressure? It looks like he might have a bit more chips now than Wu, so he's the table chip lead by a little bit. And he does raise it up, maybe to get some blinds, maybe to just play the position.
Oh, we guaranteed 42 grand.
Right to him, right?
Is it? No.
Nothing to really defend with.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to get through.
Unless Imran is making a move. How's this? Look at Imran.
Here we go. And we know he makes moves. He does announce raise. Looks like 185, 175, 185.
Starting in, we were in that. Yeah, that half.
And looks like it went through. 145.
It's a nice play by Imran.
Yeah, very
realizing
nice.
Max is stealing.
Yeah, he's looking up. He's looking up the chip leader, saying, "Okay, I know you've been getting away with this a lot, but not this time, not today." Look at that. I believe those are 30 stacks.
No, you don't. No way.
So that'll be. Oh, that's.
It's $1.5 million.
Yeah, yeah, $1.5 million to 2 million already in greens. About. Yeah, no, he's definitely the chip leader. This is where we've had this beautiful tournament.
Does it go hand for final table? Just place 3.
And Kramer will let the computer hand. He will shut down the computer hand. Hope for an update. Max applying max pressure.
No, tucked it in there. Yeah, you literally did.
Young again with the king 10. I swear it's the same suit as well. Let's see what he does. He does the stack and push technique as he puts in 50k for a call. And I believe it is heads up with Max out of position. And now Alan only has 16.5 bigs here. There's already 7 bigs just under in the pot. Yeah, he does flop the top pair.
But Max got the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, with the
backdoor hearts.
Yeah, overcard.
Alan, of course, also has backdoor clubs.
Yeah.
All in.
There we go.
Max insta-fold.
Yeah, I thought he was going to ask for a count. He didn't even ask for a count.
I mean, I get it. It's a very strong look from Alan. But as chip leader, it's. I mean, I believe you should even if you know you're going to fold,
get a count.
Get a count, whatever it is, so the table doesn't know that you're just messing around, maybe an insta folding.
So there we go, 19 bigs for Jared at the bottom, all the way to 77 big backs for Max at the top. A whole lot there stuck in the middle, 43, 40, 35.
Alan down to 25, I believe.
Yeah, he's second from the bottom. Yeah. Did pick up that last pot, which helped him.
Okay, Max under the gun. Again, the boys chatting away. The baby shoes for Max, and he, unlike me, folds them there. And Jared with pocket nines, 1999. What a great year that was.
99 red balloon.
What happened?
Yeah.
Where's his score?
On the mark. I mean, I didn't.
So of course he's opening here. Makes it, I think, 60, I believe that is.
Yes, indeed.
Well, it's unusual that he folds, you know?
And so
Let's
quickly.
fold it to
yeah,
Alan,
like
who's
bang.
not interested in the pseudo connector. Imran, who's capable of anything, and who's got twice as much chips as Jared,
650, yeah.
has the king 10 on the button. And he has asking for a count. Elects to lay it down. And there we go. Wu is saying, okay, should I pretend I'm thinking or should I just go? Because he's going to play back. And he does a little fake by moving the greens. Gives a little look. Kramer rocking back and forth. And there we go, he fists in probably 100.
Yeah, it was 100,000.
Yep. Which is a small raise, by the way. But it puts Jared in a spot to say, well, it's either, you know, all in or fold. Again, I don't know if that's right, I'm just speculating. And he just calls. Shows what I know.
So we're going to go two-way to the flop.
Okay.
Good for the nines.
Yeah, indeed.
200.
And Wu announces 200, so he leads out. What is that? 4/5 of the pot, 80% of the pot. He just leads it out, and that is basically saying, all right, Jared, either commit yourself or get out of the way. That's what he's saying.
Jared's got to decide now, does Wu have a bigger pair than him, or is his overpair to the board good?
Sorry?
How much higher than the board is your pair? I say how much higher than the board is your pair?
A little bit higher.
Me too.
Oh, we must be careful. He doesn't want to talk Jared into a call here.
Yeah.
I've done that before, many times. Oops.
Sure.
Sure.
He's going to fold when he says show.
Yeah, no. The good old will you show trick. Yeah, that feels bad. Meaning it feels bad when you have nines and the guy shows the ace king. And, you never know.
Queens is ripping it in three.
Yeah,
Jacks
that's not to make sure the person follows.
Eights, maybe not.
Eight's also going for it. I don't think I'm folding the flop. Maybe pocket two.
Yeah.
They're not giving him as strong as nines because they think he should have been going for it.
2.5 million.
He's sitting there very bemused in the middle, knowing that he got had.
Yeah.
With a bet with the ace king.
I think over, yeah.
Yeah. I've always been thirsty. That's a strategy. You got to play golf, make sure you win, put those to sleep, you put them on the poker table.
I didn't realize that.
Get it still from 150 out, put it on.
But you know, of course, Wu was, when asked will you show, of course he's keen to show because that means it'll get the other guy to fold.
Absolutely, when someone's very keen to show
yeah,
you,
Mandela went out. I think
they want you to fold quickly.
Yeah.
Six there now.
But still, even to call with nines there, there's still two cards to come, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You want to have a made hand. You want to get in with the made hand. All right, under the gun, Jared lays down the a7 and the throne. With 1 million on the nose, Wesley looks at the king, queen of diamonds and says, you know what? I raise. And Alan, with the suited ace-5, looks good. Considering. Does a little lean in, but does
He lets it go, so round to Imran.
Yeah, lets it go one hand at a time, Nochal. All right, Imran with the king high, not this
He'll
time.
fold it. Round to Wu on the button.
No.
Darren in the small blind, Jack 8.
Yeah.
So it's only Max in the big blind left.
He hasn't looked at his hand yet.
8 deuce off.
Sussing it out. Ah.
That'll go into the muck.
Yeah. An aggressive fold.
And Wesley gets that through. I thought Alan might play with the ace-5 of clubs there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too.
moved.
And not only flattered, it's a nice hand to 3-bet.
It is a nice hand to 3-bet with. Yeah, I agree.
So he elected not to.
But I do wonder about the payout structure right now. I do want to see if we can at some point to see a list of the payouts, because with 13 players left, I'm wondering what the next pay jump is and if that's being taken into account, if ICM is coming in yet. We will follow up with that.
Yeah, the cage, yeah.
All right, looks like some Candy Crush is going on at the table.
Keep the boredom going.
Yeah.
I mean, they're even updating it.
Blinds will be up soon.
Yeah, when the blinds go up, we'll be swapping out.
Yeah.
Chris will be coming into your seat and Gary will be slotting into his.
Yeah, correct. In the meantime, Imran here on the hijack, ace-5 offsuit. He says,
yeah, give me 5 minutes.
I'll give it a go. And he does. 55k.
The blind is 25%.
I'll play them if it doesn't want.
So Imran putting that through so far, all folds.
Yeah.
Round to max. King 10 offsuit.
King 10 offsuit, yeah. It would be a deeper stacked hand based on the stacks at the moment. Does he want to put it in and see what happens after the flop? He will be out of position, but and against Imran.
So he's making a decision on the hand.
Yeah.
175?
He announces 175.
So he has 3-betted.
Yeah, which is a trend these days. 3-betting out of the small.
Puts the pressure back on Imran.
Yeah, and Imran folds.
Imran folds. So that's the end of our shift now. Gary will be slotting in.
Yeah, indeed, Gary is coming.
And transition out, and I'll transition out as soon as Gary's settled.
Yep, and it's been a pleasure, folks. I will be back in about an hour or so, and I look forward to it. Take care.
Okay, so you'll be pleased to know Josh is leaving the building. Thank you, Josh. That was a nice session from you. I enjoyed the hour with you earlier today. Big Mark is also going to be handing over now. And I've got a special guest coming in, so I'm going to ask Mark to fit him up with a microphone. And I'll just switch off Mark's mic for a second. And you'll have to listen to me for the time being. So looks like we continue to have some exciting times on the feature table. We're up to hand 70 of the day. Alan Young will be our under-the-gun player. Alan under the gun, bringing 330 into the game. So back to the game, and I'm just going to bring in. I've got a special guest in the booth today. So, Mr. Denzel Naidu, how are you doing?
Myself.
Can you hear yourself on the microphone, Denz? Say something. Don't be afraid.
How's it, Gary?
There you go. He's with us.
Cool.
Okay, so Denzel was be well known to poker players around Johannesburg and Pretoria, and you can't really miss him. He's a big lad, bigger than me.
True.
Which is scary.
Sure.
So welcome to the booth. Denzel approached me outside and asked me if he could come in and do a bit of commentary. And I think the spin-off is, I think you want to see what these guys are up to, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So tell me, Denz, you're not playing. You played in the main event. How did you go in this?
Yes, I came out 53rd.
How much, sorry?
53rd position.
53rd position. Was that just made the money, huh?
No, I just almost bubbled.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not to worry. Okay, so you must. I'm just going to turn your microphone up a bit. Don't be afraid to speak up.
Sure, sure.
There you go. That's it. We've got you. So you can see the screens in front of you. You can see the action coming up here. This is what's going to go out. So Lee Wu with the option. He's got pocket threes. And Max has already raised it to 75,000 by Max. So looks like Lee's going to call. Oh, he checks, and now it's Max's, sorry, Leeward to act with his threes. Max pressure, king, queen.
Yeah, it's only C-bet, eh, Max?
Yeah, so the flop's out, Jack, Jack, 7, 2 spades on board. Lee now deciding what to do. Looks like Lee's chip stack is swollen considerably since I was here earlier. He sticks in 100,000.
Oh, nice.
Raises up, puts the pressure back to Max. Max not sitting there too shallow himself with 1.9 million.
Let's see what Max does here.
What do you think Max is going to do?
I think he's probably going to call, with the 2 overs.
You think? I reckon he's going to fold.
Or you're going to
How about that? There we go. Let's see. If he's right, I'm leaving and you've got a new job. There we go. He's going to repop it.
Oh.
Yeah. This is Max at his best. He knows how to run a big stack, and you know, he'll 3-bet this. And the question is, can Lee call here or can he 4-bet? No, he gets out of the way.
He gets it in.
That's nice poker, right? Nice poker.
Very nice poker, because by raising, he actually gets to see where he stands in that hand.
And I don't know where Lee got all his chips from, but I see Banksy walking around outside, so it looks like he's out. I can't quite see what Darren Kramer's carrying there, but I believe he still has a mountain of chips there as well. Of course, we're down to 2 tables now, so at least down to 18. I'll get Wade to bring up a timing screen. There we go, as if by magic. 12 players left in, so we're getting down to the business end.
Absolutely.
And every player at the table now will now be guaranteed 50,000 round, which is the 12th place money.
Wow.
So yeah, we're getting towards the pointy end of the tournament. And what will happen for people at home is when we get to 9 players, we'll pause the clock and we'll do a redraw, and that'll be the final table. And then they will play in those seats to conclusion. There'll be no further redraws. There will be, however, more time bank cards given. I think it's 5 in the main event, so that they can do that. Tell me, what do you think of the time clocks? You're a pretty fast player anyhow, I think, Denzer.
It's a tough one, because in a way it gives the player power, so no one can call time on you, right?
Yeah.
In making a decision. But at the same time, I've noticed with myself, I feel pressured as well in terms of especially when I have to make a big call, like someone's probably bluffing me or something.
Sure.
And I notice I don't actually use my time back cards, and I make a fold without really taking the time.
Okay.
So that clock there, in a way, also it works both ways, I think. Eh?
So
I still think I need to get more used to it.
Yeah, and it is
especially in that spot where you have to make a call.
It's a significant change to people's routines, you know. And if a player gets into a routine, I mean, Ahmed Karim is a good example. If you watch Ahmed play, he will put his cards side by side. He'll sit back, he'll overlap his arms, he'll take his time or whatever, and that in itself doesn't eat up a time bank card. But if he's got to make a very difficult decision, he normally takes a bit longer. So now he has the break routine because he has to put a card in. Now Ahmed has played all over the world and he's used to playing the time clocks.
Yeah.
So it's probably a bad example, but a newer player who's just playing in South Africa, this is a real sea change to their game.
It is. It works both ways. So someone can't call time on you. Right? You've got the cards, especially when you need to, where it's a very tough decision. But some other decisions where someone chips on you on the turn, you may just fold very quickly without taking the time.
Okay.
And actually even using your 30 seconds and using the time bank cards.
Okay,
and I've
so
noticed that as a problem.
I'm just going to cut in because Kramer's got aces here. Let's under the gun, so he's going to come out firing.
It'll be very weird if it's the queen of...
2.5 extras, eh?
Yeah.
I was looking at the blinds and I sort of...
Blinds at 15, 30, 30 on the big blind ante. Max gets out of the way. Round to Jared. Jared out of the way. Wesley also out of the way. Wesley down to, well, he started on $1 million today, so treading water. Imran Bunjani. Queen 7 suited in the small. 60 to call. So just the big blind. And Lee is going to flick those in, and Darren will get the blinds, and that'll be about it. 75k.
The small blind and big blind, eh?
Me. Me, not him. She thinks it's me. Yeah. Oh my God.
He'll have flop, but it was going to be queen, queen, queen. The queen of hearts. That one. What was wrong with it? There we go. Finished deck.
Okay, I'm just going to get. We have to change the deck on the feature table.
Need a new deck.
New deck. Again, what do you think, Davis? Find him. Make up on him.
What would have been sad if it was 2 queens under here?
Okay, Denzo, I'm going to leave you on your own. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
You, just now. Button must move. Let me take the button. So long. There we go. Where's that?
Right, new deck going out. Sorry, just had to pass those to the dealer.
Doesn't exist.
And Bradley will do the,
So bad,
the relevant. And with these cards that we used, then you've been on the feature table, they can split after a while because they've got an antenna inside, obviously, for our RFID technology. So that's what just happened there.
What are you doing here?
New deck at the break.
Just mix the cards. How do you
Fine. Yeah, let's go. They check inside. Let's go. Come.
So that deck has now reached the end of its life, as we say.
Yeah, I don't know if that's...
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, I'm short staying. Let's go.
Let's go.
Just go. I don't, another wasting another 5 minutes.
The whole thing is just
So Jesse Rosen there, what do you know about Jesse?
Feels like one of those...
Jesse's a solid player.
late in the level.
Good journeyman pro. Been around, played all over the world. Jesse and I go back a lot of years. I first met him on the East Africa swing in Tanzania and up in Nairobi. And he's been playing on the circuit for quite a while, and solid player, absolutely right.
Yeah, and he takes his time to pick up reads on players on the table, eh?
Yeah, and we're looking at the secondary table, the outer table at the moment, not the feature table, so we don't have any RFID technology in this table. It's just simply the camera. So there's, as you can see, Gio Zanetti has put a bunch of greens into the middle by the look of it. All 5 cards are in play, and Jesse's in the tank. So
Are the greens 50 or 100s?
They're 50s.
Sit here. Fill up a chair.
So we're sticking with the action here, but if anything happens on the other table, we'll go back to it and have a look. You'll see on the screen here, we're following it up at the top. So time back card played by Jesse. Action on the feature table is just a raise, so we'll stick with this. Fold from Jesse. Gio gets that one through. We'll go back to the feature table. Thank you. And pick up the action. Max Davison to, sorry, Imran to call. Max has raised to 60 here.
Okay.
Up to me.
Kramer with Jack 7 suited in the big. Needs to put another 30 into call.
Wow.
Decides against it and gives him a walk. So
discipline fold.
Bit of mutual respect between those two. They're both carrying 1.7 and 1.8 million at the moment. So not wanting to get involved is, I suppose, the answer to that question.
Is this event?
So if you had to pick a winner, who would you pick?
In the last
Put you on the spot.
This was the biggest by
I picked Everson 2 days ago.
And you won, right? You were right.
Well, he hasn't won yet, obviously, but
oh, you mean for this one?
For this one, and the reason I picked Max because he was the informed player at the moment. You know, also he's a fellow Brit, so a little bit of bias there, maybe. I don't know. But,
you know what? Let me answer that question in about 10 minutes.
Okay, have a think about it.
It was in the winter, and it's hard to get.
When people can't always go home, not everyone wants to stay for 2
No gambling, folks, just for fun. And we'll move on. So in C5, in the 5 hole, 7-6 suited for Jared. He's out of the way. Wesley also out of the way quickly. Imran Bajani is going to enter the fray here from the cutoff.
I don't know what's closer, but they told me Monty
And,
Lancer is
Li Wu.
closer.
Okay, interesting play by Li Wu.
It's
Maybe
just
re-raise, just flat.
But even still, it's 40 minutes from the airport. Santis is 2 hours.
He was late this morning, play golf, he says. Kramer puts it all into max pressure here. Doesn't like the limpers. That's him stopping the limpers. That's basically what he's saying. If you want to limp, then you got to pay.
Okay, so Imran will get out of the way. Let's see what Li Wu does. This is an interesting spot, eh?
Yeah, so Darren's down to about 900 here. 825,000.
Same question I asked Dan, so we're flipping.
Aces or kings apply, that's what Kramer's saying. Now we know that Nines is in great shape.
Wow. Nice play from Jared.
Yeah, indeed. Picks up 180,000 as well.
And he also said no.
Well, he's going to lie, isn't he? Well, he wasn't lying. They're not flipping. He's miles behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I had 9.
Sorry?
So Jesse bringing some chips in heavy there. I mean, if you put them in 20s, I'll be able to count.
Jacks. Yeah, fucking next week's Queen Jack.
Yeah, so the news from the front is that Joe Steggers was bust out by Jesse. And we're down to 12 players.
Bounty hunter on that
Local
side.
time just after 2:30 in the afternoon. That's 14:32.
Yeah. There's a Grim
And
on that side.
the line is drawn at 7 p.m. for you betting people. Is it an over or is it an under? Everybody's saying it's going to be an under on 7 p.m. I'm taking the over bets.
11th out of 500 players.
I'm taking 7 o'clock and over.
Good boy. She's on that one. What is it, 10 or 9, final table?
It will be 9, Darren. There's only 9 seats at the feature table.
Yeah.
Same, bro. Same.
For a smart guy, he's not very smart, though, Darren Kramer, right? Wait till I see him, he's at 9 or 10. Come on, does it?
Okay, Hasteline falls, Right.
So Kramer raises it up here to 60,000. Very active on the table,
Yes.
Darren, as always.
That's 9
Max will get out of the way here in the small.
Would you like to slow roll me 1 million something?
And Jared Jardine.
Interesting spot for Jared. Let's see if he can find a ship here.
Well, he's not afraid. I don't know much about Jared, but he's certainly not afraid. Being to the left of Devison and to Kramer is actually an enviable position rather than an unenviable one. The problem is he's got Wesley Wiegand to his left. And
okay, so that's a flat call, eh?
Do you know Wesley at all?
Fine, bro, yeah.
Wesley?
This guy.
Quite similar.
I don't think so.
I didn't think you would, because you've been playing poker in Joburg now, what, a couple of years?
Yeah, not that.
Yeah, Wes has been away for a couple of years. Former WPT champion, so solid player. But Queen 3-5 Rainbow.
Yeah, if
So-
Darren does a C-bet, he'll probably get it through.
Yeah, I think Jared
Should have
checking
shipped.
there.
He should have shipped, I think, eh? Probably
Well,
work.
he might have got away with that, but I mean,
Pre-flop,
are you going to put everything at risk against the big stack? I think
Max,
the answer there is negative.
Thank you.
And it looks like it's an all-in here. Alan Young.
19 out of
Oh, it's over. Or is he paying his dues to the?
19 people.
No, that's Gio Zanetti sliding chips
Sorry,
to
Alan
him.
got cards.
And Alan Young is very much a dark horse in this race. Trust me, very much a dark horse.
He's a satellite
Probably
player.
one.
Yeah.
And it's good to see a satellite player get so deep.
And a nice fella.
Yes, very nice.
Very nice fella. Holding court there with Gio, which is nice to see. So Wesley's going to be our big blind player, and Imran will be under the gun. Structure's very good in these main events. Plenty of time to play, plenty of chips.
It is tough to play the starting stack, but once you get going,
yeah, once you get a bit of traction,
you need to start get going with it.
I agree with
then
that.
Then it's okay.
I mean, you flip over. You can have worse. That's why. I mean, Teddy.
I mean, I don't know. You have like a lot of rubbish.
So where do we get to here? We're Jared back in the tank again in the small.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to.
Trying to see some flops, I guess.
Yeah, I think he just calls here and completes. Wesley now with the big blind. Wes checks it back.
Yeah.
Gives a little knuckle. And blind on blind action.
Let's see. These are quite interesting spots.
Especially when you're flopping a
nice.
4 and a 9.
That's a nice flop for Jared.
So he's checked. Wes has picked up bottom pair here. So, I mean, I wouldn't surprise me to see Wes put a couple of chips in the pot. 90 in the middle. Checks it back.
Wow. Let's see.
Okay, so the one overcard to the 9 and the 4. Sorry, to the 9.
Another one up. Another one. Jeez.
I didn't realise the second 9 had come. We read it differently when
Yeah.
they came up.
There wasn't a 4 actually.
There wasn't a 4.
There wasn't a 4. Just 2
Okay,
9s.
then we'll go to the outside table now.
You're going to be 10. Emmy.
And that looks like Gavin.
I told you there's a
That's
fucking grim
Gavin
there.
Sardini, isn't it? Where did he get the chips? Don't tell me
I
Harold
like
Brooks.
you good, Bruce. Compliment, right?
Let's just have a shot at Harold's chip stack.
Whoa.
Yeah. Let me know when I'm like, Emmy's day.
The Brooks bird is in town. Harold is on the tear.
Bruce, man, I cricket one there.
So the news, folks, from out there, Gavin Sardini, our overnight chip leader, has surrendered his chips to Mr. Harold Brooks, and we will go back to the feature table. Okay, so, jeepers, Harold's going to be dangerous now, Denzel.
You know, you asked me earlier, and I was going to say Harold earlier.
You can still have him.
I'm going to say Harold now.
Yeah, it's an easy choice now, though, bro.
Well,
no problem.
He plays a, what is it? A very unorthodox sort of game.
Don't say 20 minutes.
Tough to read.
5 minutes we could be standing up.
Very aggressive player.
Someone's getting fucking heaps over
Lots of re-raising and stuff in spots.
Well, what I would say is,
very good player.
Harold is. It's hard to get chips back from Harold. Very hard to get chips off Harold. So he is definitely the favourite as we sit as the moment.
And I mean, he's also coming. I mean, he had a good win recently as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the Monty Series, I believe he took down something. I think we're down to 11 players now. It could possibly be 10. We'll get the boys to bring us up a timing screen. And after this hand, looks like we're going to see a flop. 2 players in play. Wesley versus Lee. So what do you think to that? Wesley to act in the small.
Let's see if Wesley can find a bluff.
So he's going to rep something of, what's he putting in there, 30k?
This should get the job done.
So min bet.
Yeah.
Yep, nothing. And Wes will pick that up. And
those are good spots where you see a good player. He doesn't need to bet too big. He just bets 1 big blind, and he's able to get it through.
Sends the message.
Yeah.
Exactly. And a good
without risking his stack.
Shot. So we're down to 10 players. So we're on the final table bubble. Everybody at home. What that means is, of course, that in the event we lose 1 more player, we will stop the clock, and we will do a redraw for seats, and those will be the seats at which they stay till the end of the tournament. And also they'll receive additional time bank cards. 70,000 guaranteed for the next person out.
Just under half.
And they,
about 7 million.
Yeah.
Thank you, the camera team there. Nice work.
Yeah, buddy.
So there must be 1 or 2 short there because Harold got massive.
Yeah.
And
well, I think that's why there's so many knockouts. Yeah, Harold's holding all the chips.
That's I think it's probably like a 200-300. So, hard to see though.
Yeah.
Maybe the King 10 guy. It's short, man. I mean, wouldn't even much.
I made a joke with
There's
Harold.
a hand going on outside again. Looks like the same 2 perpetrators, eh?
Satellites. I'm like, Harold, I'm going to go to the final table.
Again, Gio,
I'm going to hold these chips and I give them to you on the final table.
Gio's also a beast,
Fuck,
eh?
I shouldn't have said it.
You'll have known Gio for a couple of years, I'm sure.
He's also a phenomenal player.
When he was like 19 years old, he was crushing everything in the country.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, there's Godfrey.
Oh yes, I remember. He's won quite a few main events and stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Early on.
Yeah, he's no slouch, trust me.
And he's really good at building a stack.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an interesting spot.
Ah, Wigan with the pointy ones.
Very interesting spot. Let's see.
So where's flat called there?
Wow.
This is definitely, I'm looking for some action against Everson here.
In this spot, the flat call is perfect, eh?
Well, it's tricky. Okay, so that's a pretty safe board for Wesley. Max has got the betting lead here under the gun, so I don't know how well Max knows Wesley, but he'll, having sat with him for a few hours, he'll appreciate how good a player Wes is. Yeah, checks it back cautiously. Wes wanted him to bet there, trust me.
Yeah, yeah.
Now Wes will get some chips in the middle, or does he check it back?
No, he's probably going to get some chips in. He doesn't even have a club, so he's probably asked to bet.
Well, one would think so, but this is a... How much has he got behind now, Wesley? 940, so yeah.
Yeah, he's bringing a bet.
Protect his hand. Okay, so...
okay.
40 to call, so...
Small bets.
Yeah, very much
Definitely
a small
wants
bet.
Max to come along.
Max with a wheel draw here, gut shot.
Yeah. If 4 comes, it'll be very... It'll be difficult for Wesley to get away, eh?
It'll be certainly hidden, that's for sure. Max now looks at the screen. That's his way, you know. Normally does that before he bets. Yep, and that's exactly what Wesley wanted.
Yep.
Let's see what Wesley does with the...
You think he's going to re-raise or flats?
I don't think he flats.
Re-raise, eh? Yeah.
Especially if he's got him on a draw. He doesn't put him on a set. There was no massive raises pre-flop, so wouldn't even surprise me if I saw him stick a large chunk in there. Oh, it just calls.
Wow. What
This
play.
is trickery at its best.
Yep.
He doesn't want to see a club. And a 4 would be a disaster.
Okay, nice card.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe card for Wes. Now Max has got a situation where he needs to continue the story now.
Absolutely.
His last time, I think his bet was 95.
He's probably going to do another bet now. Probably in the region of around 200, I would think.
Looks at the screen. Works out the blind levels. Works out what he's going to put in. And
nice check back. Nice check back.
This is a real trickery battle here.
Nice check back.
385,000 in the pot.
I think Wes will have to put in a bet. Probably half pot. To protect his hand. 130.
Yeah.
With less, okay. That gets the job done.
Max not one hang around, and Wes will pick up a profit 230 there. Takes him up to 1.2 million, which is no small amount of money. Last time I looked, the average stack was about $1 million. So we're going back to the outer table, and Imran, as you'll see, has been moved to the outer table to balance. So it's Alan Young, Imran, Gio Zanetti, Jesse Rosen and Harold Brooks. Those samosas look lekker.
I wonder where you got it from.
I don't know, but Gio's very good at getting those. Looks like they came from traders, judging by the shirt that the lady's wearing, that Gio's waiting to pay. There you go, how about that for observation? This is my 4th time at this venue for a tournament. I've done 4 here. So, we used to do them downstairs in that restaurant by the reception.
Okay.
It was very cramped, very low ceilings. And yeah.
But this venue is amazing, eh?
Stunning. The Maslow Hotel is beautiful.
Absolutely stunning, very spacious. World class.
Do you intend traveling to any of the other locations, Dens?
We'll see. Probably maybe Cape Town later on.
Okay, that's the end of the year one,
Yeah.
so that's November, December time.
Maybe Sabaya, I'll see.
Yeah, Sabaya, of course, is coming up in May, on the 5th. Very close by as well.
Yeah. Those are the ones.
There's plenty of poker going on, you know, around the country. Of course, there's always a game at one of the casinos, or if somebody's running a home game, of course, we don't mind attending those.
There's probably about 8 series in a year.
Yeah.
Around there.
Right.
Yeah, so we do have plenty of poker. I mean, nothing on the scale of Macau, Vegas, or whatever. But
Still, I think it's
plenty.
Okay, sorry.
for
Get
the
out,
size
yeah.
of the poker community. I would say it's a good number of tournaments.
Yeah, it's adequate.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
When the players increase, I think then naturally the amount of tournaments will increase as well.
Yeah, and I mean we're very keen to grow the player base. I mean what have we got watching at the moment? Just over 200 people. Well, it's 200 feeds. I mean, a lot of those feeds go to clubs and people are watching in groups, of course.
True.
So this is a great tool for growing the youngsters. And also, as alluded to before, it's a great tool for homework, you know. And this is the best seat in the house, I'm sure you'll agree.
Absolutely, because you're also I'm getting to hear your commentary firsthand, you know.
You flatter
That
me.
always helps.
And Denzel is a great follower of the stream, of course, as well. So we appreciate your support.
I always watch.
Yeah. So we always appreciate that, and it's always nice to have fellow players or players come into the booth and just see how it all works, you know, because you know, before you came in, you had a lot of questions. You know, we were chatting outside for quite a while. And, you know, everything from how does it work to the security side to all those things. And, and rightly so. And those sorts of questions are welcome because you'll go away and you'll talk to your mates and say, those guys are running a great operation. Or conversely, it's nonsense. But you'll take away your feeling. You'll have taken the temperature here and see how we operate. And
so far, I'm impressed.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm glad because this is an evolution. It's taken, we've been going for 4 or 5 years. And it's evolved. When we first started, we had 3 screens that size. See it for 3 of us.
That would be quite difficult to watch.
Now, I mean, you know, now
proper setup.
We've obviously got a much better setup. And I must, you know, be wrong of me not to mention Cole Myberg, my business partner, who is the pioneer of this, who started it all, and who also was the first and main investor in a lot of this stuff. So, you know, shout out to Cole, and I think everybody in the poker community would recognise that as well.
And not to take away from Carl being a really good poker player.
Oh, he's got game, huh?
Yes,
he's got game.
yes.
Yeah, for sure. And you'll never see Cole in here. And he stays the other side of the fence. This is the part of the business I run on behalf of him. And that allows him to play in the series because obviously, you know, there would be a conflict of interest if he had access to his. True. And that's the reason you'll never see him in it. Yeah, Kramer is 30 to call here, so he's going to raise it up to 60, which seems very tame, but they seem to be playing the small poker between them. Max and
Max is
Darren.
definitely coming along.
But it's almost like they have a tacit understanding. They're not going to get into a fight, but we're still going to cross swords, you know?
True, true.
I mean, there's plenty of small stacks around, and there's a lot of money up top, you know?
But Max is the type of player, he plays also according to the strength of his hands.
Yes, of course.
So, King Jack, I mean, he's not going to fold that on a min raise.
I was like, you can't have aces, I've got one. It's impossible.
Ace King 9 2 hearts. So
okay.
Max
Middle pair.
Top pair for him.
Big turn, you could probably check back.
Middle pair for the hand, of course. Not much for Kramer, huh? What do you reckon? Check here, or we're going to continue?
He might
to
do a
tell the story?
continuation to represent the ace, but Max did say something about an ace before.
He said,
the
yeah, you
flop.
can't have aces because I've got one in my hand, is what he said.
You see, so.
Bit of kidology.
Already.
Kramer kids him back and raises here. That'll end it.
No,
Oh, no.
Max got 10. Oh, Max checks. Okay.
So another heart on board. So Jack of hearts for Max here. He's got the-
Max is not going away now.
There's the 10, and Max will take this down unless he folds. These two really don't want to be tangling. Darren
bets,
glances his chips, so that's a sure sign he's going to bet.
Bet call. Standards.
It's the sizing.
Yeah, I think Max is calling the same.
85. Yeah. But the way the hand's played, I think he can call here. He can't get. He doesn't give Darren the ace.
Yeah, he's calling. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's calling.
Yeah. Good show, Denzel.
Yeah.
He is indeed calling. 26 minutes to go on the level. And we're going to be on hand number 82 of the day.
No,
moving along nicely.
You say hand 82.
Once you call, you like
Is
already
it-
committed. With your stack, you can never call.
it's
and,
not
like,
82
not be committed,
rotations.
you know?
No, it's like
No, it's actual
Maybe
hands
cool
we've
clubs
played
and
on the
then
feature
full
table.
grand, like-
Ah,
like-
okay, so it's like what? 7 or
Too
8,
much in the
8
pot.
rotations, 9, no, around
Yes,
there.
guys, like
9, 10
1,
rotations.
1.4.
It'll be a lot more than that. What did I say? We're up to 82. Depends on the dealer and the speeder. It's very difficult to say, you know. I mean, I like to work on hands per hour.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I think, you know, hands per
If it came
hour
at 5, I'd go all in
at
on
tournament level is anything between 22 and
four.
sort of 26 hands an hour.
Okay. 22 to 26.
Well, you could work that back how long we've been playing.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
started
yeah.
at 11, so that was, what, 5 hours ago? No,
These
4
calculations
hours
are
ago.
important. I normally don't even look into it, but it is important so you know how many bigs you actually have.
If it's 4 hours
Per
coming
rotation.
up, it's 20, just over 20 hands an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that with 82, so it's a little bit slower on the feature table than the outer table for all the reasons you know, but they still have the shot clock, which keeps them almost aligned.
Yeah, back to the shot clock. Does that improve the speed of play?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So things get done faster in terms of the tournament closing off.
I mean, there aren't many players that are big tankers, but there are a few.
Agreed.
And that kind of targets them more than anything.
I've been playing for about
Another
3
thing,
years
in terms of commentary, does the shot clock affect the commentary
guess
to an
not really.
extent? No.
Not at all. I mean, we include it, of course. Now it's an additional facet of the game.
Yeah.
And obviously we talk about it, and now we make reference to the time bank chips or cards or whatever you want to call them. And also that becomes a tactic, where, you know, a player will have the stone cold nuts, but they'll play 3 time cards to create the illusion that they're actually tanking and worried about their hand.
True.
And then they'll stick in a check raise and get called. You know, so yeah, I think
That's another dimension in terms of tactics.
Absolutely, 100%.
So it's something I think, since it's a new addition to the tournaments, players will start to watch a lot more of this online and pick up ways to exploit using the time banks.
Yeah, I like to use the terminology adapt and adopt.
Okay.
So they'll adapt to it, and then they'll adopt it as a tactic. You know.
True.
And you know, if any
Jesse.
teaching area that you go in, but it be it teaching someone to fire a gun or teaching them to do their ABC, you know, explanation, demonstration, imitation, practice,
Yeah,
adapt and adopt, and that's where it gets to. You know, so they'll take that skill now and they'll bring it into their game. The good players will, for sure. And we've seen evidence of that throughout this tournament. And this is the first tournament in South Africa to use shot clocks, this series. So, and they're here to stay.
Yeah.
They're not going.
I know Mark experimented with it in the satellites, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah,
in
and that
terms of
was the
speed,
proving
etc.
ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. As if you didn't know. I mean, the satellites, I mean, they're 15 and 20 minute levels, so you're already moving along at a pace anyhow.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
And I mean, you don't want any tankers in satellites.
No, well, you played with me, and I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, if it's 15-minute levels and you're in the tank for an hour, I'll call time on you every time.
True, same here.
You know, I don't care who upset. You know, when you're playing those quicker levels.
Who called you?
Wow.
Nice
okay, nice call, yeah.
Nice call. Darren Kramer appreciates that. About time Darren went for a walk. He hasn't walked for at least 5 minutes. Darren can sit still.
Yeah.
He's another one. David Bozo Rosenthal, God bless him, he was another one. He could never sit still.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, both of them are always up and walk about. So we've got here 6-6, a queen, and we've got a couple of spades. We'll just zoom out, please, and let's have a look who the perpetrators are. There we go, Zip Bar Magic. And there's an all-in triangle in front of Alan Young.
Okay.
And the hand is against Mr. Harold Brooks, who can afford the call, but let's see.
Still a big I think it's about what? Maybe
700 or 800,000.
Yeah.
That's a fold. Alan gets that through, and there'll be no casualties on the outer table. Back to the action, under the gun for Max, King 10 off.
I'm assuming you fold it normally, yeah.
Yeah. I did it the other day, actually.
Say Alan Young is the dark horse in this, eh?
Scare the living
Who, sorry?
Alan Young.
Yeah, very much
of
so.
course, sometimes not
You would have, I mean, with the greatest respect to Alan, who I know, you wouldn't have put him in your top 10 when there were 200 people in the room.
I played him actually.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be an obvious pick. He's not a regular at the feature tables and stuff like that. But quietly going about his business, got a nice game.
He does have a good game.
And I'd like to see him, you know, on the final table and doing well. You know, for me, the lesser known players, I always want to see them do well.
Likewise.
Yep.
It's actually good for
Good
the
for
morale.
Kramer,
of
Max
for new
Pesher, or
players.
Max, of course.
It's good for the morale for new players.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can do it, I can do it.
Yeah.
It's that, isn't it? So Kramer's put it all across the line here with King 9. Max knows what he's up to. But realises, well, it's about, what is it, 45% of his stack?
Not an easy call for Max.
No, he can't call.
No.
Aces or kings only apply.
Yeah.
You know, you got 30 big blinds. You've got ace queen again. You think you're
20 big blinds.
it's 60. Did you think we were on 2040?
I did. I did.
And they both know what they're up to there.
Okay, he gets it through.
Yeah, okay. And don't forget those. Okay, I got it fun.
There's
I'm
something
taller
in
than you.
Those are words I never get to say. I'm taller than you.
No, yeah, Mac.
So in a second, Christopher Dean is going to join you, Denzel, to finish off the hour.
Okay.
I have to go to do some admin. When we change tables and stuff, you'll see me running around like a headless chicken. So I don't know if you know Chris. Do you know Christopher?
Yeah, we chatted a bit.
Okay, well, I mean, there's two things you have to remember about Christopher. Don't sit too close to him because obviously he's from Cape Town. You don't want to catch any diseases.
True, true.
South African. Oh, whatever.
And the second thing is he never shares his sweets with anybody. He's very, very selfish.
And River.
Apart from that, he's not a bad lad. Anyhow, with that note, Christopher Dean will put his headset on.
Welcome, Christopher.
And he will be quizzing you. Trust me, you get lots of questions now. Chris, you're live. Welcome back.
Thank you, Gary. How's it going this end? You boys having fun?
Yeah, we had a great
it was
time.
a good session.
We're down to 10, by the way, so we're on the bubble for final table.
I saw that.
So we may or may not move players. I'm just going to go aside and check.
Speaking of...
And Brooks has got all the chips.
And Jared Jardine has just ripped a lot.
Okay, I'm going to go over to you two boys to finish the hour.
Okay. So what's your thoughts here, bud?
Nice all in from Jared. Would have liked for him to go all in earlier with ace, I think at ace 8 or ace 9.
Yeah.
But this is decent.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, you know, at 50, 30, 30, it's a small shove considering. He's probably going to find the blinds are going to be calling him a lot wider.
Yeah. He might get a caller. It's not a big portion.
Yeah.
And everyone knows it's sort of a flip.
Yeah, no, it's been interesting thus far. We're looking at the action outside. Joe Steger's busted, unfortunately. Let's see what Max picks up here, though. I mean, 1.9 million. Max, I think it's
Max falls.
That's interesting.
Wow, what a fall by Max. How did he sniff that out?
Max is, I don't know, he's another level.
It's such a close...
It's such a close spot.
Such a close spot, eh?
I know, but I mean, again, it's the... You look at the
man, this entire tournament has been a sun run and big city.
The jumps are not massive as of yet.
Yeah, it's my first one in like 5 years.
Do you think the guys that are currently will make the final table?
People wait forever, 5 years to even get
accordingly, or is it just like, let's go for it all?
Yeah, sign of good things.
You know, an interesting example would be what happened last year, the same event, where I think the eventual winner had a lot of the chips in play. So let's see who is able to do that. I remember he had like a big percentage of the chips. He had about 7 million or something. And I think Lam had about 1 million or 2. So he had a massive lead.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, I don't think that's a state in this event, but towards the latter part, they may be one of those sort of chip leaders.
Yeah. And my curiosity here, who's your favorite to win this event, considering who we got fighting about you?
You know what? I think it's going to be Harold.
I mean, he's playing very well, huh?
Yeah.
He's playing very well.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's playing well.
Harold's
playing well.
always an absolute beast.
He's playing well.
And the fact that he's got chips as well.
He's playing very well.
Yeah, I mean, I was chatting to Banks earlier as well, and you know, he's playing so well, and unfortunately he's just falling short of the finish line, literally in sight. But like I said to him, you know, when the bubble basically pops, it's gonna hit you hard. It's gonna hit you hard in the face, and you're just gonna find you're gonna be finding W's everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
But these things, you know, as a player that's new to the scene, it comes with experience. And Harold has a lot of experience.
Oh, that he does.
So he knows what to do with this type of stack. And you can see it as a clear example of the way he played yesterday.
Yep.
And the way he's playing today.
Yeah, again, it's just
Good
making
play.
100%. And again, it's all about making those
good decisions.
Those slight adjustments.
And he's making good decisions.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. At the end of the day, if you keep making good decisions, then you'll keep walk home with a trophy.
You'll keep chipping up.
That's it. All right, let's get to action. So Lee Wu, UTG 10-7, so he was a bit late though. Apparently he was in another appointment.
Oh, well.
But he's back in the mix, doing
He's
well.
doing well.
Over to DK, 7-6 of clubs, gets out the way.
So I see at this stage a lot of the players are not playing the suited connectors, eh?
Yeah.
They're letting it go.
They're mixing it up. Oh, Max picks up the church, the suited church. See what Jared does. Gets out the way. Over to Wes.
Okay, these guys have butted it earlier with ace-5 suited and aces. Let's see. Okay.
Gets in the way at 8-4.
Nothing worth defending there.
A little raise and take for Matt. I mean Max. Easy
Yeah.
game. Easy game.
Well, I mean, that's a strong hand.
Of
You actually
course.
want to call it there.
Yeah. You know, I mean, this field is, you know, players that are left. It's probably like the strongest field I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I think last year at this time they weren't. Were there a similar amount of pros on the final table?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I think, no, Imran was there as well last year on the final table, I think, if I remember correctly.
Give him two the
He
next
came
time,
out, I think,
okay?
fifth.
2 cards.
Fifth or fourth he came out.
Right cards at the right time. Look, it's working up.
But yeah, this is a good. It's going to be a really good final table. from the looks
100%.
of
You
it.
know, looking where Darren's sitting with Max on his left, that's a tough spot. That's a tough table draw for Darren. But again, you know, with DK being so experienced as it is, I'm pretty sure he'll find a way to navigate that.
Absolutely.
Right, back to the action. Speaking of Darren Kramer with Ace King, yeah.
Oh, so it just shifted, eh?
Yeah, just like that. See what DK does. He's got $1 million.
Okay.
Behind him, over to Max.
Okay.
Gets out the way. Jared. Gets out the way. Wesley does the same.
70 to win 70. So nice.
Only because I like you people. Is it a good starting hand?
Darren, always entertaining.
Exactly the same.
Not
You're
even
gonna
a
be funny, I
mid-hand.
mean,
The exact same suit.
you know, like we said about the ICM side of things, you know, big stacks are going to be
I
a
mean,
lot of
it's
pressure.
quite heavy up top.
I'm not going to have
So
find
it will
ace
be
five off,
interesting
I couldn't believe it.
to see
I had the exact
how
same
the
two
players
cards
play
as he on the last one.
on the final table in terms of what
Your
risk
burger
they're
came
willing to
13
take.
minutes early.
Yeah.
He's a player going for the 2 million.
Yeah.
You know, is he going to take those risks?
Because chip EV becomes a massive thing there, though.
I actually think, looking at the field, the players are going to go for the 2-bar.
It would be interesting, you know, bragging rights.
I don't
Bragging
think
rights.
the players are going to be too ICM focused.
Yeah.
I don't see it with this field.
I mean, look at that. This is crazy. I mean, I saw a hand there earlier. Harold opened up under the gun. I can't remember the name of the gentleman in the blue jacket. He just 3-bet jammed. And then Gavin, who had about 570 behind, ripped it in from the small blind.
Yeah.
And Harold folded. But Harold said, if you didn't shove it, I would have called. Because obviously Harold's got heaps. The gentleman had queens and Gavin had 8s. And Harold folded ace 10 and he would have flopped 2 pair. So that's how we lost Gavin. So yeah, again, it's different thought process.
So Gavin just couldn't get going today.
Nah.
It happens.
It's one of those. It's not how you start; it's how you finish. Yeah.
It's all about the right time to start chipping up.
Speaking of, here we go. Jared picks up the church again. That's 3 in a row.
Another one, eh?
Over to Wes. 210 to call. It's got 1.2 million behind.
He's probably going to call this.
Problem is as well, he's got a couple of players behind him. So if he just flats off and someone jams, he's going to be in a spot.
Yeah, but it's only 210. He can then fold. But, I mean, with that stack, he's going to be shipping wide. But, oh, wow, what a fold. Again, good players.
Wow.
One chip call.
Oh, okay.
All in and go.
Split.
Yes, 600.
Well, you never know. We've still got 5 to come.
Let's see.
So this is
it's just going to be the diamond.
I don't know.
So Jared's actually only got the diamond flush, eh?
I think we're both smart.
So he's slightly
correct. 3 hearts is the ultimate swing for Jared.
Put the rainbow. So
again, this is for the final table bubble. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's not over till it's over. Spade on the turn.
Yeah.
That lock it up.
Done.
Chop the pot. Everyone loves it.
Got the ace, huh?
Yeah, I mean, in this position, everybody loves it.
Got 60%
but not
of a flush.
when you're vastly ahead on the turn.
Correct.
Like yesterday, I think one of the hands were ace jack and ace queen, and the flop was, I think, a ace and an ace. Ace 5, I think.
Yeah.
Turn was a blank. The river was a 5.
Oh, gamble one time in life.
Yeah.
So the person with the ace queen, obviously.
They were just firing.
No, it wouldn't have.
I think
Didn't want to chop pot there.
Yeah, no, of course. But it's, you put your money in and you hope for the best. That's it, sir. Jeez, Max has always got heaps. He's always got heaps.
Some days you're allowed to watch it.
But props to Jared. I mean, he's really held his own as well.
The other day you say to us we can't sit at the table and watch it, and now you're saying we can't. You can't change the rules as you go along.
Yeah.
Standard with this place. Every time. Fucking bullshit. Funny bullshit rules. What they say now? It's like they're sucking all the fun out of poker.
He's not allowed to watch the stream.
But isn't there a 30-minute delay?
No. Yes. Yeah,
Right, so you hear the boys just having a bit of a conversation there around the stream and all the bits involved in it. But we're back to the action. Jared under the gun. That's why if he's going to have a rip. Ace 5. I don't mind the rip, but he's really, I mean, he's just about doubled from those 2 shoves. He had 210 last time.
and 500.
Yeah.
Is that chip line correct?
I will check.
Where's
the last one was a chop, eh?
Yeah. Let's have a look quickly. 1 second, yeah.
Terminator, 8 people left.
Look at him.
Come on, man.
I'm all in.
I just like you. I don't know why I like you as a person.
All right. DK rips it.
Okay.
And he gets it through.
Yeah.
He's straightforward.
There's no ace
Be
kings
creative,
there.
eh? You got me under pressure there. I
Call.
couldn't
Look at that. We got Joe in the tank there. Gets it away.
come up with a good answer.
The food right there is not very helpful to my ever so hungry.
Yeah, I mean, besides Harold, everyone else is pretty close.
I mean, Imran's also got a lot of greens there. So I think his stack is also pretty big, eh? Because,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. There we go.
Oh, you were watching it over there?
He moved
Oh, not sitting. Oh. Because he said
So
you can't watch it on the table.
it's a battle now,
Yeah,
huh?
so I go and stand over here.
Gloves are going
I
up.
think if you're on the picture table, you're not allowed to watch it. So you change it as you go along. Stupid.
So yeah, obviously the sun run there with when we were getting it all in against Gavin's eights started something. We're moving along over to Wes, UTG 1.9 million, Jack 9 suit. Up we go to 60,000. Optional min-click UTG.
It's a nice hand, Jack 9 suited. Very playable.
I mean, it's one of those, you know,
Both ways.
If you get click back,
Yeah,
it's one of those you either 4-bet folding or
It's one of those hands that can crack very big hands.
It is. But again, this table dynamic
And
is
you
in the
can
crazy.
also lose chips with them as well. It's a drawing hand. You're most probably going to flop a draw. It's going to cost you.
DK with 6s here. Gets out the way over to Max. Sends it back.
I found them. I didn't even look at my card.
No, they didn't, not you.
I think the hand is
I don't
over.
watch the stream.
Let's see Jared's.
Ah.
It's over.
No strategy.
Righty, so let's just have a look. Has those comments been read out yet? By the looks of things?
What was it?
Guess Gary went through that. It seemed to be a while ago. Back to the action though. So from your side, bud, what's your schedule looking like for the year?
I will see.
Take it as it comes.
I haven't committed to anything. So
Oh, that's the thing. You have to leave the card in the box.
we'll see. I've obviously
I mean, I think it's
my
one of the
goal
things,
now
right?
is
Cards come tell the
to
players, hey, listen, everybody,
work on my game.
Yeah.
and,
I do
look
that.
at
I put
opportunities
this and then
to
it reads and then I
improve
can do what I want.
before tackling the next one.
100%. And I'm guessing
And the
obviously-
streams are obviously very helpful, extremely helpful.
And then from, will you be taking the trip to the poker mecca anytime soon?
No, I'm not ready for that.
But that's definitely sometime.
That's on the cards for if my game improves
Did you
this
say
year.
a 5-year plan?
Or maybe next year, the year after. Yeah, but definitely.
Good man, good man. Yeah, look, I'm also trying to take a trip out sometime, when time allows. Because, life gets a bit busy. As you do, but back to the action here. Max opens up on the button. Joe gets on the way to the ace-5. Over to Wes, pocket 9s.
They've been calling ace-5 sourdough recently. I don't know why.
Maybe we'll get to the bottom of that. We'll go put someone out there this guy, some scoops on that. But let's see what Wesley does. What are you thinking here? Does he kind of does he have some traps here after this flatting?
No, see Wesley earlier, he flatted with aces to Max's raise. But I think, in this position, he's not willing to do that, not with 9s. 9's a bit too vulnerable. But if he knew Max's hand, obviously,
but again,
not
it comes
gonna do
over
this.
to, with Max's sizing, with stack size on the button as well, opening super wide. I suppose 3-betting.
I think in this position, he doesn't put Max obviously on overpair, and
I think I'm getting a
then he
tan
just
from these lights.
he knows at worst case scenario is flipping, best case scenario he just takes it down. Good decision.
Exactly. So we should have a couple more hands left before players go on a break.
Yeah, exactly.
And who knows, before then we may just be
Final table.
Final table.
Wait, what do you have, like a million?
Actually gone extremely quickly. Huh?
Yeah, I think the shot clock helps a lot with
It's
that.
a great new dynamic. Some players utilize it to their advantage, and some of them forget about it completely. I've seen there's a couple of instances where they forget that there is something of the shot clock, and the time back just obviously tick away. But yeah, I'm so glad to see it's been implemented now.
It's a nice addition to the game.
Alrighty, back to Max, Queen 9, cut off.
Oh, thank you.
Going through the motions. Over to Jared. 6 deuce.
Okay, Jared's out.
Wesley gets rid of it.
Twin Jack. Also not playing those hands, this late in the tournament.
Interesting. Ace, deuce.
Yeah, he calls.
Calls in defense. To the flop we go. 165 in the middle. 10-5 deuce, 2 clubs.
I don't think Lee is going to go away just yet.
Yeah, but I wonder what Max opts to do here.
Because of the clubs as well.
Yeah, holding that nut blocker is
he's got some backdoor draws.
essential in this spot.
Is Max swing for a C-bet? Okay, yes.
110.
That's 110.
110.
It's a big C-bet.
2/3.
Yeah, but he's not going away.
Right, let's see what the turn brings. 9 of clubs.
Whoa.
Now we
Action
can see
card.
fireworks.
Yeah, action cards. Max, let's see what Max does here. Whether he checks back for pot control, or whether he chooses to inflate the pot. It's a risky
Yeah.
move to inflate the pot.
Correct. So he opts to check back.
Yeah,
Queen of
good
clubs
move.
on the turn is, oh my.
There we go. Okay,
Oh,
no,
wow.
but Max can get away from this. Yeah. It's just a 2 pair. It's yeah. See, it's not gonna. Yeah, he's not. Yeah.
Because we've seen Alex that just fire.
Yeah. I mean, Lee could have got maybe in hundreds, maybe in 100. Yeah, yeah. Maybe could have got 100, 150, if he knew what Max had.
Correct.
Right. Obviously, if Max got a high club, then he's gonna get a bet.
It looks like there's an all-in on the outer table. Everyone's in the tank.
But I've seen a lot of all-ins on this table, eh?
Been firing.
Yeah. Every time. Like,
Every time.
every few minutes. Yeah.
Non-stop, non-stop.
But you were good.
Yeah. I enjoyed the rugby, just like I swear combination.
He's putting the players under pressure.
So much.
What? This gentleman here.
Yeah.
He's putting the players under a lot of pressure.
And they're not used to it.
Yeah.
They're not used to it.
It's working, I
love
think,
it.
because
I
his
love
stack
the
keeps
rugby.
going.
I love rugby and tennis.
Right, so it looks like the hand will be, well, this will be the break.
Are we going or are we staying? Yeah, until we final.
Okay, so there's no break. Carry on.
You going to say something to What do you want to say? I feel like I can say something to us. I mean, do him, Matt. Leave me alone. Can I walk? He's folded. Take his cards.
You want to walk? You want to, okay.
Still in the tank there. Looks like a big decision.
Okay, see you guys in 15.
Okay, there's a break. Apologies.
Okay.
We're still going. Everyone's still in the
Ah,
tank.
he's still there. How many time banks has he used?
It looks like a 3 thus far. It's got 2 left.
It'd be interesting to see the cards actually, just so that we can see what's going on.
Yeah, maybe if we can just get a zoom in on the cards. Gets away from it.
Ah, okay. That's probably an ICM fold there.
Yeah. All right, my good man. That is a 15-minute break. Thank you so much
Cool.
for joining
Cheers.
me.
Was good.
Appreciate it. Feel free to come stop by anytime.
Absolutely. Take care, bud.
Cheers, bud. Guys, we'll be back after the short break.
All right, good afternoon or good evening or good morning, depending where you are. This is Josh. We're coming back into the stream now after the break. And we're still with 10 players, so we still have 2 tables. As you can see, all the gents are getting their seats. The dealer is going to be shuffling the deck. There's Darren Kramer, looking calmer, chilling, schmoozing with Max, who still has a healthy stack right in front of him. And as I mentioned before, it's always nice when you have a big stack ahead of you to be very friendly to them. It's one of the old adages of poker. And I do see Barry Gilbert in the chat wishing me good luck with the commentary. Thank you very much, Barry Gilbert, a true Englishman. And yeah, so it looks like we're going to get back to the action. We have 5 players, so 5-handed is, lesser hands are more valuable. So what would be considered a hand that you would fold under the gun with 9 players, you would raise with under the gun with 5. And also the pay jumps are about 10,000 for the next few places between. I believe right now the next pay is 70 grand and the cards are in the air. Under the gun we have Jared Jardine. The blinds are at 20,000, 40,000 with a big blind ante of 40,000. And Jardine with 10 or 11 and a half big blinds, something like that, he lays it down. We're up to Lee with the 3-2 offsuit, lays it down. We're on blind versus blind, and these are 2 scary players in the blind, and Kramer says, you know what, take it, and Max looks down at Ace King. Kramer with his telepathy once again, he just felt it, hey. And also some good news for the regular listeners. Chris is about to set up here, and Chris and I have not yet had a proper session together, so the young guns are taking over for this next level, and it's good to have Chris here.
How's my man? How's it going?
Lacka, and yourself?
Yeah, all right, boy, all right. Getting down to the business end of this. I mean, like, as you said earlier, DK's intuition, you know?
Yeah, I know, I know.
Into the mark, doesn't even bother, and Max is like psych.
Yeah, level 27 poker.
Yeah, 100%, but I mean, I'm very impressed by Jared Jardine as well. He's really held his own amongst his tough field.
Absolutely.
He's right between Max and Wes. And yeah, man, let's see what he can pull off, This is anybody's tournament to win. And yeah, it can change at a flip of a card.
Yeah, especially with the blinds like this, and yeah, being between Max and Wes might as well be between a rock and a hard place.
100%, man. 100%.
You know. So there we go. And speaking of Wes, he's under the gun. It looks like he threw away his under the gun hand.
Yeah, we have a DK on the button. 100 to go.
Oh, with pocket jacks. Let's see how Kramer approaches this.
Ace-9 with Max, for Max on the small blind.
Now, during the stream, we've seen a lot of banter and back and forth and some moves between Max and Darren. And now Darren has a legit hand, and Max has a legit 3-bet hand here with a big stack. I wonder if he's going to make a move, and obviously that would be a move back from Kramer right after. Let's see how this goes. Interesting.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, I mean, Max likes to mix here as well. 3-bet or call. But, like, from a sizing aspect, that's got to be right, because Darren's got 1.1 million behind.
Yeah. No, which is about 25 bigs, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blinds
there
are.
There's the 3-bet, sorry. And
there we go.
With the 4s, pretty easy decision here, getting out of the way.
Yeah, pretty easy decision, but also something to think over, because you have Darren, who's so capable of just opening on the button with a wide range, and then you have Max, who's also capable of 3-betting with the right range. That said, Jared might be thinking, well, it's already 250 from Max, so his all-in has no fold equity.
Yeah, 100%, mate.
Yeah.
All right, back to DK. Let's see what he opts to do here. He could just flat as well, but I doubt DK's going to be flatting. I don't know.
I also doubt it.
Darren, I don't know. Darren can mix here. I think he's going to rip it.
Yeah. Gives him the little looky look.
How's it look over?
How many chips do you have? As if he might have him covered, which is obviously not the case.
Darren working through the motion.
Yeah. And you know what? I think that he knows he's going all in here, and maybe he's making it seem like it's a bit of a tough decision. I mean, I'm speculating.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, I mean, it's one of those where He's utilising those time banks, trying to push off weakness here.
Yeah.
And let's see what he does. Has another look, just to make sure.
Yeah.
It's all part of trying to tell a story here.
Exactly. He's such a subtle player in the way he thinks about the game.
There's also one of these, he's in position here as well, so what do you do? If he flats, he plays the hand in position. If he jams...
I just don't think that Kramer is gonna call here. I think he's gonna raise, and it's either does he go all in or does he shove. I just don't think you flat here with jacks.
Yeah. Well, again, Darren. We've seen the results he has.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll make the
exactly.
best
Exactly.
choice.
Like if Darren calls here, then that's obviously the right thing to do, basically. But I like it. I like that he's doing a little bit of Hollywood. Yeah, he announces all in.
Max insta out the way.
Yeah.
I want to wait till it got to number 8. 54, 58.
He's saying he had a plan to wait for the clock to get us to a certain minute and second before he announced his decision there. And that kind of goes to some game theory style thinking, where I'll make my decisions based on the minute on the clock, and therefore you will never be able to tell my strategy. It's a little nod towards that, I think. A savvy player.
If he falls, you go all in. So
yeah, like you said, whatever Darren decides is probably right.
Yeah, exactly.
But moving on to the next hand, I don't know what's happening on the other tables. Maybe there's some juice happening there. Nothing is yet. Mike's giving me the shake, saying nothing on the go. But yeah, Lee Wu is going to be UTG 2 million, 20 bigs. It's going to happen.
And I had a chance to have a little chat with Lee during the break, and I was just commenting on his style of play. He's a very loose, aggressive player, and I feel a bit of a kinship there. And he was saying to me that there's a kind of a fine line between loose, aggressive, and reckless, and he feels that that's where the skill comes in.
No, 100%. I mean, again, it's adapting. It's making those changes into your game. The deeper you get. Max, of course, running like God. Picks up those aces here. Let's see what happens. Maybe he gets some action. Going through the motions again, doing what he does.
Yeah, yeah. And he has been opening a lot because he's the chip leader. His job, so to speak, is to also steal the blinds. So his aces can be disguised. If someone were to wake up with a king queen with the pocket tens, they could easily lose their stack here or get it all in.
All right, Emma gets him out the way. Not
and
the ideal way the hand should have ended, in Max's opinion, but such is the nature of the game.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, so Jared also pretty short here, so he's got to find a spot. And he's going to put Wes under a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, and as you get deep into the tournament and the blinds increase, that's just how it goes.
The nature of the beast.
Yeah, yeah. But, the pros know that. They know the pressure their opponents are under.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And they utilize it.
Yeah, put them in the blender as one does.
I love that bird's eye view.
Yeah, look at that. One dealer doing his business there.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Short-handed DKUTG. Let us go. Could this be the one? We bubble the final table bubble.
Yeah, it's
DK. Sorry.
No. I just said the bubble is around the corner. I mean, this is it. We're so close to the final table.
Yeah, finish line's also sight. Max on the cutoff.
I do see him opening here again, although he did just open with aces. But again, huge chip stack. Everyone's under pressure. This is taking advantage of that pressure. Put in 80K, put in 2 big blinds. And then in most cases, you're going to get through with it. And I think the math is that per rotation, it's something like you only need to win one out of 3 to break even. I could be so wrong with that, and if I am wrong, which I probably am, let me know. Yeah.
Let us know. Pop us in the comments, guys. But back to the action here. Wesley with 9s, 800K, 20 bigs.
Yeah, definitely. He announces all in, and that's what you do. Let's see if Wu wakes up with a monster here. But that's what you do with 9s, with 20 bigs. This is what you're waiting for. The guy who's raising all the time opens. And you just shove. Yeah. And Max should.
Gets out the way.
Yeah. The only question for Max is, do I Hollywood a little bit to pretend I had a big hand? But
no, I don't think Max is one of those, down to business guys.
Yeah.
Get out the way, carry on.
Yeah, let's see if Kramer. There he is. I was looking at the wrong seat there. That's why I wear glasses, which I probably need to get a new prescription.
How's the burger?
We do have it here that if you're out of the seat as the dealer starts dealing, your hand is automatically marked, even if you sit down a second after. So I was looking at the wrong seat thinking Kramer's not there, but he's there.
Anyone short?
Darren is checking on the other table.
Anyone short?
Yeah, asking. Let's hear what he has to, what he's inquiring about. And this is the outer table here.
Gio. I can't see.
And we can
I'm like
see.
literally blocked straight on that person. You probably the only one who can see.
Yeah, Gio looks a little short there. Harold's also got lots and lots of chips.
Yeah, and Harold looks so intimidating there, but I promise you he's such a sweetheart.
Oh, it's nice, man.
He's a real nice guy, but boy, does he look intimidating with those chips in front of him.
Yeah, 100%. Right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Wes. 7 deuce. Into the market goes.
Yeah.
Alright, BVP, let's see what Lee does.
Go see.
10-3.
Not getting tired of
Hard to make a move against Kramer. And look at that, he had Kramer dominated, but of course that's just for us at home and for us in the booth to see.
Josh, looks like there's a comment there for you.
Yeah, actually that's Barry Gilbert, a friend from Israel, and I already gave him a shout out, but good old Barry. He's Bazza, exactly. Exactly, he's a legend.
Joe.D now, UTG.
How short is he?
And another comment from Steve Scooms, who says, amazing work putting this together from production to commentary. Good job, guys. Thank you so much. Shout out to the production team as well. And we really appreciate it. We love the game, and we just want to bring it to all of you in the most elegant and informative way possible.
Yeah, I mean, please, guys, if there's anything you'd like us to see or like to see on the stream, please let us know. We'll try our best to get it done for you. Moving on, Jared ripping the lolly, putting the whole baby in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an open shove. I mean, you know, there is an argument to 2x and then, but with less than 10 bigs, you just put it in.
All right.
And of course, yeah, and I don't mind a little bit of Hollywood here. You don't want your opponents to know you have ace king suited, maybe a worse ace or something.
Rips a lot over the ways. Ace 8 out the way. Lee out the way. DK gets out the way to Max.
See if I can find it.
He says, let's see if I can find it.
10
And he
ace.
says, nope. All right, well, when you have 375,000 and you go all in and you win 100,000, it feels great. So, yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, small detail, we are now on hand 100 after this. And here we get the chip counts. Lee Wu and Max up top. Of course, Kramer as well, between 37 47 big blinds. And yeah, aggression frequency, interesting. Yeah, Max showing the most aggression. And Imran at the bottom. Imran, I believe, is on the other table. That's Imran right there.
Joe's ripped it. Imran gets out the way.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Lately it's been a little bit, but generally
Gio, of course, with the slick back hair and the stoic face as he's all in. And again, one player out, and we're at the final table here. And that is a face-up fold of 2 face cards. I believe it's a king-queen.
Yes, sir.
I have some comedic relief for you. Yeah. So I got a whole bunch of friends watching
shows?
the stream.
Pocket threes.
There we go. He's got the crabs. And Imran, of course, strategically eating his, I don't know, olives.
Probably olives.
I've got a few
No.
friends here. My friend in Canada.
Right, Max, ace 3, small blind. See what happens. Could be interesting.
Yeah, you like that in the small blind, and you know, depending. I think, yeah, you do that because the next stack is, of course, Jardine with the like 400x chips. Yeah, you just put it in.
Max pressure.
Yeah, max pressure, max results. Absolutely. Yeah, and if let's say Jardine had you know, 1.5 million there, then maybe you can even limp and see if Jardine raises, etc. Disguise your ace. There's many ways. The small blind, big blind play is very intriguing and very difficult to get.
I mean, that's where, in my opinion, you're making most of your money. BBB.
Yeah.
And button versus big blind, small blind.
For sure. In these tournaments late like this, for sure.
Tough lands I played earlier.
No.
Won't happen again though. 'Cause
All right, on to the next.
Obviously, smiles for Kramer. And Lee Wu with his purple shirt, just observing.
Speaking of Lee, UTG with Queen 7. Into my goes DK.
Yeah.
Jack 5.
No.
Max.
Not good for him. And King 10.
Yeah. All right, up we go again, lads.
For sure, especially in position here. It's a clear open. 80 or 90. Probably just 80. One thing to consider though is that just next to him we have a stack of 400 that might jam over. That's Jardine.
7-4 going into the mark.
Yeah. And let's see if Wes wakes up with a hand. Well, he didn't insta-muck. Now we know he has King 8. I was going to say he has 21 bigs, but also King 8. And that looks like he is calling.
Go to the flop.
It will be on Wesley to speak first.
6 2 3 2 clubs.
Both players miss, but Max does have the lead in terms of aggression. That said, I think that Wes has a lot more sixes in his range, a lot more even 4-5 kind of cards. He does check. Max decides against the C-bet, and that is a tough card for Wesley.
Here comes all the money, folks.
Yeah. You know, because it could be that Wesley is trying to set up a check raise here, and it goes check, check. Oh. Wow. Okay. This is unlucky because there's no ways if he checks again that Max will not bet. Yeah, and Max is now, he has to bet, and I don't see Wes just calling here, you know, because he beats so many hands. You know, the only hand he doesn't beat is this flopped set. Obviously a better king, which is so unlikely, and the 4-5. And none of those are in, well, I don't want to say most, none, but not a lot of those are in Max's range.
Oh, it looks like he's bet 100k. Let's see what Wes does here.
I'm not quite sure if that bet seems bluffy or what, but if I'm Wesley, as hard as it is to say, I'm thinking about raising here. And that's what he does. And I believe he said 300. Now, for Davison, though, because more like, I mean, 4-5 is in Wesley's range, he's going to flat a lot of the time, and that's what happens. And okay. Look, the good news, bad news. Wes lost a pot, but he's still in.
Yep, 100%.
Wow. Wow.
That leaves Wes pretty crippled as well. Not really. I mean, he's still got 12 bigs, but big pot
yeah,
to lose that.
Yeah. The thing about having 12 bigs with 5-handed is that the blinds come around so often.
Yep, 100%.
That it's just more. Yeah, it's just that much more pressure. Yeah, and Jardine with 9 bigs there. So Jardine is certainly waiting for the spot here. I mean, by the time the big blind comes to him, he has to invest, you know, I don't know, 1/5 of his stack, something like that.
It's getting down to crunch time, so you'll probably see a lot of moves being made of late.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see the dynamic with Jared and Wesley, blind versus blind, considering stack sizes. If it gets around to it. But yeah, well, only time will tell. DK, Queen Jack suit.
And 5-handed, that's a nice hand with, what does he have there? Maybe 10, 20, 35 big blinds. Yeah, that's an open for sure.
I mean, you tell me.
Again, if there were 9 players on the table, you might fold that hand, but not in this spot. And Cromer knows it.
Jaden's getting out the way.
Actually, I won't put one more chip, the one chip thing.
Yeah, we have a...
DK takes 12.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, not quite yet. We do have Li Wu. And Li Wu, I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, he did call with the 8-5. And he is ahead, although we do see that Cromer does have 2 overcards and a gut shot straight draw. But again, Li Wu has a pair of 8s here.
Sorry, I completely forgot that Li was in the hand.
Yeah. He has been quiet lately. I don't blame you for that.
Jack on the turn.
Jack on the turn puts Cromer ahead.
Cool.
Snap heads.
Yeah. Quick bet, quick call. And that makes the pot probably around 540, I believe. I don't know.
Let's see short. 7 on the river.
8.
Excuse me, it's 470 in the pot. Excuse me about that. And it goes check, check, and
goes 8, and Darren's response, no good.
yeah, and Cromer goes, give me the chips. Cromer likes to talk, but he's quiet when he stacks the chips.
Okay.
No, he's a good guy, he really is. He scoops in a profit of 265,000, not too shabby.
Alrighty, next hand.
Yeah, and Max over there putting a lot of pressure on his left wrist with his leaning. But hey, fair play. We each have our own poker stance. I myself am a southpaw. Okay, Max under the gun here. Max has a nice little 2.2 stack.
Queen 10 UTG.
Yeah, with 50 big blinds, 50 plus bigs. I really don't mind an open here at all. But look how Cromer is smiling at him, because Cromer knows, listen, I've just put in 80,000, yeah. The big blind and the big blind ante. So he's smiling at Max saying, are you sure you want to do this?
7-5 for Jared.
Yeah, not good enough in this spot.
Wes gets out the way. Over to Lee. Fold back to DK.
Ah, and that's not good. The hyper aggressive fold from DK. A rare sight, but he's got strong wrists.
Maybe each one of these you can get to watch your hand. Cash it in.
Yeah. Just
Gimme.
peeking back at the outer table. Everyone's waiting for that one player to be knocked out, and everyone's hoping it won't be them.
What happened?
Always the case.
Parliament move.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Dave, our tournament director.
Yeah,
I'm the big blind.
Yes, yeah. No, he said. No, it's fine.
We saw the 8-4.
Huh? 61 is the chip leader.
200. It's come in, huh?
Come in, huh?
I'll be sweating now, huh?
You'd think this is some kind of home game, the way Cromer and Max are schmoozing, yeah. Yeah, you know, Thursday night at the boys' house, couple of beers.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, only 2 million rand for first, no big deal, and $1 million for second.
Not at all, huh?
Yeah.
Not at all. It's just,
yeah.
Again, they're going at each other, they're going hard, they're having a laugh though. I really am the best time.
Yeah, you got to have fun at the table. I also believe so. I mean, you know, as long as the people around me are having fun. I know I'm going to take all the chips, so I know that might not be fun for you, but no, I'm teasing.
Nature of the game, my man. Nature of the
Yeah,
game.
for sure.
Over to Jared.
No, man. Other guy. Harold and 60-61, not scooping. They both got chips. Yeah, 60-61's got a hell of a lot of chips. I say, short.
Jared's saying
Surely he has to.
Why wasn't the other one a 10?
Over to Wes. Gets out the way.
Maybe less?
Nah, not less.
Jeez, you mean
Deuces for Lee.
Yeah, 2-2 for Mr. Wu.
Probably about 20s, huh?
Oh, jeez, so 1 under, 1 over.
Probably about 20s.
I believe
I've seen actually the odds
it was just a walk for Max. And the 3's won.
So Max will be on the button this hand. Wes and Jared, small and big.
That's how sick it is.
Yeah.
And now Max, considering what he's been doing thus far, any kind of hand that he thinks is going to be,
and then like an outside,
you'll be able to put pressure on it, he will do so accordingly.
Yeah, he'll just, let's say it's folded around to him, and it's him against the 2 shorter stacks. He's just going to grab a bunch of green chips and just gooi him in, Yeah.
Fuck, I'd be sweating.
Yeah, I wonder what that range is, It's, any pocket pair.
Anything and everything, mate.
Pretty much all aces, even some suited kings.
That's sick for 1,000.
All right.
I want to walk here, guys. I don't know.
It's going to be tough, but we'll see.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I think the next hand is when the short stacks are, just to be clear. So anyway, but Lee folds. Lee's changing it up nicely. He's playing very, very snug, and I like that. It shows color in his range, in his play styles. Kramer, of course, opens on the button with the suited ace-8.
I don't know why you do that. It's like you try to confuse.
Jared, ace-8, yeah, that's where the money goes in.
Interesting, yeah. He most likely gets it in here.
I'm all in.
Yeah, and then...
I'm pretty sure. How much?
Good luck, buddy.
I have to say I played a poker tournament in Colorado many years ago, 7 years ago, and I got it all in. Ace-king versus ace-king.
Yeah.
And my opponent, I had the suited ace-king, and my opponent got the flush, and I was knocked out the tournament. So I hope that doesn't happen here for Jared, really. And if it does, I'll feel sick that I even mentioned this. Yeah.
Alrighty, to the flop we go.
He's only got 1 flush draw. Yeah. This rookie with 1 flush draw.
Kramer mentioned...
Ace in the window.
Oh!
Chop it up. Okay, go quickly.
There we go.
Chop. Oh!
Oh, that's funny, hey? That's funny.
So sick.
Both players with 2 pair.
Right, so that's going to be Jared and Wes on the big blind. And like we said, Max is going to be right on the button. So
yeah,
expect fireworks.
I'm glad you were ace, because I would have set him in and lost.
Yeah.
I had a king.
Not 5-9.
I'm so glad you were ace.
Jardine puts in the big blind in the... Oh, excuse me, that was the small blind. Wow, the blinds are up so high that when I see this... Well, when I see the small blind, it looks like the big blind to me from previous levels. Anyway. But it's hard to put in that big blind when you have that big blind ante, is what I'm saying. Always tough. Lee Wu, looking ready for anything?
Cheers, 500.
Cheers. Yeah, the weird thing is, like, someone like Gio, it doesn't really matter if he's short, because he's never going to fold for a final table because of these payouts.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be worth something to get there, but, like, not that much. I mean, when the chips are spread, no deal. It's like number 4, like 5 or 6.
I'll call for 400.
Lee Wu with the fold.
DK 10-8 suit, out the way. All right, over to Max. In it goes.
Yeah, let's see if that's in his range to just apply max pressure.
Nope.
Nope.
Sends it back. Jared, yep, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Wes.
And Wes doesn't insta-muck. Yeah, that's going in. He's asking for a count. I don't see Wesley calling here. Yeah.
Joe gets through. All played, sir.
I mean, when you're in the big blind, you don't want people stealing your blinds, and maybe he's just showing that he's just at least trying to make Jardine think that it was a decision for him.
can officially say you're not the, short
change.
stash. Yeah, not the short stash officially.
All right, there we go. Patience, eh?
Yep, exactly. Name of the game.
Yeah.
Darren just pointing out that.
I mean, are we on a level on a bit now? 10, huh? I'm saying we've been at 10 for over
A
level.
long time, yeah.
Darren's saying 10-handed for a long time, and that Jardine is finally not the shortest stack at the table.
I always said that. It had to stop at some point. It had to slow down. It was super deep.
It was insane. We got down to, we're going to be on the final in less than 5 hours of play.
Yeah. 3 hours, we lost 19 out of 11 off.
4.5 hours.
And speaking of Kramer, he's under the gun. Queen 6 suited.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Down to 11 in 3 hours. That's insane.
Darren gets out the way, Max holds, wears, Queen 9, Joe gets in.
Well, I wonder if, I think this might be a shove. Okay, I guess not. I mean, I don't know, it's curious. This is for sure a push.
Yeah, it's all going in.
I don't know if he announced all into the dealer, if he put a raise in, but it looks anyway like Lee is out, so there we go. He takes it down.
Yeah, I used to play with that ball as well. Oh, yeah?
Happy to win a little pot without a flop with pocket fives.
No. Cape Town.
And I do wonder if someone out there can tell me what they think if 10 big blinds on the button with Queen 9 offsuit is a shove at this spot. I really don't know poker well enough to know that.
Well,
but,
I'm taking that spot.
Yeah.
I'm taking that spot every day.
Little bit country.
But again, just my opinion.
Yeah.
As an all in, Joe's all in.
I found 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to always use those.
We've got one fold.
Yeah, very nice.
I believe that's Alan over there.
I don't get how anyone plays with them.
Checking his hand.
They're really nice to use.
I noticed before he looked, he did the rub on the felt, which is always very lucky for me. Maybe not for him because he folded.
When I putt with them, I feel like I just never hit it hard enough, you know?
All right.
Yeah, super soft. But they're basically the same ball as that. But
Geo
like,
takes
I don't
it
know,
down.
I think it's like in your subconscious. Yeah. I think it's like in your subconscious. Like when I'm chipping or putting with a Pro V.
Okay, Jared now is the Queen 10 suited. Now this surely must be a hand you would shove you with 11 bigs.
The one before was the 300 or something. It was called.
Again, without being results orientated, I just wonder. I think Queen 10.
Was the one before this.
Yeah.
Jab, over Wes.
Yeah, and he does just that. Wes is out with the ace. Small blind gone now. Kramer. Kramer is the king jack, and Kramer is probably aware of Jared's range here because of Jared's situation. So that's why he kind of did that noise of disgust, where he knows it's close. He knows it's close because it's not only it's not only Queen 10 in Jared's range. It's also King Queen. It's also maybe I don't know, Ace Jack. There's many hands that Darren aren't good in this particular case. He's good right now. Anyway, let's see. 400 to call.
How much? 420?
It will be a quarter of his stack.
Oh, wow. No, man.
He knows it's close. He's aware exactly of the range of Jared here.
I lent 400 for someone. Wow, this is tight.
I'll loan you 5.
I think he might call. I think now he might be trying to get a read. Let's listen to the table.
So it's 385 more, right? 350. Wow.
I just do think at some point he wants to try get a read from Jardine. Maybe ask a question. Do something funny. Did a quick look over, yeah. Definitely letting the table know that it's a tough spot for him.
Really badly with that word.
Have we all been there or what?
Fold.
He said fold. He said fold. Tough spot.
Seven, this is not that strong.
He shows.
Did Jared show?
I do not know if Jared showed.
I think he did.
We'll see. No, he did not show. He did not show.
In the pot. Beat him in the
Yeah,
pot.
no. And you don't want to show in Jared's spot because you're going to be going all in so often pre with the stack sizes. You don't want to show, but that was a tough spot for Kramer. Now, I don't know Jardine. Maybe he's very, very hard to read. Me personally, I would have tried to, honestly, made some silly joke, try and see if I can get him to laugh or giggle a little bit, assess how comfortable he is. But, you know, I'm not on the final 10 of a 2 million
Yeah, no, 100%,
up top
mate.
tournament. And Kramer is the legend, so I hope that's not taken the wrong way. It's just my opinion.
Right, so it looks like we're on to the next hand. Jared's going to UTG, you know?
7 running. 1.7, I would have got the call out of me.
Yeah, still we are
Exactly,
10-handed.
next weekend.
Jardine with a smile, dimples showing because he's slowly building.
Ow. That's as close.
Where's out the way?
1.8 cool.
With a DK. Good job.
Must be another one. No, not the one. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darren has put his hat on backwards. With pizzazz.
You don't like it. You always think it, analyze, then you go to your cards, you look up, you're robotic. Oh, got it. Don't really want it. You're 200. Hold on, that's
I feel like we don't need to talk much with Kramer at the table.
Yeah, no, it's just listening. It's a cool dynamic. It's interesting to hear the table chatter.
Yeah.
Again, the heads of the guys a bit.
I think like you want to call like king, queen, and maybe ace 10.
Kramer considering, and he does elect to put the hat the other way around again. Let's see what happens with Kramer's hat actions moving forward. Interesting.
But I don't know. What do I know?
but having 2.5 in ICM later on, how value? It's like a mix.
It's a weird one,
It's a weird one. I can really pay it. Having 2.3 is huge.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah.
It's a tough spot for you.
Very tough, right? I think you just have an ace X most times, right?
Mostly
an ace 5 or whatever. Anything.
All right, back to the action here. The Wes under the
If I had 1.9, you were getting the 400.
Yeah, 4-3-0.
It's a good stack to shove. You can hurt someone a lot with that.
Yeah, he tosses that garbage back in the middle.
Lee, 9-10 of diamonds and a cutoff.
And Lee has been very quiet lately, so I think that this should be taken, not taken lightly, let's say. By the way, he makes it 2.5 bigs, which is significant at this stage. And Jardine with the 9s. Wakes up with the 9s. Let's see what happens. Yeah. And is Lee in a gambling mood? You never know with Lee. He's capable of a lot of stuff.
It's like 450, right?
Touch more.
So it's 385 for him to call. Which is, let's say, he's getting
I really like my marginal hand.
exactly 2-1, I believe. No, not exactly 2-1, a bit less.
Total how much there?
He's probably thinking about what his 10-9 is good against here with the odds he's getting, but there's many other factors to take into account. And we're almost at the final table, the prize jumps, yeah. You got to fold there.
That's the reality.
It's always tough when you're an aggressive player, you've been sort of so quiet, so calm, and then you make your move and then someone plays back at you.
Yep.
You know, and you're like, oh, don't they know I've been folding every hand? you know.
Yeah, no, that's true. But yeah, back to the action. Where's putting that big blind in again?
Yeah.
Approaching the danger zone.
Where's thinking, where's all my chips gone?
Okay, they're holding you back for the final, the final line.
I know my jokes are terrible, guys. I know, but you know, they're
What
so
you need
bad
to
that
do,
they're
brother.
good.
Ian's loving that one. Ian's walking about, just smiling his ear.
He requested only you, huh? He's the top dog.
Okay, Lee under the gun. Talking to the folks in the VIP section, which is just up where he was looking.
Clean.
Or maybe he's just watching the cricket.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah. Geez, I need a haircut and a beard, huh? If I come the top 8, I'll
You heard it
Yeah.
here, folks. Kramer said if he makes the top 8, he's getting a haircut. I believe that's it. Can we get that in writing, Kramer, please? Pocket 8s.
Max with ace-9.
I do feel that there's bound to be a fireworks between these two guys. They've been schmoozing and getting involved in little spots all night, and you know, here we are again, both of them with, you know, 8s are a legit hand. Ace-9 off suit, okay, you know, not the strongest, but Max is capable of, yeah. I swear I was going to say 3-betting.
I Joe out the way. There's Jack Deuce.
And let's see how Kramer's talking and style comes into play here to maybe try get a read.
all in.
Wow, good move. Insta-fold from Max.
Darren scooped that one.
Oh, he scooped it and he was...
You're in town,
he had a little smile on his lips there. It was nice. There we go.
No,
Darren Kramer. He did confirm that it's pronounced Kramer because I was curious if he was related to Cosmo Kramer.
I think he 3-bet jacks.
But then, you know, I was told Kramer doesn't exist. He's a character in Seinfeld, so what do I know?
No. Yeah.
Just looking up.
Hey, by the way, it looks like Kramer is at the 2 million mark. That's 50 big blinds, and 50 big blinds at this stage.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's like at the beginning of the tournament having, I don't know, 150 bigs. It's just, at this stage, you know, Kramer is in line to run it deep with these chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous for Darren now. I mean, what should I say? Dangerous for everyone else now that Darren's so deep.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's been in this position before. He's won multiple titles. Let's see how he manages it. Let's see how he manages it.
Yeah,
It's exciting, no less.
Absolutely. I'm just tempted not to call him Danger Darren right now, but I'll pretend I didn't say that. So it's folded up to Jardine, who's letting that go blind versus blind
Wes
again.
is jamming out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
He's trying to
Yeah.
Over to Lee. He's going to get that.
Yeah, that'll go through there. You know, at my home game, I like to also stall before I shove like Wes did there, but for different reasons. I like to see my opponents ahead of me, and if they look at their cards and I can get a read. You know, against these players, they're not going to do that. That's the thing. They're just, you know, it's like a standard in high-level poker that you only look at your cards when it's your turn, so you don't give anything away by perhaps your interest or anything like that. So
100%. Maybe we can take a quick look at the outer table, see what's going on there.
now we're going to make that happen. Big stacks Max. bet in the facts. It's his turn under the gun. Let's see what he gets. Let's see what he does.
Queen 10, UGG.
The single finger fold.
Jared. 5-3's going away.
Get that. Oh.
Darren Kramer seeming to interrupt himself. And that's whatever he said there.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, nothing like getting a walk at this stage of the game.
No. Silent.
All right, let's see if we can maybe grab that on a table picture. Ah, okay.
Sorry, man.
Sorry about
Fuck,
that.
I didn't even realize my hands were dirty.
Thank you, sir.
What's that? This is actually on a table. Joe's chipping up nicely, fighting back. Looks like Harold and Jesse are currently in the hand.
Yeah, and Harold there, I mean, that's got to be 1, 2, 3, like 4 million chips in front of him. I don't even know. I'm shooting a guess. He's got a huge stack.
Walk, yeah? Having a lot of walk. There are 5 kings, here 3, what is that? 1, 8 king, yeah.
I see
Not one.
oh, we have an all-in.
Have I?
Harold Rubs.
And a fold.
What I have line? One? No.
In the blind? No.
And the rich get richer.
Oh, John falls. Wes gets out the way.
Go.
You, huh?
She'll go.
Now that you preempted it, it's just crazy.
Let's see.
No,
Yeah.
you did, I told you. I mean, so what, we had 4 here.
Kramer saving the dealer some time. And then it looks like Darren lets Max know he had him dominated.
Seven's going to get open. I'm feeling his meal literally so excited.
Oh, 9. Oh, not so bad.
Gonna go walk this time.
No, I believe it's going to be
I reckon 10%.
Absolutely.
West
for
under the gun,
you're getting a
I
walk.
believe.
What do you reckon? 9 to 1?
I agree. No, definitely.
Walk 9 to 1?
Walk?
Yeah.
No.
0. Wow.
0. Jeez, that's a big thing, huh?
From you to him?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant from here to here.
No, from here, walk to the big blind.
Yeah, that he gets to walk this hand.
That he?
Yeah.
All right, so as mentioned, West under the gun, he's got
Now I've got a lot of chips.
Exactly.
13 and a half bigs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think,
I promise you this, you're not here. I
well,
reckon
we
you're
fold the
7-1.
10-3 here. But we were hoping for some kind of hand to go all in with.
Well, not 20%. 10%. Ah, chances.
Big chances.
Come on, boys.
DK, Queen Jack.
Give it a chance.
Walk over.
Oh.
Didn't even get to the last to act.
I mean, he didn't even look at the cards.
No, he smiles while he puts in a little raisey raise.
Fold.
Fold. So wait, just wait, don't do anything with the cards, just wait. I want to ask you
Need a
something.
new deck.
I know, okay. He said the card from when he was eating food. So I'm saying if it's on the top of the card.
No,
or
it's
on
a
the
rip in the bottom of the card. You'll
No,
see the
not-
bottom, the
not
bottom
these.
card.
When
You'll
we
feel it.
change them?
On the underside of the card, you'll
You
feel
didn't-
it.
he- I don't know.
Okay, guys, let's play this hand.
And I'll tell you now the second. So when he eating his food, he said that
Yeah.
there's like a mark on the top of the
Yeah,
card.
yeah, yeah.
Listening
So
in to
if
the
it's
players.
the top of the card, then it is from the food.
See, it's like a tear here. You see that?
Guys, anyone, floor,
Oh, yeah.
we need in your deck.
I felt it as I went like this.
Yeah, one card is
Another deck.
So as you can hear, the problems of
The thick
eating
part
at
for
the
them
table
is
is
another deck.
when cards get too greasy, and
There's a tear on the
players are allowed to request or call for a new deck. And in this case, the dealer will check and just confirm, and it is confirmed. Now these aren't just normal cards.
Yeah, 100%. RFID cards, they get sensors in it that pick up exactly what they have. It gives us the option to be able to show you.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not just like, all right, let's go to the 7-Eleven, grab a random deck of cards.
Huh?
You know, it's RFID, and it's as we say in South Africa, a bit of a mission, but it's all being taken care of. And there, of course, is Gary.
There's no shadow. Let me
with
tell you,
his
if I
charming
find
voice.
this, there's no shadow.
And looks like another hand is being dealt. The hands are being dealt, the pressure's being felt.
I'll be triple branded.
And we will be under the gun.
Howard got like fucking 4.5 million.
Something in the retarded. Not that, 3.5. Yeah.
Oh no, there's the smallest that you know.
Kramer not afraid to lean far back in his chair. I've fallen over before in front of a lot of people. He's got the guts.
3.6.
Yeah. Well, they did knock out 6 people, so that money.
He's hoping it's a bounty.
Yeah.
Mystery bounty going on here. Is that why I didn't run? Because you didn't play?
Exactly.
Anyone short over there?
Yeah.
But it was on
All right, so leave you under the gun with the 5-3.
Well, second
Well,
day
so
of
the
the
top
25.
one of these
No,
things.
second day, huh?
He lays it down. Kramer lays down my favorite hand, the 9-3 offsuit. Don't ask me why. It's a long story. Max Davison with the Jack-10 unsuited. Still big stack, 50 big blinds on the button. He's going to open here. And he's just going to put the guys all in. Putting max pressure on these shorter stacks. No one wants to be the 10th player out. And he's taking advantage of it. And it looks like we have a call from Wesley, who had the ace high. He called for 500k. That's 12.5 bigs. And he is a slight favorite here. And I don't mind the call. Let's see, ace on the window. 3 diamonds. The only one with a diamond is Wes, and he is a huge favorite here. But now a queen would help. There we go. It's all good for Wesley. He has 3 aces. And looks like we're just resetting after a bit of load shedding. And you see the VIP section there. All the main oaks, and then the best shoes in the house, Ahmed. I thought his shoes yesterday were cool, but he's rocking these other Jordans that are just another level. And so
Are we getting power on or?
we're set to sort this all out, guys, with the power out. We are prepared, so just a matter of time before everything is back in order. And I wonder, will we be continuing play? Yeah, we will be continuing play as is, even though the lighting is not ideal. But the poker is still happening. Okay. And then there was light. Okay. We're getting a deep wash from the dealer.
Instead, this lighting. Yeah,
And we're going to have
except that.
good Kramer under the gun
Flashing you were talking about.
from C3.
This is longer than normal.
Mm.
Yeah, the blinds are going up in about 15 minutes, so let's see how this changes the dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean every level, every change is significant.
It's one of those weird things.
Yeah, yes. I like that. That's the nicest thing that's happened.
And I do know a couple of people in the chat are watching are from my bartending days, and you know how much I used to talk back then, so that's why I'm here instead of on the table. Thanks for watching. Under the gun.
Oh God, that is
Big stacks, Max.
Yeah, exactly. Huh?
You spoke a really.
Nah, you can't.
Nah, I know you mean it.
Let's see if he's
He's been
not much of a
Don't
squeezer.
worry
He
about
just
him.
pulls the cards up and looks. I'm a squeezer myself. I like to take my time, one card at a time,
over to
one suit at a
Wes.
time.
It's the muck they go.
Where's the sweat?
Yeah,
button,
after
Max?
doubling
Found a
up
thing, always
in the
find-
last hand, Wes
always
is
find a
feeling
way
good.
around, you know?
He got through.
Nice. Pocket fours here.
Yeah, Liwu with the hand in a after a while, an actual hand, even though it's only fours. And let's see.
Impossible.
Let me just see what the action was there. I think may he have called, and then Kramer raised. I'm not quite sure, folks. Let's just see.
Oh, put it the wrong side.
My ace is no good. Wrong aces though.
Oh, looks like Mr. Kramer
That might get traded.
committed a crime, huh? Chris loving my jokes.
He gets that through, Darren.
Chris loving my little quips.
It's like Gary sitting next to me. It's painful.
Except Gary has a good sense of humor. You know, I'm like I get the sympathy laughs, you know, and I'll take any laugh.
Yeah, laughs a laugh, my buddy. Laughs a laugh.
Yeah, but no, back to the game for real though. Kramer made a move there, and that was a good move,
and change the rules all the time in this place.
and solid play. Good for you. He really is making chips in spots where he has, you know, sort of no right to. In the sense, I mean, he earns it, and that's the mark of a professional.
100%.
You know, and I said this on the last session. I mean, that's what wins tournaments.
Max, the good news is someone's probably going to bust in this orbit. No, it is. But so your bid final table. The guns are coming out.
I mean, can you imagine this? The
guns are coming out. The piranhas.
You see there, Max was just standing up, I think, just getting some circulation, and immediately his hand was marked, even though he is right there. That's just rules are rules.
Not even remotely good enough.
What did you have, Darren? King 10. I was having on him anyway. I showed King of Hearts, 10 million chips. I showed.
Yeah, this is how do I say it? Like, this is going to be turning out to be a really fun final table. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be so
Yeah,
good.
honestly, it's going to be hard to see any of these players go. You know, it's like I've had a lot of fun calling this tournament so far, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to crunch time. And so we have another hand. So Max's small blind was folded. Wes has the computer hand, and he has double the stack. I don't think he's getting involved. We're out for sure.
Come on. Oh.
I'm all in.
Kramer. Beautiful. Max pressure now. Essentially, Jardine is hoping for a hand, and Kramer is hoping he doesn't get a hand. Yeah, he got, again, he earned it.
100%.
Give him time, man.
You've seen most of them. You can look at them on TV.
Yeah, you see, Jardine looks
One time
over.
I did even rearrangement when I jammed, so I'll tell you what, I wasn't bluffing there. I even tell you before you look, pocket jack. That hand when you said you were going with the under pair, you can go look at jacks.
And he did have jacks, and I like that he throws in.
Max has queens, kings, aces. Good luck.
I like that he throws in some truth after saying a lie.
Yeah, so mix it up as we do.
Yeah.
Me?
I'll deal with it now.
But then to put it to the next level, for sure Darren is now aware that Jardine is aware. And so he's not going to mess with Jardine maybe unless he actually has a hand next time.
Helena.
Or maybe not. What do I know?
Grab here. Don't eat my food. I'm just not allowed to eat it right now.
Oh, no, man. No, I walked you, huh? I had a feeling.
No worries.
So Wesley takes a walk. with the king queen offsuit.
Just walk, he said.
He's got those spidey senses.
Can I trade with you quick?
Yeah.
I don't know, 8-4, I think.
8-4. Whatever me?
And ladies and gentlemen, pretty soon, the young guns are going to switch it over to the veterans. We have a minute and a half to go in this 2040 level. Next we go to 25,000, 50,000. And yeah, it's been a pleasure chatting with you, Chris.
Yeah, 100%, Josh. It's great to call the action. Finally got to do it.
Yeah.
You said it was
and
perfect.
let's do one more for the road. We got Kramer under the gun, 5-handed, ace-4 of diamonds. He is definitely opening here. He's been building his stack nicely, playing impeccably. He does open. Little over 2 bigs. Couple of folds.
Ace queen for Wes.
Okay. Kramer is staring him down, watching every move Wes makes as he prepares to either call, raise, whatever it is. But Kramer is watching closely. Wesley knows Kramer has tricks up his sleeve.
One more.
No, one.
I was under the gun.
You had, it was on him. It was on him.
Big blind.
Button was on me.
No, it was a button on him. Button was on him?
You're on big blind, yeah.
Yeah.
Your big blind was on him.
Oh, so backing on big line.
You get your big blind at least.
265.
And that's a 265.
Forgot I hadn't
Kramer stops
Yeah,
talking
like
all of a
looking at
sudden.
me, I was like,
Oh,
I
just
forgot I
kidding.
hadn't folded.
Right, back to Darren. Gets it on.
Yeah.
And with that being said, over to Chess and Gary. Thanks again, bud.
no, yeah, exactly, twice.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gary is on his way, but I will be here until he arrives. But here's Mark.
Thanks, Chris and Josh.
For sure. Now, Wesley's accumulated some chips. He doubled up, and now he's just 3-bet Kramer, as you saw. So he's got 1.2 mil,
Open the voice.
which will soon be only 24 bigs, but still.
And Kramer's got a lot more chips than when I last left.
Absolutely. And let me tell you something, he is making moves. But he's, I believe you could safely say he's in the zone right now.
And how's Wu's chip stack?
Wu's been very, in the last hour, he's been very quiet. He has been more slightly card dead, but he's been picking his spots way more. So he has not won a pot in this last level, but he hasn't lost anything big either. He's got about 1.4. He is down.
Actually, yeah.
Here it is now, 1.2 million.
1.2, yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, but he's just been through the blind, so
Right,
factor that off as well. I mean, blinds and antis go one rotation, that's 100k.
Yeah.
So Darren picks up the
I
walk.
don't think we can get past this level without going down to no chance.
Blinds are too big.
25 straight.
Yeah, so the blinds are up to 25,000, 50,000 with the 50,000 big blind ante. And like Kramer said, highly doubt that we'll still be 10-handed after this level.
Yeah, that's what he's factoring. I see there's one short stack there on the outer table. And that must be a Giovanni stack because he's standing up there. If you look at Emmy's stack, it's not too small. Harold's got a lot of chips. Jesse's got a fair bit of chips. Alan Young still got a lot of chips there.
Yeah, Alan has built his stack on the
very
table.
nicely. A hand there between Harold and Alan, getting quite big.
Yeah, there's flush draws out there. There's a paired board. There's an
what
ace.
needs
There's
again?
a king.
Now
What
they've
else
got
do you
5
need?
deuce and a walk.
And Alan bet and has been re-raised by Harold there. He makes the call, and Harold says, good call. Taps the table.
Maybe Carmen's got a very good hand.
Looks like a queen, king.
Hey, no, let's get together. It's so
The
nice
chips go to Alan. Harold tapped the table straight away and said, good call.
Yeah.
So he was trying to steal it on the river there, Harold.
Yeah.
And there's a big swing across, and Alan looks very relieved.
Well, I will say at the beginning of the last level, I did see a hand. I was out on the field and I watched, and I don't know what they had, but there was a bet from Harold, and then Alan reshoved all in.
No, you got yellow.
And Harold very frustratedly folded. And I wonder if there's been a bit of back and forth between them, causing some leveling play between them. We don't know.
Could be.
Yeah.
So the chip stacks on the feature table much closer. Maybe Jordine, Jared, the only short stack, 8 bigs.
Look at Kramer there.
I think Harold's a bit short.
And look, 45 seems low, but again, like we keep saying at this stage, 45 bigs is huge.
8 bigs is very short though.
Yes, yes.
From Jared, and he's in the big blind now as well.
Yeah, that's
so
tough.
now he goes to 6 bigs because he's losing 2 bigs.
Yeah.
So Jared, this level, unless he finds a double up, is going to hurt him a lot.
Yeah. It just comes a time where you have to find something that's gamble worthy even, perhaps, I don't know, and just go for it. Li Wu though.
They've all folded to the raise.
And as you see, Li Wu is playing very snug. Oh, that's tough to see for Jared. That's tough to see, but a very disciplined fold, regardless of how frustrating it is, how difficult it is. He still does the right thing, and he's smiling. He knows. They know.
Do you have like 1.3? Oh yeah, thanks. Cool. No, yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Darren's just checking out all the stacks.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty sure that this is going to go to final table in this level.
Yeah, yeah. And listen, the way he's been playing, if that's what he says, sure, I agree. I don't know. He's just he's in the zone today. The good old rotating double flip chip shuffle. They don't teach you that in school.
And I believe Gary's going to come in when the final table comes on.
I'm more than happy to stay.
He's going to come in with Ryan Brouwer, apparently.
Oh, lekker.
So that would be a nice surprise for the viewing public to get to hear Ryan and Ryan's opinions. Ryan, former commentator for All Africa Channel, back in the day with Michael Collett.
I actually had a chat with him earlier, and he mentioned that it's great. I let him know about my new gig. He was giving me some advice, and it was cool. Yeah.
So the pot being moved across there. I think Harold's going to take this one, is he?
The Queen 10. And then...
And the Queen splitting. It's a split pot.
Chop. Choppy chop.
Chop it up.
Feel there. Can I have a feel from there? No, one of the better wins as well, White Eagle. Amazing win. That was an awesome win. Yeah, you need my vote.
Gotta love having Kramer on the table. He's so entertaining.
He's very entertaining, is Darren.
Yeah, and he's such a nice guy. I'm gonna dub him No Drama Kramer. You know, he's just a cool guy.
I'll whatever. Precious seconds now, you know.
ADHD Kramer too. He can't sit still for 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's got a lot better as he's got older. In the beginning, he used to jump around. He was moved from table to table all the time.
No, I felt special for a second.
Phenomenal player, though.
Phenomenal player, and the sort of personality that poker needs. Never mind in South Africa, anywhere. You know, bubbly.
Oh, well,
fun,
he's
nice.
done it worldwide. I mean, he's got cashes in Vegas. He's been to the EPT and cashed. So made final table at EPT.
Wow. Wow.
Came 5th at an EPT event.
Wow.
So he's got the pedigree around the world.
So we're at blind versus blind, and I believe it went. It was just a call and a check. Okay, and we have Wu in position. Now both players whiffed here. And with this board, it's hard to see who has the
Well, there's a
range.
straight draw now for Wu.
Giving him a little bit of equity in the pot, so maybe he might throw in a little bet if Wesley decides to check. He does not.
He's going to go for free for it. There's the king for Wesley.
And
Wesley's got the
punished.
lock on the hand now.
Yeah, punished.
Yeah, I think a check on the turn. Well, we could have put a bet in there rather.
Yeah, but you know, we're not on the field. We don't know the actual table ins and outs. But you know, easy for us to say. But yeah, I agree. Of course, yeah.
Gets out the way. He's jack
Yeah.
high. I mean,
Yeah.
has to fold. So there's that short stack of Jared Jardine.
Amelie. 2 milli.
So we'll have Kramer in the big blind.
Can you give me that 50? No, not for you. Yeah.
And Max and Kramer have been having it back and forth. You know, friendly banter, this, that. I steal your blind, I fold
There
my
we
score
go.
blind. So I do have some feeling that there's going to be, at some point, I mean, we'll see the table draw of the final table. But
It's hot in there. I'm about to take the jacket.
As much
You
as
know.
I love wearing
I know, but it's
so
literally
interested
just
to see how this is
became
going to
boiling,
play out.
things have spiced
Yeah,
up a little
no,
bit.
you don't think we'd have the power.
When they're going to start making poker bet tank tops? when are those coming? Mate, I'll ask Brower, because Brower's into his fitness. When are the poker bet tank tops coming? Tank tops coming?
There's a raise and a fold.
Of course, the players are going on about PokerBet, the merch everyone is wearing, which I believe is Kramer's own website, own legal poker website. South
Correct,
African
it is
website.
his first legal entity to offer poker in South Africa.
Yeah, enough. What's it? No. You was going for 390.
I've never seen anything like it. Jaden was playing the bounty thing last night.
So Jared under the gun, really looking to make something happen because he only has 6 bigs.
Yeah.
If he gets into the big blind again, that goes down to 4 bigs.
So you're now in Jardine's seat, okay? You got everything. What's your range to open shove to like?
It has to be very there. That's it.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah.
That has to be an open shove.
Yeah. Even ace 5. Even
he can't be opening. Even he needs to be shoving.
Well, that's what I mean. Sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. Just a shove. That's what I mean. Of course.
Let's see if anybody finds anything to call him with. Woo's already out the way. Darren's all in as well. Darren isolates.
Yeah.
So we got all in call.
Okay.
Says we're flipping. Darren said.
Yeah.
It is a flip indeed.
All in cold.
Now, Kramer has been running pretty good. Let's see how this goes. So far, so good.
Good flop for Darren.
Yeah.
Jared looking for help. One of 5 outs.
Yeah.
That's not one of them.
Yeah.
Ace or a 10 only, and he
that's
blanks.
it.
And that is the elimination.
We have
Jared is eliminated.
Yeah. Jared Jardine, well played, sir. You really stuck it out. Blinds are so big, and you had the patience, and sure, this was your spot, and it didn't work out this time.
So we're going to go to the final table. They will do the redraw. They're going to be setting for that final table. I'm sure at some point we'll cross in for some interviews. There will be introductions to the players. There will be presentations to the players. So we will go silent, and you will be brought in as and when all those things happen.
We're here at the main event, final 9. Bubble, unfortunately, Jared, but you played extremely well. You satellited in and you cashed over 50,000 Rand.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you were playing with the best players in the country. I mean, you're playing with Imran, Darren Kramer. How did you box blows with them?
A little bit intimidating at the tables, but I didn't have many cards, unfortunately, but played my best.
Yeah, and tell me, where are you from?
From Joburg.
Okay.
From West Rand.
How long have you been playing poker?
A couple of years, but not that much lately. You know, kids, wife, family.
Oh, okay. And does your wife like it when you play poker, or when you win?
Of course. You know, she's already got the percentage cut ready for
80%, 80-20, yeah?
100%. That's it.
But well done, congratulations, bro.
Thank you
that
so
was
much,
a good
man.
cash.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
And now we are at final table, final 9 in the main event. I'm so excited. Can't wait to crown a champion for the 2 million at the top. Who's it going to be? Darren Kramer, Max Davison? We'll see, and we can't wait to find out. I mean, I was watching you from the back. You had 2 chips. I think 70,000.
70K, yeah.
What are you on now?
About 3 bar.
3 million. He was on 70,000. Do you know how crazy that is? There were still like 25 players, and now you're in final 9. You played absolutely beautiful.
Thanks a lot, eh? It is a good tournament. Thanks to Mark and all the guys that set this up. It's fantastic. We're going for the big one today, eh?
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I've got a workshop. I'm a manager in a workshop.
What workshop?
Motor mechanical repairs.
Motor mechanic. Hey, I used to be a racing driver.
Serious?
Yeah.
We've got something in common here.
Hey, yes.
Can you fix him?
No, I can't fix him. I can race them, yeah.
Okay, I'll fix it for you. Eh?
You fix it, I'll race him. Okay, cool. When you win the 2 million,
Shot, we'll go for it.
Good luck, bro.
Thanks, buddy. Keep well, eh? Cheers, eh?
Cheers. Oh, I actually have to ask you because you always got a smile on your face in the feature table, and you always jab the oaks and stuff. Is that like a poker strategy, or are you just that person normally?
I think it's my personality. Just a friendly guy, enjoying it. Love these challenges. They want to come play poker for. Done it for 18 years. Got to do 20 nearly.
And you've got so many cashes, won so many tournaments.
Oh yeah,
you're quite an accomplished player.
Sure, I'd appreciate it. Just try my best and see what we can do. But some tough people at the table. It was a very cool final 2 tables with playing with Max, who's really good as well on my left. Kept me in check there. Managed to find 2 nice hands against him where I could 4-bet jam. I had it, so nothing much to it. But it's going to be interesting. We're playing for pretty huge money up top here. It's going to be big moments. People will be making decisions sometimes based on, just trying to ladder, which is a big thing here. But I'm excited. It's a good challenge, and we look forward to it.
Hey, yes, you did a great job there. That was amazing. Yes, you said it basically all. Okay, I want to ask you one more question.
Yes.
If you win.
Yes.
Okay, are you going to make a deal first of all?
I think, I think we might, when we get to 5, change the structure a bit. Personally, some people say no, but it's a lot of money for the top 2. We'll probably balance it a little bit. But I don't want to win. Got to joke amongst friends. So used to win quite a lot of tournaments, but often it'll be deals and often you get the trophy. But now I've got a daughter who's 2 years old.
Oh, congrats, man!
So going to win the trophy for her. So that's it.
Is she quite a fussy child or not?
No, definitely. She's just very adamant she wants trophies. She says trophies are worth more than money. I said, listen to me later on in life, you'll know it's the other way around.
Well, good luck, Darren.
Shot, appreciate it.
Man. Darren Kramer, one of the best players in the country. Massive catches and massive wins. Won so many tournaments. So it's going to be exciting main event. Harold Brooks, Darren Kramer. Who else we got? We'll get the final 9 list now, but it's going to be an exciting main event. I can't wait. Stay tuned. final table of the main event. I mean, this is just so exciting. We got Darren Kramer, we got Harold Brooks, we got, who else we got?
There's some big names in there. There's Max Davison, one of the standing pros. Imran Bojani, who's just had a fantastic run at WSOP.
Of course, cashed in Vegas.
Darren Kramer, who's probably one of the most well-renowned poker players in the country. So it's a massive, massive final table. It's going to be a long, long grind. There's going to be some big, exciting hands to watch.
I mean, this is, you're watching great poker when you're seeing guys betting and calling with like Queen high, King high. I mean, the players just know when they haven't hit yet. I mean, 10 days of poker, this is just like insane. It's easy to call when you like got ace king and you hit your ace, but guys are just betting and calling with jack high.
Well, that's why they're the pros at the final table and
why.
we're not. So lots of exciting action to come on the stream. We're going to hand over to Mark. He's going to be announcing our final tables, and Taz from SunBet is going to be handing over some lovely gifts from SunBet for our final table players. So let's call Taz in if you want to come and take the screen. And Mark is going to be announcing our final table winners.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final table of this 5 million rand main event guaranteed at the Times Square Casino in Pretoria. Firstly, I think let's give all these wonderful players a great round of applause for getting to the final table. Representing SunBet to hand out their gifts, please welcome up Taz. He's going to present them with their final table gifts. Caitlin will also present them with their final table tokens. These they cannot buy anywhere. It is a lovely, lovely token to put in the mantelpiece. And behind her there is one in a very special gold color, especially for the winner. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up a multiple final tableist. He won the very first Monster Jam Poker Tour event right here at the Times Square Casino. He's won WPT High Rollers, WPT main events. He won the Super High Roller at Sun City last year at the SunBet Poker Tour. He's won several Royal Swazi Sun tournaments. Please put your hands together in seat number 1, none other than Giovanni Zanetti. In seat number 2, a cash game seasoned professional, also has a WPT high roller at his back and a main event. Please put your hands together for Wesley Wigand. And the next guy looks very nervy because it's the first time he's ever been at a final table. Please, people, let's give him some encouragement all the way from the Natal Midlands, Alan Jung.
Alan, your baby!
Alan has been playing at the SunBet Poker Tour for many years. He always comes up to play in some satellites and enjoy himself. And this is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Recreational players making the final table. Let's give him a nice big round of applause. Well done, Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, the next player to arrive on stage in seat number 4 is one of the crowd favorites. He's one of the kindest, most generous persons I've ever met in my entire career in this industry. Not only has he won multiple events, but he is a multiple final tableist, and he's certainly no stranger to any camera or any final table. He's won a WSOP high roller at the Emerald Casino. He has won a high roller at Port Elizabeth at the Boardwalk Casino and been on many, many, many final tablists. He also was the proud backer of our late David Rosenthal Bozo. Please put your hands together for Harold Brooks.
Come on, Harold!
Ladies and gentlemen, the next gentleman certainly needs no introduction to anybody in the poker world globally. He's been a final tableist at the EPT, coming 6th in the EPT in Germany. He has won several All Africa tournaments, many final tables at the SunBet Poker Tour, also winning the Super High Roller in Sabaya. Please put your hands together for none other than Darren Kramer. Your next player was not only at the final table last year at the SunBet Poker Tour coming fourth, but he also show-ponied his way around the final feature table at the WSOP, coming 33rd in the main event in 2022. He needs no introduction. Please welcome up Imran Joni.
Your baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is also a recreational player, played in many satellites at the SunBet Poker Tour, but he's also not a stranger to a final table, making a final table at a WSOP circuit event in Montreal, Canada. Please put your hands together for Lee Wu. Ladies and gentlemen, the next player, these are all seasoned professionals. They are so good. Right now, on an absolute heater of his life, he just wins everything he touches. He's cashed around the world at EPTs in Barcelona. He won the main event last year at Sabaya, beating Ahmed Karim heads up. Please put your hands together for Max Devison. Last but certainly not least, this gentleman is absolutely unassuming. He's very quiet. He creeps in from below every single time. He has won multiple times at the SunBet Poker Tour. He's also final tabled many main events. Please put your hands together for Jesse Rosen. I can also tell you many of these players at this final table have got many points going into the race to Vegas. So these are very crucial points that they are trying to occur to their scoreboard. Players at the final table, we wish you all the best. You've done really well, beating 384 other contestants to get here. Congratulations to you all. I'm now going to hand over to Dave Ralph, your tournament director, just to come and give you some rules about the final table, and then we will do the shuffle up and deal.
Guys, fold in, turn, stage your seats until your action and then fold. If you fold out a turn, you will get a penalty. Let's not do that. Also reminder, no cell phones at this table whatsoever. If you want to actually use a cell phone for phone calls and stuff, step off the stage. There's no watching of the stream whatsoever. Okay. Showing cards to other players, please again avoid that. Apart from that, let's have a great time. Have a smile, have a laugh, and a chat. Right, your button will be in seat number 9.
Right, thank you, Dave. There's 3.9 million rand at this final table. There's a lot of money at stake. Wishing you all the very best of luck. The button is in seat number 9. Your blinds are 25 and 50,000. 50,000 on the big blind ante. Dealer, you may shuffle up and deal.
So good afternoon and welcome back to the commentary team here this afternoon. We're taking the first stint on the final table. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you, I often say poker royalty in the back here. I think today I actually mean it. This is the former 2007 Bellagio Cup champion in Las Vegas, as my memory serves me right. And obviously the lifetime honorary president of the South African Poker Commentary Team Association, none other than Ryan Brower. How the devil are you, mates? Let me shake your hand. Proper.
Thanks for having me here, Gary. Probably one of the longest monikers I've ever heard, but I'll take it. It's good to be behind the cameras again and have a mic on my head. And honestly quite a privilege to jump into the commentary booth for such a stacked final table.
Well, normally this is reserved for my team because we've done the hard yards, but as our honorary president...
Self-entitled.
Yes, indeed. I think last time you had a microphone on your head was the 2008 SA Poker Champs when Solly and you did the commentary and Darren won.
Yeah, bad omen for the rest of the field. Darren's looked in the zone, been railing him for the last, basically since there were 2 tables left. Sat behind him on the rail, and you could just tell sometimes Darren's not that focused or doesn't feel it, but he's been tuned in, he's found spots, picked them perfectly, and obviously run good and held up in races.
Yeah, so no point in me asking who your horse is and who your favourite is, of course.
I need to get my salary paid
yeah,
at the end of the month.
Darren does pay your salary, so yeah, it's a wise move, right?
It definitely
and
is.
I must just say, I just had the pleasure of seeing 2 videos, one of which was in Ryan's house with his little 22-month-old shouting daddy at the screen when you were on the feature table earlier this week.
Yeah.
And of course the second video is the current video of Darren's family all gathered around the TV and his little one shouting daddy at the TV also.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that's what it's all about, eh?
Yeah, listen, there's, while we're talking, there's a big hand going to brew here. I think Wesley could double up unless Harold gets lucky, because...
Has the money gone in?
Not yet, but
yeah.
I mean, top pair,
Harold
top
needs a jack
picker.
only, yeah?
Yeah, and I just think Wesley's going to be playing this quite fast against Harold, and Harold doesn't like to get pushed off hands, and he has top pair here, so we could see a lot of action. But yeah, back to your point, just saw Sierra cheering on Darren. It makes it all worthwhile, and I think it makes us quite happy to get home to our kids, even though we do enjoy the break and a bit of sleep when we're away from them. Check call on the flop. That could scare a little bit of the action with the flush card coming.
And the ball pairing, of course. Just catching up here. Wesley with the option.
Yeah, Wesley came into this with the mid-stack in 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, and Harold was the chip leader. And that's going to just kill all the action. I think Wesley's going to be upset to miss out on a big double up if he had check raised the flop. Fancier goes check here. They both will be happy to get to showdown with top pair.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary board, yeah.
There we
absolutely.
go. Wesley's going to realize he missed a lot.
Harold will tap the table as normal, I'm sure, and we'll move on to the next hand. 325,000 moves house there, so these pots are all going to swell now. They're all going to be big, and you know, the chips are going to be moving around, and things can change in a hand in an instant now.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Gio came in with 12 big blinds as a short stack. But as we've played many tournaments before and seen, a quick double up puts him on 25, and if he happens to cooler someone a few hands later, he's chip leader.
Yeah, and Gio can do that, by the way. he has previous.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think these guys will find each other, feel each other out a bit, just for the first few hands. There's no one super short. So we could find a couple of the chip leaders looking for spots to put some pressure on. Max is normally incredibly good at that. Unfortunately, he's found himself coming into the final table in 8th. So he's probably not going to be as quick to open in 3-bet. But good luck to the players if he finds chips.
Yeah, so one of the 2 players under $1 million, 790,000 for Max, and Gio, as we've already spoken about, coming in 620.
Call it evens, truce, no more.
I'm liking all the microphones now where we can hear all the individual players. I think that's quite a nice innovation. We have tried to make it work for quite a while, and now we're getting a real inside track as Darren picks up a couple of snowmen here.
Yeah, Darren's lucky number is 8. If you ever want to log into his DSTV password, it's definitely got an 8 or an 88 at the end of it. I won't tell you what the first word is.
What's his child's name?
It's actually named after one of his dogs as well.
Is it? Okay.
But that could have changed.
You guys are tight, eh? You've got password sharing privileges as well, eh?
Listen, I haven't paid for DSTV in 10 years.
Good man.
But yeah, Darren and I go way back.
Yeah, I know. Good crack.
Vegas 2006, and lived together, traveled together, groomsmen at each other's weddings. And now he's my boss, so obviously a long history. But there's a couple of guys at this final table that are due a good win. I must say it's quite interesting to watch Alan last night when there were about 30 odd left. I mean, you could tell that he was a relative newcomer to this deep in a big event. And Darren and I were actually pricing up what would be a fair price, and I said I'd lay 66 to 1. I'm glad nobody snapped that up, because he's now here at the final 9 and he's top 3 in chips.
Yeah, that could have cost you a few shillings, as they say.
Yeah.
I think other people, I think, get you aware. I think Jesse, for sure. I think he's definitely due. He's been there or thereabouts quite a few times, and also been on his travels around the world as well. And as I mentioned earlier to you, I first met him on that sort of East Africa swing in Kenya and Tanzania, maybe going back probably 10 years now. And you know, he's a bit of a journeyman pro, and he's been grinding. And you know, good luck to him. And he's such a nice kid as well. Well, not so much a kid now, but.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. I don't know him very well personally, and in fact, Darren actually mentioned something about him a few months ago. He referenced, do you ever remember a guy who did really well on a PokerStars event many years ago, a young Cape Townian? I had no idea about that. I mean, I'd been in the poker wilderness for a while. But since having come on my radar, he's had a couple of deep runs, and he seems to be an incredibly methodical player.
Yeah.
And very, very skilled. So with chips, he could be quite a challenge when they get short-handed.
So on the outer table just now, Giovanni in position, put it in with 3s.
Fancy this is going in.
Yeah.
Now he's got to hope not to wake up with a big hand. Alan in the small blind looks down at 10-8 suited. That'll go in the muck. Harold with big chips. Maybe 20% of his stack to call off here with 50 already in the middle.
Well, Alan's thinking about it. He's in the small.
Ironically, wouldn't be in bad shape if he called there. Harold with an ace could be.
Well, he'll think about this
will
for
be
sure.
Interesting.
He'll definitely think about this one.
$550 into 720. He's getting 14 to 10 with an ace. Gee, I'll be happy to get that one through.
Yep.
Pick up 125,000.
And that's an exact
exactly where he
rotation,
starts. Yeah, he'll be back to where he started at 720.
Yep. And the venue, we've been. This is our 4th event here at Times Square. The first 2 were held downstairs in that very low-ceilinged restaurant. It was quite claustrophobic, and the commentary booth. We'll put it this way: if you and I were in it, nobody else was getting in. And then we've graduated to this, I don't know, is it a conference room, ballroom or whatever. And this is our 2nd year here. And the venue, I mean, and the staff, and just generally have been fantastic.
Yeah, I must say, it's been great coming back into the poker world and being able to play at some incredibly well-run SunBet Tour events. I was at the Grand West series in November, and that was superbly well-run. The production quality, both, you know, in back of house and on the stream, as well as in the poker room itself, is honestly world class. And it's just so good to see that amount of money from SunBet being invested into the poker community in South Africa, growing the game. And yeah, if I think where we've come from, well, we'll pause on the hand here. Li Wu is opened in under the gun +1 with Queen Jack off.
Yeah.
He's raised 3x.
King here.
This is going in the middle. Gio is going to stick it in, and I would think that Li Wu will fold this. He's shown quite a propensity to lay down some big hands. Not saying this is that big to a reshove, but I saw him flat call 9s in position. Darren squeezed and he folded the 9s.
Alan's still to make a decision, but I think these will be heading back to the dealer.
Seems like every time he gets suited cards, he has to think twice about them. Kramer with 10-8 in the big blind will fold, and now Li Wu got to call half his stack, basically.
Yep.
That's going in the muck.
Indeed it does. So we were chatting about Grand West and the actual layup there. And I said it earlier, but I'll say it again because you surely would want to recognise the great work that and investment that my business partner now, Carl Marford, put into the initial streaming. And you know, without him, it would never have started. I'm very fortunate to have joined him latterly. I mean, I've been with him now, what, 5 or 6 years, but you know, he needs to be recognised for that. And I think Carl and I were at the World Series back last year, and we were very fortunate to I was going to say be invited, but we actually blagged our way into the set and had a look at how they did it.
Oh wow!
And you know, and to be, and I don't like to blow our own trumpet, but we're just a smaller scale of what they are.
Oh, yeah.
They just have 10 people to do every job, you know. And when we asked about the cameras, it was quite funny. He said, "What do you mean? How much are they? We don't pay for cameras. They sponsor us, you know." And that's the difference, of course. So you know,
it's the difference basically with everything in the world. I was involved in the CrossFit community for a while, commentating on some fittest in Cape Town events and big African regionals. But it's just about economies of scale. There's just so much more money in America, whether it's poker, any niche sport.
Yeah.
You find that in somewhere like South Africa, you need some private investment to be able to get you through, because the sponsorship money is often not going to cover all the costs. But yeah, like you say, Carl's done a great thing investing in it. I know when you're stuck at home and your horse is on a final table, it's so great to be able to at least stream and watch the action. In the old days, you were waiting 2-3 months for an All Africa poker product to come out. There was never live stream back then, but I mean, a lot's changed in 15 years with regards to connectivity and bandwidth.
Oh yeah. I don't think you had an option really to be streaming live back then. I mean, you guys did the voice. I've actually watched some of them, and they're actually very good.
Oh, we had great fun. I mean, Michael Collett Productions and Johnny Burren's studios in Glen Hazel.
Please don't build Collett up too much. You know, he might hear us talking about him, you know.
I have to. I might need a place to stay in Cape Town again soon. No, we had great fun back in the day. Ryan Dreyer, myself, David Daddick. Yeah, brings back good memories of our 20s when we were young, carefree and degenerates. And now we've got more responsibilities and mouths to feed.
Indeed. And yeah, Mike Collett was whispering stuff in my ears then, so I'm looking for some dirt on you, by the way.
A lot of circumspect looks around the table. I think everyone's sort of getting back into the mix, feeling each other out, looking for spots. Often you find when you get into a final table, unless you get a big ace-king versus queens kind of situation, there's going to be a lot of guys KG trying to wait for a few spots, ladder up the prize payout. And with this structure being quite top-heavy, 2 million up top, 1 million for second, and 250,000 for third. I mean, I'd foresee a ICM chip deal being done with probably 5 left.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 will be the number.
But for the time being, you're looking at, I think, they 80,000 for 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
Think so. I think we can get details of the prize pool up in a little while.
Yeah, Kramer folds to him on the button, and wouldn't be surprised if he makes a big raise. Yeah, put pressure on Imran and Liwu. He knows Liwu's folding a lot. Oh, this is not a good spot because Darren is dominated if Imran decides to call off his tournament life.
So Darren's put it in?
Yeah. Put the pressure on, try to pick up the 125.
He's done this quite a few times, actually, Darren, on the previous table.
Yeah.
No, I think Imran's going to know Darren's range is wide, but he'll probably put him on a lot of aces, ace-8s, ace-9s. And does he want to call off his tournament chips with king-queen suited?
Well, that's the pressure, isn't it? That is the pressure.
He's on a life heater at the moment, coming off the back of winning player of the series and the main event at Monte Casino last weekend.
Yep. The red jacket, I believe, was the tournament prize.
I heard about that.
Looking very dapper.
Now he's going to count out and realize it's an interesting spot, this. I mean, he does have 24 big blinds. It's not a standard call, especially if you see a few shorter stacks around you. But you know that Emmy's going to be playing for the win here, not just to ladder
the money is academic. Yeah.
And Liwu will get that in the muck, and Kramer gets away with it again.
I felt like you kind of breathed out quite a lot there as that happened. You were kind of relieved.
Sure. I mean, we've got bonuses coming up at the financial year end, and I don't want Darren getting it in 3-1 dog.
No. There you go. There's your prize players on the screen for you.
Sure, just 10k jumps from here until 5th. So you'll probably see guys not wanting to call off light, which is exactly what went into Emmy's mind there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it does have a major impact on decision making. Thank you to the guys for that. And there is your chip count current. So Darren's still sitting at the top there now. Harold down at 2.5. Nothing to choose between the top 5 really.
Yeah.
Top 6.
In fact, yeah, you look at this.
has 23 bigs in fact, so he's still got plenty of punching power there.
Yep, you got almost divided into 2 tiers here. You got the top 5 and the bottom 4 that are kind of jostling for positions at the moment. And you might find that 2 of the shortest stacks end up getting it in against each other in these spots. Max has been very quiet. He was very, very active on my feature table, final table last week in the Mega Millions Bozo Memorial, but he came in with chips and then just got hit by the deck. Here you see Wesley, undergun +2 with ace king of diamonds.
Yeah, and Max has a way of just running the table over when he's got chips. You know. So, yeah, Mr. Wiegand.
Standard min raise with ace king suited.
Nice to see Wesley back on the screen. It's been a couple of years.
Yeah, Wes is a good student of the game and he's been around, done it all. Good cash game player.
Yeah.
Solid online grinder as well.
Yeah, he and I were neighbours for quite a few years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, when he was on his travels.
Could be interesting spot here. I mean, he's folded king queen once and now he could go to town on a 3-bet here to 300,000.
Yeah.
Bad news for him if he does.
I was going to say it'll be bad news if he does decide to go that way.
Yeah, this is
it.
it.
This will be the snap.
He's not going to like what he sees when Wesley beats him in the pot once it folds round to him. Max in the big blind going to muck 9-4. And a snap call.
Yep, Wes will hang around.
And funnily enough, the king-queen in the last hand would have been better to call off. But guys like to reshove with it. And he's found himself in bad shape.
Good luck to both players.
Well, that leaves him needing running cards. He needs running Jack-10 or running queens.
Indeed.
And that is pretty much as well played as you can get.
Yeah.
That's the end of Imran Bajani. He'll probably look back at the stream and realize he missed one opportunity the hand before. Wesley goes to chip lead.
Yeah, I'll take everything. Okay. I'll give you now.
1.25 million.
Confirmation, Imran Bajani picking up 80,000 for his 9th place finish, and that'll cap off a great couple of weeks for him. I'm sure he's going to be a bit bleak that he didn't make it further up this field, but still a great result in a 380-man field, finishing final table.
And of course, you know, it would be wrong of us not to recognise his achievements when he was in Vegas as well. The deep run. And who will ever forget the Horsley?
Well, that was the first time I'd ever heard of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just suddenly got a whole lot of action in one of our groups that consists of a few of the old mates that are poker fans, and somebody said, "Have you seen this hand?" And I didn't even realise he was deep in the main. I couldn't believe what I was watching. And it became a viral meme. I mean, Phil Gelfond and Nick Schulman were resharing.
Above average.
I'm going to jump in here.
Well, pretty good flop actually.
Are we good?
Hard to lose.
And we're at the main event, and Imran just going out 8. Man, the king-queen hand was the hand, I think.
Yeah, well, I wanted to call, and given the ICM factor, I decided not to take that spot. I would rather be the aggressor with king queen than be calling off. But yeah, it looks like it was a mistake. But yeah, we do make mistakes. It's been a long marathon, and yeah, I've been exhausted. And yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, it's been a great experience.
When you had king queen again, did you think, I'm not folding the second time around? Is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened, yeah. I shouldn't have gone all in, but yeah, I guess we all make mistakes and we learn from it. It's part of the game.
But I think we can all agree we love watching you play. You're one of the greatest players in the country. Well done, congratulations. 8th place, not too bad. You're still cashed.
Thank you for the compliment.
Boss, you go boss. And this is the I made final table pillow, which is pretty cool. Shot Imran, well done. And we're back to the action at the final table. Let's cut back.
Okay, so it's like you read Emmy's mind there, Ron, eh?
It shows that I haven't lost it completely, I think. But
yeah, but big hand developing here, by the way.
It's
I made a big mistake.
Gio raised to 100,000, and it was 3-bet by Lee to 250. And now the action's spinning around the table, so round to Jesse, it's folded.
It's quite funny here, right? If I mean, Leewood does have a pretty tight rep, I think. but by re-raising small instead of shoving, it almost makes his hand look stronger. Whereas if he shoves all in, maybe he puts him on 8s or 9s or something like that, and he might call off a race. But again, I think you'll find most of these players, for their tournament life, would prefer to be re-shoving than calling off. I had a spot like that. I was actually talking about it with Ahmed on the rail just when there were about 15 left now. Last week in the final table, I opened King, Queen, and Max re-shoved. I had about 3 million behind, which was probably in 3rd or 4th at the time with 6 of us left. And again, with the ICM decisions, I didn't want to call off, even though I knew Max probably was doing that with an ace-10, ace-jack. As it turned out, he had ace-8. Had it been a reshove, I would have been reshoving on him, but I just didn't want to call off with king high. But in hindsight, it was probably the right spot to take, considering the pay jumps from 2nd to 1st, and that there was going to be a deal done with final 3. Had I taken the gamble then, and if I'd won it, gone to 6 million, it would have put me in a better spot. But these are the decisions that we torture ourselves over day in, day out, and just wanting to make the right decision as often as possible. And then you just need to get lucky in the flips.
And it makes us come back, of course. I don't know why, but we just want more of it. And may I say, just personally, I'm glad you're back. I think it's good for poker. We often talk about people we would nominate for the Hall of Fame for poker if there was such a thing. and you know, without trying to flatter you too much, your name often comes up. The pioneers in the country of the poker, you know. I mean, Buck Guppy was here last night. We were talking about his dad, Benny, you know. Another guy that, you know, was always there or thereabouts, and super generous chap. And you know, we understand he's not been well of late, so we send our best wishes, of course. So. Absolutely.
Benny was easily one of the most generous, kind guys in the field, sometimes almost to his detriment, being taken advantage of by some of the sharks and hustlers. But yeah, we're sending our best wishes to Benny Lingenfelder, and hope that he's doing well. And it was good to see his son with all his character and color. Bringing some excitement to the tables again.
Yeah, indeed. And nice. It is, in fact, nice to see Guppy back as well, because it's been a while.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's done some weight and got a little bit fitter and all the rest of it. So good for him, you know.
Absolutely.
Well, back to the action on the feature table. Alan Young will be our under-the-gun player, sitting on 2.7 million. Max, by the way, is I think sitting on about 13 or 15 bigs now, so he's looking for a spot. So we'll keep our radar on that one.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. Wesley was 90 minutes ago looking like he would rather be on the couch at home watching some golf. He was in the torture spot. He had maybe 600,000-700,000 chips. He made a couple of big folds, and it just goes to show if you are tight and don't give your chips away when you are sort of 10 to 15 bigs deep. Now all of a sudden, 8 left, he's chip leader at the final table.
Yeah, and a great observation, you know, patience is a virtue in this game for sure. Okay, Wesley picks up 8s here against the 150 raise of Lee Wu.
This is going in. Cut a hijack raise, he's only got 1 million chips, just over 1 million, and Wesley now has the momentum. He's chip leader. He's probably randomizing his range here, looking at the watch.
And you'll also know that Lee Wu has made some big folds as well. That hand history will be ever present in his thought process.
Yeah, as expected, and I don't see Lee Wu folding this now. Yeah, there we go. Classic race, 50-50.
Almost 50-50. It's almost a flip.
Race, they say.
But
what they say, isn't it?
I mean, this could put Wesley in a very strong spot with over 4 million. He's got a wheel draw,
so
picks up a couple extra outs.
Wrong one.
Just has to dodge one of the 9 outs at the top of the screen, and that's one of them.
Brutal river. The wheel will knock Lee Wu out in 8th place. Oh wait, I'm talking rubbish.
He made the wheel.
I'm definitely losing it now. He made the wheel.
Yeah. Just turn the oxygen up for Ryan.
I'm a little rusty here.
No problem, buddy. No problem. Yeah, Lee Wu makes the wheel, picks up 1.2 million. And as we were just saying, things can change so quickly.
It's wild. I mean, he was one of the shortest stacks coming in as well. Now all of a sudden he's at 2.4, and that'll actually flatten out the top of the leaderboard. You've got Harold, Darren, Wesley, Lee, all with 2 to 2.5 million.
Yeah. Position 7th, chip count.
And Alan hasn't played a hand yet. He's still up there.
Yeah.
So you've got 5 guys pretty much between, what's that, 40 to 50 bigs.
And of course, never write off Max Steverson. Harold, I didn't realise how many final tables Harold's made. Because, you know, for me, and God bless David, he's no longer with us, but I was always watching Bozo, you know, and Harold was kind of the shadow guy, you know, the backer. But more often than not, Harold was up there, you know. In fact, somebody once said, you know, Bozo should back Harold. Which was funny, but, you know, element of truth at that time. You know, David was having a bad run. But,
yeah, you know, it really warms my heart to see Harold here. He was incredibly good to Bozo, and sadly, Harold bubbled Bozo's tournament, the Bozo Memorial, and I thought that was almost, you know, it left a bit of a sad taste in my mouth. But to see him in the same week coming back and doing so well in the main event, Harold is an interesting cat. He gets it, and he changes gears a lot. He puts pressure. He's stubborn at times. He's sticky, but like you say, with the amount of results and final tables he's getting, you'd be a little bit foolish to write him off.
Fancy goes in here from 2. Oh, there's been a raise from Harold, so Harold with a king queen.
Might be a respect shown to the under the gun raise. And Gio might be willing to wait a little longer with a small pair to get it in.
With Harold at 2.3 million, I mean, his sort of fold equity is somewhat lower in the eyes.
Yeah. There we go. Wesley wakes up with a playable hand in the small blind. He might be a little bit annoyed that he got rivered in the last hand.
Maybe 15.
He tends not to play too many hands out of position.
A lot. Felt like a lot. Well, it adds up quickly when it's a fucking 380 rebuy.
You never catch.
Okay.
Pardon?
I think that's
It depends. You probably do a bit of a grand or something.
Alan will wake up with ace-8. He's actually ahead at the moment.
Yeah, already contributed the big blinds.
One rebuy normally, or
no, there's no one rebuy.
I was probably I must have made money. There's no way I made 15k into it.
Alan says I'm coming. Soldiers in the field, less of a punt. And as you say, he's ahead at the moment.
Yeah, $500,000 to the flop. If we see a queen, it could get interesting.
It feels more.
So 2 spades.
That's gonna do it. C-bet from Harold, and he'll take down this pot, I'm pretty sure.
Nice to get one there.
Nothing to be too creative with there, Alan. I think, you know, whichever seat you draw, you're always going to have some trouble left or right here, every time.
There we go. 300,000 counted out from Harold. Bet 60% pot. We'll go fold, and he'll just add to his stack and probably move to the chip lead now.
Yeah. So continuing the Harold Brooks story, when we first started the stream, well, he came up to me and he said, you know, this has ruined me. Everybody thought I was this old boy who was just a nice fella. He said, no, they all realise that I'm actually an assassin and I'm full of nonsense. And I said, well, that's technology for you, Harold, you know.
It is true. It's so funny, you know, you can watch literally just a snippet of 1 or 2 hands of one guy on one stream, and you can create your entire profile of a player based on that small action. And it might have been them on tilt or them just playing some hand totally different to their normal style, and you could completely incorrectly stereotype this player into a box and end up playing wrongly against them for a long period of time. I mean, I used it to my advantage back in the day of the All Africa Poker channel. I got a couple of interesting bluffs through early on in a tournament, sort of during a rebuy period or just after the rebuy period when I had chips, and then everyone just thought that's all I ever played with was suited connectors, and took them a long time to realize that when I get most of my chips in, I have a premium hand or a big hand post-flop. And I used to get paid off from it. I'd learned very quickly, just don't bluff, because people now think that you're always bluffing.
Yeah, so I mean, to take that a stage further, the stream is actually a great tool, both live and as a reference tool. And if you look at the views on many of the videos, there's thousands of views. And talking of Bozo, he used to ring me up regularly and say, I can't find this on the stream. I need to go look at this hand. Can you help me out, you know? And quite a lot of players call me and say, you know, I can't find this. Can you help me? Can you direct me in the right place? So the point I'm making is there's a lot of people still doing homework out there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, swatting up on other players. And mid-tournament as well, you know, they see the draw for the following morning. You know, I'll get a message at 3 o'clock in the morning. Can you help me out?
Well, you'd be foolish not to, especially in a community that's as small as the South African poker community. You're going to be playing against these guys month in, month out at all these series. Sometimes, you know, it could be a few years since you've sat at a table with somebody, and then you don't know much about how they've been playing. When you've got this free content out there to go and rewatch streams and watch the night before and see how somebody went from, you know, a small stack to chip leader. Yeah, you'd be a little bit foolish not doing the work to get a little bit more context on who you're up against.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, every single video going back 4 or 5 years is still available on the internet.
I mean, there's still some from all Africa
well,
that are
I
up
mean,
there
but
as well.
they're in that crackly sort of, you know. But it is quite dated now. But you know, I enjoyed watching them. I've actually sussed and gone back and I looked. Also, I've even looked at the Alpha 8 stuff that's online. You know, you can hunt it down, you can find it. When Doc Pather was, he ran second to Jungleman, I believe, I so recall. And Matthew Murgatroyd, who was dealing, looks about 14. The fish.
A lot of people have lived 2 lives back in the late 2000s. Just before Pigs Peak closed down, there was a big flutter. Now there's almost a second wave in South African poker. And hopefully we can add more to it with PokerBet bringing legal online poker to South Africa. Here we go, Max has shoved all in. Oh, raising to 250. I didn't realize he had gone so short.
Well, I've got to be honest, 250 is kind of sending the message, isn't it? Alan with the suited ace-5, and you know, I actually don't have a lot of history on Alan, I've got to be honest. So, but he's got himself to a good spot with 2.6 million. And as you say, that sort of top echelon has flattened out quite nicely now.
Yeah. Max had 8s.
Ultimate if you win. No, and then yeah.
3.
That would be brilliant.
Well, Max really obviously never found a hand for 2 rotations at 125,000 a round that can easily take a third of your stack out when
So
you're one of the shorts.
Yeah, we've got 14 minutes to run on this level. Current blind structure in front of you there, 25.50, 50 on the big blind ante. That'll pump up to 30,000, 60,000. And pretty soon the blinds will start to bite quite hard.
Must be honest, the structure's been amazing. I know that the day ones had 40-minute levels and then 25-minute levels in the evening flights, but it's jumped back to hour-long levels, and as you've seen, there's enough play to come into the short stack with 12 and 15 bigs on a final table. You still have a few rotations before you really panicked into getting your chips in the middle. And you saw how long it took to get us from 10 down to the final 9. They were playing 5-handed on 2 tables, and we must have played for an hour and a half.
Yeah, probably about that.
Which always indicates a good structure, which is what the players want. So hats off to Mark and the MJPT SunBet team to providing structures that the good players tend to enjoy. And to be honest, even the recreational ones who might not realize that the longer structures do benefit them.
Absolutely.
This is interesting. Kramer just limped in.
Lee with the jacks here.
That spidey sense of Darren, he doesn't even try and attack the big blind of Lee Woo's pretty tight. He just limps in with his 10-8, and as soon as there's any action from Lee, he just folds his cards.
Yeah. I was saying that there's a couple of poker books out there that actually quote Darren Kramer. Did you know that? There are actually books.
Are they poker check books?
No, I've actually got a copy. I can't remember the name of it now, but the guy, Darren had a dialogue with him and he quotes him in the book, which, you know, I'm trying to think of the book now.
Interesting.
Mark might remember, I don't know.
My only claim to fame in a poker book is when Gus Hansen won the 2007 Aussie Millions. He wrote a book called Every Hand Counts. And I found it fascinating at the time. I mean, I'd satellited from a phase 1 into a phase 2 into the main event and then had a deep run. And it was like, honestly, the dream of all dreams. Coming to Australia with a few mates who had main event satellite, that won seats through all Africa. And I got a deep run playing against Andy Black, Eric Lindgren, Gus Hansen. It was just, you could pinch me and I kept on going, how am I here? And Gus was using a dictaphone after every hand he played. In Danish, he would just sort of tell him what, obviously reciting the hands, what the stack sizes were, and then he wrote a book literally describing every single hand he played. And when I say my claim to fame, I was a no-name foreigner, according to him, who had sat down with 20 bigs in the big blind, and he just shoved on me with all the chips in the hand.
Yeah, so that was the mentor. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Jared, tell me that. Darren actually...
he's quoted in that book.
That's a coach that Darren found probably in about 2007-8, if I'm not mistaken. He was in Vegas, being backed by James Board and Matthew Benham. Darren getting upset that no one found a hand when he had ace-king. But yeah, back to the Jared story. So Darren, through his backing, I think James Board introduced him to effectively a psychologist, sports psychologist, helping with the mental aspect of swings and tournament poker and the grind and just general all-round poker. I know Darren used to, back then, probably Skype calls with him, and like you say, I didn't realize that he had written a book and that Darren was quoted on it, but I know Darren found it incredibly beneficial at the time, and so much so that I think he mentioned wanting to reconnect one or two of his employees and with him as like a wellness benefit, getting that kind of employee perks into a business to get guys to chat to psychologists to help them with various aspects of work or business or life.
And that shows a real open-mindedness on his behalf, and we can only applaud that.
Well, I'll tell you, Darren is he's an interesting boss to have because there's never a dull moment in the office. He's got an incredibly high EQ, and he's quite composed and rational. So even if big shit's happening, excuse my language.
No problem. It's an 18 channel.
Yeah, I mean we can't really have gambling without having some age restriction. Harold's woken up to bullets here. Let's see what he does. Always find it interesting to see if you can pick up any tells on the player when they find aces versus everything else pre-flop.
We have a little rule in the back here. If we pick up a tell, we don't say anything, but we share it amongst ourselves.
Absolutely.
Because it would be unfair,
Jesse in the big blind will look down at a bunch of rags, and Harold gets no action with his aces.
Oh, wow.
So I'm curious, back to the Kramer office space.
Okay, so Darren, you get some kind of CEOs who are micromanagers. They know every aspect of the business on technical levels. They are executors. They're administratively strong, and none of those describe Darren. He's just a good thought leader. He's a very good people person, high EQ, very compassionate, high levels of empathy, and just he's quite composed, and maybe he's learned this from the swings of the poker world. Always rational, never jumping to sort of rash decisions, takes things in his stride. And I mean, I say this having my previous boss was my wife, working with her in a business for 4.5 years, so could be in shit when I get home, but Darren is comfortably the most, I mean, I'll take my wife out of the equation, but out of the bosses I've had before, he's just someone I respect the most in terms of how he handles things. He's incredibly generous. If the business does well, he wants all the staff to do well as well. And I think that kind of you hear about guys reading The Secret and Power of Attraction and that kind of stuff. He is the type of guy that his whole approach to life has probably brought him a lot of the success he's had, and he's never scared to share in his results. And it's a pleasure to work with him, but it's just very interesting to see him running a business, and it's been a very interesting first few months with us. Definite teething issues, learning a lot, being reactive to a lot of stuff as one would do when you're entering into the tech space. You only learn a lot of the stuff once you go live, but it's been a great job. We got a great team. I'm sure that Jaden has had plenty of TV time on the stream, having multiple wins in the Little Slam and the Club Champs. It was great for us to get a result winning the Club Champs. But it's just been a great journey so far, and we really are excited about being a part of the future of SA Poker and hoping to just keep seeing it grow from strength to strength.
I deliberately didn't interrupt you there, but your bonus is secure, by the way. That was just wonderful. I mean, unrehearsed, but your bonus is in the bank. Trust me, not a problem. But, you know, knowing Darren, I can imagine him to be that guy.
Yeah.
I think every word you said is probably 100% true. And, you know, can I just leave my CV with you? I'll move to Cape Town, it's not a problem.
You want to move to Cape Town? We have water and more electricity than everywhere else in the country.
Yeah, so a great sort of thumbnail sketch there of Darren Cromer, and you know, just a good guy and always willing to help, and never without a smile. You know.
Sean Skuman commenting on the feed. Blaster 99.
The Blaster.
The mayor of PE doing some exciting stuff in the medical space.
Yes,
really great business that he's launched, and just so good to see. These are guys that we used to sit on the rail at some of the old tournaments back in, I mean, even in Bloem, what's it, the Boardwalk Casino in PE. Just old faces from 15 years ago, and it's obviously crazy. You kind of track each other on Facebook and you still see things going on, but I mean, what we were all doing back in our mid to late 20s, and now guys have kids and businesses and doing incredibly well. Blaster 99, as he was known affectionately online, is
still known as Blaster by me, I've got to tell you.
It's funny how some of these nicknames stick forever.
Well, what I will say, Sean, is because you're obviously listening online, and we are selling Manchester United shirts. You buy one, you get 7 free, apparently. Now,
really?
if you're a soccer fan, you'll understand the Liverpool
I'm not only a soccer fan, I'm a Man United fan.
Brian, but the deal's good for you as well.
Thanks.
You get 7 free.
But you know, I heard a good one. My father-in-law actually told it to me, and he's a Liverpool fan, and he said he's thinking of having a holiday, and you just can't beat Bournemouth this time of year, which was a crazy result after giving United an absolute embarrassing hiding to lose 1-0 to Bournemouth yesterday.
Well, I've got to tell you, I mean, I'm a Crystal Palace fan, so I have no room to speak.
Not your fault.
But we did get a point against Liverpool.
I actually would be very interested to know what the current score is. United were struggling 0-0 at half-time, down to 10 men against Southampton.
I saw that. You had a guy get...
Casemiro. He's a massive asset in our midfield, but he's a bit of a liability when it comes to his disciplinary record. Imagine the game might even be over now.
20, yeah? You want to get on?
See, the good news is, I looked you up on Endemol, by the way. That's how I knew.
Did they have internet back then?
Sorry, can I get a still water, please?
What an absolute joke result. Just seen the news, United didn't score against Southampton. Bottom of the log. Bounced back against Real Betis in midweek in the Europa League with a 4-1 win, and can't beat the bottom of the table at home.
This is not good. Anyhow, Blaster, nice to have you online, and feel free to send the relevant abuse through to Ryan. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Jesse Rosen opens here with, to call with 8s.
Maybe interesting spot.
The raise
here.
was 100k by Li Wu, under the gun +2.
Nice little suited connectors, showing that he can mix it up. As tight as he has as a table image, he's happy to enter into the pot now that he's got a few chips. Interesting from Jesse, just a flat call there in position, but I do like the way he plays his hands. He has a good feeling of where he is in pots, and happy to play guys post-flop.
So 3 ways to the flop, Queen 10, 9. So Alan gets the best of it here.
Yeah, and pretty much the worst flops possible for 6-5 and pocket 8s. I suppose he does have an undergut shot, but that'll give him the worst side of the straight. That'll lock it up for Alan. I wonder if we'll see a lead here from Alan. Lee looks like he's already checked out of this pot, but he's going to have a C-bet. Work on his
realise he's got a golf ball on the table there.
I don't know.
That's 140, is that? Jesse's gone. I think Alan will be willing to see one more here. He's got middle pair and a gut shot. And it's not too big a bet that he's faced with. These stacks pretty much both even, 2.3 against 2.4.
And the verdict is?
Cool. Okay.
Maybe a club could be an interesting card. That is going to kill the action for Lee. I'm pretty sure he's not going to get too out of hand
Well,
here.
a nice little sort of deceptive check by Alan would be in order here, I think. Nope, he's going to lead out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 hour.
Yep, I think that'll end it. What do you think? He's looking down at his chips.
I think he'll just put on a bit of an act before folding here. Don't
It's
even
a-
think he'll go into a time bank.
Just a credibility sort of pause, as I call them. Yep.
And Alan marches on.
Yeah, 365,000 for the good. Takes him up to just under 3 million.
That 66 to 1 shot looking like a good bet now.
Yeah, not too. I mean, what's your current price on him? You know, seems like you know what you're doing.
I clearly don't. I mispriced once. I'm not going to offer many odds from here, but
dear.
he can't be much more than 5 to 1 at the moment.
Man, I tried to eat a salad. They told me
I'm thinking about it.
I tried to eat a salad. They told me no.
Look, it'll be very interesting. You know, anything can happen when you're short-handed, but
Yeah.
you'd like to imagine that the sort of relative skills when they get short-handed of a few of the
Will
sharks
shine
in this
through.
field will shine through.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry to say, that's just the law of the jungle, of course. So we got a new hand. This will be hand 148 of the day on the feature table, and it's been all main event, of course. And Darren will be first to act under the gun with 8-7 off here. There'll be return descender. Quick folds.
Sounds like we're coming up to the end of the level.
Yeah.
Blinds will be going up to 30-60 with a 60 ante, 150 around, 8-handed. Aces for Geo in the cutoff. And this is an interesting spot with 770,000. It is 15 big. Some guys like to shove, but to min-raise here, you could either be min-raising a hand that you're willing to fold, or you're min-raising for action, and sometimes people can see through that. But it looks like no one woke up with a hand, and that's, I think, the second time on the final table that Aces has just gotten 0 action.
Yeah, Harold had them previously.
Right. That was for the huh? They get me for lot.
So we also have that, what do they call it, the semi-freeze, that's ongoing, and we have the PLO 5 tournament going on.
Yeah, the Boom Boom PLO 5.
I had a quick
50K
look
buy.
over there, I got very frightened very quickly and left.
I mean, that game's crazy enough as it is in the short-handed PLO 5 tournament. For the viewers watching who aren't too aware of the game, it's 5-card Omaha. It just creates infinitely more action and more combinations than PLO 4. And now they've got a 50K tournament. It's an interesting structure. You get a 25K stack. You get 3 of them. So almost 3 lives because of the variance in this game. And probably find it very interesting. It lends itself to some great cash game action online. And it's actually it's a beneficial game for sort of whales against sharks because it's not as heavily stacked against them as a Hold'em game is. Hold'em's very scientific. Guys tend to just have massive edges in Hold'em, and you'll see the same guys always winning session after session. But in PLO 5, if the taps are turned against you, you can go on big downswings.
I hear you.
Geo opens with the 6-5 of clubs. It seems to be a very common hand on this final table. Few guys have opened with 6-5 suited. And Alan decides to get away with ace-7 on the button. Harold books out the small blind, gets rid of his 10-5 suited. Kramer with king-9 in the big blind.
So
he gives it up.
At the end of this hand, Ryan, I'm actually going to depart, and I'm going to hand over to Mark. Mark's done a lot of hard yards, and I think he'd be very interested in hearing what you've got to say.
Absolutely.
Chris is due to come in, but we're going to give Chris a little break because he's put in some hard yards as well. And me and Chris are going to find a coffee, and we're going to leave you with Mark Butter, who you obviously know well.
Absolutely.
And give him the opportunity to ask you some of the more difficult questions out of his memory bank. Okay, so
Been a pleasure sitting and chatting with you, Gary. Enjoy the coffee.
Always.
Feel free to bring one back.
I will make a plan for you. And Mark, you're in the chair now.
Thanks very much, Gary. Yeah, absolute pleasure to join Ryan here. was somebody I looked up to when I started playing the game. Strangely enough, me being older, only playing the game as a much older person.
I mean, we're going back to, what are we, 2008?
Yeah, I started in the middle of 2008, and I came in as this old guy playing the game and met all these youngsters that are all married now with kids, which is quite amazing. For you and Darren Kramer, Stan Topol, it's quite amazing when I look at all of you now.
Yeah, it is great. It's actually often, I was actually saying it to Darren the other day. We had come up for the Boza Memorial, and our wives had bumped into each other. Actually, I lie. I think Darren might have still been in Cape Town and coming up the next day for the Super High Roller. And he sent a photo of his daughter and my youngest at Nu, one of the health spots in Sea Point. And I just said to him, like, think back to where we were in Vegas in 2008-9, to fast forward this far ahead and think our kids are playing with each other. Fortunately, Veda, my son, had position on Sierra and she looked like she was in a spot. But yeah, it's great to see. I mean, Stan living in Nottingham now with his 2 kids, and Jared's a father. Who would have thought that he'd ever find a woman who'd agree to marry him? And yeah, it's a different life, but it's still good that we get the camaraderie on the felt. Gio folding ace-10 here.
Yeah, to the big 3-bet there by Darren with the 7s, using the position. No, it's amazing. I mean, we get caught up in the nostalgia of and that, but you guys move on with life. You couldn't carry on that lifestyle forever like that.
Not
You've got to
at all.
grow up at some point.
Yeah, I mean, some guys got stuck in it, and some have made a good career from it. I mean, the real cream of the crop. But it's a hard life to do this for a living, and I'm quite fortunate that I have a salary and I get to come up here and effectively do work, publicity for the site, and get to flick it in a few tournaments, and was so lucky to go deep last week.
I was rooting for you. I must admit, the nostalgic thing. And it was great to see you playing again.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, this main event was a little bit disappointing, firing in a few bullets and just never really getting going. But
it's a tough structure to get through, eh?
Yeah, I found that because of the shorter levels, you really just can't afford to lose a single key pot. But again, you look at it, the stacked nature of this final table, the cream rises to the crop, and we have some of the more experienced icons of the game sitting here fighting it out for 2 million rand.
Absolutely, I'm really stoked for Alan Young, of course.
Yeah,
'cause he deserves it. He's supported the tour, and for him to make it like this is like a dream for him.
Yeah, funnily enough, when I saw him in last week when I was up here, and I actually thought it was Brad from Brad's Grill in Cape Town. He also loves a good cash game. I thought that he was actually in the field. He could be his 8 out of 10 doppelganger. Cromer with ace king of hearts on the button. He bet a small little raise in. I mean, Max better not find a hand in the big blind. He's looking for any spot to reshove. Liwu gets out the way with his jack 8, and Max didn't like that. So Cromer just adds to his chip stack, and I think that puts him a little bit of daylight up in first place, going over the 3 million mark.
Yeah, just over the 3 million mark now. So it's got a little subdued now. They had a little flurry there in the beginning. A little bit more subdued now. We've only had the one exit.
Yeah, it's funny how you find the ebbs and flows in these tournaments. You'll suddenly just find within 4 hands 3 guys get knocked out, and then there's a cagey little tete-a-tete for a few minutes, and maybe even longer than that. But again, with such a big ICM play up top here, I mean, you've got 2 million for first, 1 million for second, and 250 for third. There's just huge pay jumps as you get to the final business portion of this event. Like we said earlier when I was chatting with Gary, we're probably going to see an ICM deal being struck with 3, 4, 5 left. And guys are just not willing to give up or gamble too much just yet.
No, I think with the natural variance of the game, the swing's just too much there at the top.
100%. Gio opens. Gio's down to 15 big blinds. He opens just a min click up to 120 with Queen Jack suited under the gun. Queen Jack, I mean, under the gun is just an interesting spot for guys to raise in. It used to get a lot of respect, and now it almost seems like it's the new cutoff.
We used to joke back in the day that the Under the Gun became the new Cape Town button at a point. The guys from Cape Town were doing that a lot.
Interesting spot here. Harold with just under 3 million has a pair of sixes in the hijack, and he just gets out the way.
Respecting the Under the Gun race.
Fascinating. Max in the small blind, 10-5 off.
He's going to be starting to get a little itchy. I mean, as patient as he is, Max plays the big stack incredibly well. I've seen him grind the short stack and that, but there comes a point where he gets a little impatient.
Definitely.
That's just an observation over the last couple of series.
Yeah, I mean, it's his last time that he was on the feature table last week in the Mega Millions, he just got hit with the deck. Aces versus Ace King.
Your comments on there were absolutely classic. He just could not miss.
Yeah, and when you got a player that's really that accomplished and probably a cut above the rest, there's a few at the top that sort of separate themselves from the rest of the field. But when they're getting cards as well, there's nothing you can do.
No, they're unstoppable. I mean, and he plays the role, I say he plays the role of the bully very well. When he's got a stack, boy, he leans on everybody around him.
100%. So it's, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, but it's interesting to see him in the hurt box with only, what's that, 8, 9 big blinds at the moment, just to see a different side of him. He's a little bit more circumspect. He's quieter on the mic as well. Often find that you're only as vocal as your chip stack.
Yeah, the talking chips.
Yeah, and just he's not an idiot. He'll be looking for a spot where he can reshove. He knows that he's starting to lose fold equity on the reshoves here, so he's either got to open and hope that nobody calls off 8 bigs, but he'll look for the right spot, and have no doubt he'll get it in a fairly decent EV spot.
Yeah, and if he gets one double up, then he's only one more away from really being in full contention again.
I think that's what people, generally what I've noticed in poker, and even chatting to mates who are more of cash game specialists, they panic too early. And they don't realize how quickly you go from 7 big blinds. If you double twice, you're generally in the top 3 in any chip.
Absolutely. Patience is very much underrated.
And that's why guys, like you saw with Imran Bajani's spot earlier when he had to call off with King Queen, even though the maths probably is right, and even though he has a lot of Kramer's hands of Queen Jacks, Queen 10s, King 9s, King 10s dominated, he just doesn't want to flip it in case Kramer turns over Ace 2 off and holds.
Exactly that.
And interesting here that you see with Max, he's not going all in. He probably thinks that it's confusing some of the players as to why he's leaving himself 200 behind. Maybe he gets them to fold on a flop that they completely miss. We don't know necessarily what Max has here, but it almost makes the 3-bet look stronger.
It does. It gives that impression and illusion. And he's very naughty. He does this often. He puts the 2 cards on top of one another so we can't see his cards. He's been spoken to a bit about that.
Not one to listen to authority much.
No. The real rebel. I could see him always being in trouble at school. Time bank goes in.
It's an interesting spot this, because Max only looks like he's got about 150 behind. 115 according to the screen. So it's only 400k to gamble. And here we're going to see it. What's Max going to turn over? Ace Queen?
Look, he couldn't fold. I mean, so Max isn't someone to mess around. Let's have a look here.
King 10 of hearts for Li Wu and King 10 for Max. What's that?
Red flop.
Yeah.
Diamonds versus hearts.
You see, it's interesting how Max played King 10 to make it look like he had aces with not just auto shoving. Try to complicate and make people think 3 times. One diamond. No. Running diamonds for Max, the only way this will have any other result, and that is a split pot.
Split pot.
Anti-climax. We've seen so many of these. Darren had Ace 8 versus Jared, Jardine's Ace 8 with about 11 or 12 left.
Yeah.
We saw Ace King versus Ace King when Li Wu and Jardine also went all in against each other.
We want some blinds.
And then actually last night, funnily enough, we saw a monster hand on one of the outside tables. There was a monster 5-bet from Nick Zackham. I walked up to the table, I saw Darren asking him for the count and comfortably calling. I knew he had aces. And then on a 10-eye flop, Zackham shoved all in and turned over his aces, and I was like, well, you better have the 2 red ones, which Darren did. So they had a 1 million chip pot last night with about 30 left, aces versus aces. And almost a hand later, at Ahmed's table, there was kings versus kings. So it just goes to show, guys, it doesn't only happen online when you see these supposed setups.
There's a nice comment there from Giovanni Gaggia, if you want to read that out.
Great poker and most definitely great commentating, and screen work is awesome too. Thank you guys. It's lekker to watch some top-class local poker action. Good luck on the final table. Yeah, it's just, you know what, it's so great to be able to have this at our fingertips, sitting at home on the couch on a Sunday afternoon, railing one of your dark horses. I'm sure there's a few guys here that have their fan favorites, and also some new names and faces on the final table. We are very lucky to have this, like Gary said, brought to us from Carl and his team. And the production, as always, is just going strength to strength. Every single series, it just steps up a notch. So
Yeah,
well
no,
done
they're
to you guys,
reinvesting into it all the time, and it makes our lives as commentators so much easier. All the new bells and whistles and all the tech work that the tech guys do. I mean, they're the unsung heroes down that side. They make it possible for us to be able to commentate with all the work that they do.
Now, many moving parts with the card readers and the chip readers and all the overlay graphics and multiple screens getting cut, commentary. There's a big team at the back here, Unsung Heroes, and they work long hours. I mean, we've been here sort of, 11 days now of the series?
Yeah, the guys actually got down here on the Wednesday already, before the series started, setting up.
Yeah, it's a long time to spend in Pretoria. I know, I spent 30 years here.
Hey, Mr. Caesar.
Yes, we've got a raise from Kramer in under the gun +2 to 130, just over min raise, and Wesley thinking how to play ace king here, out of position.
Yeah, out of position in the big blind, to the big stack.
440, I heard. He makes it a little bit bigger because he doesn't want to give Kramer a chance to outplay him in position, but I would imagine Darren will just get out the way here. He's not going to try anything too stupid.
No, this is the increase in sizing playing out of position.
So they have 1.5, 1.6? No, more looks like
750, 950, 1,050, 1,350 plus that.
Yeah.
Out the way.
Kramer, hopefully Kramer takes some of his prize money from this weekend. Obviously he had a great result in the Super High Roller as well. And hopefully take some of that money to Urban Edge for men, which is around the corner from the office. He's about 3 weeks in need of a shave and about 6 weeks in need of a haircut, so I'm glad he's keeping the branding on his head.
But he thought he'd join the local Pretoria boys and look the part as a farmer. Put some khaki on him and he could fit up there in Polokwane.
I'll just laugh and keep my... I've done some good work for my bonus of the year end, so
I can get away with that one. I'll take the bullets for you on that one, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting spot there from Wesley. 3-betting a little harder. He didn't want to play out of position. He pulled off a sick bluff against Steve Radloff in the very last hand of day 1D.
Oh, really?
Went all in on a stone-cold block, no blockers, nothing. And Steve was a hair's breadth from calling him, but it was Steve's whole stack.
Oh, wow.
And it was a stone-cold bluff.
Yeah, Wesley can mix it up. He won a monster hand against an old friend of mine. In fact, I used to work for him at the News Cafe in Menlyn, George Evangelo. I think it was on the TV table last night.
Yes, he was.
Wesley opened with Queen 3 suited in late position. He had a lot of chips, and George decided to defend with Deuce 3, and the flop was 3-9-3, and the rest is history. I mean, you dream of that when you've called with 2-3. But Wesley had monster chips last night, and obviously when you get cooler flops like that, it's easy to chip up and win huge pots.
Do we know when Eskom is coming back?
Spoiling.
No
So
circulation.
Jesse from the cutoff, the ace-9 suited.
Thank you, please.
And you know, Jesse just quietly goes about his business. He doesn't
Got a
get
big
involved.
interesting spot here. Wesley's getting a little hit by the deck at the moment.
Yeah, ace king suited in the big blind, kings in the small blind.
Wesley sometimes plays some of these things tricky. He flattered Max earlier on when there were 10 lefty or 11 lefty, flattered with aces and really played it tricky. But here you see.
But I think with kings out of position, and people, I don't know, people are getting very scared of kings lately and calling them the ace magnets. And
well, he's made it 390, so a slightly smaller re-raise than when he had ace king against Darren. Alan will get out the way.
So that'll be interesting. Jesse doesn't like to fold when he's in position.
I'm not sure though with ace-9 suited if he's willing to put in
another 260k.
20% of his stack almost. Jesse looking for a read, and he tells. He's literally just seen Wesley 3-bet the hand before against Darren, and now doing it again.
He gives it up.
A little bit
I'm
too.
going to waste the time bank.
Wesley chipping up again. He had dropped down to 1.4 a few hands ago, and he's now back up to 2.3 million.
There's a view of the outer tables. Nadim talking to Ahmed and Co up there on the rail. Nice, these observation decks and VIP lounges overlooking the feature table.
Very much so.
Reminds me of the days of All Africa when we had the arena, which was like, wow, when you walked in there first of all.
Jeez, that place was, I mean, in a tiny casino in Swaziland, to have a production room like that was a monumental effort from Michael Collard and his team, and I'm pretty sure that the room still sits in the exact same condition. Maybe they took a few of their cameras home with them, but it'd be good to get out there and just reminisce and have some nostalgic memories of the Pig's Peak buffets, which I was a very big fan of back in the day.
I don't look like I missed too many of them myself.
Darren with 7-6 suited under the gun. What did you say? The new Cape Town button?
There we go.
Show some restraint. Max looking for any spot to get it in. Not with Queen Deuce.
And got Caitlin looking over our shoulder here, who was also there, interviewing players coming in and out and doing all the other things there.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Indeed. I mean, in fact, after I departed the scene, and I think Dre also stepped back a bit. Caitlin and Davor were commentating a few of the All Africas, maybe in 2010. In fact, I think when Eugene Duplessis and Stan Topol had their love affair on the final table at Happy Valley, the two of them were commentating that as well. Alan Young opens to 130 with Ace-Jack in the small blind, and Harold, who is, like I said, a tricky customer, sticky at times. He's going to defend with a 9-6 off.
Yeah, Harold doesn't give up his blinds easily, and don't limp to him. It's just going across the line. You want to chip Harold, limp a big hand to him, because it guarantees going across the line.
Yeah, you see, Alan's checked his gut shot, and Harold has a chance to try and put some pressure on. He checks behind as well.
On that bro thing up there. You knew about it, because I came downstairs and you went, oh, fucking hell, one's not enough.
So I think we've gone to the turn.
You knew about it.
Just have a look.
Obviously, fucking everyone's
looking for...
Okay, Brad's just fixing the graphics there. He says no. Alan did better than take it.
Okay. Well, it's a good C-bet when you're raising from the small blind, King 10-5, you got a gut shot, you're still ace high.
Absolutely, put some money in there.
Alan Young is still right up there at the top of the leaderboard with 8 players.
Yeah, and he's just quietly going about it as well. Look at that. Level picking with Darren Kramer at the top there. Max in the 9 bigs at the bottom. And Gio, 15 bigs.
I'm just getting in my other ear here from Ian that Alan started with 70,000 chips at the start of day 3 with 30 players left.
Wow.
Very lucky.
That's some run,
And they spun it up to 3 million and sitting there with the top of the leaderboard alongside some of the most illustrious names in SA poker. This is the beauty of poker, I guess. It's always been the option to mix it up with the best in the country, and even for some of the South Africans back in the day going over to Vegas and playing against the Ivies, Negronius, Helmets, getting to sit at tables with them. And it's one of the only sports in the world where you can, without handicaps, mix it up with the best and even get the better of them if the cards fall your way.
I was just thinking, there's no way as a recreational player could get on the tennis court with Roger Federer.
No,
but a recreational
or someone really good like Novak Djokovic.
Yeah. And yeah, you can get a recreational player can sit on the table with the best in the country, and if it's his day and it's running well and going well, he can win.
Well, maybe we're watching this live as we see it. Alan, maybe you can give Kramer his cocky, like you said. But I think it's an interesting phase of the final table at the moment. You've got 5 guys that are pretty much all well over 2 million, over 30 bigs, all comfortable. I think we've got a lot of poker ahead of us. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 3-4 hours ahead.
Well, when we came back with 30 players, I don't think we've ever come back on to day 3 with 30 players left still. I thought this is going long.
And then there was like a quick rush from 30 down to 15.
Yeah, they went down very quickly. But then once you get to the final table, I mean, we've been going at this for quite a while now. Only had 1 elimination. It can go in a flurry again, but very unlikely with the standard of play and the way people are playing very cagely because of that top-heavy structure.
Yeah, and even if you look at like 30, 60, 60, you got 150k around. I think the next level's 40, 80, 80. You're only going to 200, so it only increases the pressure by another 33%. It's not a huge, huge jump. You see some structures where 30, 60 goes to 50, 100, and that changes things completely. Obviously, as soon as they get a few more short-handed, the rounds catch up with you a little bit quicker. I would imagine Kramer would shove his small blind here.
Let's see what pressure he puts on.
He's got Max. Oh, Lee on his left.
Yeah, if it was Max, I think you just put it all in.
Yeah, you can't
lean on the small stack. But against Lee,
I never get very walking cards.
The interesting thing is Lee missed the first 3 rotations when he was playing golf.
Don't talk rubbish.
I'm being dead serious. He had 440,000 coming in. He missed the first 3 rotations. He came and sat down. He'd lost 120,000 chips already. So he had 320 left of his 440,000 because he went and played a round of golf and he was quite happy to have missed. And he sat down and said, "What have I missed?" Played his round of golf.
Well, there you see his golf ball that's still on the table. He's probably got a glove in the other pocket. I mean, that is actually a great story. Some priorities are more important than others.
Played his round of golf.
Rather get my 18 holes on a Sunday than play for 2 million, and it didn't seem to set him back at all because Gary is still with chips at the final 8.
I mean, we were looking at this and we're thinking, where is this guy? He's getting blinded out. I mean, 3 rotations, 40k rotation at that point. He lost 120k when he sat down. Which was a quarter of his stack.
That's great.
Just over a quarter of his stack.
Straight without the X on there. Wouldn't let me have it straight. Someone must have
That
it.
is crazy.
You know, so what do you do to warm up for your poker game? Well, I'll just go and play a quick 18 holes of golf, and if the blinds go, they go. It's all good. Gets me in the zone.
You see, tight fold there in hijack. Alan not opening with a suited ace. Harold will definitely open with king, queen of clubs in the cutoff.
You play much better online.
Darren on the button. Squeezes. He looks like he likes his hand.
Nice 3.
Stabbed me right in the face with my big blind.
He hasn't 3-bet Harold for a long time, and they actually seemingly haven't bashed heads too much in the tournament.
Yeah.
I think Darren also realizes that if he 3-bets and maxes half a hand, he's going to be calling it all.
Throw shit at each other. That'd be great, isn't it?
Always interesting to look at the stack sizes behind you to see if you are going to be exposed for making a 3-bet if you end up committing yourself and a guy wakes up with a pair of 9s and a short stack behind you.
He's putting it in, yeah.
He's always going to be putting it in, and Darren knows that he wants to wait for the right spot to 3-bet Harold, or maybe even 4-bet somebody with which we saw him do on the final 2 tables. He found a couple of 6 spots, one with a deuce 4 off and managed to squeeze through. He just has a 6th sense, and it's that card sense. He's got an incredible feel. Max, you see, with 7 big blinds, he's literally looking for any opportunity to flick it in. But other than that, Gio, even with 15 bigs, has got a bit of time on his hands.
Yeah, Gio started with 600k, he's up to 900k. So, you know, he hasn't found an odd little spot. He's got rid of 5s because he thought it wasn't the time.
Just shows you a little bit of composure and patience, and you never know when you're going to get. I mean, Wesley woke up with a few hands and suddenly went from less than $1 million to over 3 million, then back down to 1.4, back up to 2.5. Here we got Harold again with a very, very good opening hand here, and hijack, ace-9 of spades. Tricky guy to play against, Harold.
Yeah, the wily old fox, we call him. Been around a long time, Harold. A lot more accomplished than people give him credit for.
Max is getting increasingly impatient, but he's getting dealt nothing.
Look at the body language. So look for in the next rotation or so for him to make a more marginal shove.
Jesse's getting a little bit short here, but I fancy him peeling a flop with the 4s here.
He will. You'll see the flop.
Now we might see a little bit of action. Set mining for one big blind.
Good time to order as well now. 25 minutes.
Are you basket I'm good with? Let's go.
This is that, and the 9 for Harold.
It's an interesting board, this, because if Harold's opening with a lot of ace-x combos, Jesse might think that he's still ahead. He might peel off one more, but it would be a little bit tricky with the stack size that he has. Putting in 110's quite small. I mean, he's getting 4 to 1.
I'm okay on you.
But he quickly smells a rat and just gets out the way.
Taps the table, folds it away. There's Jono Willie comes on. He says, great commentary this, boys. Great to have you back in the hot seat, brother. Referring to yourself, of course.
There's Dave Bernstein, just happy that it's 0-0.
Sasha Dreyer.
Jono, Sasha Dreyer. I mean, there's the better half of my original co-commentary partner. They're living in Malta now. Rhino grinding it out, trying to make it on the Masters Tour. I mean, a better golfing talent I haven't played with. Maybe Richard Sterney will be a bit unhappy if I said that. But yeah, Dreyer is, I mean, it really is quite nostalgic thinking and talking about the past and doing all the... There you go. Jono asking to fly Rhino down and restore the dream team.
Yeah, and Sasha says, loving the commentary all the way from Malta, rooting for Gio and Kramer. Nice to hear you go there, FBT. That was your old one. No more FBT, though.
Not at all. Well,
all your CrossFit got rid of that.
Yeah, and having a wife who drummed the benefits of nutrition and health and wellness into me, and she's taught me how to eat a few more veggies than I was willing to try when we first started dating. Yeah, it's often quite surreal to look back on some old footage and think, was that me? Feels like a lifetime ago.
Classic one was when Rudy didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny story. Let's just see what going on here with Gio in the big blind of defending with 6-4. 2 diamonds, we might see it all go in here on the flop.
There's the 6 for Gio bottom pair, but nothing else. Backdoor diamonds for both.
Gio checks, and it's Wesley who showed the initial aggression from under the gun. Where's a 720 behind and 330 in the pot? I mean, Gio's got 720 behind. Interesting if he peels off one, yeah. Wesley has used more time banks in this tournament than the rest of the field combined. He has often been seen without any time bank cards in front of him because he is a very methodical, very long thinker of the game, and so far it's stood him in good stead. He's made mostly right calls. Won one key pot where he got it wrong, but managed to find a 5-outer against Roy Baton with ace-jack versus kings on the jack-eye board. River to jack for 700,000, which you need. Yeah, it must be nice. You need that to get into a... That couldn't have been 16k that he bet. That's for sure, considering the blinds are 60.
Oh.
This is an action card on the turn. Wesley has picked up an open ender and the nut flush draw with a draw to the royal flush. Gio now has bottom pair and a flush draw, and he's first to act. I wouldn't be surprised if he just...
So that bet on the flop must have been 60k because the blinds are 30-60.
Yeah.
I say it's never. It's Sunday night. I mean...
So just that we get the SPRs right here.
Interesting here because Wesley's going for another bet again to keep piling on the pressure, and of course because he's picked up the dream turn card.
Absolutely.
You just need to see what he's bet there. It looks like 185 or 190k.
See, you got to be, you know, this is the kind of spot where you sometimes see Geo shove.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if a shove's
But I
good here.
don't
You've
think
got
it's good,
you've got the ability to call and maybe make the flush on the river, which is obviously not a good result for him, but he can always fold on the river if he doesn't improve his hand and still have, you know, 8, maybe even 7 bigs
I'm
left.
not saying what I would do, but I'm saying I've seen him do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he'll get snapped off here. Funnily enough, he'll be in better shape, but he won't be in amazing shape. He'll be a 60-40 favorite. He just calls.
Makes the call.
I think that's the circumstance. If a diamond comes in the river, that'll be the end of Geo. King of diamonds for the TV hand. And the 4 makes 2 pair, and I wouldn't be surprised if he checks to let Wesley hang himself on the river here.
It has also brought the spade flush in, which was right there from the beginning, which might contend Geo that that's what Wesley was betting all the way, but it's an outside chance.
It's an interesting spot because he's still, like you say, he's still got 8 bigs left. Wesley might give the hand up and hope his ace high is good. It would be against a hand like 7-8, but that's about all. I can't see him winning with ace 10 high here, but he also doesn't want to give away free chips either. Yeah, he puts him to the test, and now Geo. See, there's a tricky one because the pot was already 800-900k before this bet, so there's 1.3 out in the middle. He's got 480 behind. He knows if he calls and he's wrong, he's out. But if he calls and he's right, he's back in the mix with 2 million chips, and he has 2 pair. His hand has improved, and all he really loses to that makes max sense here is the spade flush.
It's all the time, a chunk of time banks in. He's going to take his time on this one.
Right, Mark. Do you think he's going to call you?
I think he has to call because if you look at where he's down to 480k, he's made his 2 pair. Does Wesley not play the flush draw a little more aggressively on the turn?
It's interesting because I find it strange that Gio's not looking at Wesley for any tells. I mean, that's the first thing I'd do if I've been put to the test, is to try and pick up a little bit of information from the player that's put you all in. He hasn't looked at him once. He's just purely reading through what happened in the hand and trying to run things through and put him on what ranges of hands he can have. Hasn't looked at Wesley once, and he makes the call.
I was right. He's got a call there.
I thought he had to call. He's just too committed. And now we have Gio back in the mix. Started at short stack. He's up to 1.8 million, and this just makes it very interesting. That turn card actually turned out to be the downfall of Wesley, because I fancy he wouldn't have continued barreling if he hadn't picked up such a massive combo draw.
Absolutely. He had massive draw on the turn there.
And funnily enough, I think Gio probably gets away with bottom pair if he doesn't pick up the backdoor flush draw as well.
Absolutely. He doesn't feel the turn.
And the river is one of the only cards that Gio can call the all-in shove with, to be honest. Because with bottom pair it would have been tricky. With 2 pair it's a different story.
Really great hand though for us to be sitting watching.
Yeah, you finally get one. There's been quite a few sort of ABC hands, open reshoves, folds, that kind of stuff. Here's the... I'm now getting confused between the picture of the old stream here.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's right in front of me, but I suppose we're looking at the commentary. I think the 30-minute delay stream sign above it was enough of a sign, but it's... yeah, this is putting it back in the mix. It narrows the field down again a bit, brings another player into the mix with over 30 big blinds. And yeah, we know Gio, when he's got chips, can be a tricky man to play against.
So that was a very, very interesting hand. That spade was so interesting on the river, bringing the 2 pair. It did make Gio think a little. He was trying to work out, could he have that spade draw, but would he have betted slightly differently?
So something that has to enter into your mind at that spot. So if Gio folds with 480k behind, he knows that he needs to double up twice in a row to get to 1.8 million. However, if he calls here and he's right, he's on 1.8 million, and he probably has a gut feeling that he's right more than half the time there. It's often, it's sort of a few moves ahead that you need to work out. What are the chances of winning 2 flips in a row? And then, am I going to blind out? How quick are the blinds? 480k short. I mean, that's kind of what Max is on at the moment, and Max just hasn't found a hand yet, or a spot to open shove with. This could be it. Lee in hijack with 8-6 of diamonds gets out the way, and Max, who is any cards better than, I mean, a queen 10 is going in the middle here, ace 4 is going in the middle.
Look at his face though.
But he's really picking up rubbish. Queen 7.
Yeah.
Maybe Queen 10 would have gone in the mix, but
I think Queen 9 suited, he puts it in there.
yeah, probably does enter into his range. Gio in the small blind now with chips, and now he's probably feeling like he can play a bit of poker again. A little bit of history between the two of them in the blinds here now.
Yeah.
He just folds with King 10.
I think there was an open from the button, though, if I'm not mistaken, from Jesse. Jesse has opened from the button.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense.
I thought I saw him do it.
He is ace 7 suited, did I see?
Yeah, King 7.
King 7 suited, okay.
So he's opened. Gio folded the King 10.
I mean, just to give a bit of context, a lot of the guys
King 7
watching at home might not realize just how tricky it is. Well, this is absolutely blessed by Wesley. After bluffing off a portion of his stack, he now flops the second nuts. And Jesse's picked up a little piece of it. I definitely think that Wes will get one bet out of Jesse here. Even if he checks back the flop, if Wes checks the turn, he'll get another bet. But here you see a small little 60k bet. Wes'll Hollywood a bit and just call. Don't see him doing much else. Try get another bet out of Jesse Rosen. Hope that he's got ace X with a club in his hand. But back to the point on occasionally watching the stream and either the chip counts are wrong or somebody's action is described wrongly on screen. It's a tough task to be able to read all these and do this live. Graphics on the screen. This is an interesting card because it pairs the board and actually gives Jesse some outs and improves his odds from a real no-hoper to any king, any 7 or 3 on the river here would actually give him the best hand. I don't know if he's going to bet again and hope that Wesley's just drawing. Put the pressure on him.
I don't think he gives Wesley any sort of decent ace because Wesley would have clicked back at him. So he's going to keep the pressure on.
110,000. Now it'll be interesting to see if Wesley likes to play his big hands really tricky and let players continue to bet, bluff, while disguising the strength of his hand. With a board pairing here, I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe raise a little bit, but it will give away the strength of his hand. No, as expected, he does play cagey.
Yeah.
Another club will kill it. I mean, there you see how...
Running threes.
And it goes check, check, and Wesley's going to really be feeling a bit sick.
There's the 7.
Oh, Joe Boy Rami. Joe Rami has just sent a message via Gary. He said, give Brow a big kiss from me and remind him that he slept on my couch in the Aussie Millions. And that was the series in 2007 that I was talking about where I got to play against Gus Hansen. Rob K offered me his room, or the couch in his room.
Here's a name from the past, Robbie K.
And then Rob K, who actually decided he didn't want a roommate. I think he gave Joe Monkey $500 and said, let Brower, you got a suite, let Brower sleep on the couch in your room. And to be honest, those are some of the best memories back then. Rob was, and still is a good friend of mine. He's living in Nairobi at the moment. Here we got Rob and Joe Boy stories in Vegas that some I can't tell on air, some I can. But we have honestly, some of the most memorable, nostalgic memories with some of those characters. And Joe Boy is just an absolute icon of SA Poker. And it's so good to hear from him. Funnily enough, a few days ago, John O'Willie messaged Jobo and asked him if he's playing still and doing anything. And Jobo said, I'm busy, but I'll go for you, don't worry. And Jono put him in an event, and Jono and I started sharing some of our best stories of Jobo Rami, known as Soprano online. And could be a doppelganger for either Joe Pesci or Danny DeVito.
He had the presence of Soprano, didn't he?
He did indeed, and he could cook some of the meanest Lebanese food you'll ever eat.
So Libu's opened here with the Queen Jack. Queen 10 for Gio.
So back to Wesley losing those 2 pots in a row. I mean, he got a bit stiff there. He picked up a monster draw, blind on the turn against Gio. And the very next hand he flops the second nuts and has to lose to running cards, which literally came perfect. And he's going to be a little bit steamy inside, but he is quite composed. He's going to defend the small blind. We haven't seen what his cards are just yet.
He hasn't put them in the box there at all.
Alan's going to get out the way with 7-4.
You get it in the next hand. Okay.
I was hoping he'd pick his cards up, but he's got them on top of one another. So Alan deciding whether he's priced here.
You never know. Maybe he's a blackjack fan and thinking about doubling.
Doubling down. Picture.
We're now going to see Wesley. Like I say, he's quite an experienced player, and he is fairly composed. I think he might want Gio's hand, the 4-6 of diamonds on that board. But Lee Wu flops top pair.
Checks. Let's see what Lee does.
Continuation bet of around 180, 200k here. $250.
One bit heavier.
Define his hand against Wesley.
Okay, ace-8 of hearts.
Gio.
My favorite Joe Boy story, sitting there at All Africa, there was this young kid, really didn't know, limps, Joe Boy raises, he folds. About the 8th time in a row, Joe Boy just turned to him and said, listen boy, limp fold. You got a great future in this game.
I mean, Joe Boy actually, he's got a heart to
dry. The poor kid didn't play a hand again. Sat there just literally getting blinded out.
No, they ordered someone for one.
No, Joe Boy, my first ever encounter was with Joe Boy. I'm thinking it was probably 2005. I was playing on a cash game on Pigs Peak. And somebody obviously played badly to beat me, because that's the only way I ever lose. And I was a massive advocate of just berating the fish, tapping the aquarium, something which I learned a little bit as I got older that I didn't need to do. But every time I lost, I was a terrible loser. I would turn into the online version of Phil Hellmuth. I can type at about 200 words a minute, and I was berating someone, and Joe Boy said to me, what's your number? Because we had played on the same table. We didn't know each other. I was FPT, he was Soprano. Give me your number, I'm going to phone you. And he phoned me afterwards, and he gave me like a bit of a pep talk, telling me, don't do this, looks terrible, you'll be up long term, and you've got to handle the variance. And I mean, I don't think Joe Boy knew the word variance, to be honest. But he gave me a pep talk and told me to calm down and to not behave like that on the table, which I took to heart. And the very next tournament at an All Africa, which I've then found out this was the Soprano, we became fast friends, and like I say, ended up sleeping on his couch on the way to kick-starting what was a memorable year for me in 2007. We've had many great trips. One of the All Africas, we decided to spend 2 days in the game reserve. Once you're up in Swaziland, we went via Kruger Park, and Joe Boy cooked up an absolute storm for us, and we managed to find, I'll share this story because I don't think my parents are watching, but we managed to find one of the game rangers who knew somebody at the kiosk shop at, I think it was Skakuza. We bought a box of Malawi cob, 25 Rand for a box of really cheap weed, and Joe Boy had us in stitches for the entire evening. It was one of the most memorable nights of my life, and I miss those moments, but I don't miss doing it for a living or being in the shape I was back then. But I promise you, we could keep you here for hours with stories of Joe Boy in Vegas.
Meanwhile, to the flop here, Gio's got the best of the flop here against Harold. In position, and he was the pre-flop aggressor.
Seabed will probably get it through. Harold gets out the way. A lot of jostling.
So Gio will take down that hand, another plus 210. And Gio, from that short stack and that big hand against Wesley, found traction now and over 2 million chips.
It's just crazy. I mean, the maneuvering, it's almost like a long horse race this, where there's some jostling at the front, somebody gets bumped out the way, they drop back into the middle of the pack. and then some horse finds a second wind and comes back. I think Max has gone to look for a second wind.
Absolutely. Now, Sasha's come back because Jono said we must fly Rhino out here to come and commentate. Sasha said he needs to cook and clean. I'm available, though.
Sasha used to play a mean game as well. I'm not sure I've ever heard her in the commentary booth, though. But, yeah, a great couple, and one of the losses to South Africa and the poker community, but I'm sure we'll see them again visiting our shores. I know Rhino's trying to come out here for a few events on the SA Seniors Tour. Yeah, you can see guys are still quite circumspect, looking for spots, trying to ladder up. I think I might be on the overs here with this finishing time of the final table.
Yeah, no, I thought it was going over for sure.
It's 7 p.m. I mean, crazy to still be this many players left. Started at 11 o'clock this morning.
There's
Here's
Max.
What I think was a raise. Again, not shoving. Just very interesting strategy to do stuff like this. This could be interesting. Another 190 on the button, maybe. Oh, 250 total. Maybe without having anything committed in the pot, he won't want to jostle with his ace.
He's going to get away because he's not involved. If he was in the blinds.
That thing's still working for you.
What's that?
That you put the cards on top of one another and you can't read the cards. Does it still work for you?
I think so.
There you see Harold getting upset with the fact that Max doesn't spread his card.
I would have asked them.
Well,
the machine is way better than it used to be.
Oh, I thought maybe it's still working for you.
Probably is.
Harold having a little banter. Darren with King 9 in the big.
Yeah, they couldn't see it before.
It's very different when you're playing on a normal outside table and you can cover your cards, hold your cards, look at them however you want, and then you come to the feature table, and the way the card readers work, you have to hold your cards separately, and you see most of them listening to instruction. I think we mentioned Max wasn't one for authority earlier. He still puts his
but
cards
he does it deliberately, eh? He does it deliberately. There was a run-in with him at one of the previous series. Some of the other players got upset with him, actually reported him. He got a warning, etc.
Well, I mean, it is unfair advantage by concealing what your hands are so people can't get information on how you play.
Post, and yeah.
Especially post, re-looking at streams, so I can understand, especially when somebody as good as Max is sort of gaining an unfair advantage in their eyes. Everyone wants as much information on him as possible to be able to bash heads and learn and play against him in future series.
Yeah, the thing is, they say he's getting all info on them, so it should be likewise fair. And we've got a great audience out there, 292 currently watching, and that goes up to 4,000-5,000 a couple of days after. It shows you how many people watch afterwards.
Yeah, the students of the game.
So nothing interesting here. It folded around to Wesley. He's got ace-10.
Because they haven't come out and said your cards are not working.
You can hear them discussing about
machine inside now.
Max and Harold still discussing the fact that he hasn't had anyone come out from the room at the back to ask him to separate them.
I do this at the start, but I like to keep the cards like this. So I do like this, and then I put like this.
No, I've been watching. You do that.
Wesley's open hijack to 160.
No, but I put it like this.
A little more than 2.5.
I'm telling you, if it wasn't working,
watch yourself.
maybe I don't even realize.
Harold doesn't often get upset. He's not taking kindly to this.
Maybe you don't do it in there.
So the cards must be working, otherwise they would come out.
Okay, go back. Thank you.
Darren more interested in the food order he's just placed, I think. Lee in the big blind is 6 high. That'll probably go in the muck as well.
We'll send Darren for that Castrol GTX ad. Yeah, but he could fit in there with that beer.
It's great. I mean, you think you know someone and then they peel it off with a 6-3 of hearts.
You can see my cards, you for sure look good.
Wesley getting the 10 there.
What can I do?
Wesley obviously bluffed off into Geo with ace-10, so maybe that's in the back of his mind, but that's a pretty good flop for ace-10. I wouldn't be surprised to see a small little continuation bet and get through.
When you say small, around 120, 130?
Yeah. Wesley's a big fan of the small bets, although he checks there just to disguise his
back.
hand.
Well, that's a-
He's picked up the nut flush draw, but it brings forward to a
Yeah.
straight.
It's a good bad card for him. He's got the redraw to the royal flush, nut flush.
Wouldn't mind a check behind here from Wesley. I mean, the only way League Wu gets anything out of this hand is with an offsuit 9 on the river, or by bluffing Wesley off his hand.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it goes check, check here. And Wesley will pick up another 400k to move back over $1 million.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no point in betting
A pair
there.
of queens with a Jack 10 8 kicker. That's good. Third board.
Lee were effectively describing he plays the board, and Wesley will pick up another 450.
Button move.
Pure queens with the Jack 10 kicker.
I'm trying to see what Max has got there. That looks like just under 500k, and he's about to go into the big blind. 120,000 getting flicked into the middle between the big blind and ante.
Of course it's not good, but we might
And
as well
now,
see the process.
yeah, just
Obviously
over
has
half a
a
million.
space either.
But
See, the average stack's 1.9 million.
and most of them are around that, between
Except for
1.5
Max, yeah.
to 3 million. Jeez. Next two hands are going to really cripple. We're getting to the latter part of this level as well. Lines will go up to 40, 80, 80. And that's really going to give Max 2 rotations at his current stack.
I'm not going to have it on, you know what I mean?
He's kept it well composed up till now. He hasn't got impatient. And when he has raised, like you said, he's taken an interesting strategy of not going all in, but raising and leaving himself less than 200,000 behind both times.
Yeah. Maybe it's to try confuse players. Maybe they suddenly think, well, you'd be shoving with this, and he's only raising that. He's got a monster hand. I mean, I think the really good players are going to see through it anyway and still play their hand as if he has shoved.
They're going to put him all in if they want to play against
Yeah.
him. They're not going to just call.
Darren, Gio's picked up 9s here under the gun plus 1. Probably 130.
At the end of this level, if I'm not mistaken, there's a 15-minute break. A 1-hour dinner break, Brad's correcting me.
Do we know how much time's left on the level?
About 5 minutes.
Okay.
About 5 minutes, and then we're going to go into dinner.
Interesting sort of timing phase generally. When you're coming to the end of a level and the guys know there's only sort of 2 or 3 hands left, people tend to not want to make too many mistakes at this stage. They want to just get to the level.
Yeah.
You know, those who smoke will go over smoke outside. Others will just take the mic off and go get something to eat. Interesting here that Max has decided to see a flop with such a short stack. He's obviously getting a good price, 4-1 pre. If he catches any piece of it, this could be the end of Max. He's got a top pair and a gut shot.
He's going to need to
Gio's
be very
got middle
lucky.
set.
There's only 2 7s available, top right of the screen.
I wonder if he open shoves here. He's checked.
He's checked to check raise, I think.
I mean, he's only got 4-10. Gio should put him in here because it looks a little bit weaker, but he's betting small.
Gio puts in the standard continuation that he would normally do there.
This is why you don't defend with 10-6 suited, because you now flop top pair and you've got a decision for your tournament life. You almost want to take, at that stack size, take the decision out of post-flop and make it a pre-flop shove or see all 5 cards. This is a tricky one. I mean, what was he hoping to flop for him to get his chips in other than top pair with a gut shot?
350.
And now he's check raised, and we'll see it all go in here. And Max might find himself having dinner off the feature table. Like you say, he's got to get pretty lucky here. Needs to catch running clubs, running 10-8, 10-6, or the 7 gut shot, and there's only 2 left in the deck.
Yeah, only 2 7s left.
6 instead of 9. Need a 7. Very good call.
Is there a sweat, or is it just drawing dead on the turn? That is it. 2 cards left, no improvement, and that is the end of Max Davison. looking for any spots. Unfortunately, timed it wrong. Gio flopped middle set. I mean, funnily enough, if it comes 10 high on anything else, he probably gets the full double up because Gio's never going to lay down 9s to 1 over.
No, he's not going to.
But another strong performance from Max, proving himself to be an incredibly adept player, making a strong final table. He'll be a little bit deflated knowing how much was up top. 7 left, and you see 1.2 million is the short stack, but that's still 20 big blinds.
Yeah, on the current level. Going to be going up shortly.
Even so, you'll have 16 bigs when we come back after dinner.
Still not in the
there's a lot of play ahead of us, and I think we could be seeing ourselves till close to midnight.
I think it's going to depend on what happens when they get round to 4-5.
Max just went out. You decided to defend 10-6.
Yeah.
What happened with that one?
Just really short stack. Got to try and make something happen. Flopped the top pair, and he had a set. Nothing you can do.
Okay, and just tell me about the players were bumping heads there about the spreading of the cards, maybe accusing you of trying to not sense any hands on the stream.
Oh yeah, Harold asked because I like to put my cards on top of each other.
Yeah.
And he asked if they're reading my cards, but it's obviously reading the cards because they didn't come out and say anything. So.
Do you know that that's what happens, that they can't read your cards when you put them on top?
I think it happened before, like in the past series, but obviously either improve the machine or something. I don't know. It obviously works now. Like you put it like this, and then you put it on top, and it seems to work now. So it's okay.
Okay, well, shot. Congratulations, bro.
Cheers, man.
Nice
Cheers.
cash.
Cheers.
Well done, Max.
Thanks.
And there's his pillow. That is Max.
Right, we're back here in the commentary booth.
There we go, the end of Max. I mean, he's... I'm sure he's not going to be that happy taking home a
Yeah, and
pillow.
I'll just ask Sean to put up the table sounds for us again.
There we go.
It's much easier doing the commentary with the table sounds, isn't it?
Yeah, a little ambient sound in the background. There you go. There you got the chip counts. Wesley shortest at the moment, but still comfortably there on 20 big blinds. There's a lot of play left, and not much in it between the top 4 really.
And your pick still top of the tops there.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of hasn't done anything out of line. He's just waiting for hands, playing hands in position. I think there hasn't been too much craziness at this final table. I think with so much luck at the top, these guys aren't going to be doing anything stupid.
No, that was probably the most out of line anybody got was with the 10-6 there.
Yeah.
Defending, you know, it's possibly a hand to not defend with.
The problem is, I mean, before his call there, I think he had about 480k. He had to call 60k into 240. I mean, it really is a price that if you do catch it, I'm surprised he didn't shove the flop, to be honest, because you almost don't want somebody who's got ace queen to put you in, and then they have overs and the gut shot. Whereas if you just shove, I think the ace queen is going to fold a lot of the time. But it is tricky when you get to that spot where you know, like, even though it's not probably the best. The fact that you don't have fold equity when you're so short, the odds you're getting with your suited, I mean, they weren't even connectors, but they're 2 suited cards. If you flop any piece of it and you hope that the other guy misses, you're already getting a double up by shoving the flop and they don't call.
So at the end of this hand, the players are going to be going on that 1 hour dinner break. And it is folded, and Wu takes down the hand. Gio's there in the flop, and
the last 2 players are at the table. Everyone else is rushing out to go eat. Gio's defended, I think, what looked like... Actually, it looked like a limp. I mean, there's only 210 in the pot.
Just a limp.
Lee obviously fancies that he's got the best hand on a 10-7 deuce board.
And if Gio folds now, and that will be the dinner break now, so join us back in an hour's time, and hopefully we can entice Ryan back into the commentary booth. It's been fantastic to have him here. His wealth of knowledge and experience shared with us.
Thanks, Mark. It's been a pleasure to be here. I had great chats with you and Gary, and nice to be under the headset again. A couple of mistakes, clearly rusty. But yeah, just nice to see some old faces on the commentary. On the chat on the side there coming through, and I'll go catch up with Darren, hopefully grab something to eat with him. And we'll be back after the break. Thanks for having me join the team.
And it is me, Josh, back. Very excited to be back in on the action. Final table.
Sound more enthusiastic, Josh. Alan Young, Ace King, straight out of the gate.
There we go.
There you go. Bit of enthusiasm.
There we go.
Bit of enthusiasm.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's the Ace King of clubs. Somehow...
the cabbages.
Yeah, oh, the cabbages.
Ace King of cabbages.
He's got 2.8 million. And that's a healthy 45-ish bigs.
It's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Tis a lot.
Tis indeed, sir. Kramer not interested from the under-the-gun raise. The Jack-8.
Round to Jess. Jess has already folded. Giovanni Zanetti will not play these, I'm sure.
Hey, Wes,
Yeah.
you're
His stack
noticeably
has...
a different color.
Yeah.
You were a tomato before.
Okay, so 59 minutes to go is what they're telling us.
Now back to transparent.
Back to Caucasian.
That's usually my color. Nice and transparent. I don't, when those power went off and the AC stopped working.
Yeah, no, that was the worst.
Bit of light banter.
Looks like Mr. Harold Brooks has been upstairs, had a quick wash and scrape, and new shirt on, ready to rock and roll.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
I'm excited to watch him play. I haven't had the privilege yet of seeing being behind the booth while he's been playing, so that's exciting for me.
80-80, Alan.
Are you excited, Josh?
Oh, indeed I am.
Is that your excited face?
Well, people tell me I always have an excited face on.
Really?
Yeah.
So I know that Brow was in here, and he was shouting out to Joe Boy Rami and his good lady. So I just had some messages from him, and it's just great to see Joe Boy online. And of course, they mentioned the blaster. He's listening down there in beautiful Port Elizabeth. And we've got Terry Brower. Never assume anything FBT. How times have changed. Back in the day, you were in the back with the box of Menthils and 2-litre cream soda. Now you're supplying water, shipping water.
That should be an 8.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm sure they mean something to them, and back in the day. And yeah, nice to have Jonathan online. He was in there the other night doing some commentary.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him today, so hopefully if he's back in the Cape Town, you've got a safe trip home, China.
Yeah. And we see here from the cutoff.
Jesse raises 170.
Yeah, with his Queen Jack offsuit.
Where's with the small blind thinking about it?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I wonder if he's thinking about a shove, and he is. I don't mind that at all. A lot of the big payout is really at the top, so you want to run it up here, get a big stack.
So Mr. Young is out of the way. Jesse decides he's going to give it up. And Wesley will be back up to 1.3 million Spondulics.
Very good move. Very good move.
Indeed.
And with 1.3 million, it's still under 20 big blinds, just to show the pressure on the players.
Little view from the outside, back of Darren Kramer. Jesse to the left in picture, and of course Gio there to the right of the dealer as we look. So we're whistling it down slowly but surely.
And the VIP area.
There is Ryan Brown. Tabling his big chum here, and as we now know, CEO boss extraordinaire, Mr. Darren Kramer, whichever way you pronounce it.
It is actually, I did check that with him, and it is Kramer.
I know, I've called him Kramer for years. So
yeah. Well, he is such a charmer. It's.
I'm sure he would. You'll forgive me.
On the table,
I'm sure
that it should be Kramer the charmer, if you ask me.
Yep. So 80,000 on the big, 40,000 on the small, 80,000 on the big blind ante. That next jump is going to start really hurting.
Yeah,
51-1.
And Wesley looking down at the King 10 offsuit on the button. I think.
Just the blinds to get through.
Yeah, I think that's a very good spot for open here. And he says, you know what, with the blinds as they are, I'm just going to put it all in.
Alan Young's got a decision to make here.
Yeah. He does have a wider range, going all in on the button there.
I think Alan's going to fold this though.
Yeah, I don't know if ace-9 offsuit is good enough for the call here. But definitely worth a think over at least. Maybe try and get a read. And he says, no, thank you.
Harold with the best hand ever.
At least it's suited.
Tight fold.
And Wes picks up some more dead money in the middle.
Yeah,
Well done, youngster.
Well, with the blinds as they are, it's not. It's very valuable dead money.
See, we got a dealer change. Siku is the new dealer at the table. Top guy, Siku. Always happy to help when we're de-rigging if he's got time. Just a good all-round chappie. He tells some great stories about him and PTJ, Petrus Toffee Jelly, sharing a place. What they used to get up to back in the day. But not for this audience. Okay, ace-jack for Leewood.
And he's going to like that.
2.2 million behind, so we're going to see an open here, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Early position shows a little bit of strength.
Yeah, but you, I don't see, I don't know yet.
I did have a little chat with him between, at the dinner break, and he's very quietly confident.
Good thing, I like confidence.
Yeah. And an interesting limp under the gun. Maybe he's enticing a smaller stack to decide to go all in, and he will possibly call. Who knows? Let's see how it goes.
All the way around to Alan. I think he'll get rid of these, even though he's in position.
Yeah. Yeah, Harold won't do anything with that Queen 5, and here we go with Kramer, and
No raise?
show with a smile.
You always raise me.
He will check.
I don't remember. At some point.
Some point in the hand.
Okay. Both players miss. It goes check, check. We get a draw, and now the ace-jack is good for Wu, but Kramer puts in a little stab. Could very well go through here with his open range. But also Lee could look him up with the ace high.
Let me just check again.
He's thinking it over.
Need to give a TV time on it.
Unbelievable. Darren basically says, did you connect? Darren says, let me check. Yes, I did.
And it does go through, and once again, Kramer has managed to pick up the pot.
Quite sick if you say yes and then like...
There's a ton of experience just
Oh yeah, if you did that, that would have been sick.
So we're currently on level 26.
That would have been very impressive. The way he did so naturally would have been very impressive. Yeah.
And we only go up to level 27 on the actual event sheet.
So we shall see.
Well, they won't stop, trust me.
Oh no.
So this is the blue ribbon event. This is the culmination of 3 days of play. This is your final table. And the winner is guaranteed 2 million. Second place is $1 million. And these guys are battling it out. There's a lot of stacks that are very similar.
There are quite a few in the sort of 2.5 mil mark. Alan being one of them.
The next blind level will be 5,100, so it'll be a bit more of a bite for the players.
Yeah. More luck comes into play. Getting good cards.
200.
Running it up.
200 is a bet by Darren.
Again, I
like that. I believe he might have shown an ace there. I'm not too sure, but you see the ace in the small blind there, and it's almost good enough to take the pot in this spot.
Open face.
Open face, yeah.
And Wu's saying, I believe you, I believe you. No need to show.
So everybody who's played in the final table gets one of those cushions, and the yellow one is reserved for the main event winner. Along with that nice bracelet, and of course the small matter of 2 million South African rands.
A little 2 mil.
Oh, not bad, okay.
Not bad.
Sounds like they're far away from you, doesn't it?
Loads of cheddar.
Yeah, not a bad payday at all.
Yeah.
Here's 2 million rands. Thank you for your 3 days' work.
Yeah, exactly. And Gio looks down at the ace-4 offsuit under the gun.
Gio on 2.4 million now, so not going to get frivolous with his chips. Just going to stick in a standard raise here.
Yeah, and with the dynamics as they are, with the blind so big, 7-handed, I do not mind that open at all.
Well, as I said, you know, the rule of thumb is, in my favourite game is 6-max, so we're very close to that. And the rule of thumb at 6-max is the aggressor is normally the winner.
Yeah.
Rather than the person with the best hand. So we shall see. Well, we've seen Darren Cromer a couple of times be the aggressor and take down the hand. He had no rights to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also here we see Jesse just simply has no room to even play around with the 7 deuce.
100%.
And Gio just flashing that ace there, saying, listen guys, I know I'm raising under the gun, but I'm not messing around. But we know it had a low kicker.
Yeah, maybe that. It could be second. Spade definitely spade.
Yeah. Clubs definitely lost.
Yeah.
I know diamonds might be lost.
No, clubs are lost.
So we're down to the final 7.
When you get there.
I can't remember, Mark did tell us how many original entries there were, 300 plus. So they've done, I think, 341. I might be wrong.
Such a nice card,
And these guys have fought their way through that field and found themselves here. Wesley Wigan will wake up here with King 10 of hearts.
King 10 of hearts and about 18 big blinds.
So his range will definitely include this. It's whether or not we see an open or we see a shove.
Yeah.
Looks like a standard open.
Yeah, indeed.
160,000 is the bet. Pop goes up to 360. Alan Young wakes up here with ace king.
Yeah.
Wesley might have just seen the back of those chips. Let's see.
Now, if I'm Wesley and I get pushed back on my open under the gun with the King 10 suited, I believe the King 10 suited for him should be in his open fold range.
And also it is worth consideration that the person who re-raised him was Alan Young, and he has not shown any propensity to be bluffing anywhere. And there are no cases of him bluffing here, not with the amount of people to his left still to play.
Yeah, they're a huge factor. And Harold aggressively throws in the 7 deuce. And Gio very quickly laid down the king-queen offsuit.
He doesn't want to get involved here. Wes is going to get rid of this. He doesn't want to put another 90 in, I'm sure. Let's see. He's got 1.4 behind.
It depends if he thinks he has some room post-flop.
Well, we're going to see right now.
I do appreciate that he's really taking the time to think about this.
He calls. Decided he's not going to be pushed about.
Yeah.
There we go. You got 2, please. 3, 5. Oh, sorry.
Let's see the flop.
Coke with a glass of ice.
Look at that for a flop for the king of clubs.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, top pair here.
Yeah, and it's going to be very hard.
He is essentially free rolling here.
Yeah. And for Wesley to continue and invest another single chip here is, yeah. It's too big of a dream.
I'm talking about that one.
Oh, the power card.
Hard-working black man.
He shows the pair, but not the not flush draw.
It's enough.
Yeah, it's enough either way, correct?
It is enough, Kimo Sabi.
Yeah.
From the TV and the info I get here on the sideline. Live also.
And to lose a pot and then have to throw in that big blind with the big blind ante at this stage feels, it feels bad.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Right, we're off and running on a new hand.
Yeah. A new hand, a new situation, a new chance.
Thank you. And 177.
By the way, Alan's sitting on 3.2. That would be 40 big blinds. 40 big blinds here is a massive, massive stack.
I think he's on it for 3.
And the baby shoes for Harold. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah, sure.
Under the gun +1 in
Yeah,
the muck.
I like the fold. It's not the
no, for
time
10
to
seconds now.
play with the baby shoes, even though the audience knows that's my favorite hand. Or one of. We get to blind versus blind. Gio with the king. I mean, he has the offsuit 3, but he's thinking, I have a king. And it looks like he completes the bet with the call.
Jack 7 suited. In the big blind.
I do wonder what the right move is here. Do we just see the flop?
I think I would knuckle it back and see the flop.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. He index fingers it back, but all the same.
Eight, 9.
Yeah.
It's a gut shot here for Wesley.
Yeah, gut shot for Wesley, and obviously the over for Gio. He is ahead technically. But I do see possibly check here.
No, the glass for that ice is with.
But actually, with the backdoor, flush draw,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
not too bad to throw in a bet there. But you
three.
really want to conserve your chips. Speaking of the backdoor flush draw, here it is for Wes. And let's see if that gives him a bit more incentive to bet. He does have more equity. I certainly don't mind the bet at all. He elects to check though. And that pairs it up for Gio, who I'm sure is happy to show it down. Does go check, showdown value with the 3. And Gio takes it down. I wonder if Wes is thinking, what if I bet that turn?
Who knows? So Bradley has arrived with the milkshakes. What a nice man.
Well, I bought a little biscuit and then Brad brings a milkshake. Well, what can I do?
You're a biscuit, what can I tell you?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Don't you get those free with your coffee down the bottom of the
No,
stairs?
no, I don't know. No, don't ask questions.
Thank you, I'm going to chat, anyhow. So you heard it here first, folks. Young Joss is taking me out to dinner. He's bought me a biscuit.
Yes, I bought Gary something I got for free. And speaking of something for free, but tasty, is an ace-10 suited for Mr. Harold under the gun. It's got 30 bigs on the nose, and he is a savvy player. Let's see how he approaches this. I believe that was that 200? Yep. Cromer, let's go the ace-3 suited there. It's not the time for some pre-flop 3 betting action. Not right now. We're up to the blinds. King 5 not enough. Alan says, well,
says I'll give up my big blind with 7-2 is what he says.
I guess I'll fold. And the trend continues of Harold stacking chips. And we see Kramer has interestingly turned the hat backwards. He's been changing the hat back and forth all night. And as you see, as I say it, he changes it to the forward position. Interesting strategy. Yep.
Here we go, 179, 200 in the middle.
Yeah, and the K9 for Kramer the Charmer. Under the gun, I'm sure he will let it go, but I don't know.
Jess has been card dead since he came back from the dinner break. Giovanni out of the way.
Yeah.
On the button, Wesley, Jack 4. Probably not going to play those, so round to the
No.
blinds.
The Brunson. The Dolly. 10 deuce, and he says, you know
Gives
what?
Harold a walk.
Yeah.
Harold shows 10-3, dominating this heavy
Yeah.
10-2.
Yeah.
Harold says, thank you very much for my big blind back, and thank you very much for playing my small blind.
Yeah, a lot of poker players sit a lot, but they sure love getting a walk. Feels good, especially this late when there's so many blinds. But with the big blind ante, actually, it does change the dynamics of the walk. You're actually winning a little less than you would with the traditional split antes. Li Wu flicks him in. All right, Geo.
King 10 suited again.
Yeah. And totally fine with that open. Let's see if he gets any pushback. Harold's out. Kramer looks down.
Gone.
And he's gone. I wonder if he looked like he squeezed there. But the 9-4 just not good enough.
Oh, proper.
So who's our short stack? We'll have a look at the chip count when we got a minute, please, gentlemen.
Yeah, that would be great.
Huh? Rudolph. Oh, you on chip, yeah.
Yeah. You're not finding me so low.
I knew that. No, the way you answered it was not so
There
much.
we go, indeed. We got 2 players with 37 bigs and 35. That's Geo, Kramer, and Alan. At the bottom, we have Wesley with 13 and Jesse with 13. And in the middle, we got Harold and Li Wu with 31 and 23 big blinds, respectively.
Yeah, but give me one of them,
Yeah, sure.
Speaking of which, there is Jesse has to let go of the 5-2. Wesley thinking about making a move here with the 10-8 suited. He would be first in the pot. And if you want to take down the blinds, push it all in, you want to be first in. But is 10-8 suited good enough for that move? And Wesley says yes it is. Alan with the king-jack offsuit. Alan with the decision here.
Everyone can see.
Where's all in?
And he lays it down.
A little bit of kidology there from Wesley. Do you want to count?
Let's see if it gets through Lee. And it does.
Very uneventful, you know.
Wesley pick up another rotation.
Yeah, he will indeed. And with a hand like 10-8 suited, that feels good.
Huh? Not enough.
Okay, there we go. Well, Giovanni been the most active, but everybody's sitting within that sort of 28 range up the top, so nobody being overly aggressive. Kind of standard sort of numbers for me.
Especially because it's a bit more short-handed, so a lot of players are forced to play more spots to keep up with the blinds.
Yeah, talking of which,
yeah,
so our
very
$3 million man with the ace jack of spades.
Yeah, very nice to see here. Yeah, 200. 2 spades for Harold Brooks. He's going to let this go.
Who's Kramer got? Nothing.
Not enough. And also, a
and
quick
Jesse's
fold
run of cards
from Jesse, yeah.
have continued. He's
Yeah.
got nothing since he came.
Thank you,
I
sir.
don't think he's even played a hand, apart from the forced bets, of course.
Yeah.
What is,
Yeah. That's part of,
what happened, Harold?
you know, the difficulty with short-handed play, big blinds like this.
I'm like, I'm like, what kind of go? Do you make a change or what's going on?
Well, Jesse obviously at the bottom of
I
that
know
list
that.
for aggression.
Oh, I mean, it was very nice of him, but I was...
And,
But through no
Wesley
fault
at
of
the
his
top.
own. I mean, he's been quite card dead.
Yeah.
You know, the 2 dreaded words, card dead. We don't like to be that. Now he looks down at the king 10, unsuited, 7-handed under the gun, about 13 big blinds, more, maybe 15 bigs.
Yeah, the whole week. Same, but this one, I'm saying, this one tournament.
It's likely he'll get it in here, knowing he did it with the 10-8 suited earlier.
The only thing that'll stop him is he's under the gun and he's got too many to go through.
There we go. Clearly, I'm getting a bit excited.
That's okay, Josh. You can be excited. Just don't jump on the chairs and the tables, you know.
Oh, I was about to.
We've stopped that now.
I was about to. Okay, Kramer on the cutoff with Jack 8. Kramer capable of anything. So let's see what he does here. He lets it go. The ace-4 on the button for Liwu, lets it go.
You in.
Jesse in the small blind here with the 9-7. Also lets it go, and Gio gets a walk.
He'll be grateful for that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Burn those calories, you know, get a walk.
Interesting view for the table. Sort of low level outside upwards. I did see that the 4K semi-freeze was down to a final table. And quite a nice prize pool over there. You got 4 places. I think they're paying like 70k up top, which is quite incredible.
Oh, nice.
And that 50k PLO tournament is ongoing. That looks a bit hectic to me. I kind of stay away from it. It frightens me, that game.
Yeah, I can hardly deal with 2 cards, never mind 5. And I think also, I wonder if fatigue might be a factor as well at this time. I mean, the players have been playing for a few days now. But maybe that's just me.
I had an interesting conversation with Denzel, who was in here earlier doing some commentary. And he asked me how I could improve my game, his game, and I said lose weight and get fit.
Crumb on the hijack with the 5-6 suited, nice little suited connector. He hasn't played a hand in a while, and he opens it up here, which I think is fair, and a quick all-in from Jesse with the ace-jack offsuit. Yeah, he's very happy to see the ace-jack here. And of course it's a fold. So So Kramer went in for a little move there, but he walked into ace-jack and had to lay it down.
Okay, so we're halfway through this level. 7 players left in. The average stack, and that's the number I want to look at, 2.1 million. So that's average. There's your mark.
Yeah.
So anybody who's below that is shorty. Anybody above that, of course. And of course, our blinds will be going up 5,100, and that's when it really starts to bite.
Yeah, indeed. And also the payout now, every player guaranteed a cool 100,000. Gio with the 8-6 suited gapper on the button. He takes a look.
What did we say? 2.1 million.
Yeah, correct. 2.1 million.
2.1 M. That's the mark
And he
at the moment.
2x's it. He's been playing solid, patient, and it gets through.
Okay, so we'll bring you up a chip count so we can gauge the players against that 2.1 million.
There is a 160, bro. 160.
Jesse with a sip of water.
2.1 million. So we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 players who are above average stack. Everybody else is getting down there. And if you look at Li Wu, he's got 20 big blinds. Apply the N factor, he's got 10, you know?
Yeah, if we're talking in M's, yeah.
Yeah, at a fundamental level. We don't want to
Sure.
get into the actual numbers.
Sure.
But, you know, so people, I've got to make some moves because the blinds are going up in 30 minutes and it's going to be 5,100.
Which is a huge increase. It might not seem so, 80 to 100 was.
Psychologically it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jesse with ace-5.
Yeah, and you like to see that. I wouldn't be surprised if Jesse gets it in here.
Jesse is in seat number 9. He's just moved around a bit, so he's got a better view. Still using the correct box. Okay, so there's an open for Jesse there.
And that's fine too, I could certainly improve my pre-flop play, and I like that he just opens there. I wonder if he's thinking, well, if I get played back on, I'll lay it down.
I think he might have some competition from Alan Young.
Yeah.
Alan is never bluffing. All the way through this tournament, I don't think I've seen him bluff once.
Yeah.
And the players will know that, so they'll get the respect it deserves.
Yeah, and he throws those chips in there.
Brooks and Cromer out of the way. Back to Jesse. Jesse glancing up at the screen.
Yeah, 4-1 odds here. He would have position, but I wonder if even so, if that's worth it for him right now. He does have 1.1 behind.
Yep. So you're not pushing me around, chump. Let's see a flop.
Yeah.
He's begging for an ace here.
And
that is bad news if you're Jesse Rosen.
Yeah.
Alan Young flops a set of jacks here.
Yeah, middle set. I mean, I guess the silver lining for Jesse is that there's no ace there.
And
there's no backdoors.
There's no clubs.
Yeah, so he can very easily just get out of this hand.
Jesse doesn't want to be. Option was Alan Young, so I think he's already. Yeah, he's bet.
Yeah, he has. There are chips there. It looks like maybe 200.
That'll be the end of the hand.
Yeah.
So the cameras are moving because Cromer's moving around the stage. That's true. And Gio, they're both on the move. Nice shot from the camera there.
I know. No, definitely not. I've bogeyed and I got birdied.
Yeah. And Alan stacking up those chips.
Well, but he was
Never mind winning a pot.
Two clear of second.
He won a pot with pocket jacks. So it makes it a little extra sweet.
Yeah, 37. Look, but there's no one in the pack.
Lee's under the gun here with the Jack-8 suited. He's got just over 20 bigs. He's been playing pretty snug, and he continues to do so with the fold. Jesse with just over 10 bigs. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if I see him go all in, but what do I know? He folds. Gio with the King Jack. And by the way, there probably is a lot of ICM happening here because the prizes are so top heavy. And I'll be honest, I wasn't taking that into account, but now I just clicked, and it does make sense now to be a lot more conservative because you really want to get, if not the top 2, at least the top 4. So I understand the folding of the ace there. Okay, so just back to the action. Gio on the hijack opens with the King Jack. And we're now on Wes, who has pocket 7s, the walking sticks. And he says the 2 words, all in.
Alan with a strong hand here, but certainly I don't think it's a calling hand after that action. I mean, the initial raise from Gio and then an all in from Wesley. Yeah. I think he just lays this down.
Yeah, the 3-bet jam, if that's the correct terminology.
It'll work.
$1,000,000
yeah.
One.
He's asking for a count. So he's definitely thinking things over. He's got to also take into account if he does get involved that Gio is still in the pot. But Gio's range is wider and he is grabbing chips. But maybe he's faking. He's certainly thinking it through.
I'm pretty sure Alan has been very cautious all the way through. It's been his game.
Yeah.
There's been a raise and an all-in, and that ace-10 isn't as attractive as you think.
Yeah, I agree, and again, we must take into account how top-heavy the prizes are.
And it's life-changing, 2 million, trust me.
2 million for anyone exactly is life-changing.
And Young Wee going to get that through. Well done, Wesley.
Yeah. Very nice. He picks up more than just the blinds, which makes it a little extra sweet.
Yep, indeed it does.
Yeah.
So Blaster is back online. What's he saying? Hello, chaps. DK for the win.
Yeah.
Blaster 99 down there in Port Elizabeth. Sean Scrummon to his friends.
Take already.
Colvin says, what did you guys have for dinner? I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I had a biscuit. And that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
188 of the day. Jesse is our under the gun player.
And
good.
Yeah, Jesse says, I'm no Doyle Brunson. I'm going to lay this one down in the King Jack offsuit.
We'll see some
again.
action from Giovanni here.
Second time in a row, different suits, same hand. It's like a good enough last hand, good enough this hand.
Wesley with threes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Wesley not put this in last time with threes? No, that was Gio. Gio put it in with threes.
A very similar situation in the sense that Wesley had sevens. Now he has more chips. And it's hard to just flat here with threes. So possibly an all-in-a-fold situation.
All-in-a-fold.
Yeah. He's not making any quick choices though, which is great to see. He's thinking it over. Because you know, last hand he had 1.1, now he has 1.4. So why risk more with less of a hand?
Solid. Alan will get out of the way quickly.
Yeah. Still though, 3 other players to get through.
Harold folds quickly around the Kramer. Darren not interested, and only the big blind. And 4-2 for Lee Wu is not going to do it.
And he is just sighing there because it is very hard to be card dead, especially at a time like this. You know, I might be doing all my superstitious things, getting a new chip protector, you know, trying to change the luck, but I'm a superstitious guy.
Too many. My pair was halved.
But it can change in a heartbeat. So let's see.
Okay, we'll move on to the next hand.
Must be nice to find back-to-back pairs.
Not this one. It's fucking.
And Gio's now under the gun. He's going to see an ace, and then he'll see that offsuit 6 and go,
There we go.
Close, but no
4
cigar.
picks in a row, that's hard.
Now the ace deuce, a little better than the ace 6 offsuit because it's suited, and the ace deuce gives you the wheel draw possibilities. But again, ICM, blinds, let's see what he decides to do.
So a little open from Wesley.
Yeah. Knocks a couple of chips off his stack while doing so.
So the raise is to 160, which has been kind of the standard for the table at this blind level.
Yeah, the 2x actually for the last few levels, and when the blinds get this big, no need. If you're going to make it 200, your opponent's going to fold anyway what they would fold for 160. So I don't mind it. Alan folds another ace-6, so only one ace left. Kramer says, well, the king's good, but the 4 won't cut it. Libu lets it go, and Jesse,
1.1.
unless he's feeling frisky here, is probably going to fold.
Well, he needs to put another, 80 in to call.
Well, let's say he needs to invest 10% of his stack, and of course he's getting over 4 to 1, 4.5 to 1. But you just got to ask yourself, is it worth it with the 10-8 offsuit? And you know, that's a deep stack spot. You know, give me 150 big blinds, I'm happy to call there any day. Tough to do at this stage, though.
3 million.
Okay.
Now, under the gun.
Wesley.
Yeah. Wesley, of course, with the initials WW, and he's hoping for another W tonight, I promise you that much, meaning
Sorry,
the win.
can we have a waiter, please, a waitress? Can I get a waiter, waitress to order coffee? A Vita cappuccino, a flat white, please.
A flat white, good choice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fatigue perhaps becoming a factor.
No.
So Sika will deal us the next hand, 190 hands in on the day.
Wow.
The cards.
Now West with the ace-9 offsuit, and he has 20 big blinds. Tough spot, but 7-handed you might want to open.
160.
And standard 160. Let's see what Alan
Should
finds.
take some tips there, Klacher. Could help you a lot.
Alan finds 2 napkins and says, no need, thank you very much.
There you go.
Oh.
Darren picks up a hand for a change.
And
Leslie's raise is going to be re-raised here for sure.
Yeah, I
So
just...
down 1.6.
Let's hear the table talk.
Yeah. So Darren asks is that 1.6.
Yeah, asks for a count. He checks him out. I'm very interested to see how he approaches this, because it's often not what you have, but also how you do it. And he's a master at body language, at letting people feel that maybe he's not as strong as he is. He's really a master at that. Let's see how he approaches this.
700.
Raise 700,000.
A bit of a low intonation in his voice.
700,000.
And quite a firm announcement. He's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 4 point something x'd it. Yeah, and easy fold from West. The thing is, he knows he's going to raise there. He knows he's going to raise quite high, but it's also sometimes how you do it, you know? That's the art. Alan under the gun. But he does not look under any pressure at all.
I think Alan has played extremely well within himself, and he should be proud of his performance, whether he goes out next or if he wins the 2 million.
Couldn't agree more.
I think that it's a nice message sent that he's come through the satellite route, and that
Oh, he was just in through a satellite.
Okay, so Alan came through the satellite routes, and as I say, it's a great advertisement for all the rec players that can happen. I've never satellited into a tournament, have you?
Some online, but a long time ago, eh?
Yeah. So, I mean, let me qualify that. I've satellited in lots of tournaments, but I've never actually final table one where I've satellited in.
I am with you on that, absolutely. I'm not lucky enough to have that yet, but I am optimistic.
Okay, action across to Giovanni. Giovanni folds round to Wes. Wes with 10-9 in the big blind here. There's a raise from Kramer. What do you think he's going to call this?
I mean, 10-9 suited in the big. It's a good hand, but with the stack sizes again, he's got less than 20 bigs here. I mean, he's got to be thinking. For me, it's a all-in or fold.
So
but
he does exactly the opposite.
Exactly, and you know how much that's been happening while I've been
I told you he
commentating.
was going to call.
1.2.
It just felt like he didn't want to mix it up again, having lost the last time with that big re-raise. Well, there you go. Fortune favours the brave. Up and down straight, draw top pair.
And you know, I keep tripping because I think that, again, the prize structure plays a factor that why go all in, maybe just call. What do you think about that? I don't know.
I think it plays a factor, but a lot of these players will be here to win, you know. They won't be here to be laddering up. So, you know, to get there, they've got to go through the ladders, you know. You've got to play. You've got to play. You can't fold your way to the money, you know.
Absolutely.
Harold looks like he's playing a game of Dr. Dot on his box.
By the way, a 6 on the turn does give the straight to Wes.
Yeah, 96%. Darren with a 4%er. And basically, that's for a chop, I think.
I believe so.
Well, basically, Wes has checked here. Obviously, he's got the joint, so it's whether or not Darren's going to make a move and see how his spidey senses are.
He checks back. He's not going to fall for the trap.
And no real danger. I mean, flush gets there, so that tunes it right down. So it could actually go check here.
Absolutely, and also you got to think if Darren has set up the story that he has the flush there. I don't think he has.
You're ahead.
You're ahead.
Good spot,
says.
Kramer.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a flat wide. There's not so much milk, so yeah.
And that went check because the flush got there.
No, same way.
Both people were worried about that, so it gets a check, and that's where it gets to. Okay, Harold Brooks, who's been quite quiet. He's looking a bit tired there, Harold. Giving the old big yawns. Do you know yawning is contagious?
I wonder why. I've heard that, but I wonder why.
It's a fact. They did an experiment in Trafalgar Square.
I didn't.
They put 100 people in Trafalgar Square, and all they did for an hour was yawn.
I've never heard
and
like
within that hour,
9 on the clock.
tenfold, people were yawning.
Wow.
Oh, they proved it. Stupid fact, but it's a fact. It is contagious.
Harold looks down and sees the ace-7 of hearts under the gun here. And he rightly so opens it up.
So Mr. Ian Young tells me the reason for that is the real world's such a mess, we'd all rather be dreaming. I like that. I'm going to take that, box it, and take it away with me.
And by the way, Lee, after a long time, he finally wakes up with a solid hand, and he rightly so puts it all in.
So it's whether or not Harold's going to put some resilience out there.
The 3 weeks ago promise.
Harold's never one to hang around, but he's he's actually saying it out loud. It's too much.
Yeah, around there, 1.5-ish. Less than 1.5.
That's maybe just to save face with the table image and all. You do want to at least ask for a count or something before just throwing it in.
So if he asks for a count, they stop the clock, huh?
Really?
Apparently.
Oh. Meaning, of course, the clock on the table, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Lee takes down his first pot of this level.
Ask the chap who stood behind me, but he's left. I'm pretty sure that is the case. So, Karimison Naidu says, I love an underdog. Go, Mr. Allen. Good for you.
Yeah, it's nice to have the underdog racking up the chips. We all love a good underdog story.
Wonder where the term underdog came from. Doesn't sound like it fits what it is. Grammar with 9s here.
Yeah, I know that. Wait, guys, wait. 1 second.
Ooh, I'm out of turn. Sorry.
Unintentional out of turn action. That's why Kramer said, hold on, guys.
I don't think that's too heinous a crime. But Jesse puts it in. Decision for Kramer here.
Ah, ace-jack suited. Now for 780, like let's say 10 big blinds, I think, Kramer has to call.
I think so too.
And we've got to note that Alan has a 9, and if he lets it go, 1-9 is gone.
All the same, Darren is ahead. Alan gets rid of his. Go round to Darren.
Called you.
You're not on the same vibe.
Ryan.
Dying.
9 versus check.
Yeah, he's called.
Yeah, he has called. Indeed.
It's hard. It's impossible, right?
Good luck to both players. No help for Jesse. 9's good.
Yep.
Jesse spikes the ace at 9 only on the river.
Yeah, only 1 left.
Kramer will double up Jesse.
50.
Standard play.
7, 8, 5. Nice one, bro.
You got to win flips to win tournaments, they say.
850, yeah.
The excitement is over.
Yeah.
So chips are moving around. It will be Lee under the gun.
Thank you. Ah, flop was good.
I don't think, I mean, Darren gave up another 650, was it, of his stack?
It was
to make that
10
call.
bigs, yeah.
He was, because I saw Jesse took just under $1 million out of the middle. So welcome to double up there for Jesse, who was getting towards the stage of being on fumes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're up to Gio, who falls down the king 4 off. Wesley throwing in the queen 6, and Alan wakes up with a hand on the button.
But I never touched the lever. I was just sitting
King queen suited.
like
Definitely an open.
Did you end up going to watch the World Cup last year? Yeah. Oh my God. I just went to watch one game. I watched the quarterfinal finals.
Looks like a 170 or 80. 170, yeah.
Best soccer match I've been watching in my life. I watched Argentina versus... Who did Argentina play in the quarters?
Close-up view of Jesse over there, and Harold with the jack 8 of clubs in the small.
Wasn't it Croatia? Yeah.
And so we do have a call from Harold out of position, and he flops flush draw with an over. Really a nice flop to see. He checks quickly. Check, check.
There it is.
And there it is.
Flush. See if Alan gets into trouble. Alan's going to continue. I suspect Harold will flat this off. No, that's raising chips.
I'm chill, bro. Ahmed. See that? No, but you see that? Oh, man, lost a 2 million.
And Alan will have to get away from this.
I did see when we were still with 2 tables, Harold and Alan did get involved together in a few spots, so they do have a history today. So I wonder if that's coming into play with the decision to check raise.
It's always possible.
Yeah, too loud of it. Two. That's like that. That's like literally in our certain place. That's it, yeah, that would have done, yeah. That, I mean, that was, yeah, it's mad.
Excuse me, is this that actually Alan says on the graphics that Alan then made it to 505?
I don't think he did.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's correct.
Oh, they're just correcting it now.
Okay.
Okay, but 7 minutes to go on the level.
Nice hand. Button as well for Harold.
Sure. You sure I can't skip it this turn?
And once again, Harold stacking chips, familiar sight.
You make it 33.
Where? Oh, yeah. Borrowed. Borrowed. I mean, borrowed's on tilt. Been on tilt for the last 5 hours.
Oh.
Didn't change.
Didn't change, yeah? I was like, you went back.
So Jaco Portuguesa is online, and he's saying things can change very quickly with the current blinds and chip stacks. It's still anybody's game. I think you're right, Jaco. I think you're right.
Pardon me?
I agree as well.
I reckon we'll another hour.
Where?
Under the gun, we have Jesse with the ace-6 offsuit.
How far was that drop lock not?
It's getting so short.
Looks like it's been folded up to Harold. And he raises with this suited queen in position.
Good calls for Kramer. He's going to come along. Says he's all in.
Yeah,
All in for Darren.
I like that.
1.9. 1.9.
Harold will have a 2-minute think about it and fold. He's not one to hang around and loiter. 360 is the game for Darren Kramer, and we shall continue. The chips are getting pushed around the table and we're waiting for that cooler. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, that big hand where it where the monster cards collide.
And then once you see a big stack develop, then you'll see a boss develop. There'll be the alpha will develop at the table, and that'll push the action along. The blinds are going to go up in about 3 or 4 minutes, and there'll be 50-100, and then they'll really start to bite.
Yeah. Which I think is bullshit, to be honest. Even though I got it, I think it's a load of rubbish.
Geo under the gun here.
It's not an open. It's like.
You're not even allowed.
Well, no, the business. No, not even that. Even if you invite. Thank you. It's not about that. It's a 125 grand buy.
Okay, so this will probably be my last hand, and Mark will be joining the commentary team.
Yeah, and you invited, yes. No.
Ace King for Alan Young, so we'll go out with a bang, as they say.
But we got points for that.
Absolutely, big slick, always good to see. Alan has been getting quite good cards.
Just a 1 point difference per second. Even though it would probably be now second and third anyway, we are both in Vegas. It's still not fair.
Now he made it 180, no, 170 last time. Let's see if he sticks to that. He goes higher, 270.
Back to turning the music louder and louder again.
From the hijack. So far it's got through. Looks like Jesse's also happy to let it go.
We played 12 big blinds. I know that.
Okay, so Mark Porter will join the commentary team. I'm going to step out for my rest break, and and Josh will continue with the commentary. So we'll catch you later.
Thanks a lot, Gary.
Thanks,
Always
Gary.
a pleasure.
And I'll join you just as Alan Young is busy scooping up the chips there.
How's it, Mark? How are you doing?
All right, thanks, and you, Josh. I've been sitting here on the sidelines watching the action.
Yeah.
Nothing too major shifting around yet. Sort of a bit of a lull this session post the dinner break.
I know that.
Some might say the calm before the storm. You know?
I think with the blind levels going to where they're going now, that there has to be some moving and shaking up of some of the shorter stacks.
Yeah.
That's why it's unfair, right? Do you agree? Do you agree?
Alan again with the solid holding. He's now under the gun +1 with the ace-10 of diamonds.
You have to get invited, right?
Now,
I mean, luckily still in the
last hand he had ace-king. Under the gun he made it 270. Let's see his bet sizing here.
Yeah,
Blinds now. Still 48 to them, 48.
I like the that word. Yeah, give it back.
He makes it 350.
I'm gonna wear that one. This is just a on loan.
So he goes even higher.
I get a poker bet one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's folded down to the big. Geo with the king-queen offsuit. There's a very big raise from Alan.
Yeah, massive. I know that. Yeah, I know that. How many people?
Geo's possibly wondering that he might have the advantage post-flop, which could lean towards a call. I wonder if he's thinking about a 3-bet here. I don't know with the structure of the prizes as it is. Yeah.
Folding.
Yeah.
I'm a good hand, right?
It's a hand that he normally would like to, but Alan gets respect because Alan has played
diamond,
tight hands. He
it's a
hasn't
diamond,
played
it's a
anything
straight,
out of line. He's played premium hands. He's stuck to the basics, and he's managed to pick up hands. I mean, if you think this man started today with 30 players left when he had 70,000 chips. And there he is, over 3 million. He didn't had to do anything fancy, anything clever. He's played solidly. He's played the hands.
Oh, you play with 2 million, 12
I see Imran sitting there. Would you like to have a little guest with us, Imran? If Josh doesn't mind giving you a minute or 3.
Sorry?
Absolutely not. Imran is with us. The legend is here, and we're going to give him a spot on the booth. So just a moment while I pass it over.
Legend, thank you. Watch this bring good luck.
So nice to have Imran sitting in next to me and coming to join some
Brower, I
commentary.
mean, Ryan Brower.
Yeah,
Welcome in this side of it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually first time I'm actually here, and it's very interesting dynamic that's taking place in this tournament. And being part of this final table, yeah, it's very interesting to watch the guys play, and it'll be interesting to give my point of view as well.
I think the ICM considerations with that top heavy structure are really affecting the play 7-handed. Everybody's sort of trying to grind to get into the top 4 or 5 where possibly a better deal can get struck.
No, that's exactly what it is. Because of the ICM pressure is insane. I mean, the pay jumps are not that great. So a lot of the guys are willing to take those shots, but at the same time, they also want to move up the ladder.
Yeah, so you know, the suited Alan's style of play, this tighter style of play where he can sit back, be patient, wait for the premium hands, wait for the bigger hands, and it has really suited his style.
Yeah, look, but just to be fair, I mean, Alan has found a lot of hands. When you do find hands, yeah, it pays off, but sometimes when you can't do it, and you have no choice but to try and maneuver.
Absolutely. I mean, Max didn't find a single hand on the table, yeah?
Yeah.
You weren't finding too many hands. You found a spot and unfortunately ran into a bigger hand.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And considering ICM, that 10,000 rand pay jumps didn't even help. So I went for that spot. Either I double up or out. Anyway, I see Harold Brooks opened up another gun with 6s.
Yeah, there's nothing too exciting happening there. That's why we could chat to you. He opened up, everybody folded. We're tracking the action down the side here. So you learn to get where the graphics are. All the action goes here.
Yeah.
If they're involved in the big hand, the outs come on the top and things like that. So 7 players left. Average stacks 2.194 million. And as you said, there are the base structures. There are 7 players left now. There's 10 grand jump up to the next spot. 15 more after that. So I think once we get down to 5, we might find some action really moving around a little as far as discussions go.
Yeah, exactly.
Hands are getting
so we'll have a look and see. I mean,
looking more and more attractive.
So Wesley here on the button with ace 10 off. Blinds now 50, 100,000. Big blind ante 100, 250k in the pot.
Has it been folded around to him?
Yeah, it's been folded around to him. He's
sure he'll open there.
He's considering. So let's see what he goes to. Does he go to 200? Exactly 200. Gone for the min click.
Yeah, considering what he has behind, I like his sizing.
Yeah, he's not...
he can still get away if someone shoves.
Absolutely, and he doesn't open himself to that big 3-bet abuse that can happen if you open too high.
Exactly.
And I mean, there's been a lot of debate about this 2x, 2.2x, whatever. But it's exactly what you say. You open yourself to a bit of abuse to somebody 3-betting you hard, and then you've overcommitted such a large size, or you even invite the jam on you, and you can't call with ace 10.
Exactly, and at the same time, you lost so much of chips on your stack, and every chip counts at this point.
Oh, it's huge. When we're talking ICM, I mean, every little chip counts.
But also at the same time, just to balance the ranges, also they try and stick to the same size.
I know that
exactly, you're not giving anything away. At the lower blind levels, right in the beginning, some might have done 3, 4x, but at this stage, 2x is going to get the same job done
Exactly,
as 3 or 4.
100%. I agree with you.
Now, people say you price the big blind in, but the big blind doesn't want to give up chips either. And they don't want to play a hand out of position.
And you must understand, one blind is 100,000 chips. So although they priced in, I mean, every blind counts. Everybody's playing with 15 to 25 bigs.
And you're playing a hand out of position and a junk hand at that.
And at this level of the tournament, you don't want to be making any mistakes. One mistake can cost you your tournament.
See, this is exactly what's happened. There's been an open by Wesley, and Harold has jammed in over the top with the ace-queen, and Wesley can quickly get away with the king-10 with minimal loss.
100%.
So perfect example of what we were just saying. And Harold picks up the plus 400k. Harold just quietly goes about the business, knows what he's doing, picks his spots, finds the odd hand. Jesse hasn't had too many hands to work with.
Yeah, he's been guarded, I think.
Very, very much so. Because, I mean, I really rate Jesse's play. I think if you looked at him last year, he improved dramatically.
Yeah, he's a very competent player.
But you can see he's starting to get a little impatient. He's looking at his cards as soon as the first one came. That's the first sign.
But I promise you, like, I've been part of this, and it's quite exhausting. Grinding for 3 days, and now you had lack of sleep, and that frustration is building up of not getting cards, and you're very, very prone to make mistakes. It requires a lot of mental stamina and physical stamina to grind through these tournaments.
Well, I mean, you're the prime example. You went the big one, which really is a lot more days than this even.
Yeah, if I look back, I don't even know how I've done it.
Yeah, it's incredible to grind that many days. It's unbelievable. It was an incredible achievement. And one for which we all
But as they say, practice makes everything perfect, and yeah, it's all about putting yourself in these spots often enough. I see there's an all-in from Wesley with ace jack.
Yeah, Gio opened, standard open, and Wesley's jammed over the top this time. He knows Gio opens with a wider range. And Gio lets go very quickly.
Better move.
So nicely picked up there, finding a spot. But this is the thing, at least some of the players are finding spots. Like Jesse's not even finding those spots, and Max didn't find any of those spots today.
There's so many variables in these tournaments, and that's what makes this game so unique and complex.
And you can sit down, you can fall for 5 hours, and then you go on each for 25 minutes, 30 minutes where nothing goes wrong. And your stack goes from 0 to chip leader.
I mean, as you were saying, Alan started the day with 70,000 chips.
Yeah.
Now he's sitting in top 6 players.
Exactly, and has been extremely solid. No major big bluffs or big calling things or anything like that. Played the cards that have come his way. Played them competently. Let's not take anything away from him.
It's actually very impressive. I believe it's his first final table in a big event like this.
It is, absolutely. Look, he's supported the tour well, and he goes to all the satellites and everything. He's from the Midlands in Italy. He's a motor mechanic.
Okay.
So this is awesome to see.
No, it's very impressive the way he's made his way through to this final table, and even now how he's playing.
He's been disciplined. Look at that. Most players would open Queen Jack off from there. He's letting it go because he's getting sufficient other cards.
100%.
I think if you card dead, you're opening Queen Jack from there.
Definitely. They look like aces to you if you've been carded.
You see Darren making a move.
You forgot the
because Darren's bled down from 3 million again, just from being carded. So he finds a spot, takes it from here.
Darren actually had a very swingy day today. Actually, final table itself.
Yeah, he's had a couple of wild roller coasters in there. Picked up some nice hands and then went up nice and high. And then had long spells of being dry.
I think he's picking the right spots, and he's exploiting the right situations. Because sometimes when the table's playing too tight, you want to be exploiting.
Yeah, like that shove from the King 4 there. He knows Jesse hasn't been picking up many hands.
And Jesse just chipped up, so he's not going to be. He's going to be taking a safe spot now.
Yeah, and Lee Wu to his left has been fairly tight. On the final table, that is, he played a bit looser earlier, and so it's a great spot for Darren to just open jam the button.
100%, and especially having King in his hand, blocking a lot of those big combos, Ace King, King Queen, Kings.
So he feels fairly safe doing it.
And they picked up 200,000 chips.
Yeah, 250.
250, yeah, with a small blind.
Which is no small feat. I mean, you do that a few times.
It adds into your stack.
So action on Harold, he lets that go. Round to DK.
It wasn't one shot, but they had rebounds for a while. They played for 2 prizes.
9-8. Connected cards. Let's see, put the standard raise in this time. Wants to get some momentum going after shoving that last one. So action on Jesse, and Jesse's looking very interested. Yeah, he's got his cards outside the box. You can see there he hasn't put them in yet. He looked at them there. He liked them so much he left them right there.
Yeah.
So that's a telltale sign that he really likes those two cards.
I don't know if anybody else picked that up. It's quite a light open by
All
Darren.
in, there we go. You see what I'm saying? I picked up straight away just from the position of his cards. And
Oh, Gio wakes up with
Gio's
kings.
rose with kings.
This is going to be very interesting.
Call. And Darren gets out the way. That was quick action there.
Yeah.
So Jesse liked the look of those. You see, because he's been so guarded. Knows what Darren's doing, but he just runs into a monster behind in the big blind. Well, he flops a straight draw, helps him with a few more outs.
Gotcha. Oh,
He finds the 5 now. And it blanks out.
An elimination.
And Jesse is unfortunately eliminated in 7th spot, so we're down to 6 players. Shame, it was the first spot he really found.
I actually really like his shove there. It just so happened that Gio woke up with kings. Otherwise, most of the time he
Absolutely. I mean, he's
goes
small
through.
blind. He knows what Darren's doing.
He
He
picked
shoves
up-
over the top. And unfortunately runs into Gio behind him.
It
Big
was a
blind.
great play, and it
Yeah.
was unfortunate that he ran into kings.
Very unfortunate, but
He played really solid.
That is the nature of the game, and another very solid performance by
Makes
Jesse.
sense. Yeah, but you make sense in Ellis anyway.
Solid
You play, my bad.
performance.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I know. Yeah, I remember him from Fixed Peak. He's uprising as well, correct?
So 6-handed now. And Gio chips up some more. And I mean, Gio started this final table extremely short.
He was the shortest stack.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he had 550 or 600,000
He had
chips.
600. Yeah, he was the shortest stack. Max Everson was the next shortest, and at 700 and something. So, and yeah, Gio is, and Gio with chips is very dangerous, as we know. Alan Jung, 3.5 million chips.
Italian stallion. What is the aim?
Kings versus Ace-5. Yeah.
Fold that. Round to Harold, Ace-8. Under the gun +1, 6-handed now.
Hope he doesn't ask
So
him why
hand
we're
values
holding
change a
Ace-5.
little again. Basically playing 6
that's
max.
the only problem
Yeah.
with that, huh?
Guys are going to be opening a lot lighter now.
And Harold does that. Darren with Ace-6. Let's see what line he takes here. That's 3-betting chips though. That's not calling chips. He's counting out.
It'll be very interesting to if Darren has the 3-bet here with A6 off.
He's looking for a reaction from Harold. Harold just stayed stoic and he lets it go. He could contemplate it, but he was watching Harold quite
And
intently.
besides Harold, I mean, he had 4 more players behind him.
Exactly, and what we saw what just
Makes me feel
happened
better,
to
Harold. Disappointed.
To Jesse,
Mate,
yeah.
I thought you were going to go all in again. And what would you have done? Yeah. You think so?
You can see the interplay there. Harold was.
I know every time I raise 200, 300, you hold. I folded. Yeah, now you folded. I don't know why. Neither do I. Neither do I. I'm trying to work out why.
That was an interesting chat between the players.
And these player marks for
This is the
the
feeling.
first time in
Let
this
me see your
series have
colour.
added another
Feeling.
dynamic as well. It's
very
very
bad.
nice to hear the chat from you guys. Makes it interesting for us here and for the viewers.
Yeah, for sure.
Get out. Okay, get out.
And you can see Darren was definitely looking for a reaction from Harold when he was counting out that 3-bet.
Yeah.
Action on Harold. DK is already folding. Quickly round to Wu. He's out of the way.
Blinds are catching up quite quickly. I mean, if you look at it, it's 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 empty.
Yeah, 250k a rotation now. You do 2 of those, that's $500,000 of a stack.
Yeah.
And it's flying quickly at 6-handed.
But I mean, if you look at it, I mean, this tournament structure has been great. There has been lots of play.
There's still plenty play for them. Interesting thing, old Lee Wu sitting in there. He missed the first 3 rotations this morning. He was still playing golf.
Yeah.
He
He had
lost-
other commitments and
Yeah. Started stack of 440. We're watching his stack getting blinded out. He was down to 320 by the
and then
time
as soon as he got back, I mean, he just
fired.
yeah,
And he built it up very quickly.
that was very impressive by him.
Still got the golf ball there on the table. It's just under the rail behind his chips. You'll see it. The golf ball is
Probably
there.
that's his lucky golf ball.
Yeah, must be. I'll see if he still, maybe he took it off when he went for the dinner break, but when we go round that way, we'll have a look. It was sitting under the rail there by his chips.
Darren's got check 6 out of the gun, and he's thinking.
He's thinking, early position though.
That would be quite light.
Yeah, he's
And he
opening
takes
light.
the spot, yeah.
Okay, Wu's already folded, so we don't see. A golf ball has gone missing.
It's interesting to see how Darren shifts gears. I mean, at the minute he loses some chips, he tries to accumulate very quickly.
He does, and he got that one jam through, and the very next hand he was trying to sort of get a little momentum going. He likes to go in those little momentum races.
And it's very important when the blinds are so high in order for you to maintain your stack.
So Alan flat calling here.
Yeah.
I mean, he has Darren dominated here with ace-jack.
Yeah, again, not going for the aggressive line of 3-betting it like a lot of the other players.
Yeah.
It's the solid play that he's just been doing that. Playing the hands, playing it solidly.
There we're seeing a flop after such a long time.
Flop's a gut shot. He's out of position.
This hits Darren's range a lot harder by opening under the gun pre-flop. I'm sure he's going to take a stab.
Yeah, he's got all the king X's in his range, although look at this.
Oh, wow. And
Look at
Alan's
this.
taking initiative here. Darren will have to give up.
He donkeyed into the pre-flop aggressor.
That's an interesting approach.
It is, because now he's making Darren
Because he
fold
played
here.
very passively pre-flop by just flat calling,
Yeah.
and then now he's taking the lead.
And he's going to make Darren fold here.
I can't think of any other move Darren can make here.
Unless Darren takes a very aggressive move over the top.
But again, I mean, Alan hasn't been out of line, which Darren knows. So I don't think
And
why
Alan
would...
is the chip leader.
Exactly. I don't see Darren getting out of line here. He's not liking the spot he's in.
No.
But he's going to have to let go of this. Wow, he's actually thinking. To be fair, he's got a black with a flush draw.
He's saying ace-10. He's trying to get a read there. And thinking, can I rip ace-king and push the guy off this hand? Alan's breathing very heavily, but he's...
He's trying to get a read from Alan, looks like,
Yeah.
by throwing in those time banks.
He's really making Alan sweat. You see Alan glancing towards DK while he's not there. As soon as Darren looks at him, then he looks straight into the center and doesn't do anything. But you can see his body language. He's really, and Darren gives it up.
It was quite impressive that he thought about it for this long, eh?
Yeah, he was looking for a read. He was definitely looking for a read.
But again, I mean, if he raises, if Darren raises at that spot, I mean, if he gets called, what is his plan further unless the diamond comes on the turn?
Absolutely. He wanted to get to that turn, being the aggressor, putting it in a small continuation. A lot of cards on the turn can improve his hand. That way, with Alan Donk leading into him, took that all away.
Exactly, it just totally confused him.
and Alan's saying why an ace king. How soft played his pre-flop pieces.
What did they usually
It's
say?
very interesting how the players
I wish I made
have
the
these
best
talks
liar
on the
way.
table during the play.
Isn't that it?
Right, Alan.
Another.
That was really talking up his hand there.
Nice one, sir. Oh, I was stuck there.
Darren really wanted to make a play there.
Yeah, it was very impressive that Darren was thinking for this long.
Yeah, he's got pocket jacks.
As I said, I mean, he's been finding cards.
Yes, eh?
And you want to be finding cards at this time of the tournament.
Absolutely. Look, he played that other spot well. Donkey.
No, that was very impressive and very unique.
Open 400.
You know, you don't
Not a lot of people play the way he did.
Absolutely not. I mean, most people's line there is to check call, maybe check raise, but definitely check calling.
No, I got 1.5.
And he just don't clear in straight and took it out.
But also he used his impression. I mean, if you look at the whole dynamic, I mean, Alan hasn't showed one bluff in the entire tournament, so there's no reason for Darren not to believe him.
Not that you got any run good, but said some.
So I mean, that was a great play by him, by using his image, table image, and making that play.
Yeah, it was quite wonderful actually.
Just worked out for him.
And because it was so anti what Darren expected.
It literally threw him off.
And Darren 15 bigs and Wesley 19. They got to start worrying the other three in the top a little more comfortable. But one hand can swing this.
Short stacks are actually more deadly in these tournaments because obviously big stacks do not want to try and dent their stack. They want to protect, they preserve their chips, and a lot of the times when short stacks just shoves, I mean it's very difficult spot for a lot of the big stacks.
Yeah, like Jesse did on Darren in that previous hand, he just unfortunately walked into the big blind finding a big hand.
Exactly.
9 out of 10 times that play gets through.
100%.
So it wasn't badly played. It was. I
No,
liked
it was a great shot by Jesse, given the fact the number of blinds he had and that he picked up on Darren doing that so often.
And here,
donation.
Harold steals from the button with the king 6.
And that shows you it's not all about getting good cards. Sometimes you got to play your position, sometimes you got to read the table dynamics and exploit accordingly. Which I think a lot of the players have been doing phenomenally well.
There you go, no, what must you do? You got to protect your assets, eh?
Tucker all up there on the rail.
1.5.
Sean Butkow is also here.
Yeah,
he didn't play the tournament. He just arrived recently, I think.
There he is there in the background, yeah.
Probably railing somebody in the tournament.
Yeah, I think he came along for that PLO 5. I think Craig Hartland was playing in that.
Oh, okay. Did he play? Do you know
I
if he
think
played?
Craig played. I don't know if Sean played I don't know if Butters played
No, Sean, as far as I know, I don't think he played any of the events.
No, he didn't.
Last time I was part
but I think it came to rail maybe Craig. Because Craig was playing that PLO 5.
Possible, yeah.
They managed to get 2 tables for that and 270 for first and 170 for second.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive given the fact that it was a last-minute decision.
Absolutely.
These are all in a call, looks like.
Ahmed, we're all in.
Oh, Darren
So
calling
Darren's moved all
Ahmed there
in and
Lee.
Rue's
Oh,
called.
wow. Darren's looking in a
And
terrible shape here.
Giovanni's
I think he's going to get out of the way after all in and a call.
Yeah, Gio's just asking for the counts. Because Gio's sitting on 4. Gio's crept up to the chip lead ahead of Alan Young, actually.
1.15.
He's looking at a spot here to eliminate 2 players.
I don't know if he's actually going to get involved. I mean, his hand is not that strong enough. There's already 2 all-ins.
So, exactly. He knows Darren might be light, but he knows that we won't be.
And this is what I was talking about of preserving his stack. I mean, he's got 4.2 million rand with the chip lead. He wants to maintain that.
Absolutely. So good luck to both gentlemen. Darren needs a lot of help here.
Yeah. Okay. It almost looked like it was a straight draw.
There's only 1 4 left in the deck for Darren at the top there. 2 4s were folded.
Oh.
And he doesn't find it. That's why he was looking for a 1 out.
I think Darren has 100,000 chips more than Lee.
Yeah, or 280 more. That's what those balances.
Oh, I see.
We'll see now once they do the count back. You know, it's difficult to keep track of the chips. The poor guys at the end there have to listen carefully to the dealer, to the players, to mark every single chip in and everything.
Yeah, it's a stressful job for dealers as well, I believe.
Yeah. So there's Darren's chips. He's got a little bit more than 280 left, I believe. If you look at those stacks, he's got
I mean, Darren made so many of those moves, and it was just unfortunate that he had to run into ace king.
Do you want to take one? So Darren's got about 400. And Josh is graciously letting Imi stay with me. It's nice to have you sit next to me, Imi. Get your insights for the viewers will enjoy it as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's actually interesting to watch this dynamics and commentate at the same time.
Very different perspective, eh?
Definitely.
And with the graphics and seeing the cards and everything, it changes your whole viewpoint. I mean,
most definitely.
I mean, Gary's done like 2,000 hours of this. I
can't even imagine.
I think I'm on about 1,400 now. It's a lot of hours.
I mean, it looks so easy when you're watching, but it changes everything when you are actually on the table.
100%. I mean, how easy would it be to play the game like this? There'd be no
I
point.
mean, this game wouldn't exist.
Absolutely. So, folded to Harold. Alan has folded already. Harold with the ace-8.
Darren still holding his hope. I mean, as they say, chip in the chair.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can
He's
make
gonna
out
need
of
to
it.
spin it. Let's see Darren, and if anyone can spin it quickly, it's Darren.
There I see he's got 375,000 chips,
Yeah, that's what he was left.
which is just under 4 big blinds.
And the blind's approaching fast. He needs to get it in.
I'm sure he's
before the blinds get to him.
I'm sure he's gonna find next 2 hands he's got,
Yeah, he's got
and
2
then he'll
looks.
be big blinds.
Because putting 200k in there with the ante and the blind is going to...
Then he's got no fold equity.
No,
Yeah.
zero. He's basically all in blind then.
Exactly,
He's
yeah.
big blind. And Darren won't want to get blinded out. He'll rather put it in light than get blinded out.
100%.
So he's looking, let's see, Harold got Jack 5 of diamonds. And Harold's also aware that Darren's ready to shove behind him. He
All
folds. There we go, Darren finds a king.
His favorite king.
Yeah. I think he's getting to get looked up here. This guy has got the he
He's
has got the
definitely
whole
going to
table.
call
He's
there.
going to call him.
Yeah, there he did.
If he does call, he's still got a couple of players behind him, and that's his only concern. But he puts the call in.
Called. Right.
Gio will get out the way, round to Wesley. Wesley will be out the way, round to Alan. Alan has a king.
And lucky enough for Lee, no one else found anything behind him. At least Darren is in a little bit of a better shape than earlier. He's got 2 live cards.
2 live cards. We did see 1 king getting
His heart's
folded.
alive as well.
Crab lock.
Watch him find a 3. Oh, there's
There's
the
an
ace.
ace.
There,
That
nice.
kills all
And
his
he's
hope.
running cards.
And there
there's a
is the
king,
king.
so he's got life.
Okay,
And he
I'm
doesn't
back.
find it.
Well played, boys.
And we will bid farewell to Darren Kramer. Well played again.
Very well played.
Come through this whole field like this. Very well played,
As
Darren.
usual, yeah.
You can see a little disappointed, but then gives the smile.
Darren actually showed really, really good results this year in a lot of the series. Yeah, I mean, he always jumps in on this day 2 and somehow he makes his way to the final table.
Yeah, he hasn't had the time
more often than not.
to put into poker anymore, but he's showing us that he's still got it.
100%. I mean, very well done for finishing on the 6th place.
Yeah, so down to 5 players now.
This is getting very, very interesting.
At some point, let's see. Gio now with a chip lead might make it a bit more difficult for discussions to take
No, definitely. I mean, Gio has been, from the get-go, has not been open to any deals. In fact, he actually said, put all the money together and give it to the first place. He would be happy.
Yeah.
And that shows he's going for the win and nothing
Absolutely. He's raised here with the Queen 8 off from the cutoff because he's going to open up even wider now, 5-handed. And with Darren off the table.
He's going to make it very difficult for the rest of the field.
But there's a hand here for Wesley, and Wesley's no pushover, eh?
No, yeah. Wesley can stand his ground as well. I mean at this level, everybody is competent and
Here we go.
there Wesley takes the stand.
Just hopes that none of the blinds wake up with a hand like happened to Jesse. Round to Harold. No, nothing
Okay.
there.
So Gio will have to let this one go.
I mean, Wesley, high stakes cash player, stepped away from the game for a little while. He's making a comeback now, but a former WPT main event winner at Emperor's.
Yeah, Wesley has shown some very good results in cash game as well as in tournaments. He's a very competent player.
And the guy that likes to crunch the numbers, use the solvers.
Oh yeah,
very much so.
Theoretically, he's super solid.
That's why he probably has used more time banks than anybody else in this series.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you watched Wiz has used a lot of time banks. Pulled off a sick bluff against Steven Radloff in the very last hand of day 1D.
Yeah, he's very creative in certain spots. Yeah.
Stone cold bluff on the river. No blockers, nothing. He just ripped it in and put
Yeah,
Stevie to the
sometimes
blender and
he
Steven
must have
folded.
sensed the weakness and went for it.
He found the perfect card on the river to bluff it, and he did. So 7 deuce off here, he'll let that go.
Wesley is holding his position by maneuvering every time he gives an opportunity.
Yeah. So Alan Young getting his name saved, AJ, Alan Young.
That's such a coincidence. And he opens slightly smaller sizing as compared to some of the previous raises.
Harold likes that 10-9 suited. It's going to come with. Oh, there's
Lee
Lee.
wakes up with ace queen.
So now there's 700k in the pot and he flat calls. Interesting.
I mean, he's getting such a good price here.
You don't fancy a 3-bet squeeze there?
You can 3-bet, but both plays are correct in my opinion.
You can play it depending which line you prefer.
Exactly.
And mix it up.
Because sometimes you decide to go aggressive and go all in, and somebody wakes up with a hand. You don't want to run into that situation, and he's just built up chips. He's got 2.9 million chips. He's in a very comfortable position.
They check into Alan, who was the pre-flop aggressor. Let's see if he continues. We're going to cut to an interview to DK soon.
And we're here at the main event with Dan Kramer, 6th place, over 100,000 Rand. Tommy, are you going to go get some tequila? You going to celebrate, huh? Get some tequilas, huh?
Nah, pretty bleak. Leading with final 9. Well, second. Yeah, made 90 small errors, ran into a few hands. Pretty disappointed. Got a bit crapshooty at the end. The blinds were going up and tried to make a few moves and didn't work out. So, yeah, that's the way it goes, right?
Well, I know you wanted to take it down.
Yeah, want to win it, but on to the next one.
Listen, we don't have to talk all about poker. I've got one question for you. I know you got a daughter, so you must watch a lot of animated movies with her.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Well, no, she's only 2 years old. So we haven't got onto that yet. She was a cute video of her watching poker, saying da 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 da. So that was cute. But yeah, happy to go home to the family, and see you all in Sabaya.
Well, thank you for the interview. I know you were a bit choking up about it, but thank you.
Shot, guys.
Shot.
And
Darren Kramer, we're going to cut back to that.
What exactly happened? Alan?
So the run out has come now, and Alan has got running spades.
Oh, wow. Did
with
just
the ace of
check
spades.
down to the river?
Yeah, check. Basically, there the action was check, 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 check. And he managed to get there on the river. So,
I mean, as we said earlier, everybody wants to play conservative now because there's proper money up top. I mean, nobody wants to make a mistake at the moment. So I don't really mind Lee's approach of just flat calling there from big blind.
and then Alan just backed into the nut
I almost
flush.
folded because I didn't see there was 4 spades in the table.
No.
I'm serious.
And he didn't even pick up that he had the nut flush. So, well, as he picks up a very decent pot again. So, action will be on Wesley under the gun.
What are the chip counts at the moment?
We'll get a chip count. I'll ask Way in between next hands to put a leaderboard up for us. So
Wesley must be the shortest at the moment, or Lee? Between Wesley and Lee.
Probably Lee now. Harold also with 2.2.
Yeah, I mean the.
You see, Lee's gone 2.9.
They found pocket 10s here in the small blind.
So it'll be between Harold and Wesley, I think, who's the shortest. Obviously, Alan's been chipping up nicely, and Gio was over 4 million. So small blind, yeah. He's going to raise into Gio. Gio's on 3.5 because he did lose that one hand.
9-3 he shows and puts in the muck.
Yeah, that goes into the muck. So there are the chip counts, as you can see. See, Alan 4.5 million, 45 bigs down to Wesley, and Harold identical, 2.2 million.
They're still very, very deep.
So there's slight difference in because it doesn't pick it up exactly. 22 bigs, 21 bigs. But it's very close there still, and a lot of playability at this stage of the tournament to still have over 20 bigs.
Very impressive, yeah.
So Alan will be under the gun, yeah. Jack 3 off. Harold with the 10-8 of hearts from the cutoff.
He
Folds
decides
that.
not to open
Yeah, and he's been opening those. Even Wu looked from the button, let's go 7-8 suited. Maybe just as well. Gio's got King Jack. He's asked Wesley, how much do you have behind? Watch him just rip it. There we go. Knew it. He just rips it in.
You go orange, yeah?
Wesley's cards are not being picked up.
Yeah, you see, when Gio asked him for the count, he put a lot of his chips into the box there.
Oh, so that's
And
interrupting
these chips have got metal
It
bits
looks
in
like
it.
Wesley woke up with a hand here.
Yeah, he's not quick folding, that's for
Thinking
sure.
about it.
He's really thinking about this. And he lets it go. And Gio will get that one through. It was pretty much once it was folded to Gio that when he asked for the count, that's what he was going to do. He's going to put max pressure to the players.
He's very good at that.
There's a view up from the bottom up to the stage. Looks very impressive. I mean, you've played around the world. And when you walk in here, I think we can pretty much say that it competes with most places in the world from an image perspective.
No, most definitely. You guys have improved. Every series there's an improvement. And it's phenomenal what you guys are offering to South African poker.
I think it's just trying to grow the poker in South Africa and just improve the brand and the product all the time, even back here.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job at that.
I think we're very fortunate in a small poker community like we have to actually have a stream.
Exactly.
A lot of other countries don't have that. That have got a similar poker base to what we have.
I mean, I played recently in Mauritius, and I mean, I don't think it's even a comparison between the two productions.
Well, that's good news for us. So Gio raising with the ace-6 off. Alan folded the queen-7 there in the big blind. And Gio gets that through. So they're the two chip leaders, 4.3 million for Alan, 4 million for Gio.
Dave, you're one strange.
And then we know Wesley and Harold have got round about the same. And then Alan Wu, Lee Wu's around 3 million. There you go, 3.1 million. He's under the gun.
Small one.
So the 218th hand of today.
Now that they are five-handed, I mean, guys are going to be opening very light.
Yeah, they should be, although we've seen Lee.
This is the most interesting stage of the tournament.
So this is where Gio's going to exploit a lot, I think.
Yeah, he's very good short-handed.
He doesn't realize it's his turn. Yes, sir, it is your turn. He gets rid of that.
Go king 5.
Gio's already got the 10-9 of spades. He'll open that. There we go. Goes for the standard open. Wesley out the way. Alan, queen deuce suited. And the small blind will fold. Now Harold gets sticky with his blinds, but he's got 5-2 off. Look at his dry smile. He doesn't want to fold. Look at it. He really doesn't want to fold, but he knows he has to. You see, look at him.
Anything better you would have called.
Absolutely. So that was quite amusing. You could just see his body language and the little smiles. Yeah, he hated to fold there, but he knew he had to.
Yeah.
There was a nice little moment there. And Gio.
What was it? 6-8? 3
Harold also has made quite a few final tables this year.
This last year, Harold made a lot of final tables and got some wins, which was very nice. He won the Super High Roller at Monty. And
oh, yeah.
And a couple of other results during the year and a lot of final tables. So
Joe won Super High Roller. I think Harold won the High Roller.
The other way around.
Yeah, he wanted to catch me.
Got the wrong person.
And he folded
Robert Kali, from all my satellite experiences with Uncle Harold, you're now my horse. He's picking Harold for a win, yeah?
Jesse has been sitting very quiet there, waiting for his spot and climbing up the ladder,
Yeah.
slowly but surely.
So where's here with the 10-6 of diamonds in the cutoff? Yeah, that's 30 minutes ago.
Okay. I looked at the old stream and I
Yeah.
quickly realized Jesse was eliminated earlier.
Yeah, it's got that 30-minute delay on the top. We tend to focus
So that's
in the
exactly
middle.
what the viewers are actually seeing.
They seen currently, and I just read the comment from the side because that's what they've just seen. So then we get the comments in on the side there, but that's from 30 minutes ago.
Jesus. Loss of finger dexterity.
So it's been raised by Wesley, called by Harold, and called by Lee. So both the blinds defended, small blind and big blind defended to Wesley's open.
And doesn't look like anybody got a piece of this board.
Yeah, Lee just flopped a gut shot. So let's see if Wesley continues. That queen's in his range there.
And he's got a backdoor flush draw as well.
So let's see. Action on Wesley after both blinds checked. He
And
checks
decides to
back.
check. And
Right,
they
that
finds a
develops
flush
it
draw.
for him now. And it doesn't improve the other players, which is good news for him.
Yeah.
So he can actually bet the turn now. Like with a delayed C-bet, yeah.
And I don't think any player would slow play if they did have anything here. So Wesley would surely take a stab, yeah.
Yeah. 2 checks to him. He picks up the flush draw. 700k in the pot. He can get it done with a small amount, 200, 220, and
Yeah,
that'll
I mean,
get it done.
As we said, it's so much easier when we are sitting here and looking
Sure.
at other
Oh,
players'
he checks,
cards.
He checks back. He doesn't bet the flush draw. And now the 5
Oh,
comes and
wow,
makes
Lee makes the
the
straight.
So and I think a bet on the turn may have got it done. We will never know. And now Lee has bet 200k and nobody else has anything. Harold is king high and Wesley is 10 high.
And his 200,000 chips bet looks very, very weak.
Yeah,
But I
it
mean, he's
does.
sitting with nuts. Luckily, nobody tried to get out of line there.
Anybody coming over the top is going to find out very quickly.
Very interesting play.
Yeah, like, I've just hit the 6 on the river, or they just hit the 5 on the river. You know, I'm taking a little stab at it, get somebody to try
Trying
and
to
put a
block
move
that,
on
yeah.
him, yeah.
So that was a very good sizing by him.
So Wesley will be under the gun. And he lets that go. Didn't even put it in the box. Alan, that's only good for doubling in blackjack, sir.
I don't play blackjack, so I didn't know that.
Harold on the button folds, round to Lee. 6-5. He folds. Doesn't
What
want
a
to tangle
walk,
with
Joe.
Joe, and Joe's got pocket 3s.
No, you have a walk. Your pair doesn't help if you're walking.
There he gets a walk with pocket 3s in the big blind.
No golf carts today. Just
Nobody
walking,
wants to
okay?
tackle Gio at this point in time, him being the chip leader.
No. I think with what I had, if I hit, I'm still in trouble.
So we had a little flurry of action, then it settles back again. You'll have a lull for a hand or two.
Because what I hit
So
will
if you look
connect
at the price payouts, 2 million, 1 million,
Very
250,000, there's 3.5 million rands between the 5 of them, eh?
Yeah, it's...
And interesting, there has been no talks of any restructuring of the payouts.
I wonder if it's because Joe had stated. And
Exactly, yeah.
So they realize there's no point in bringing it up at this point.
And again, a few regulars. I mean, I've never seen Lee on a final table before in the main event.
No, we haven't seen him.
And as well as Alan, so they might be underestimating their abilities. And
Yeah, I know. like I said, anybody on their day, this is the one sport where it's not like professional tennis. If you get on the court with Federer or Nadal or something, that you're going to get wiped. On your day, you can play against the best pros and win.
100%. You can do everything right and still lose. You can be a best pro, and sometimes you just stick to the basics and you still chip up.
Yeah, the cards just fall right for you. Find your spots. You find cards at the right time, and everything just aligns for you.
I mean, we've been watching Alan's play. He's done nothing fancy. He's just played ABC, and he's holding his own. Very impressive.
More than
Looks like he's getting a bit tired here.
Yeah, 3 days of grinding. At the end of a long series.
How old do you think he is?
Alan, he looks like he's in his 50s. I would imagine thereabouts. I mean,
So
I'm
he's
61
aged
and
to
I'm
be
trying to
grinding.
age him against me. He looks like he's younger than me.
I mean, still, he's looking good for his age
Yeah.
and grinding for 3 days.
Absolutely.
This is very tiring. Given the fact that first time he's made a final table in a 3-day event, it's impressive.
Yeah, it's mentally very fatiguing, as you know.
Very tiring, yeah.
I mean, you're quite physically fit, and you know what the mental grind was like in that.
No, it's more of a mental pressure, especially if you've sleep deprived, like I have been.
So Gio's raised with the ace-10 from the button. Alan doesn't defend his big blind. Like you say, he hasn't done anything too. I mean, most players are defending king-7 nowadays because you've got a blocker in there. That he just lets it go to the mid-click.
Alan is the second in chip lead, so also he doesn't want to play a big pot
No.
against the chip leader.
Especially out of position, doesn't want to do that at all.
Oh, sorry, man.
But I mean, when Darren raised, when he raised and he got involved with Darren, he just donked out from the blind. Took it down and really made Darren think. Darren threw some process. Darren didn't have anything, but Darren wanted to make a move.
Yeah, let's play a round of straddles.
You know, he's like, why is this guy leading into me?
Which is not usual, actually. And that's why we say there's no right or wrong play.
Fine. I take it back.
Every play is just different, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Gio folds from the cutoff. On to Wesley. Lets that go. So Alan, pocket jacks now against Harold in the blind on blind.
That's definitely a raise.
A raise or tricky limp, because you know what Harold's like in the
Harold's in the big blind, eh? If he limps,
Harold would pop it, eh? Trust
yeah,
me.
Harold loves to. Harold hates limpers.
Having
And
chit
there's
chat,
giving
yeah?
some.
Oh,
this
I
is.
think either way, this is
is
going.
the spot. This is the spot, yeah.
So it's gone all in, raised all in.
2,100,000.
Asked for a count. I don't know if you can fold this here. Blind on blind.
Blind on blind,
This is what I live for, bro. When I get 5 in the tournament, you can't.
It's not his tournament life. Even if he loses.
But it's going to cripple him.
Yeah, it will bring him down to 2.3 million.
He's still going to be in a comfortable
So he's
position.
still going to be fairly comfortable. That's why I don't know if he can fold this. He's really being put through the blender, yeah? He's put a number of time banks there to the side.
I mean, earlier here, Alan was thinking of calling with ace-10 suited,
Yeah.
and now he's really. I don't know if he's considering folding jacks.
I really
But
don't
as I said, it's so much easier for us to talk here
Absolutely.
than being in his situation. And he
Oh
lets
my,
go.
He lets it go. That is a massive fold. That is a massive fold, blind on blind. Considering that it's blind on blind. A massive, massive fold.
I mean, he's seen some of the hands earlier and probably doesn't want to run into a monster.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this time you small blind. You want to straddle from the small blind?
Yeah, at this point in time, being second in chip lead, probably didn't want to flip.
You didn't want to flip for that much.
But sometimes you got to go through those flips to win the tournaments at some point.
If you don't take the flip, you're not going to win the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be sitting here later on saying, that was the spot I should have taken. You know,
like I'm sitting here with you.
Yeah. At least you got to play. I didn't even. I mean, just sitting here from the beginning. You know, this is, I always say this is the second best seat in the house, but the best seat's out there. This is the second best seat. If I can't be playing, then he has good.
Yeah.
So King 10 on the button.
I'm sure Alan's going to open that.
If you make him like that thing on your, what you call it, that they throw one another when they buy those things. 100%.
There he opened. Yeah, I think Alan wants to just take a safer approach and just play smaller pots and carry on building his stack without going all in.
I hear that and I understand that, but if you want to win the tournament, at some
No,
point
for
you have
sure,
to take
yeah.
that. And I think, you know, based that it wasn't his tournament life, but he
Yeah.
still have 2.3 million left. I think it's a spot he needed to take.
Check.
So it's gone check action on. Okay, so there's the nuts now for Alan.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised Alan actually didn't bet on that board.
So now look at this.
Wow.
Lee now having a little stab at it. Alan needs to just take his time and smooth this.
There's a flush draw as well on the board, but I don't think you should worry about flushes much. Looks like he's deciding to flat call
Yeah,
there.
flat it. Nicely done. Because now
But
Lee might rep something on the...
Which
Flush
is-
does get there. But you would have thought that Lee would have done something with a flush draw on the flop. Lee's going to have a full go at it.
Depending on his sizing, I don't see Alan folding here at all.
It's like 350 or so. $400, just a bit more. Yeah, I can't see him raising this. There's no point
No,
in
definitely,
raising
yeah.
with a flush.
You're only
leg.
getting called by better.
Absolutely. So flat it. But I can't see him folding this, surely.
Yeah.
The way the hand played out, do you really give him finding the flush on the river? You bet the turn.
I mean, he can have Jack X flush combos here, but I mean, if he has it, good luck to him.
Absolutely. There's 1.4 million in the pot.
He's bet 400,000.
Yeah, you got to call this.
He just wanted to think it through.
Yeah.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
You're good.
By him flatting the turn actually got him 400,000 extra chips.
Absolutely. It was always going to, because we was going to have a go at
Fire
the
again, yeah.
Here you see, he was worried about the flush.
And now Alan has taken the lead by just 100,000 chips.
And Wesley, 14 bigs, needs to start making things. You can see GR is the most active.
Yeah.
The VPIP's there, and Lee and Alan the lowest.
Well, that's very impressive that you guys are monitoring the VPIP of the players as well.
Everything. You must see all the bells and whistles we've got now. Every trip, Bradley finds
That's
something
very
new in the
impressive,
software for
yeah.
us, and it comes up, and then the way who's busy operating the software at the moment, they'll put those up for us. We've got aggression factors now, we've got VPIPs, we've got all of that now.
Very, very impressive to see all the stats. And that's why it becomes so much easier for us to sitting here and,
Absolutely, yeah.
and looking at what they should be calling and folding.
Exactly. But it really is nice for the viewers as well. I mean, to see
No, for sure.
to see exactly who's been active and who has.
No, exactly. I mean, it makes a huge difference as a viewer when you can see all these stats.
But now for you as a player, if you go back and watch the stream on a specific other player, you'll pick up their VPIP, you'll pick up trends on them, you can pick
I
up.
mean, I don't ever go back and watch the stream, but this is very exciting. I should be doing that.
A lot of players do it. Gary was saying, he gets phone calls from players that are looking for a specific section, and it's all out there, and he's like, can you help me find this section?
Wow.
And
Yeah, I would do it occasionally when I really want to know about a certain hand. If I was on the table, and in that scenario, I would do that. But it's very interesting to watch this as well.
You know, and as a coach, I go on footage and analyze fully any footage of my players and give them rundowns and whatever. It's an incredible tool. Even though I've watched it live and commentated on it, to go afterwards and sit and analyze it, it's fantastic. So you'll see we'll have 312 people watching right now.
Oh, I see there.
Okay, but then you go and watch this afterwards, and within a day or two, that number climbs to 4,000 or 5,000.
Oh, wow.
Those are people watching
so
afterwards.
that amount of poker players. Do you also have players from overseas watching the stream?
Very much so. They come in from all over the world, and they let us know where they are. That they're watching,
that's
where they're
very good
watching
for poker in South Africa. I mean, if
Yeah.
international guys are watching this, and obviously they'll consider at some point in time to come and play here.
Yeah, Sasha Dreyer and Ryan Dreyer were commenting from Malta just now. They're watching from there.
Wow, very impressive.
And we get viewers from all over in Asia, from Australia, from around the UK, Canada, everywhere. And they pop in there and let us know where they're watching from.
That's very impressive.
Italy.
I mean, we had 2 French guys that participated in these tournaments as well.
Correct, and then they got some of their friends were watching and put comments in. And when the Tanzanians were, I mean, Joe Steggers and them all play out of Tanzania.
Yeah.
But Max has moved down here now. But when they were up there, then their local crowd that all played at the Seacliff Hotel, there's Delios and them, were all coming in and watching them, and Moto and Shu that played in previous series.
Okay, no, that's actually great, and you guys got a great production.
So there's 3,072,000 average stack now. The 5 players still left. The next blind level, 75, 125 with big blind ante of 125.
That's going to be a good jump, eh?
That's a fair jump. 4 minutes left on that level. And I must thank Josh for making way for you to come and sit and join us. We appreciate that, because to get your insights, and the viewers would have been very interested to have you in, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm actually glad that I got an opportunity to come sit here and commentate. I always thought this would be the boring task, but
It's
actually
not
not
at all, eh?
It's very interesting.
People say to me, how do you sit and do this for 10 days at a time? I said, it's incredible. I said, I get to watch all the action firsthand. It's more exciting than watching it out there,
But
because I
it's-
can see what's going on.
And it's more about passion as well. Are
Oh,
you
yes.
passionate about the game? Are you not?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty passionate about this game.
And so do I. And I mean, earlier they were interviewing me and they were asking me, how long have you been playing this game and why did you decide to take up this game? There's some action going on.
Yeah, Alan's got top pair, yeah. Nothing for Wesley. It's blind on blind.
Oh, what was it? Just limp and check?
Yeah, limp pot. There it is, just called limped in. And Wesley going to have a stab at it and find out the bad news that Alan's actually got top pair, yeah. And he min-clicks it back. Yeah, so you were saying that they asked you how long you've been playing?
Yeah, and I've been playing for probably 6-7 years, and the reason I actually decided to take this game so seriously is because I found it very competitive, and I'm just a competitive person by nature, and I'm very passionate about improving at this game, learning this game, and this game is a perfect example of something that keeps evolving.
Absolutely, and also a game, the more work you put into it, the better you become.
100%. I mean, sky is the limit in this game. Every time, at every point, you feel that you're good enough now when something new comes up, and
Yeah,
again you're back in the box learning.
Perfect. I mean, if you watch the overseas streams, we pick up the new international trends, and that's where this whole 2x came in, and then it filtered into our game as well.
And now the recent trend I've been noticing in Triton, Daniel Negreanu actually has been using that a lot of limping.
Yes, and I mean,
And
at
some
one
of the
stage was limping was out.
Yeah, 100%.
And now he's limping, and also the trend of 3-betting out of the small blind and mid position rather than flat calling, rather overfolding small blind, overfolding mid position, but 3-betting more.
Yeah, so a lot of things have changed, and that's what makes this game so interesting. And if you look at these finer details closely, you get to understand how interesting this game becomes.
Absolutely, and you know, the thing behind the small blind overfolding more now, 3-betting more, is not pricing the big blind in if you flat, and not playing the hand out of position. And the same with mid, not pricing somebody else behind you to squeeze.
Definitely.
So yeah, it's interesting to watch these trends, but you're very right. I mean, Daniel for years said when he was coaching, tell people if your hand's good enough to play raise, don't limp. And now he's limping.
But at the end of the day, it all boils down to adapting to the style of play that is trending. So everyone has caught up to raising their good hands. So now he's gone backward and decided to start limping, and that throws them off. Like how Alan made a player earlier with Ace Jack, where he just donked into the aggressor.
Yes.
So things like that.
Something that's out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
And it makes people think, like, oh, why is he limping? Why is he don't leaning into me? It's a good tool. And then
There's
I'll go
some
back.
2 good hands that are going to be
Blind on
going
blind
head
again.
on.
Raised by Harold. Action on
Surely
Lee.
he's going to defend here.
Now is he just... Oh, you're very strong, says Harold. So is he just flat here, or is he 3-bet?
They both got equal stack. I mean, blind on blind, I don't mind either approach, actually.
Time bank goes in.
But considering the fact that Wesley is short, I think he's going to go with a safer approach and not...
Man, you've been here nearly an hour. Can you believe the time goes by that quickly? Because we're heading up to a break now.
I was actually supposed to drive back to Joburg, go home, and then I just got caught up here and found this thing very interesting. I think he's just going to defend here.
He makes the call. And he finds the top pair.
400.
And that's the benefit of just completing your big blind and playing in position post-flop rather than just playing aggressively. You can collect a lot more chips, you can bluff a lot more.
Yeah.
We're friends, Harold, don't worry. We squeeze each other. It's like a hug.
There's an interesting talk going on in the middle of a hand between the players, and Harold decides to give up.
Harold shows him, and he's going to show Harold.
I think it's getting late, and I'm going to say goodbye to you,
and that's just the end
viewers.
of it.
And was that the last hand of the level?
The last hand of the level.
So the players are going on a break.
They're going on a break, and thank you for giving up your time and joining us.
It's always a pleasure, and yeah, we'll see you guys again in the future.
Thanks, Emi.
Pleasure. Josh.
Alrighty, folks, we're back to it. It's that 5-handed. Playing for that 2 million up top, 1 million for second. Interesting bits going on. We're watching the sidelines, and I see there's been a couple of interesting guests by mistake. Yeah, and as Johan said, the Kramer did make a big mistake. I watched that one in real time. Very brutal, but such is the nature of the game. But the show goes on. We're almost done. It's been an immense 10 days full of poker. Seen some crazy things. We still got the 50k PLO jumping in the background, which is down to 3 players. So yeah, everything's wrapping up rather nicely. 300,000 to go. Bali. Where's Joe? Currently at 75, 125, 125. All right, on to the next hand. Alan's going to be UTG. We started at Jack 6. Yeah, 4.6 million. Over to Harold Brooks, 10-8 diamonds on the cutoff. 2.4 million behind. Over the blinds, Joe Jack 10. It's all in. Against Wes snaps it off. All in a call. Jack 10 versus Ace Jack. Yeah, Joe's jammed on the small blind BVB. See Imran's here behind me. I don't know if he's jumping back in. So was that Wes costing some fist bumps there?
Why are you cutting 30,000? Cut 100,000.
Bring me a tea, please. In a coffee mug.
And I'm joined by another special guest. Imran, how are you, sir?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, welcome back to the booth. Second stint. How are you finding it? I mean, it's a bit of a, I'm guessing, a different environment for you. You're normally battling out there, now you're in the back, yeah?
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, first time ever I'm commentating today, and it's so fascinating how the field is shaping up here in this tournament, and especially so because I was part of it, and it's becoming more meaningful to me than anybody else here.
No, 100%.
I mean, I can relate to a lot of the situations here, and it's very, very interesting how the tournament is shaping now. Wesley has just found a double up from Gio.
I mean, it's a pretty standard shove there by Joe, blind versus blind. Considering where we're at 75, 125, or 125 big blind ante. I mean, your personal opinion, do you rate the lads are going to play it down, or they're going to have a little chat, see if we can do some ICM side of things?
Looks like that Wesley and Gio both has been against making any form of deals. But obviously now that there are 4 people left and there's 3.5 million rand in them on top, but they might want to do some sort of restructuring. But again, let's see how it plays out, because after the double up, I think Wesley and Gio might be equally stacked.
Yeah, I think it's time to kind of put that deal on the table and maybe like see what happens for him. But again, also Alan Young, hey, spinning it up all the way to satellites. He's got a 1 in 4 chance to win $1 million?
Exactly.
Or 2 million, sorry.
And Alan, first time ever on the final table of the main event. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you know, it's been a tough table, and you know, even the top 2 tables coming down to the final table, and him mixing it up, you know, with all the pros like yourself and a lot of other accomplished players. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's trying to adjust to his kind of unorthodox style. How was that? Was that difficult for you?
Not really. I mean, he's been really not out of line throughout the tournament. He's just taken ABC approach in this tournament, and I mean, he's just found hands in the right spots and just worked out for him. It's very important.
100%.
There's some action going on here.
Yeah.
Alan opened to 200k.
So it's Jack 9 3 3. Raised to 250 by Joe. Alan flattered. And then Alan donked flop for 200.
He loves doing that. Earlier he did that as well, and now he actually found a pair with a flush draw.
Yeah. Let's see if he sizes up here. What sizing you liking to see here?
450, 1.60. Pretty small size by him.
Yeah, I mean, Joe somehow clicks back here.
I mean, it induces a lot of bluffs.
It does. And of course, he's not.
Joe has 9. He's got showdown. He's gonna flat call here, in my opinion. There's no reason for him to click back here.
Yep.
And he's got a position as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's see how this plays out on the river with one to come. King of Hearts, from a texture perspective, what's going through Joe's mind here?
That's actually bad card for Alan if he had a jack there.
Yep.
Because not a lot of Jack X combos get there if he checks, unless he's got Jack King, which he's going to lead out with. Good showdown there. He goes
Yeah, check. And 975 being scooped out to Alan.
Joe has been brought down to 2.5 million, half of his stack now. He was about 4.2 million earlier, just before the 10 with Wesley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
Joe has been very active on the table.
Extremely, yeah.
Give him that, and he has used his ammunition very, very precisely to the table, and I'm sure it's going to shift away and he's going to tighten up a bit now.
And also, I mean, looking at Li Wu as well, you know, not really known to me itself. I'm sure you've played with him a bit as well.
Yeah, I have.
I mean, he's done a phenomenal job as well. He's very short.
No, great, yeah. He's held on for a very long time. He's short and he's been maneuvering with his little stack.
You know,
not getting involved unnecessarily into any spots.
100%. I mean, we weren't sure if he was going to rock up this morning. He was playing around the golf.
Surprisingly, he was actually on my table last night, and he told me that he's not going to come on time because he's got other commitments. He's probably going to miss a level, and he probably missed about 45 minutes of first level today.
Yeah, so he started the day off with 440, got it all alive, 490, and probably got down to about 380. So he missed a couple of orbits.
But he chipped up very quickly as soon as he got here.
100%.
Probably that lucky golf ball that he came with.
Could be, yeah. Could definitely be. So, I mean, I'm from a strategic aspect here now, from Joe's side of things, what is he looking at? I mean, how is he constructing his ranges? What's he shoving with? What's he not? What's he min-clicking?
So obviously, if you look at the dynamics, Wesley has been a very competent player. Also, he's not somebody that you can bully. So it becomes very hard for Gio with crippled stack now to be very exploitative in the situation when Wesley's on his left. So he needs to consider that fact as well. So I think he's going to be very precise about when he's opening and not. Earlier he's been opening very wide, which is definitely going to narrow down now.
100%. But back to it, Alan Young just flatting by the looks of it with that ace-king on the small blind over to Harold Brooks. Sometimes he has a bit.
Been playing very conservative, eh?
I mean, mixing it in there, mixing those traps in there. There it is. There it is.
Oh, wow. Oh,
And it gets it in.
Just walked into it. Earlier he folded jacks, if you recall.
Look at Alan's face. How did he pull that one off, eh?
Wow.
All right, 3 to come. Ace King v Ace 4. 4.6 million in the middle. Let's see what they bring. Harold Brooks at risk here. King 9-9. That's going to be all she wrote. If
He's running forwards.
yeah. All right. GG, Mr. Brooks. Well played, sir. Always a pleasure.
He really played well as well.
Yeah. I mean, look at Mr. Young. Just mixing it in there. Huh?
Sitting with 8 million chips, more than half the chips that's in play.
It's interesting because I mean, you know, watching him throughout the day, it's normally like BBB. He's 2.5xing, 3.5xing, and that's probably the first time I've actually seen him flat. And Harold just rips it.
He's probably going with his gut feelings all the time.
Intuition's a thing, huh?
As long as it works for him. I mean, so far, I mean, it has been proven to be working so well for him.
Yeah, and he's locked up ladder.
He's the chip leader now with 8 million chips, more than 50% of the chips in play.
I'm pretty sure he's going to have a hell of a story tomorrow. Huh?
Yeah. This is very, very impressive what he's done on the final table, first time ever.
So I think we're going to be jumping, not yet, we're not jumping to the interview yet with Harold Brooks. We'll get that over to you as soon as we can. All right, so GUTG, 9.5 diamonds. Over to Wes, gets out the way. So schedule-wise, sir, while we're getting everyone folding here, what's your series looking like? I mean, where are you going? Where are you playing? I'm guessing going back to Vegas, Vietnam. Are we going to Triton?
I was actually considering going to Barcelona this year.
Okay,
Going
EPT.
to Vegas, yeah. I was looking at the schedule towards the end of August, and I wanted to do a Europe trip. So that actually works out well for me. But looks like after this result in the main event, I should be top 10 into the race to Vegas.
So why not, eh?
So if that happens, probably I'll choose to go to Vegas.
Then I see there's also a lot of talk about the Irish Open. That's also a big one.
There's quite a few events that's taking place. Even the Prague one as well is just very decent.
Yeah.
But I don't really enjoy traveling a lot for poker. I mean, Vegas was the very first event I actually played out of the country.
And look what happened. And I suppose if you make one of those trips a year, should have quite be, positive EV.
Well, as long as I find the same results.
Exactly that, buddy. Exactly that.
I think we're back here with four-handed again.
Alan out the way.
Nothing really happening here.
Wake up with a pair again, Joe.
I would assume they're going to be playing a lot wider now.
Look for me on the limit.
Four-handed, obviously, hand value goes up.
Yep.
Okay, I love
You had no chips a lot.
Joe picking up ace, queen of diamonds. Here's the jam. Does he just open jam here, or does he get a bit tricky?
No, they're good. I think I would really just raise and play first flop. It's a very good hand to play first flop in position against the small one. Exactly happens if he raises to 425.
To the flop we go. Wow, okay.
And he finds a 9.
All the money's going in the arrows.
Oh wow, there's a flush draw and 2 overcards for Gio.
All the money's going in the arrows. 1.4 million in the middle. Joe's got 1.9 behind. There it is.
It is. Without wasting any time, gets it in.
Yeah.
I think equity-wise, Gio's favorite here.
Yeah.
There it is, 55%.
55%.
And given the fact that Gio raised in pre-flop, I mean, you might find a fold here with just a 9. I mean,
Yeah,
Gio
it's-
can easily have 10s, jacks, queens, all those big pairs.
Bit of a tough spot. Let's see if he can snip this one out. He's in the blender, and he makes a call.
Oh, yeah. He's drawing very thin here.
Extremely.
Not really, actually, it's 45, 55.
Yeah, I mean, he's dodging the wall though.
There you
Turn,
go,
lock up
right
sharp.
off the bat.
Dead. Yeah.
No sweat needed.
I saw Wesley celebrating there when
Still-
the diamond field.
Man's full of fist pumps, huh?
I'm not sure if they have any equity swaps or what's going on. But yeah, it looks like everyone's happy there with that outcome. Oh no, Liu actually has a balance left.
Yeah, he's got 700 odd behind.
There's a chip and a chair.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see what he does with that 700,000 chips. I mean, Alan actually
think I got
started the
it
day
in more or
with
less
70,000 chips and now he's sitting with 8 million.
The dream, huh?
That shows you how this
Olympia
game
raised
can
plus
turn
300.
around.
Absolute dream.
So all about having the patience and choosing the right spots.
Yeah, I know, but it's a bit impressive watching him navigate such a tough field.
Very, very unique play style that Alan had, I mean, throughout the tournament.
I mean, I've noticed he didn't. I mean, like, you know, it's what you said he sat with the very ABC side of things. I mean, every time he's 3-bet, every time he's 4-bet, every time he's jammed, he's always had it.
No, exactly.
Yeah, no, and that's always in the back of your mind is like, is this guy pulling a move on me? And then you revert back to, but wait, you know.
Exactly, and that's exactly, if you watched that hand earlier against Darren Kramer when he just led out into the razor, and Darren was quite confused what's going on here and couldn't figure out.
Yeah, because I mean, it's quite a, I'm going to say, let's say circa 2002 kind of, you know, weight or line.
Yeah.
Should I say? And you know,
no one really does that kind of that these days. But it has been a very interesting final table for this main event as compared to a lot of other events. A lot of new faces that have made it to the final table, and which is very good in general.
It's great for the game. I mean, it grows the game.
Coin flip.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I guarantee you now, I'm just saying hypothetically, obviously, if Alan does win this event, I think these satellites are, you know, they're going to overflow.
Huge hit, yeah. And I mean, it's not unlikely. I mean, he's got huge chiplet to any of the other players at the moment.
Yeah.
All it's going to be is one of those coolers, and
yeah, you know, this is where he just really needs to start putting the hammer down.
I mean,
putting the pressure on.
He's having a sun run at the moment.
Dreams, mate, dreams. Lee 705 gets out the way. Geo Ace Jack O on the button. Sizing wise here, we're going min, we're going 2.5.
I think it's just going to open min. Because at this point in time, if you look at the pay jumps as well, no point risking your whole stack when there's other player that short stack.
Correct. Again, ICM.
If Alan jams, any two cards Geo will have to give up.
Yeah, of course.
Considering the ICM.
Of course.
Alan can really start exploiting, given the fact he's got so many chips here.
Yeah. I mean, look here. If that was me or you, and that's why I'm sure we kind of approach it with that kind of thing, with that line. And, you know, there's obviously, like I said, put everybody in the blender. It's a lot of money they're playing for.
Yeah, 100%. And Alan has shown great work so far. And let's see how he ships to the chip lead now.
Yeah, let's see if you can change those gears up really, but put the hammer down.
Not that he needs to, but I mean...
Let's just make for great TV.
100%.
All right, over to Joe A7 UTG. 5 million effective.
That's a standard open.
Yeah, Wes gets out the way. Over to Alan. 10-6-0. Out the way.
He's in the big blind. Looks like he cannot even defend it.
Yeah, I know, it's unfortunately, yeah.
It's a proper nut low.
See small blind.
Did you manage to have a look at that 50k PLO5 that's going on?
I did.
Big boss,
I haven't really looked at the dynamics of the game yet, but the tournament is in progress. That's quite an interesting tournament that turned out.
Yeah.
Planning.
I mean, look,
I don't know if that's going to be a
staple.
This only works if everybody calls.
No.
Gives me a chance to triple.
I don't know. I mean, what, we had that 2 tables?
I mean, if you look at cash games all over the show, I mean, farm carding has been really taking traction. I haven't seen a lot of tournaments though.
It has. It
so
has.
Depending on what the turnout is going to be today and what the players' experience is going to be, it may be an ongoing thing.
Are you a avid 5 card player yourself?
Oh yes, I play a lot of 5 card, but only cash games.
Only cash. You see, again, I mean...
I was just exhausted after this main event. I would have loved to play the 5 card tournament.
Yeah. Oh, Alan King Jack on the button. Put the hammer down. There it is.
There he goes.
It's the man-sized game, people.
You got the same hand as I had last hand.
See, as I was saying, you know, I'm
gonna stick around till
a
aces
big fan of the great game of PLO. I've studied a lot of it. And then these 5 and 6 card variants came into play, and you know, it just kind of threw me for a wobble.
So here's the fun fact. I've actually never played PLO4. I've straight jumped into PLO5, and I've put in tons of volume into PLO5, and I've adjusted well. I still don't play PLO4, and I've noticed that a lot of the 4 card players are battling to transition from 4 card to 5 card. I mean, although it's just extra card, but it changes a lot.
The dynamics of the game change completely, because if you look at PLO itself, the equities are so close together. And now you're adding a 5th and a 6th card. You know, the equities are even closer together.
But that's why it's pot limit, and it's not the game where you just wanna get the money pre-flop. It's a more post-flop game rather than pre-flop, and that's why I would love to watch the tournament that's taking place, how that will play out, because you can't just go all in like you're in the Hold'em tournament.
100%. I mean, you know, Robert LaRue's on that table there. He's probably one of the best PLO players in the country, in my opinion. And you know, he's battling it out there. There's 3 left.
Yeah, and I was watching. He just found a triple up.
Yeah, that was mental.
Back to the main event table here.
Yeah.
It's like Gio has called from small blind, defending 8-6 and
Flop that gutty. Some backdoor diamonds. Where's checks? Queen of diamonds on the turn. Sizing from where's here? Does he just go full ball? Sorry, Gio.
half board. I think should do the job. Yeah, yeah. There's games up. Not managing to read with these cards.
Yeah, I think we just have a word with him because he puts them on top of each other. And
Earlier, these chips into the box, and that could be causing the problem. But I don't see these chips in the middle now.
yeah, let me see if I can rectify that quickly, buddy. All right, we're going to make plan to make sure he gets UA's cards now.
You can see players are tired now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Lee. He's really tired.
You know, I mean,
I don't blame him.
You know, people honestly,
exhausting.
they look at this game and it's like you're just playing cards. That's not the case. This is probably the most mentally and taxing thing, mentally draining and taxing thing you've ever done in your life. By the time you go home and you play an event like this,
Especially these big field events.
I don't know about you. I mean, like with me, I struggle to switch off. I go home with my head down. All of a sudden, I've got everything running through my brain.
That's exactly what happens with most of us.
And it's the worst.
I mean, last night I've got 2 hours of sleep.
And then you come back at 11 o'clock and grind for another 10 or 11 hours.
I only saw 1 card, I promise.
And Alan's going to have to call you. Any 2 will do.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy call for him for 355,000 chips.
And a massive ladder.
It's a drop in the ocean of his chip stack. He's got a suited queen there.
I mean, he's just literally spinning it up here. I promise you, this man's going to win the lottery next week as well. The way he's running now.
Yeah, let's see what the run-out is like. Lee as well, we can't see his cards, but
we'll
see there when he tables the cards.
I mean, of course, he's Lee shoving anything and everything.
This is the one I saw. This is the one I didn't see.
What we got there? 901. We got Ace-7 versus Queen.
Really decent hand.
Yeah, versus Queen 3.
I saw the first one that came to me.
The 2 love cards.
Yeah.
He's ahead as well. Equities are actually surprisingly 62% favorite.
Yeah, let's go to the flop in the window. What we got? That 3 in the window.
And
Queen. Oh wow! It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. Don't celebrate, Alan. Do not celebrate. Alan, do not celebrate, lad.
The way he's running, he's confident.
Well done, GG.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yo, he threw out that early celebration. We know that can come back and haunt you.
It's the confidence. It's the confidence.
How is this man finding this form so late in day 3? It's unbelievable.
I'm actually so happy for him.
Oh no, mate.
Very well played, Lee. Say goodbye to him.
He's gonna have if he wins, he's gonna have a proper sleep on that. I won the main event pillow. I'm just exhausted. I just want to sleep, man. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've got that pillow to cry on to tonight.
Yeah. At least you'll be comfortable.
Be at the final table, main event, 4th place, and you've got an interesting story. I heard you were at a golf tournament this morning.
Yeah, I played a golf game this morning. Yeah.
Where?
At Wingate, down the road.
But what did you tell the people that you were playing with? Did you say, I'm in a poker tournament, it's at the main event?
Yeah, I told them we needed to win quick so I could get here.
So they knew? What did they say? They're like, why did you go and play?
Oh no, they wanted me to play golf first.
Yes, you're just a legend. Played 2 sports in one day. Did you win the golf game?
We did. Yeah, we did.
Wow, and now you just won 150,000 Rand.
That's
I see we had your golf ball on the table.
Yeah, it was.
And also, you lost 200,000 chips while you were at the golf game. Imagine, and you finished 4th. Imagine how much chips you would have had if you didn't play golf.
I would have finished 24th.
You think the
I
golf
dodged a lot of people while I was gone.
Yeah, that's actually true. A lot of people went out. Here's your pillow.
Thank
I made
you
it final
very
table.
much.
and
Appreciate
150,000 Rand richer.
Thanks.
Like
Appreciate
a boss. Well done.
Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Well,
Thanks.
congrats, bro.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Ian. Libu, you know, gracious in victory, gracious in defeat. Yeah, I mean, he's quite a laugh, that I guess. So, I think 250, huh? Or 150. Oh.
150 was the
Right, yeah. Right, so Gio on the big blind here. There's Queen. Over to Alan. We're going to go to Clicking Warrior, I see.